Alright, this is my marriage plus my California divorce. Gonna be wild stories here. Alright, so in this video you'll learn some things I forgot to say in the previous vid, which was, my life after my California divorce. So I forgot to say some things in there. Then my marriage plus my California divorce timeline. And as always, some free game. And as always, talk to him a little bit more about keeping most of your stuff in your divorce with me. So let's start here. Who this video can help: every single man going through a divorce in California, and who I coach one-on-one. Six-figure earning men in California who have been served with divorce papers and who want to keep most of your stuff in your California divorce, which hopefully should be all men. I feel a lot of men don't even know it's possible to do what I've done, so it's probably not even their radar that they can keep most of their stuff. And so if that's you got to get a move on because you have less than 30 days to respond to those California divorce papers. In my own California divorce, I kept 100% of my assets. Basically, big important things were 5 business entities, but I really only used one of them that had a ton of physical product inventory. These 5 business entities I created before the marriage, but the product inventory I got after the marriage because I turned over product inventory throughout the years. Paid my wife 0 alimony, and I only paid my wife a one-time payment of $650. And this was with me, so these results are with me making about 95% of the yearly income and having about 95% of the total assets. And to be honest, this business entity stuff is basically like the product inventory. That was the big. I also had cash and crypto, which all came after. And to get myself this really good result, I researched women 10 hours a day for 210 days straight, so 2,100 hours. It's a full work year. And then I filed for divorce, and I went to war, and I won. And I've still done a few thousand hours of women research since then. Also a bunch of time on dates with women and banging a bunch of women, 10 different women in 1 month in Lima, Peru. I do talk about that in the My Life After Divorce video. So I'm probably up to 6,000 to 8,000 hours of women research plus women interaction in my life. And again, the one main idea in all my vids: either everything I tell y'all is a lie, or y'all have been lied to your entire life. Only one of these can be true. But notice that you are unable to prove anything in my video is incorrect, and also notice how no one in the comments is able to prove even one thing I've said in any of my videos incorrect. Alright, so some things I forgot to say in my previous vid. So, this is the My Life After Divorce video. Some things I forgot to say in the previous vid. Alright, so at the beginning of that previous vid, My Life After My California Divorce, or whatever it's called, I said that other videos come before my marriage plus my California divorce vid, because there are female behaviors that we highlight in this video that will pop up when I explain my own divorce. So it turned out I did not highlight those female behaviors in that video. I forgot. I was talking about too much other stuff. So I actually forgot to share those things with you guys, so here they are. So the first thing, so on my current Instagram page, all the IG stories you see of me posting, of me in Lima speaking Spanish. I'm in Lima speaking Spanish. That was from earlier this year. So those are from the first half of this year, and that is what I posted daily to get dates with a bunch of women. So I post on IG plus WhatsApp stories, plus IG highlights when I was down in I was down in Peru. And now I'm still posting those same vids here on my Not Divorced 3 IG page, posting at Not Divorce 3. So yeah, I'm in Lima, speaking Spanish. So those are actually the IG stories I used to get a bunch of dates with women on IG, and I post the same ones on WhatsApp stories beginning of this year. And now I'm posting the same ones to show you guys all that stuff and show you all places I've been. So yeah, I am 8 out of 10 fluent in Spanish. Second thing is, when I showed you guys all my sheets, I probably went on like 40 to 50 dates in Lima, banged those 12 different women. And so that's like my date volume. I definitely could have gone a lot more, but I only went on dates with women where they would come meet me at the Starbucks 10 minutes away from where I was living. So I probably could have gone on 3x to 5x more dates, but like I probably would have been the same amount of bangs, like literally 12, bang 12 women. So my bang rate would have been way lower because I would have been meeting women halfway or meeting women close to where they are. If you do that, if you acquiesce to women, they don't feel that you're strong sperm, so they don't want to bang. So yeah, like 40, 50 dates with women in Lima. And then here's one of the things I tested, and this will come up in the divorce. This is really what I forgot to highlight. I tested, since I was running such high volume, which you would have seen in that video, like the previous video, is I would test a lot of things. So like one of the things I tested was like, allowing women to change it 30 minutes, like the date 30 minutes later, or like an hour later. And if that would either turn into them not coming, or most of the time they would come like an hour 45 minutes later. But I want to test it, see what happened, get the real world data. The other thing I tested was like a strategy I had to develop was something I realized was if a woman knows you want to go on a date with her explicitly, she starts putting all these rules on you. So example, with some of the women, I would test this at first surface level by saying like, hey, what would I test? It'd be me saying like, hey, let's meet up here, whatever, location, Starbucks, 8 p.m. address. And I'd have some women that would ask me, you want me to go on a date with you? And like, obviously the answer is yes, because I just invited them on a date with me. But they were asking it like overtly and me to state it overtly. So some of these women I would test, I would say like, yes, I want to go on a date with you, or yes. So I'd like make it overt that that's what I wanted, even though it's obvious because I invited them on a date. But I guess it was more covert by me just inviting them. And what I found was once I overtly said I want to go on a date with a woman, like me saying yes to her asking, oh, do you want to go on a date with me, blah, blah, or me saying yes, I want to go on a date with you, these women start putting not tons of rules, they instantly start putting rules on me like, all right, we're going to meet here, this place at this time, or what was more common was saying, okay, you got to pay for my taxi. So I'd instantly start putting rules on me. And if we look through the assets here that we've derived so far in all these videos, we're going to go to the meets equation one. Obviously, by me overtly saying I want to go on a date with her, when she would ask me to overtly say it was me coming to the left here, down, we're going weak sperm. Since we're doing weak sperm, it was increasing the amount of meat women were requiring from us. So I think one was saying overtly I wanted something from the woman, and second was following the woman's lead when she asked questions. I rarely answer women's questions, like on dates with women. Probably like 5% of the time I will, 95% of the time I won't. Like literally, I'll be talking to them, I'll be asking them questions. They'll ask me one question. Like a lot of times I'll start off like, oh, tell me about your life, whole life here in Lima, or whole life here in city, blah, 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 and just get them yapping. And then they'll ask about me. And I'll literally just ignore it. I'll be like, okay, you have got 2 brothers and 2 sisters. I'm guessing you like the older one better. And then they'll start yapping again. So most of the time, 95% of the time I just do that. I totally ignore women's questions. 5% of the time I'll answer them. But it's because if you allow women to lead the conversation, you're allowing women to lead, and they feel you are weak sperm, which requires more meat, which lowers chance of first date bang. And so here's something that I wanted to dive into with that. So, 2 things. The first thing is I had to change my strategy with inviting women out on dates. I was thinking like, man, how do I invite a woman out on a date with her not knowing I overtly want to go on a date with her? Because when women know, they put all these rules on me. Oh, this is from the old video. And so I had to think of a new strategy. And like my strategy now is either I just tell them, hey, I'm going to be at this park at 8 p.m. tonight. Here's the address. And if they invite themselves along, they're high interest and they come along. And if they don't, I just block and delete them. Or the second option is if a woman messages me, I tell her, hey, I don't have time for messages, propose a date. So I tell the women to propose the date. And, I'm going to flip-flop between strategies for the first date. I used to always do it, set up the first date, but maybe now it's better for the women to set up the first date as well. I definitely altered into date 2 through 10 or whatever, having the women do it. I just tell them, hey, I don't have time for messages, propose the date. But I was having me do the first date, but I'm thinking now, maybe I'll test 50-50, me setting up the first date, and then I'll test that 50% of the time. And then the other 50% is have the women set up the first date. And just tell her, like, hey, I ain't got time for messages, propose a date. And so that's the first thing I wanted to share. The second thing was we're going to go back to the 10,000 years ago into the hut. After I get this sheet all good. All right. 10,000 years ago into the hut. Oh, we can get rid of that. So it's when women know you want something from them. And that is very, very, very bad. And here's why it's bad. So again, you can take the woman out of the cave, but you can't take the cave out of the woman. I got that from Gregory from Red Pill Men's Health. And so what I discovered, this is like the big thing I wanted to share with you guys that I forgot to in the last video. I tested allowing women to know I wanted to go on a date with them. Like allowing women to overtly, no. Like me answering affirmative to their question, do you want me to go on a date with you? Me saying yes to that. Because it's going to come into effect with me helping you out with your divorce. So if we go back 10,000 years ago, we go back to the hut analogy. Here we can take the woman out of the cave, but you can't take the cave out of the woman. Let's say 10,000 years ago, we got 20 women in the hut, 20 men. Let's say a woman had something that she wanted. Going X Games mode here. Let's say a woman had something that she wanted. What would a man 10,000 years ago do? One, he would just go and take it from the woman. Let's say she's got berries. Man says, okay, I want berries. Woman cannot physically defend herself against the strength of a man, so man takes the berries. Option 2, man wants the berries, but the woman doesn't want to give the berries. So, in option 2, the man punches the woman in the face and takes the berries. So in both cases, where the woman gives it or does not give it, in the end, the man gets the berries. The man gets what he wants because of his physical strength. Example 2. Let's say man wants to bang with a woman. So woman gives him the box. Woman cannot physically defend herself against a man. So man wants the box. Woman gives him the box. No tussling. Man gets the box. Option 2, man wants the box. Woman doesn't want to give him the box. Okay, man takes a rock, bashes the woman over the head. She's either in pain and can't fight back, or unconscious, and he bangs her and he takes the box. So in all scenarios, these are just 2 scenarios, whether the woman gives it or doesn't give it. In all scenarios, if the man wants something from a woman, the man gets it because he's physically stronger and he just takes it. So by me overtly saying I wanted to date with the woman is me saying I want it, but I can't have it unless you give it to me. And in a woman's brain, in women's cave woman brains, the only way that's possible is if the man is weaker than the woman. If we scroll down here, if the man is weaker than the woman, that means he's weak sperm, and she requires a large meat, money, energy, attention, time investment from him. And so that's why the woman started putting all these rules, overtly putting rules on me when I said, yes, I want to go on a date with you, overtly. It's because I was saying, you, the woman, have something that me, the man, wants, and me, the man, I'm too weak to take it from you. Because again, I mean, we're texting messages to each other, and they're like, I don't know, 30 minutes away from me, an hour away from me in distance or whatever. But in her cavewoman brain, it's saying, wow, this man is weak sperm. He wants something from me, and I'm just not giving it to him. And he's just sitting there still wanting it from me. Therefore, he's weak sperm, therefore I'm going to require a large amount of meat from him, money, energy, attention, time, put in the rules on me, make me, I never acquiesced to what they requested, but tell me I got to meet them halfway or meet them at a place closer to their place, or that I got to pay for their taxis that come to me. So increase in meat, which is just following the meats equation here. But it's interesting when it happened. I was like, what? Why does it happen? Now, I didn't know the meats equation at this time. I didn't know the meats equation went through my divorce. But, yeah, I mean, again, the meats equation explains it. And this will come up in your divorce, where it's going to be like, you basically have to not care if she signs the divorce settlement agreement. Because, look, if you care and she knows she has something you want, and you're not just beating her over the head and taking it from her, she's going to feel you're super weak sperm, you're sliding down here, which means she's going to require a large amount of meat from you, money, energy, attention, time. And we don't want that. So, like in my dates, I update my strategy. Instead of inviting women out, like saying, hey, let's go to this park, here's the address, 8 p.m. And then they say, oh, you want to go on a date with me? And I'd say yes, and then I'd get all these rules on me. I did update my strategy to just telling the women, hey, and this, I don't really only say this to women if they responded to one of my stories recently, or maybe that same day, or one of my WhatsApp statuses, which is the same thing. I would then updated my strategy to be this. I would just tell them, hey, I'm going to this park at 8 p.m. tonight. And if they invited themselves along, cool, they showed up. But if they didn't, I'll block and delete them. And again, I could probably do this strategy better, go into a third level where I force all women, first date through the nth date, to propose the date to me. That's probably the third level best stuff to do. It stinks that I can't really click stuff if I make myself big. Alright, so that was the big thing I wanted to share that that can help if you're going through your California divorce, is to literally, well, I'll go over the strategy later, probably in another video, but we have to do the divorce in a way where, and we have to have in your brain to not, it's not even that you don't want it, your brain also has to not produce the chemicals of you wanting it, because women can smell the chemicals on you, they can smell the emotions your body's producing. So this is the big thing that I forgot to share in the previous video of my life after my California divorce, and this is the big thing I want to share with you guys, where basically if women overtly know you want something from them, in their cavewoman brains, they're like, okay, he should either one, take it from me and I just give it to him easy, or two, he should take it from me and I should resist and he should beat me over the head, but still take it from me. That is actually what women want, which is why in that first long form video I say the number one thing women want is to be raped. They either want you to take it and then give it to you willingly, or you to bash them over the head with a rock and still take it from them, because that's what they've evolved. Men that have survived and they've have been the conquerors, the men that the women want to breed with, that's what those men did. So if you're not doing what those men did, and these women current modern women's cavewoman brains, therefore you're not a conqueror, therefore you are weak sperm, therefore they require a large amount of meat from you. Alright, so that was the big thing I want to share in the previous video, and I totally forgot, because that previous video is 3 hours long. Alright, my marriage plus my California divorce timeline. So here we go. So let's go into here. Yeah, it's so weird when I make this big. Can't really interact with the rest of the screen. Alright. I don't know what that is. Alright. Alright, let's go. Yeah, let's just start my marriage. Actually, we know we got this line thing now. From my marriage to my divorce. So, I'll first start telling you guys, I was a freshman in university, August 2017. Went to school in New York. I got a full ride to a university that was about nanoscale engineering. It's literally called the College of Nanoscale Science and Engineering. But it was about making the little chips that go into your, basically making the brains of your iPhone, the brains of your computer, the brains of your car. Cars have chips in them now. It was about semiconductor manufacturing. So it was August 2017. In August 2017, I set a goal to do to travel the world after I graduated, because I had a full ride, and which means any money I earned would go into my pocket and I could use it for something after I was done with 4 years of school, because I didn't have any student loan debt. So that was August 2017, and basically had a bunch of failed businesses, and I just had to work Craigslist jobs to get my my $20K to go on my trip. But junior year, halfway through junior year, so it was winter. So let's see, when was this? Oh no, I told you the wrong dates. I graduated in 2017. I started university August 2013. So literally that was when I had the idea. Cool, I got the full ride, no student loan debt. Let's go traveling after. And also, I like having big goals because it forced me to be great at 12 things underneath that to achieve the big goal, like travel planning, budgeting. To be honest, I had no idea what a budget would be. Talked with a bunch of people, did some interviews, did research. Originally, I thought 50K, but eventually, I realized I could do it 20K. Budgeting, planning the trip, earning money, building businesses. None of them. Well, I did get one to work before the trip, but that's how I think. So that was August 2013. Yeah, because I graduated in 2017. Graduated university 2017. So it was halfway through junior year. So freshman year, August 2013. Sophomore year, August 2014. Junior year, August 2015. So January 2016, I decided that now it was time for me to test traveling alone for the first time. Jan 2016. So this is winter break 2016. I decided to just fly across the country and practice traveling alone for 2 weeks. So I think one of my businesses, I spent a bunch of money to set up a 3D printing event, and I had a sponsor, but the sponsor's wire wasn't going to come until December. So I used my mom's $280 or whatever to buy a round trip ticket. I think it was round trip from New York to LA. Oh no, New York to San Jose, maybe New York to San Francisco. So this is me, my first time traveling alone. Because remember, my round the world trip was going to happen in 1.5 years. So I was 2.5 years through my time, and I hadn't practiced traveling alone at all. So I decided to practice this, go to California for my first time in my life for 2 weeks, and I stayed the first half of the week, I think, with my aunt in San Jose, and the second half was alone, through San Francisco. Maybe I just went for a week. I don't really remember. It might have just been for a week, and I did half a week with my aunt, half a week alone, up through San Francisco. Staying a few days, practicing on the airplanes alone, traveling alone, Ubering alone, walking around alone. It's all right. So we're January 2016. I think it was actually, I can check the calendar here. I know it was a Tuesday when I met my wife, so I think it was January 12th or January 6th, one of those days. Oh, so it's January. It was a Tuesday. Yeah, I think it was the 12th. Yeah, so what I did was, I think it was my second day in San Francisco, so I made my fifth day being in California. Took the train up from San Jose to San Fran. Yeah, I think it was that morning, maybe 7 a.m. from my aunt's house in San Jose. Got on a trolley, had to, the trolley on the streets in San Francisco, had to get off the trolley a few stops later because I didn't have the exact, maybe I had a 20 and they only took dollar bills or something like that. And I had to get cash at a local supermarket from the ATM. And then I went to a bread bowl place. Actually, I'll bring up I'll bring up the bread bowl place. Maps. It's like a famous bread bowl place. Bread bowl with soup there. In San Francisco. It's like right at the end of the somewhere around here. Bread bowls. Bread bowls. It's like a famous soup place. Sugar bowl. I think it's Boudin. Is that it? No. I don't think it was there. I think it was more on the water here. Oh, maybe it's this one. Boudin. Yes. Actually, I think it's one of these over here. Yeah, it was this one. It was this one. So I think I got off at the. Oh yeah, here we go. The trolley. Got off right here. Walked over here. Had a bread bowl, and then I walked all the way along the boardwalk up to here for a tour because I bought tickets for like 11 a.m. tour of Alcatraz Island. All right, so Alcatraz Island's right there. So it looks like I got right here. Pier 33. Looks like that's where I walked to from Boudin Bakery. And Pier 33. Yeah, Alcatraz City Cruises. So I got here, I don't know, maybe 10:30 for an 11 a.m. tour. I'm not really sure. And I was early, so what I did was I sat in these they got big flower pots here. Oh, you can't see them from here. They got big flower pots to actually, let's go here. Alright, looks like we can't see from here either. But I was on one of these piers somewhere. Yeah, maybe it's indoors here. They had like big flower pots to sit in. Actually, here's where I was. Yeah, tickets. Yeah, when was this? It was in the Alcatraz Cruises, yeah. I thought they were bigger than this. I thought these were big cement ones. Maybe they are. February 2023. Maybe they've switched it out since then. But like, I've been walking a bunch. It was 11 a.m. I think I'd gotten out of the house at like 7 a.m. And I pre-bought my ticket. I bought it like a month or a few weeks earlier for 11 a.m. tour. So I was just sitting in these flower pots. They didn't have any plants because it was mid-January. It was just like big cement flower pot filled up to the top with dirt. And I couldn't find a place to sit, so I just sat in these and let people walk by me in line. And eventually, I think I saw my wife walk by. And maybe I thought she was good looking, or maybe I didn't really remember. But I waited like another 30 seconds or a minute or 2 minutes, and nobody else passed me while I was sitting down in the flower pot. And again, it was big ones. It wasn't these, like the big chunkers that are up to like above your hip, or maybe at your hip level. And then I got in line behind her because they started letting people onto the ferry. And they don't have this up, but right before you get on, I don't see it. They had a photo backdrop where you take your photo, and I noticed. So my wife was right in front of me, and she took her photos alone, and so did I because I was alone as well. And so I was the next one up, took my photo. She got on. And I think as we were on the walkway boarding the boat, I just asked her like, "Hey, are you alone?" I told her, "Hey, are you traveling alone too?" And she turned around and like smiled and said, "Yeah." And we explored the whole Alcatraz Island together, talking the whole time, playing a lot of games, like goofing around, messing around. So we went out to Alcatraz Island here, and came back. I don't know, maybe the tour was like 2 hours. Spent the whole time here, hanging around, exploring, playing with the jail cells. And it was cold. We had to wear jackets. Yeah, Alcatraz Island. Did the tour with the dude, the tour guide. Went through these jail cells. And it's the same map as a Call of Duty Zombies map. Call of the Dead, I think it was called. I played that with my friends. High school, bought that DLC. So we did that, and then let's see. We came back, and I had an app called Detour, which is made by the owners of Groupon, and I bought a tour. So it's like an audio tour. They use your GPS, where it prompts the audio recording when you arrive at the correct places. So I think I bought an audio tour at Fisherman's Wharf up here. So the app was called Detour. So we did that audio tour. Sarah also wanted to go to this Coit Tower. So we walked up here, and I think We walked up to the top of this tower. Yeah. There was a mini bottle of Fireball, and I told her that's what we do. That's what we have in the U.S. because she was Mexican. So she was just up from Mexico for her winter break as well. So she was a year older than me, living with her aunt, I think working a little bit in restaurants or whatever around San Fran or maybe in Oakland. So she's on her winter break as well. And it was her last day. So it was her last day to go and explore because she was leaving the following day. And so, yeah, we explored. We went to Ghirardelli to get some Ghirardelli sundaes with the chocolate. Explored. Kept walking. And by this time, I was like, yeah, we walked through here. We wanted to go to the Golden Gate Bridge. We actually walked through here, this walkway near the beach. So I think we walked actually through here. And by this time, it was getting dark, like 4 or 6 p.m. We didn't walk on the sand, but we walked on the walkway. Maybe it was here. Maybe this was the walkway. Yeah, something like that. And we finished a detour, and sometime around here, maybe she was talking to her friends or her mom, because I think she posted a picture of us on Facebook, of us being at Alcatraz Island. So, and also around here, somewhere here. Yeah, it's like walking along this walkway along the beach. Yeah, I think that's these dotted lines here that we walked along. Let's see. Yeah, it was these. Where's the benches? Yeah, so we walked. Yeah, it was here. So we walked along here. Yeah, and this time it was like 6 p.m. or maybe 7 p.m. And like somewhere around here, she told me she played volleyball, so I showed her. She's super short. And she got like fake mad and walked and like turned around and like ran away. And I kept walking. And I walked for like another 2 or 3 minutes. And it was actually way up here. And eventually I stopped. And like with all the women before her, I had not cared what the women had done. They could do whatever. It was after I had gotten off this path. Oh, maybe I can't go any further. Yeah, I think it was like here. So she had stopped. She had turned around and started walking back the other way. And I got to like here. And I remember thinking to myself, I've been with like 12 other women before her. I've never been able to have a long-term relationship. They'd always been STR, short-term relationship, just like 1 to 3 months. And I remember I literally got to this point, and like I'd never ever chased after a woman in my life. I'd never like ran after a woman or pursued a woman in a relationship ever, tried to make a relationship ever. And I remember getting here. We had spent the last 7 hours together. It was probably 6 p.m. or 7 p.m. It was dark at night. I remember getting to here. She was nowhere to be found. She had left, but I really enjoyed spending the time with her. And I got here and I was like, I told myself, to get something you've never had, you got to do something you've never done. And so I'd never, 12 women before. They'd all been short-term relationships. And it's like, what the heck? What? For the last few years, I thought to myself, why am I unable to have a long-term relationship? What the heck is wrong with me? So I see other men have LTRs. Why the heck can't I have an LTR? And so I got to here, and I literally said, I told myself, man, it was awesome spending time with her. Now she's gone. She's ran away. And I thought to myself, well, if you want something you've never had, you gotta do something you've never done. So I turned around and I jogged back. How long did I jog for? I don't know, 5 to 10 minutes. She was down here. She had walked kind of far, I don't know, to one of these benches, and she was just sitting on one of the benches. And yeah, one of these benches down here. And I got back to her, and we got together and we went up. We continued walking together, went up to the Golden Gate Bridge. Now, if we look at my assets I created, what she did there, that was a sperm strength test. Now that it's 7 years later, almost 8 years later now, I know that was a sperm strength test. She, because I asked her years later, like, hey, why'd you do that? She's like, oh, I don't know, to be like fake angry or mess with you or something. She said something like that, like, were you mad about something? She's like, oh no, I don't remember. And she was telling me years later that she was just gonna eventually just meet me up at the Golden Gate Bridge. She probably wasn't gonna continue going away. Now, she didn't tell me it was a sperm strength test when she told me about this years later, but since she extracted more meat from me, it demonstrated I was a weaker sperm man because I had to spend more energy, attention, time to jog back to her rather than just continue on to Golden Gate Bridge. But again, I never had an LTR by that point. Like all the, whatever, the 10 to 13 women had all been STR, short-term relationships. I had wanted an LTR, and her and I just, 10 out of 10, no friction, spending time with each other from the jump. I was like, man, something's different with her. Because I've never, even with all the women I had been with up to that point, there'd always been some friction with them. So I was like, man, I don't want to lose this. Maybe this is the LTR that I could have. And no, I didn't think I was going to marry her that day. Or no, that's not what I was thinking that day. Let's see. Actually, I was thinking definitely bang her that first night that day. Actually, I want to go back to Google Maps. So yeah, it's still dark. Kept walking up through here. We eventually got up to Golden Gate Bridge. How can I get this? Yeah, basically up here. And the bridge was closed to pedestrians. I think they closed at like 6 p.m. or 8 p.m. and maybe it was 9 p.m. Something like that. How can I get up here? And so we sat, so it was closed here. And yeah, we came up and sat here. There's a park up here somewhere. We sat on some benches up here. And it was dark. Was it this park? No, this is down low. We sat up, like right up here. Let me see the park where we're at. Yeah, this was closed. I think they closed at like 9 p.m. So we had to sit on these benches over here. Actually, I'll keep going. Yeah, so we sat on some benches up here since it was basically, I want to find these benches. It's like at this mini park over here. Keep going, keep going. Yeah, I think there's benches like, oh! Let me see if I can see them. Maybe they're up here. Yeah, so we sat on some benches like, yeah, it's like here at this park. This peel-off zone. And looking at, I think, Alcatraz Island somewhere. Probably that. Maybe these benches. No, I think there's more up here. Yeah, so we sat on benches up here. Then I went in and kissed her. And we made out, and she pulled back and she giggled and she was smiling at me, and we kept making out. And then we started walking back. And I decided to get a lift, like, back into the middle of the city. I want to go back, like, I don't know, somewhere over here to explore some more. And I was also looking like hotel tonight on the app to maybe like book a hotel so we could bang that night. But like somewhere around here, we're driving back to the lift. Dude, I spent my like $20 first lift credit on this ride, and her mom was calling her phone a lot. And her phone is like in my backpack charging because I have an external battery. And I eventually looked at it because I could feel it vibrating. I eventually handed it to her, and her mom was telling her, "Look, you gotta get ready. You gotta go back to your aunt's. You gotta, get ready to come back home because she was leaving the next day." And I think this is like 9 p.m. I want to get out of this Google Maps, and so yeah, so we didn't do nothing. She got back into the middle of the city, or not the middle, like somewhere around here, wherever I put the lift ride to drop off. And, you know, I got out somewhere around here, and I think she got out, and then she got a different taxi, and I think I asked her for a Snapchat, and it was Sarah High Five. His name was actually Sarai 5, and you know, I was typing her Snapchat right as she was getting in the taxi to leave. You know, I didn't even know her name. I didn't know her. Have her phone number. Didn't have Instagram. Didn't have her Facebook. You know, her name was like Sarai something. I don't know how Mexicans do the names, but like I didn't know her name. Snapchat, and I added her on there, and she added me, and then gave her a kiss right before she got in the taxi. And I said, "See you in another life," because I didn't expect I was going to see her again at all. So this is, I don't know, somewhere down here, and man, that stunk, because she was going back to, you know, I think she had to go back to the bridge. Maybe her aunt lived somewhere over here. I don't really know. So she had to pack up to leave to go to Mexico the next morning. And she was like 6 or 7 out of 10 fluent in English, so we were able to communicate easy. But she actually messaged me on Snapchat. She doesn't remember this, but I do. She messaged me literally like 15 minutes after getting in the taxi, and she said, "I miss you already," and then, you know, colon, parentheses, so the frowny face. So she's the one that messaged me first. And then, yeah, we kept in contact the rest of the night. I think I went to an Airbnb somewhere. Maybe it was over here. You know, and I was trying to find her on Facebook. And I think that ended that same night when I got over here. I told her, like, "Hey, here's my name. Add me on Facebook." And so we did it. She did add me. We didn't lose contact. Yeah, her name was Sarai, and it was like I was trying to type into Facebook because I didn't really know how to spell it, but I think from her Snapchat name I was typing like Sarai Mexico or something, and like when she requested me on Facebook, Sarai, and her location was Toulouse, France. So I was always dog on her, like, dude, if I typed in your, like, when I typed in her Snapchat name, like, I didn't even know if I was adding the right one. And I was like, dude, if I typed in your Snapchat name, there's no way I was gonna find you because I was on Facebook, because I was typing in like Sarai, Mexico, or, you know, and like her location on her Facebook page was Toulouse, France. I was like, and like for years after, I would hound her like, dude, if I literally typed in your Snapchat name wrong, we never would have connected after that. And it was insane because it was like 10 out of 10 connection, like instantly. Just the first line I said to her, like, "Hey, are you here traveling alone?" Right as we're getting on the Alcatraz boat. So that was January 12th. And it was funny, she was telling me she was going to study, I don't know, doing like an exchange program at Columbian University. So I think it was January 12th when we met. And I think it was my last day in Upper San Francisco as well. I think the next day, the Wednesday, I went home. Or the Wednesday I traveled back to my aunt's because my flight out was Thursday. So this was what, January 2016. And I haven't really gone through this thinking about it too much since then. But yeah, it's Tuesday when we met. It's my last day in Upper San Francisco. Or maybe I just went up for 1 day or 2 days. I don't really remember. But I remember coming back. It was coming back to my aunt's house in San Jose. It was, yeah, I basically took the whole day the 13th to come back. Like, I walked through this park. This was a huge park. So my Airbnb was somewhere around here. Huge park. You know, still talking with Sarah on Snapchat. Or maybe not. I don't remember. And then my flight out was, you know, to go back to Albany was Thursday. So I think Sarah left Wednesday to go back to Mexico. I went back to New York on Thursday. And I think this Tuesday when we were going through Alcatraz, spent the whole day together. I think she told me she was doing an exchange program down in Colombia for the spring. And so this day, I hiked up some big mountain. I think it was Twin Peaks. And I came down and it was dark. It was like 4 p.m. by the time I got to the bottom. Some mountain down here. Might have been, I think it was Twin Peaks. So then I took the train. I think I got back to my aunt's house late at night on Wednesday, the 13th. And, when I got back to my aunt's house, I looked up on Skiplagged flights from Albany to Columbia for March. Because I dealt with women enough at that point. Like I 99.99% knew she was going to invite me down. Like, I just knew. And so we kept talking. So for January, so this is January, the rest of January 2016. Now I'm like, all my businesses have been failing, haven't been making any money. I'm like, at this point, I'm 75% through my time to get the 20, 25, 20, 30,000 to go on my around the world trip. At this point, I have like, I don't know, 3,000. So I spent 75% of the time. I got like 10% of the money. And all my businesses have not worked. And I have, so I'm like back in a normal life now. And me and Sarah would talk, like, I'd message her first one day in like the afternoon. We'd talk, throughout the afternoon and night. And she'd message me the next day. And then we'd like just organically take a day off and not message each other. Like everything with her was very organic. Like it just fit perfectly without needing to explicitly say anything. Like it just worked. So it'd be like, I'd message her first one afternoon, she'd message me first the next afternoon, and then we'd take a day off, and then I message her first one afternoon, and then she'd message me first the next afternoon, then we'd take a day off. By this point, January 2016, I like get back and I had to go like start finding jobs, finding places to work, because none of my businesses have been working, and I gotta get the money for my trip. Now it's like I've got added expenses, so I'm probably gonna have to go. I'm probably going to want to go see Sarah in Colombia. So I worked a ton. I kept track of my money a ton. Got enough money. I tested a bunch of different jobs. Did a ton of jobs. Like that summer semester, or that spring semester was like, I put my classes like 2 to 5 p.m. and I would work at I would clean car dealerships after the day. So 6 to 10 p.m. was sweeping and then mopping. And then I would get back, get home, do homework noon to midnight. And some of the days I would wake up, because my other job turned out to be a sandwich artist, not at Subway, but at I don't know, some other sandwich place, bread place, soup place, whatever. So my other job would be 6 a.m. to like 2 p.m. And I'd have to get up at like 5:30 p.m. And the first thing I would do was prepare the coffee. And I would drink the coffee, and it would do nothing for me. So I'd have a full day, 8 hours work shift, then class 2 to 5 or 2 to 5:30, and then the cleaning the car dealerships. It was like 3 car dealerships right next to each other. We'd had a few people, but like I'd have to sweep the whole thing, and then you mop the whole thing. And then you let it dry. And it takes like 2.5 hours to sweep the whole thing, 2.5 hours to mop the whole thing. And it wasn't every day. The car dealership was Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and the other place called Bountiful Bread. So I was at a Bountiful Bread, Albany, Western Ave. So I was doing Bountiful Bread here, right near my university. Yeah, it was in this plaza. So I was like stationed on Albany, but my university was like an offshoot. Albany Nanotech, Crossgates Mall. It's the biggest Walmart here, Crossgates Mall. So Bountiful Bread, and then I would drive to where's the car dealership? Somewhere over here. Colony, I'm not really sure. I'd drive there. So car dealership was Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 6 to 10 p.m. And then it wasn't every day where it was the full day, but it was like maybe one day a week. Bountiful Bread, maybe I worked 3 to 5 days a week there, the full 8-hour shift, 6 a.m. to 2 p.m. But I have to get up at like 5:15, 5:30. And when I had worked the previous night, 6 to 10, and then homework, 10:30 to midnight or 1, 4 or 5 hours of sleep, the coffee in the morning. So I prepared the coffee in the morning, filled up the roasters. Dude, my brain was so off. My brain was not working at all. I drink coffee, did nothing. So that semester was, I had to find a way to make it work. I had to find a way to win to get my money to go on my trip for the following year, and enough money to go see Sarah. So yeah, and it's hard to first I couldn't find jobs. I was like, oh my god, I'm gonna explode. I talked with one of my friends, Larry Zimbler. He's an older dude. Because I was thinking of just ghosting Sarah. So I was like, man, for a week or two, I couldn't get a job. And I was like, dude, I can't do two things. I can't spend time with this woman, maybe have a relationship with her, and get money to go on my trip. And I was almost about to ghost her. I just stopped responding. But Larry's. I went to talk to Larry Zimbler. He owns a computer company, Libertex. I think right around here, right across from Crossgates Mall. I went to ask him what I should do. What should I do? Or I don't think I asked him that, whether to keep talking with her or not. I asked him, what should I do to find a job? Because I've been doing it for a week or 2 weeks and I ain't found nothing. I go through the whole Crossgates Mall, walk into every store, ask. Craigslist, ask. Because I had to get money. So one, I was behind on my funding for my trip, and two, because I was now I got this added expense of going to spend time with Sarah, because everything fit perfectly with her. And he said, distance is nothing but a number. But I wasn't going to him asking if I should keep talking to her. I was really going to him asking how can I find a job around here, because everything I'm doing is not working. But I think he thought I was going to him to see if I should keep talking to her. And he told me to say something to her hey, I'm interested in keep talking to you to see where this goes. So this is at the end of January. The semester started maybe January 20th. So yeah, I sent that message to her one day, and she told me in Mexico she was looking at it smiling, and told her mom, and was really happy. And so yeah, I worked like crazy. March 2016. Yeah, it was so 2 weeks later. She end of January, she asked me if I wanted to come down to see her in Colombia for when she's going to be down there. And so yeah, I went down to see her my spring break. And dude, I was scared to tell my mom, so I only told Rich. And because my mom, I knew she was going to market me enough to not go. I was at 49.9% not going, 50.1% of going. And I knew if I told my mom I was going, she would have fluked out telling me Colombia's bad and convinced me not to go. So I didn't tell my mom I was going. But I did tell Rich, so my family would know that I was there. And he probably eventually told her. But she did not market me not to go, because I didn't tell her, so she didn't know. Well, yeah, she never marketed me not to go, so I don't know when she was told. But I made sure at least one of my parents knew. And so I went down. I went down to, here, I'll make this the full. Yeah, I got the flight to Medellin, Colombia. It was my first time traveling internationally. And I also said, hey, this would be good practice for me for my around-the-world trip. But I'm going to Colombia, where all the news, all the media is saying it's dangerous and scary and drugs. And this is before I knew we've been lied to our entire lives, so I definitely wasn't scared to go, but I was like, man, I gotta go see Sarah again. So yeah, we explored. I bought the Airbnbs. She planned the trip, because I didn't really know much about Colombia, and I was only 2 out of 10 in Spanish at the time. Yeah, we explored Medellin. I remember we went up. It was just me and her. She had a place where her and her other university friends, I think it had 6 bedrooms. So they're, other university, I think it was her and 3 of her university friends. They all studied abroad here for the spring semester, and some of 2 other university people from university in Colombia. Some, for the 6 bedrooms. And we'd explore a ton just every day. I think she skipped her classes. She told me look, if a woman's high interest, she had told me it was her spring break, but I think she told me later that it wasn't her spring break. She just, you know, took zeros in all her classes that week and just didn't go and spent the week with me. Or it might have been 12 days with me, something like that, week and a half. So it was my spring break. I went on my spring break. And, oh yeah, she skipped all her classes, took all the zeros. And I think later on, I found out she'd I think she failed one of the classes, just by a smidgen, because she had missed that week and a half of going to that class. But yeah, we explored Medellin. Then we took flights to... Actually, I remember, coming down the... So this was mid-March. It was 3 months after we had met. I remember coming down the escalator and seeing her waiting at the bottom of the escalator for me at the airport. And I was like, oh my God, this is amazing. And she was so excited to see me. And yeah, she had nice dress on, sandals, flip-flops, whatever. And she was my only link to knowing what was going on, because I was not good at Spanish at this time. We would always talk in English. We always talked in English. We didn't stop. But yeah, she showed me all the stuff. We toured Medellin. Yeah, I remember we took some, ride up here into the... this is a basin, or it's a valley. We got mountains here. It's kind of like a bowl. We took some ride up here. We had lunch at this old hut made out of sticks. Approximately kind of like this. And it was it's like a restaurant made out of, a small little hut, and they had a kitchen in there. They made food, and we basically ate on the side of the mountain like this. Super cheap. It was my first time having mango juice, and I was like, oh my God, this mango juice is amazing. I've liked mangoes ever since. I don't like peeling them though. I tried so many new things here. So we did 3 days in Medellin. Then we flew up to where else did we go? We did 3 days in Cartagena, and then we did a day or two over here in Santa Marta, or maybe it was 3 or 4 days. I think I went for maybe a week and a half, maybe 12 days. I'm not sure. We didn't go to Bogota. We banged every night. It was just fun, fun being around her. It was 10 out of 10, no friction, perfect fit. We tried banging on the bus from, I think, Cartagena to Santa Marta. It was a 5-hour bus. Yeah, Cartagena. Yeah. Oh, I remember we explored El Castillo here in Medellin. Let's see where it is. Oh, we also did Parapente. She was, wow, really adventurous. She planned, I don't really know anything down here, so she planned a trip. Parapente went to, so it says parasailing. So you drive up, the whole mountain up here. And when I don't think, I think we went to another one of these. I don't remember the view being like this. But basically, it's a big field at the top of a mountain. You got your guide, and you both kind of run off, or you wait for the wind to take you up. I thought this was going to take us down into the city, but no, you just stay there, and the wind kind of just brings you up and down. You stay kind of stationary above the field. Yeah, it was like this. I don't think this is the one I went to though. I think the view looked a little bit different. So I went to some other end of the city. But yeah, so it's I was like, oh my God, this is wild. I never would have chosen to do this on my own. Because I didn't know how safe it was. It was really safe. I was surprised how much updraft there is to keep you up. Maybe it was this one. This view looks, now that I see this actually looks the same. This looks like when I was there at the takeoff point. And yeah, the city was more like that. Yeah, this view looked totally different. But this view, so maybe it was this one. So this view is actually what I remember. This field up here, and it kind of drops off. And you don't have a fan. You don't have a fan or anything. This dude's going solo, it looks like. Yeah, maybe it was this one. Yeah, I think it was Parapente San Felix. I think. So yeah, she planned this whole trip, and I bought I paid for our Airbnbs. I think we paid for our individual flights. Yeah, it's just great. And also, something to think of now is, you know, when women are in their late teens, early 20s, they're super horny. So even though she never explicitly said it, I don't have info on it, all women are definitely always banging dudes. All women are always banging at least one dude, so now that I'm older, I know, okay, she was definitely not monogamous to me during this time, even though I was to her, just because I didn't feel like spending time going to find another woman. Which we could say is dumb now, but with the info I knew at the time, I was fine to do it like that. Yeah, I think her and I, we took a picture here at this. And she was taking pictures of us like all the time, putting on her Instagram or stories or whatever. Yeah, so we did this. Yeah, so I think this was the one I went to. Parapente San Felix. Yeah, and this is what it was like. And I thought it was, you go into the city, but no, you just stay in the updrafts, bring you up, and the guide, brings you back to the field vertically, if you're a little bit too, if you go out a little bit too far. So I was surprised the amount of control the guide had with no fan. That's what I was surprised about. Yeah, so we did this. Yeah, we did the lunch or the dinner. That's, one of the sides of the mountain here. Seeing the whole city, just eating $2 meal, which was really good. We also went to El Castillo. Yeah, we took pictures in front of this. I didn't really take pictures. She was always taking them with her phone of us together. And then, then we went here to we flew to Cartagena. We did Santa Marta, which was like right at the end, and we had dinner on a place overlooking the ocean, somewhere here. Santa Marta, where was it? Was it Santa Marta? I think so. Maybe some restaurant around here. I'm not really sure. We did go to Bogota for a day. Yeah, we did. For maybe a day or two, a few days. So maybe we did 4 different cities for 3 days each, for 12 days total. So I remember Santa Marta had a tiny airport somewhere. San Bolivar. Yeah, it's like a tiny airport. So basically we had dinner somewhere here. It's like overlooking the ocean. And we took in a restaurant. And she started crying, asking if she's ever going to see me again. And, at that point I asked her to be my girlfriend. Or I think at first I asked her, this is skipping out. First after, do you want to see me again? She said yeah, and then asked her to be my girlfriend at that point. I don't know if this is still recording. Looks like it's freezing a little bit. Alright, looks like we're back. And then, then I think we spent a day or two in Bogota. One of the other, 2 other memories I remember was first night I was there in Bogota. Went to a club. I drank super fast, got super sick, super drunk, and she took care of me and brought me home. Brought us back to the Medellin, the place we're staying in Medellin, at that house with like 6 bedrooms. And when I definitely could have been sold off or stolen by someone, but we were now with their friends too, so they kept me safe. And I asked her when we woke up, I was like, did we bang? And she's like, nope. Did we bang last night? I was like, nope. I was like, all right, you wanna? And she rolled over. She's like, I'm on my days on her period. And she's like, so? And I told her so. And then we started banging. Is that next morning? But I got super sick at some club. I don't know. She brought me back, got me home safe somehow. But I definitely drank really fast. Because that's how I get. I'm either 0 or 100 trillion. I go really wild. And then, what was the other? Yeah, we did do Bogota for a little bit. There's a second thing. Yeah, she kept me safe and didn't sell me off when I was. And like I barely remember the taxi ride back to the place that first night. What was the second thing I was gonna share? Oh yeah, just one afternoon, and it might have been at the end when we were there, maybe the beginning. I don't remember. We just like sat in, we sat in the driveway of the house they're staying at Medellin with two chairs drinking wine, and she was saying, I think it was at the end of the trip, maybe the last day. She was saying how she wanted us to do that together, when we're old grandparents, when we're old people. I was like, oh my God, I've never had any woman, it's never been like 10 out of 10 like this with any other woman, and another woman's ever said anything like that to me before. So it was like, oh my God, this is amazing. Maybe I must have found the one. I don't think so. Yeah, so those are the things we visited. Then I left, went back to New York. I don't think I messaged her that day. I don't think I messaged her the day after. I think I messaged her the day after. So 2 days after I was back, and we just resumed our normal talking thing. So that was, oops. Yeah, get rid of this. Get rid of this. Keep that. So that was March 2016. And then I got an internship at HP in Oregon. No, HP Vancouver, Washington. So I lived right across the state line from Oregon. And her and I had talked about pretty seriously her coming up to see me in Oregon. But maybe she couldn't get enough money, or she didn't end up coming up. But I internshiped here in Washington. And this is good because I did 3D printing stuff, which I really liked. And I was able to go explore Portland a little bit. I started doing some research, make some videos on Pokemon Go, because it came out at that time. I was like, oh, cool. I could just do this while I go on my trip that I've already been planning. So, yeah, she didn't come up. We kind of like 70% talked about it, but yeah, she never ended up, buying the tickets to come up. Maybe it's literally just too expensive. And her, where they work, Mexico, she really only earns like $2 an hour, $3 an hour. Doing like, if she was working like bilingual, like English customer service, a place called Teleperformance. And then, we just kept talking like normal. And I think one day in 2016, or actually I don't know when. Yeah, it might have been fall 2016, so that was when I started senior year. She sent me a video of, oops. Alright, that's what I'm going to do. Get rid of that. Boom. Somewhere in here, she sent me a video of, it was the Up movie. Yeah, it might have been this fall when I started the senior year. It was the Up movie, but just of the man and the woman, meeting up, getting married. Maybe it was having kids, I don't remember. Having kids, having the family, going on adventures, and having the adventure book, and then growing old together, dying. And she sent that to me, and like, oh yeah, we'd also call each other. I don't think I said that. We'd do like, Skype movie dates. She would just do them whenever I wanted on the weekends. We'd maybe start out like once a month, and maybe later on like, once a week each weekend. I remember the first, I think it was the end of January here. I asked her, I like showing her like our U.S. culture stuff, because I'd never spent time with a foreign woman. So we watched The Wizard of Oz, because I was like, this is like a big movie in our culture. And I remember this was like, at the end of January 2016. So right after we had met. And she was like, watch the movie, and I would catch her like checking me out, but then I'd look at her on the screen and she would go back to look in the movie. So I remember seeing that. All right, so back to the story. We're in like second half of 2016 now. Yeah, she shows me that Up movie, but it's just, it's a YouTube video someone made, but it's just the man and the woman, like, get married, having a family, growing up together, going on adventures together, traveling together, having the adventure book, them growing old together. And I think the old woman dying first, and like she sent it to me, and she called me up crying, saying, she was saying, I want this to be us, I want this to be us, I want this to be us. And I was like, oh my god, this is amazing. This is exactly what I want too. Like, this is, like her. I didn't ask her to do all these things, but she was doing them. I'm like, dude, this has got to be the one. This has got to be it. This has got to be like the real thing. This has got to be what it's like. This is like, it's like what the movies show. Her and I, how everything fits perfect, how it feels perfect, how it is perfect. And then I met her family Jan 2017. So I went down to Mexico for like 2 weeks. Jan 2017. After Christmas, but before New Year's. Or maybe I went after New Year's. Yeah, I might have went after New Year's. I'm not sure. Jan 2017. But they had a stocking for me on the tree, with my name on it. I got their family. I always love spending time with them. It was interesting. They got like 10 people on one street, and then like 10 people the next street over. So we got like 20 people within like 2 blocks. So it's kind of like, always living in the university where you're always hanging out with people, always near people, can always spend time with them. Yeah, my Spanish was not good. Just like 2 out of 10, 3 out of 10, even though I love speaking Spanish. Or I love Spanish, and I want to be fluent in it, but I was not anywhere close. So I spent maybe 2 weeks there. Stayed at her house with her family. So her 2 parents, brother, younger sister, and her. So I stayed with them. She moved I stayed in her room, just slept there alone. I think the younger brother and younger sister had a room, and I think they brought another bed in there so Sarah could sleep in there. And I think that there's a second brother. So it's like 6 people in the house, plus me, 7 people. Yeah, I spent time with the family. I couldn't really talk. Sarah would have to translate. I wouldn't know all the words they were saying, so I couldn't really respond back too good. But they loved me. And then another interesting thing was the first day we met, January 2016, I told her, I'm going on a round-the-world trip. I was going on a round-the-world trip when I finished my senior year. I'm going on my round-the-world trip for a year. So that was happening, June 2017. And eventually did get the money, right before June 2017, November. Snapchat Spectacles came out. So in November, mid-November, I was skipping class and going down to New York City, 3 hours on the bus to buy the Snapchat glasses and resell them online, which is my first business that actually worked and did really good. Reselling hot electronics that other people couldn't get. And so I was making good money. So I was getting to I think I had 18,000 by the time January 2017 rolled around. And I just need a little bit more to do to get to my estimated 20,000 for my trip. So by this point I was good. I was yeah, I got the money after so much time not having any money. I do remember, this January 2017, whenever we would go out to eat or anywhere, I'd always have it split at 50-50, because in my back of my mind, I never wanted a woman to take advantage of me or just use me for my money. But we did go to a nice dinner here where I paid the full thing. But I remember January 3rd. My birthday's January 31. So she said she sent me a gift, but I never got one. And then she broke up with me might have been February 2017. Yeah, we still kept talking, but she just said it wasn't gonna work. Dude, and I was so down, so depressed. I was super one-itis. But I'd never done, one-itis focused on one woman before, building the future with one before. So I was so sick to my stomach, just had to spend time with my friends, couldn't be alone. I was super, super one-itis. And, she was kind of waffling back and forth for the whole month of February. Eventually I told her, like, hey, I look forward to marrying you one day, and I want to keep this relationship going. And that seemed to get her, back on track, to have everything keep going. And I found out later, after I got married, one of the reasons she wanted to break things off was because I was splitting everything 50-50 with her. When I went down to Mexico, just cheap things like, $3 tacos. I'd buy my $3 tacos for the $3 tacos. She'd pay her $3, just because I didn't want to be taken advantage of or used for my money. And so you could meats principle. She was viewing me as weak sperm and wanted more meat from me, even though she did want to bang a lot whenever I was around. But to be married, women want to extract, just by default, if you're married a woman, she sees you as weak sperm, which means she's going to require a large amount of meat, money, energy, attention, time from you. So you could have said, I would have dodged a bullet by her ending it, and we're in different countries, and so it's like pretty easy to end it. But it was my first time where I'd been like 10 out of 10 with a woman, LTR, long-term relationship. I didn't want to lose it, and just we'd always been 10 out of 10 perfect together. And I was like, man, I've never had this before. It's not guaranteed that I'm ever going to have this again. I do feel like I want to marry this woman, so I told her that. And again, this was only like a year and a month after meeting her, but it was perfect. It was magical. So, and that's how I am. Any opportunity I get, I assume it's my only shot, so I go like super hard. Now, for everything else in life, that is good, and that's the correct way to do it. But the women's zone, that you can say, whole life's a circle. The women's zone is like a little circle in there. The women's zone, I call that the upside down world from Stranger Things. Everything's the opposite in women's zone. So so in the big circle here, I'll actually draw this out here. The big circle outside, like, look at the screen. All of life is like all of life. What I know now, let's say this is the women's zone. For all of life, work hard, put a lot of time in is the key for everything outside of life. The women's zone is the upside down world, where little effort and no time is actually the best thing. So eventually I got the outcome I did with the divorce because I was assuming the rest of the world zone applied to the women's zone. AKA, to get the best results in the world zone, you put in your best effort, best time, best effort, and that's how you get the best results. But in the women's zone, it's you put in the least time, the least effort, and that's how you get the best results. I didn't know at the time. Now I knew, but it's how I live my life. Is if I get an opportunity to do something, I treat like the Super Bowl. And it's my only shot ever. I'm never gonna get that chance again. So that's how I treated the opportunity with Sarah. Which, when you put in a lot of money, energy, attention, time into a woman, they feel you're a weak sperm. But also, I remember reading articles, there's like, generation these days don't want to put in efforts into a relationship. And I'd never not really ever put in efforts into any of the relationships before, and all those relationships ended. So I remember Jane 2016, when she'd run away from me and I kept going, but then I stopped after like 2.5 minutes of walking. I said, to get something I've never had, I gotta do stuff I've never done. So this was part of it, like trying to make the relationship work, trying to continue things. When again, with all the other women before my life I'd never had, and those relationships ended after a month to 3 months, which is what I've gone back to with women. Although sometimes they last longer, but I just use women to bang and then I ghost them. But if they behave good, I'll keep seeing them. I'm gonna pause this. Yeah, so basically everything was choppy. Like February 2017, I couldn't focus at all. Sick to my stomach. Thought I'd lost I didn't really think to myself, did I lose the one? Did I lose, the perfect match for me who I was supposed to marry? I didn't think that to myself, but I felt so sick. That's probably what I was unconsciously feeling. But I, it's like all February. We kept talking little by little, and eventually I told her like, "Hey, you're the one I want to marry. Let's fix this. Let's get this back on track." And everything was basically good after that. Then I went down, talking to her parents. Surprise visit for her birthday, March 28th. So basically, I surprised her that morning. And it kind of annoyed me a little bit. So something that happened was, I came in, planning it all with her parents. She didn't know, and then I stayed in like a Airbnb in their city for one of the days, or the night before. Then I woke up at like 5 a.m. Her dad came and picked me up, sang her the morning thing called the Mañanitas. I didn't know it. I don't know the words, but I said there, made her like a nice, made a really cool breakfast, brought her some gifts, and then I think she had to go to class or something, and so I came in. I just went to sleep, and I remember she came back from class and she like came into the room where I was, and she like, I was, just faking being asleep. I knew she was there, and she like hopped into bed, pushed me on the back a little bit, but I stayed asleep, and I was hoping she would just like stay in the bed and lay there with me, but she went. I didn't say anything because I was faking being asleep, but then she went down and spent time with her friend instead. So I was a little bit miffed about that. I didn't say anything or show it, but it's kind of like, man, I just flew 6 hours or whatever, 6 hours over the night, red eye, I think from JFK to here. It might have been longer, 10 hours, I'm not sure. And you're spending time with your friend instead of like laying next to me to spend a little bit more time with me. Which I was asleep, faking being asleep, so. But I was definitely a little bit miffed, but everything was fine after that. So I spent time with them, so it was March 2017. And the relationship was basically back to normal after the muff up in February. But it ended with me saying like, hey, yeah, I want to marry you. You're the one I want to marry. So March 2017, went back to, that's when I did the surprise birthday tour. And like, I'd never done anything like that. And I felt it was fun to try and test and see what happens. I never had a long distance relationship or an LTR or a long-term relationship in LTR. And, just fun to try and test it out. And now, later on, now I know that's investing more meat into the relationship, so she felt I was pretty weak sperm for doing that. She didn't show it at the time, though. Well, maybe she did show it a little at the time, but not stay with me, when I was sleeping. And also, there are some pictures, like, when I gave her the breakfast. She has her arms around me. It doesn't seem like she's hugging me very strongly. So, to me, her body language is showing, like, not as much high interest. AKA, I'm investing more into the relationship, and women feel you're weaker sperm when you do that. Which I did notice. I did notice a little bit that day. Now, I didn't know the meats equation that day. I didn't even research anything about women that day. I'm doing all this stuff for the first time. How old am I at this point? 22? Age 22? This point, March 2017. But the relationship's back to normal. We're doing everything fine. Alright, so continue off March 2017. Basically, April, May, those are my final months of university. I graduated, I think, mid-May. So Sarah actually came up. So I paid for her ticket to come up from Mexico to New York to see me, or for my graduation. Also, first time meeting my parents in person. So we did the graduation. I think it's like May 19th or something. It was, I was like finalizing, getting everything ready for my trip because I was leaving June 1st or maybe May 31st, something like that. I also like started researching crypto, like right at that time as well. And then Sarah came and I had my graduation and everything. Moved out of the dorms. It was like May 19th, something like that. And then me and Sarah went down to New York, I think, New York City, like maybe the last few days of May, because I flew out maybe I don't know, May 28th, May 29th, May 30th, one of those. So what I did, let's say June 2017. Oops. Let's say June 2017 here. So this is when I started my 1 year around the world trip. And I didn't plan it originally, but at the time I was doing, I didn't plan to make videos about it, but since Pokemon Go came out like June 2016 or July 2016, I plan to do Pokemon Go videos on this trip and do YouTube videos. So it actually was not going to be very leisurely. It's going to be like a lot of work, a lot of effort. So I left and Sarah stayed in New York and worked, like in New York City's kitchen or chef, making food. We still kept our same talking schedule. It was like, I messaged her one day in the afternoon. She messaged me one day in the afternoon. We wouldn't just sit on our phones all day. It'd be like, I don't know, one message back and forth like every 20, 30 minutes. And probably phone calls on the weekend, I'm guessing. I don't remember exactly. But so June I was in Brazil, and we're using WhatsApp by this time. I think we had started using WhatsApp. I don't remember when. I don't know. Somewhere maybe February 2016. She got me onto it because nobody in the U.S. used it. But we're using WhatsApp to talk, not Snapchat anymore, since that's what everyone used in Mexico. And so it was easy to keep messaging her even from Brazil. Dude, it was wild. The first night I got to Brazil, the Airbnb dude didn't respond, wasn't there. It was late at night. It was like 10 p.m. There wasn't any place where I could buy any SIM cards because the airport shops had closed down. And I was stressing. I don't speak the language. And I couldn't connect to the internet. I mean, there were people helping me. I think they had internet with Google Translate, and I would use theirs. But I was stuck in the airport. Internet wouldn't connect. No place to buy a SIM card to get data. Airbnb host is not responding. I think that was it. It's late at night, like 10 p.m. So my first day was at Manaus for 10 days. Manaus is capital in the middle of the rainforest. Dude, it's wild. You go outside, instantly start sweating. I've never been into a place so humid. So I did 10 days Manaus, 10 days Cuiabá, which is kind of in the middle of Brazil. 10 days Rio de Janeiro. So that's Brazil. And then, I'm making videos about Pokemon Go, because remember, Pokemon Go is catching Pokemon and, based off of landmark locations. And I was also trying to be cautious of, not getting my gear stolen. I had backups of all my gear. Two iPhones, 2 Androids, 2 phone gimbals, so you can record really steady, 2 laptops, 2 cameras, 2 microphones, 2 SD cards. So I had double of everything. Dude, and I traveled with a travel backpack and a carry-on. That's it. No checked baggage, because I did not trust. Since I've gone on so many flights, I was pretty sure people were gonna, open up my stuff and steal it. So it's June. July was Argentina. First it was Puerto Iguazu up at the north, then Rosario. That's where Leo Messi's from. And then Buenos Aires. And I actually, I was having meetups in most of these places. I'd run Facebook ads, $100 in Facebook ads for the week to get for an event to meet up at the end of the maybe my 9th day there with Pokemon Go people. Yeah, and 80% of them had people come to it, so it was good. I get to Buenos Aires. I actually don't think I recorded any videos. I was really focused on crypto. I remember looking at Ethereum and it was going 280 to 300, up and down, up and down, up and down, for days and weeks on end. And I remember when I was in Buenos Aires, Sarah called me drunk one time and she was crying, wanting me to come home. And I was like, I never had a woman say that to me. So that struck a chord with me. Now, today I know that was just a sperm strength test. But that's alright. It's my first time getting that. And I was focused on crypto more. My videos, dude, the videos, it was tough. So I realized, 10 days in the city was not enough. I needed 30 days minimum. Because I would get in day one. All right, day one shot. You get in maybe in the afternoon. You go grocery shopping. All right, day one's done. Day two, you go record. Dude, it was taking me like 6 to 8 hours to fully edit a video. And then you upload. And dude, in northern Brazil, the internet was so slow. And like it wouldn't work some of the afternoons, so I did not plan for that. And there's like, they have a monopoly, someone has a monopoly on the internet infrastructure up there, so I didn't need to improve it. And so I planned to do like one video a day. I turned into like one video every 3 or 4 days. So in the city, I could only really get like 1 or 2 or 3 vids. So it was way less than I was expecting. But, and then day 9, you're packing everything up. Day 10, you leave. That's like 3 days gone right there. So you only got 7 days. Yeah, and like if each video takes like 3 days, film plus edit plus upload. If it takes 2 days, that's only, you can only do 3 videos out of 7 days. And so, yeah, I realized there's a lot more work than I was expecting. But I kept doing it. And putting aside, I don't really think I did anything. I think I was more focusing on the crypto, and I was selling like crypto wallets, Ledger hardware wallet. I was also I was selling the crypto wallets at the time. I think I started buying those in like May 2017 to resell. Let's see what else. And also my videos, I was probably getting like 70 to 100 views on each video. Like obviously this would have been a playlist, like around the world, a Pokemon Go playlist or whatever. So towards the tail end, I'd probably get a few 10,000 views. But I really was only getting like 70 to 100 videos, or 70 to 100 views for like the first few months. And my money was going down fast because I was, paying for the ads for people to meet up. I wasn't getting many views. So looking at this crypto thing. And then I went to Johannesburg for August, or South Africa was August. I got robbed by, I went to a park, which turns out is the most dangerous part, called the Hillbrow. I didn't know it was the most dangerous park, but I went there like 4 p.m. in the afternoon. 2 dudes came up from behind me, both held knives to my stomach, and they told me to give them my phone. So I gave it to them, walked out. And as I walked back to the hostel, I got robbed again. Group of guys, it was like 10 or 11 guys. They picked me up and pulled my backpack off me. And my backpack had an iPhone, a gimbal, and I think a camera, and a mic, and an SD card. So I got robbed twice in one day in Joburg. Crypto's popping off. I'm focusing more on that. Not getting too many views of my Pokemon Go videos. And Sarah's sad I'm not there. Or at least that one night she called. And she was drunk drinking wine. Usually when that happens, I think guys will say usually means she banged another dude. I just got done banging another dude, so maybe. So I almost got killed in Johannesburg. And I was, traveling alone. And I had 36 more. This happened on like day 3 or 4 in Joburg. There's a 6-hour time difference. So it was hard for me to get acclimated fast. I was waking up at like, I don't even know, 2 p.m. Joburg time. I was doing a lot on social media though during this time. I was like video replying to everyone on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, wherever. Like I was really doing a ton of engagement. So I was making the videos taking a while, and the engagement with everyone was taking a while. So it was August. Then I lived with one of my followers who was following me on Twitter. He's like, yo, be careful in Joburg. So I hit him up after I got robbed. It was like August 4th. Hit him up. Stayed with him for like 2 weeks. Didn't do any videos. We lived in the outskirts of Johannesburg. It's him and his wife and his son. I think he had another daughter that was out of the house. Or maybe another son who was out of the house, something like that. Still talking to Sarah normal. And then I decided to come back to New York. Because I saw this crypto thing was popping off. And like, I was running out of money. The video stuff were taking way longer than normal. Sarah was sad I wasn't there. Which again, I'd never been through this with a woman, so now I don't care about women's opinions, but that was at that time, which was 2017, so that's 6 years ago, 6 years and a few months ago. So I came back because Sarah was in New York City. I was like, cool, I'll do some crypto stuff, maybe start a crypto hedge fund, and I had a friend, Scotty G, there who I'd done business stuff with. He lived in New York City as well. So me and Sarah decided to live together. And actually, when I was in Johannesburg, it was like August 15th. I bought my tickets to come back to New York City from Johannesburg, and she was the first one I told, like, hey, I got robbed. I'm all good though, and I'm actually coming back to New York City. Coming back to New York. She was like really excited and wanted me to be safe. So the flight was Joburg, I think, to São Paulo, then São Paulo to New York City. So I got in, I think it was like overnight, and I got in like 8 a.m. to the apartment where she was staying in Brooklyn with one of her other friends, Nayeli. And she was there. She had a cake for me. She was super excited to see me. I was super excited to see her. And yeah, so we lived together from like mid-August. 2 weeks was in that room. I think it was them two in the bed. Maybe I slept on the floor on some blankets with a pillow for 2 weeks. And then we got our own place for September and I think October. When I was in the when I shared the room with those two, it might have been another friend too, Alan. I had maybe those three on the bed, a gay dude, Alan. Maybe been those three on the bed that made me on the floor. I don't really remember. And I just worked on crypto stuff when everyone else was working. And maybe we split the rent 4 ways. I don't remember. And Sarah would make food, like great food. And it was great. Like there's no friction, nothing at all. I mean, and Sarah got our own place, like own room, like the building or the room upstairs. So then they split the rent 2 ways, and I think that was all of September and all of October. Me and my friend Scotty G were. So here, actually, I'll put this. August 2017. Since we're moving Aug 2017. I mean, Sarah got our own room. And yeah, there's no fighting. Like, it just meshed perfectly. Organic. Worked perfectly. Me and Sarah, we didn't even have to like discuss anything. Everything was just easy. Split the rent. She'd make the food. No fighting. Just everything was peaceful and easy. So that was September, October. And we had like 8 months prior, maybe 6 months prior, we had planned to meet up in China halfway through my around the world trip. Because I think her parents had went to China, so she had been wanting to go. So we had pre-planned a China trip for all of November. So I told Scotty G, like, hey, if we close money, raise money for a crypto hedge fund, I'm not going to go. But if we don't, I am going to go because, I promised it with Sarah already. And so we went. We did like, I don't know, I think 10 days in Hong Kong, 10 days in Xi'an, 10 days in Beijing, something like that. Yeah, I think that's what we did. I'm trying to remember. The cities are big. I didn't like Hong Kong because it was US prices in Asia. No, I wanted the cheap stuff. Xi'an was great. It was like, dude, street food on the street for breakfast, like $1. They had like these breakfast quesadilla things. Just like $1, making them right out on the street. I do remember in Hong Kong one of the times Sarah was like angry it was cold, but then we went to take pictures and she showed herself all happy. Remember also one time they wanted to bang when she wanted to bang in Hong Kong, and she went outside and like started to cry. And so I do remember that, but like no fighting, no arguing. I would work half the day with the crypto stuff, then we'd like go explore the other half of the day. So it was November, and then I came back like November 24th for a crypto conference, maybe November 27th, and Sarah stayed in China 3 more days. Because I had this crypto conference in New York City to go to. So I came back and went to that. And then everything was fine, everything was normal. Also thinking our time, like talking to each other long distance, it would be, me message her in the afternoon one day, her message me in the afternoon the next day, and then we don't talk the third day. Then I would message her again, or she would message me, and we just like, alternate. We didn't plan this; it was just organic. There always be some days where, we didn't talk for 2 days, and Sarah would like hadn't sent me a message. And I would, send her a message on the third day to start the conversation going again. So I would actually say, I started the conversations about 55% of the time. She started about 45% of the time. And it was fun to do that with her because, again, I never really put effort into any other relationship, and they all ended, and I was started thinking, like, why can't I keep an LTR? Why can't I have an LTR? So I decided to put in more effort than normal into this one. And you notice when you put in more meat, money, energy, attention, time, women see you as stronger, weaker sperm, the meats equation, and they are, they will happy to marry you to extract more meat because they know you're weak sperm. Now, December 2017. Did I go to Mexico? Probably. I think I would do Christmas with my family and then New Year's with them. So I think I went, December 2018. We can just call it here, January 2018. Yeah, I think I went to Mexico, I'm guessing. For like 2 weeks, maybe December 2018. January 2018, Sarah had to finish a semester of university, her final semester, and so she did not come back to New York City to live with me. I stayed in New York City doing all the crypto stuff, trying to raise money for a crypto fund with Scotty G, and we kept getting a few more partners. So we did that, and I think I went for Sarah's birthday. Yeah, I don't remember if I went December 2017. I might have, but I know I definitely went March 2018 for Sarah's birthday. I think I forgot to tell you guys one thing. When I came for March 2017, that was when I was, Sarah basically broken up with me February 2017, like the whole month, but then we got back together because I told her, hey, you're the woman I want to marry and be with the rest of my life. So when I went down in March, that was for her birthday, I brought a promise ring. Told her dad, like, hey, I love her 1,000%. Gave her this promise ring because I want to marry her in the future. And her mom and dad were like super excited. So I did give that to her March 2017. It wasn't a birthday present or anything. It was a promise ring. Which now looking back on it, I won't be doing that again. But I got the data from doing it, so that's fine. So March, yeah, I'm pretty sure, yeah, because that was a month after I told her, yeah, I eventually want to marry you. So I was here March 2018. It was funny. From January to March, I was down in Brooklyn. It'd be like, I remember, a lot of snow on the sidewalk. It wouldn't even be shoveled. People would just like have their footprints into it. I was eating a ton of Subway. I'd do like 1/12. I wouldn't have breakfast, but I have a 12 incher for lunch, 12 incher for dinner. So when I went in March 2018, I was a little chunky. I'd like never actually been that chunky ever. So I was a little chunky. I was like 175 pounds, but mostly fat. Well, normally I'm like, right now probably 155 with way less fat. If I'm at the gym working out, then I'm like 170, like religiously. So I was definitely a little chunky here. She actually had braces on. I think she got them, maybe December or January. So I went down, hung out with them. Went to like sand surfing on the dunes. And by the way, the whole time this is happening from the start till now, and every day after. Even when Sarah's crying that she may not see me again, even when she sent me those Disney videos of the Up movie, that she wants to be with me forever, blah, blah, blah. Even while that's happening, where do I have this? Somewhere here. Even while that's happening, Sarah knows that this graph governs our relationship. So I didn't, but Sarah knew this, because all women know this. It's programmed into all women. So all women have backup men, because they know. All this graph shows, it shows this stuff, but all it shows is male-female relationships are programmed to end. So all this stuff with Sarah, she knew it was programmed to end between her and I, but I did not. And the way she was talking, women are biologically programmed to lie. Like, I think I got derived that here. So she hid that graph from me and hid that fateful conclusion because it would have given her a lower probability of survival if she was unable to extract resources via marriage from me. So it felt perfect. Again, the only reason is because I didn't know this graph. I did not know this graph. Disney, Hollywood, media, it all hides this from you guys. Same with me. Hid it from me. Alright, so that's March 2018. Came back working on the crypto stuff. And I noticed I was getting chunky because the photos that she always took a ton of photos of us together. Uploaded it to Facebook, Instagram, whatever. I was like, one of them, we're sitting down on the beach and like she was sitting on my lap. It was like a side view. I was like, man, we had shirts on. It wasn't a bathing suit. I was like, man, I can definitely see the rolls under the shirt. I've never been that chunky. So I stopped at the subway, I think, after seeing those photos because I didn't really notice it before. Also, all right, this is March 2018. We went to an awesome place. Their family rented a house so they're from Hermosillo. So that's where I'd be going. Dude, and they had a taco stand right across their house. $1 tacos, 17 pesos. Real Mexican tacos. I loved it. So Hermosillo. This is northern Mexico. And this March 2018, we rented I didn't rent it. They rented a big vacation mansion. It's either in one of these places, Bahia Quino or Quino Nuevo. These these kind of like the traditional places you go to. Like in California, where the traditional place be, I don't know, like Knott's Berry Farm or something, if you're in LA. Or whatever. Six Flags. Yeah, if you're in LA. Kind of just like a traditional place to visit. They didn't really have they had a good zoo that we went to once. Down here in the southwest corner, I think. Oh, here we go. Centro Ecológico de Sonora. Oh yeah, me and Sarah had dinner here. I got octopus. Yeah, so they rented a house here. I came with them. Like 3-day vacation or something. Where was it? So we got Quino, Bahia Quino. I think there's another one. Guaymas. Down here. San Carlos is the other one. San Carlos, Sonora. So it's Bahia Quino and San Carlos that are like the default tourist destinations for everyone from Hermosillo. Let me see if I can see any of these houses here. It's like, yeah, close to the beach. Oh, looks like I stopped recording. All right, I'm back. I'm back. Yeah, I don't know where these. Alright, it is a big mega mansion. It's made to rent out for people coming to the beach here. That was March. This was March 2018, and I remember here at the mega mansion. There's a lot of people. There's also like her parents, friends, families. So I think we had like 20 or 30 people. Maybe not 30, but maybe 20 in this one. I remember sitting down with Sarah and telling her and we talked about marriage between March 2017 and March 2018, and I was thinking yeah, maybe get married by 27. At this point I was 25. Oh, I know. March 2018 I would have been 23. So we talk about, yeah, maybe like 27. That'd be good for me to get married. But when I sat her down here March 28th, we sat on a couch away from everyone. I took her hands and I said, hey, if we get married, we're going to have a prenup and I want, to let you know. Something like that I told her. And she's like, all right, cool. Yeah, prenup's fine. So she was cool with it when I told her. This is March 2018. And then we're looking more successful at raising money. Looks like we got a lot of people like soft committing, you know, something up to like, $8 to $12 million to invest in a crypto fund. And so I'm like feeling pretty confident. June rolls around, and Sarah tells me that she's going to go to Thailand in August. And I think she asked if I want to go. I told her, no, we're gonna, I'm doing this crypto stuff. I'm really close to closing the money, so I don't want to screw it up. I don't want to ruin it. And there's like 10% of me that was like, this is what I thought. I thought, dang, we're deviating from our normal relationship of traveling together. Is this gonna, if I draw like this, like let's say we've been doing this. If I deviate now, will she keep going, and then maybe I deviate a little bit more in the future? No, that's not. More like if I deviate a little bit more in the future, and I deviate a little more in the future, and then, we never come back. We never connect again. And like, what if this is me not going on this trip is the start of this? So that's one thing I was thinking of. The second thing I was thinking of was like she had just graduated. Let's put this here. She had just graduated. She had gotten her degree. I think it was June 2018, or maybe it was May. I don't really remember. I didn't go down for the graduation, but because I was just there 2 months prior. So I was asking her, what's she gonna do? And she said she's thinking of going to Canada. I was like, really? Why not New York? And or maybe she was like teeter-tottering for New York or Canada or whatever. But then I really started thinking like, oh man, are we really like breaking off here? And I should make a move. So it's actually, at the end of June 2018. Yeah, I was feeling good because I was #1 in the universe for stable coins at that time. I researched and found things that no one else in the universe knew about. So self-confidence was really high. So when we were talking on one of the phones near the end, like June 26th or something, I was like, hey, yeah, I plan to ask to marry you in Thailand, but since I'm not going to go, I was asking you over the phone, do you want to marry me? Because I'm not someone that has regrets. I'm not someone that misses a chance. And I remember she started crying and said yes. And I think she told her aunts, and then she called me back the next day and asked me if I was really asking to marry her, and I said yes. I think she started crying again. So why did I ask her to marry me is 75% because I felt right, but also 25% because of FOMO. Didn't want to miss out. I didn't know if this was starting. And I was like, I'm not guaranteed to have this, fairy tale story again or meet someone I match with perfectly, so I'm just gonna go for it. I'm not gonna have fear of the consequences. I'm definitely not gonna have the regret of not going for it and living every day wondering, oh, what if she didn't go to Canada and instead I married her? And what if that Disney fantasy was possible? Because we had the, kind of the meeting of fate in the, at the, right at the entrance to Alcatraz Island. And I did not know if this process had just started, this peel off, peel away process. Definitely some, mental manipulation by her to make me feel the FOMO by saying, no, maybe I'll go to Canada, I don't know. Probably, covertly telling me to, take the lead and make a decision. And yeah, how old is I? 23 at this time. She was 24. She was a year older than me. So it was July. Got into a big argument with one of the big money dudes. I did. I was gonna put money into our fund. And actually maybe he never was. Maybe he was always looking to hire us. But basically, I was talking about that I was a genius at stable coins and everything, and he got pissed that I was saying I was a genius. And I just kept telling him, but it's the truth. But it's the truth. But it's the truth. And he kept getting angry. So caused a rift. And all my partners were also the partners I was with doing this crypto stuff is 3 of them: Scotty G. Yavo, Anthony Pompliano. And none of them supported me being high self-esteem out loud. So this was July 2018. I think it was like July 4th or July 5th when this happened. So it was like 2 weeks after I'd asked Sarah to marry me, and she agreed. And yeah, just everyone was against me just being high self-esteem out loud, which is strange because we'd always worked together great prior to that. And so this basically, this what I'm showing you right here, this basically turned into me peeling off from the guys I was raising all the money for the crypto fund with. Because I just if you're going to attack me for just being high self-esteem out loud when I'm not hurting anyone, I'm not attacking anyone, it's like, I'm out. But, it didn't happen instantly. I kind of peeled off slowly, July, August, basically stopped talking to them by September. It's like, and also in July, the universe gave me a written album into my brain where I could use to say a lot of things I wanted to say. So yeah, Sarah had her trip planned to Thailand for August 30th to mid-September. So I think I was talking to her dad, and I went down to spend time with her and her family, kind of surprise. Maybe for the last week of August before they sent Sarah off. We all gathered together because all her family lives, the same 2 blocks. So this was end of August. Actually, beginning of August, went home. My parents got married, my mom and Rich. So let's say Aug 2018. Aug 2018. That's the beginning, then the end of the month. It's going down to Mexico. Yeah, because, I want to do it right. I don't want to talk about anything that their family wanted to talk about before. And Sarah got married because she can only be in the U.S. for 6 months at a time. With a tourist visa. So when she would come in mid-September, we'd have to get married sometime before that 6 months is up. And yeah, everything was good. And actually, when I asked her to marry me end of June, right after that was the first time we started talking every day. We didn't talk every day before that. Maybe 4 or 5 times a week. So it's most days. But then we started talking to each other all the time. Not all the time, but every single day. She went on a trip to Thailand. Remember one of the times, and we talked every day when she was in Thailand, just messaging on WhatsApp, her updating me. One of the nights she out of the blue said, "Oh, I love you so much, which I'm pretty sure is guilt for banging another dude when they say that out of the blue. Then she came home. Then she came, it was mid-September, it was September 18th. I was working on the written album, not really doing much crypto. I mean, the written album is half about stablecoin stuff, half about my views of the universe, things like that. So I planned for a September 28th, 2018 release date. So this is 10 days prior. She came September 2018. She came to, actually, let me do this line. So it's basically me in US plus her in Mex. This was June to August was me on trip. August 2018. It's kind of August, December was kind of us together, living together. I'll just put it LT. And then basically from here to here was me in US plus her in Mex. And then we started living together August or September 2018. And we had already lived together, 2.5 months. Yeah, half of August, September, October, and it was fine. And even after asking her to marry me, everything was fine. Right when she moved in, it was like September 28th. I'll put it like this, 2018. Her behavior, dude, instant drop off in her behavior. So I'll say, so this is when we started living together for the second time. And basically it was like kind of like this part here where everything starts going downhill. Because literally the first week we were there, our first week she's here, like, it's let's go on this. It was 2018. It was September 2018. Plan to release my written album here, so I spent all the time when she's here writing, and I was like, you can do whatever. The first week I was wearing my self-esteem was super high, so I was like number one in the universe for stable coins. Sarah agreed to marry me, which now I know, duh, because I get a bunch out of marriage. 3, universe gave me the written album to like say all the stuff the universe is trusting me to say. And so I was wearing long underwear one time in like the room, basically, yeah, kind of like these white ones. And so the way we were renting in Brooklyn, it was like three stories. Like it was basically just like each story had like 2 or 3 bedrooms, and there's like a common room up there. So I was walking through the common room with these long underwear on, and like someone had looked at me, kind of like this. I wasn't wearing the white top. It's like these. And like a girl, she would like looked at it strangely, and I was like, it was the first time I didn't like feel weird that someone's opinion was different for something I liked. So my self-esteem was like so high at the time. It was like the first time I felt like no force of other people's opinions against me. So I was actually wearing I was like, oh, these are actually fun to wear in the house. I was wearing them out to the store to go shopping also. So that's high self-esteem. I was like, yeah, I'm gonna wear whatever the F I want. I was wearing like normal shirts, but then like, yeah, these long underwear. So it was the first week Sarah's back, and I'm going to wear the long underwear because I was like, it's cool, it's different, nobody does it. I like trying new ideas, and I've always worn stuff Sarah didn't like, and she never cared about it until this first week we're living together after I asked her to marry me. She starts to, we're leaving out the bedroom door in Brooklyn, and go grocery shopping. And she's like, you're not wearing that. And I'm like, yeah, I am, let's go. And she's like, all right, well, what if I don't wear a bra to go to the grocery store? I'm like, I don't care, you're still the same person, let's go. And she sat down in the bed and started crying. And so, whenever women had cried at me in the past, I just ignore them. But all those relationships ended, so I was like, all right, let me try something different. So I sat down and like consoled her and talked with her, and she was crying because I said I didn't care. Well, she said that. The reason she was crying is because I asked her to marry me, therefore I overtly communicate I was weak sperm, and I did not know this graph. So like that was her first bad behavior, and literally every day, every week, every month, every year after that, her behavior followed this graph perfectly. Worse and worse every single day. I was trying to write, focus on my writing. She was getting all like antsy, pushing for stuff. She's just like bad behavior, just being Not too much. Like it definitely started out a small amount of bad behavior. And again, with all the women previous in my life, one thing of bad behavior, I was out. And this is the first one where I was like, well, I asked her to marry me. Let's see what happens. I'm going to let the bad behavior slide. And now I know, well, you're either going to get out here, or you're going to get out here, or you're going to get out here, or you're going to get out here, or she's going to get out here and destroy you, or she's going to get out here and destroy you, or she's going to get out here and destroy you. So, it's fine that I let it go, because I got this graph. And so, I bought her, a really good pots and pans set so she could make us food. And then she started pushing more for, let's upgrade our living space, look at, she said she didn't want us to be married and just, living in a bedroom only with a common area that other people share. So this was October. So we started looking at a place in Manhattan, but it's $2,200 a month for a one bedroom. I was talking to Rich, why does she think she gets an auto upgrade? Now I know the reason why. Because I showed, by asking her to marry me, I did not know truth, I did not know this graph, or I was not basing my life on truth, aka this graph, either of those, that both of those, either one, means I am weak sperm, or I'm choosing to be weak sperm, which means by the Meats /Meats principle, aka the Meats equation, she's going to extract more meat from me. So what we actually did was, we're planning our wedding. I was also trying to finish my writing. I missed the deadline, not because of she was screwing off, but I realized there's way more stuff I wanted to say. It's my own self-imposed deadline, but I didn't release it. So still writing throughout August, still planning the wedding. We decided, all right, we're going to do it December 26th, but up at my parents' house, Albany. So we actually moved back home with my parents November 2018, packed up all the stuff from Brooklyn, November 1st, 2018, moved back home to my parents in the suburbs outside of Albany, lived in a nice finished basement. We got kitchen and everything down there, whole living room. And I kept writing. We'll go to the library every day, write. Had the wedding December 26, 2018. Oh, I gotta tell you about the prenup stuff. So I was trying to finish up the writing before the wedding. And then turned the last week of November, I was I am not finishing this before the wedding. So that's when I started getting the prenup stuff. Gave all my prenup stuff to my wife. Then she was like, what is this? Well, she was fine with it when I read it over to her the first time. But since both parties have to have a lawyer, I paid for her lawyer as well. After she met with the lawyer, she's like, what is this? You'll leave me with nothing, blah, 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 blah. So we did all the negotiation for the, all the negotiation for the prenup. And again, I did it wrong. I did the car salesman, tried to do car salesman with her. Start far apart. We both negotiate down to me in the middle. But it turned into this. Every time I acquiesced to something where it's all right, that sounds reasonable, that she said. She moves the goalposts more. So we did not sign the, I think I told the story in the last video, but it's basically oops. There we go. It's basically while we're negotiating it, I think I first gave it to her December 12th or December 10th, because we actually went to New York City, maybe December 8th through the 10th or whatever, to do a photo shoot for me proposing to her in Central Park. I want to give her really good photos, but her behavior was starting to degrade this time, just a little bit worse and worse every single day. Maybe we're right here, just there's friction, where there never was before. There's always perfect before, and we lived together 2.5 months, and there's no friction, no fighting, no arguing at all, until I asked her to marry me, and then we lived, moved in together. So yeah, we did the photo shoot, paid for like 2 different photographers. I thought that, this marriage was going to last forever, so I was like, cool, let's do big, let's do great, for this first and only time. Again, I did not know this graph, although my wife did. All women know this graph. All women know male-female relationships are programmed to end. That's why all women in your life, they've never worked on their relationship. Why? Because they know there's nothing to work on. Once it's out of the honeymoon phase, it's programmed to end. So they just accept the inevitable. It's us men who don't know this graph, or who reject this graph and think it's not real, who will be the ones to work and make the relationship work. But it's like, think of it like this. All women know that water freezes at 32 Fahrenheit and below, whereas all men are told that water freezes at like minus 200 Fahrenheit and below. So from 32F to minus 200F, the man is his water's freezing. He doesn't know why. He's been told his whole life water doesn't freeze till minus 200F. So he's like trying all these things to get the water to melt between 32F to 200F, so the water's like goes back to liquid water, just because he's been lied to and the truth's been withheld from him his whole life. And he's trying throwing salt on the ice, which actually could help a little bit if you know chemistry. Maybe he's adding ketchup, like I don't know. And maybe you got to keep your, maybe if your water freezes between 32 to 200 minus 200F, you lose half your assets, your house, your retirement, half your business. And so it's happening to men every day, but it's just because they've been lied to. This graph has been withheld from them. All right, so yeah, I started to talk with a divorce prenup attorney like last week of November 2018. Got the first write-up like December 12th, and I gave it to Sarah. And we had done like prenup photo shoot like December 8th to the 10th, and we're getting married December 26th. So we got to finish up this prenup stuff fast. And like the prenup was so difficult with her. It felt like we're stabbing each other in the souls. Like it just like black energy came out, and she was like cold mode, not talking to me at all. But, like all the prenup said was, I keep my stuff before the marriage. I keep my stuff acquired during the marriage. She keeps her stuff before the marriage. She keeps her stuff acquired during the marriage. And I'll pay for her health insurance, and we'll have a joint bank account. Anything bought from the joint bank account that has both of our names on it, the bank account does, will be owned by us both 50-50. And I think also there's an alimony schedule where marriage of 0 to 5 years, she gets 0 alimony. Marriage of 5 to 10 years, she gets 2 years of alimony. Marriage more than 10 years, she gets 5 years of alimony, something like that. So like, it wasn't like a marriage has a default prenup that slaughters the man. So I was put into a place of prenup that did not slaughter me. And like, I didn't like it. Like, she wasn't her normal loving self. Again, well, women are always, how do we say it? Women are always relative to the man that they are around or near. So she was, she was sliding down the slope. That's where she was going. And I remember, in the other video I said, I never dealt with someone who was behaving like this, and like I'm trying to finish my writing, trying to follow my dreams, and she's just making this prenup thing so hard, asking for more and more and more and more. So annoying. And I'm just asking to not get slaughtered. Like, that's all I want. And like, it's difficult for her to accept that. And why? Well, because women are biologically programmed to have their relationships end, leave men, and via the meets principle, us having the prenup was, since whenever you ask a woman to marry you, you are overtly telling her you are weak sperm, because it's either A, you don't know this graph, which means you're choosing to be weak sperm, or B, you know this graph, but you're assuming it's incorrect, which again, you're choosing to be weak sperm. Therefore, women are programmed to extract maximum meat, money, energy, attention, time from you. So the prenup I was having was preventing her from exercising this meat option, which she is programmed to want, which I know now. Programmed to extract maximum meat from you, because I chose to be strong sperm and marry her. Or I chose to be weak sperm and marry her. Therefore, for her brain to satisfy the meats principle, aka the meats equation right here, she has to extract maximum meat from me, which would be no prenup. And yeah, I had to go to my lawyer, and I was like, what do I tell her to stop her? He's like, you got to tell her no. You got to tell her if she doesn't sign it, then you guys aren't getting married. And I was like, oh, actually, that does make sense. And I'd never been with someone that I needed to, tell no, like they're taking too much or being too greedy. It's my first time in my life, and my brain's focused on writing, creating a new universe. Like, I don't have the brain capacity to deal with this. So I think we signed the divorce settlement agreement, or the prenup, I don't know, December 23rd maybe. And she was just so cold mode. It was like, dude, it was like her soul had been sucked out of her, like a Harry. She'd like turned into a Harry Potter Dementor. And it wasn't. She didn't scream. Like, it wasn't physical fighting. She didn't scream. It's just like, it's like she just went to cold mode, like cold shoulder, ignore me mode. Just do like one word answers. When I was just normally trying to talk to her about her day or whatever. Like normal, like I'd always talked to her 3 years prior. And it was just like, the happiness is sucked out of any room she entered. It was so weird. I'd never experienced it in my life. So it was like a Dementor from Harry Potter enters the room dealing with her. And I remember the night before she sent me an email, was like, linked some article where it's like, why a prenup, why you don't need a prenup. Also, she was saying like, she like wrote something out and emailed it to me where she said, I'll sign this because I love you, but I don't like it. And like, when we were doing this prenup stuff in December, she was like, I told her like, I told you about the prenup March 2018. Why didn't you just research it yourself if you didn't know like what it deals with or that it prevents me from being slaughtered? And she was blaming me for her not doing the research. I'm like, what? And I was like, I'd never been with someone who was illogical or I'd never like tried to do something with someone who's illogical, since all women are illogical. It was my first time like trying to negotiate something with someone who's illogical. And I'm just like, what is going on? And we signed it. Yeah, the night before she signed it, she wrote out something, emailed it to me. It was like, I love you, but I don't like this prenup, something like that. It really hurt me. So, me preventing myself from getting slaughtered is hurting her. LOL. On the default prenup, if we didn't get like the additional one, get an add-on prenup, would have slaughtered me and taken half my stuff. But what she was really saying was, wow, what you're doing is you asked to marry me, which means you're weak sperm, and now you're preventing me, and now you're only allowing me to get lowercase meat from you, money, energy, attention, time. So actually, now that I'm thinking about it, I was actually putting her like meat plus S equals maybe like 10%. So actually, it does make sense she was feeling bad, because remember, maximum discomfort for women, if there's no men around, they can't extract meat nor sperm from them. That's 100%. So I was proving I was weak sperm, plus I was only giving her access to low meat. So maybe this meat equation for going through this, just doing this prenup with her was like, I don't know, maybe 20%. So extremely uncomfortable for her. So actually that makes sense. Her behavior based off this, what do I call this, the meats horseshoe? Yeah, the meats horseshoe. So actually her behavior does make sense. Because when she overtly asks a woman to marry you, she knows you're either unable to find truth or unable to base your life off truth, which means you're a man who is choosing to be weak sperm. And the meat preventing her from extracting a lot of resources from me. So yeah, it actually does make sense. She was feeling really bad. And again, women are slaves to their emotions. They cannot control the emotions that they feel. So actually, yeah, she was feeling somewhere down here like 10 to 20% of the meat's horseshoe. And so we did sign it. So she sent that letter to me. She's like, I'm feeling bad. I'd rather write it out than tell you, or than talk it out. Allows me to get my thoughts easier. The divorce is, or not the divorce, the prenup. Maybe she said something like it's like we're planning for a divorce, maybe something like that. Then she linked an article saying prenups are planning for divorce, blah blah blah. and she actually slept on the couch, so she didn't sleep with me. Sleep in the bed with me. That I don't know, December 24th. I think that was I think that was. It was either that night before we signed it or the night after we'd already signed it. So I even remember that day we went to sign it. Spent like $60 to go on the car ride down to Albany, the Uber. Yeah, she was just so cold, like a Dementor. Like her soul was like just one word answers to me. Just no happiness, no fun. Like, we're getting married in a few weeks. What, like, and the only thing the prenup does is it prevents me from being slaughtered. Like, why are you so mad that you prevented me from being slaughtered? Well, now I know from the meats equation. She wanted to get max meat. And therefore, she already knew we were going to get divorced, which is why she didn't want to have the prenup there. And what's interesting, since I had her sign the prenup, it moved up my sperm strength a little bit because I ignored her lies. Like, I was right for the wrong reasons. I wanted to get the prenup just basically from watching, like, the Hollywood movies growing up, or the shows, or in the media seeing how men get slaughtered. It's like, I'm not getting slaughtered. I worked too hard to get slaughtered. So my sperm strength went up by having her not acquiescing to her psychological warfare to not have the prenup. And in my divorce, the meat she took was basically zero from me. Now, we had to pair this with me filing first, me figuring out all the answers to women, blah, 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 to really bump my meat up, or bump my sperm strength up to here. So that she requires a small amount of meat from me, like from down here. But, that's the divorce. That's later on. So it's interesting, I was right for the wrong reasons. So, like, I increased my sperm strength, not because I was trying to increase my sperm strength, but because I didn't want to get slaughtered. Like, I worked too hard at too many horror stories. My parents got divorced when I was 3. And, like, I remember my bio dad had to live in, like, a camper on his parents' front yard. We stayed in the house with my mom. And then I always fight. Mom would always be stressed out, yelling about child support. And bio dad doesn't do enough. It's like too much anger and bad energy. I just want to have a prenup, so we've already decided on it beforehand. And actually, if you act in accordance to this chart, women will perceive you as strong sperm, and they will extract minimum meat from you. So I inadvertently acted this chart out. Even going through this stuff with Sarah, I thought there's 0% chance we would get divorced. Because I'd actually looked, before I asked her to marry me, I'd actually looked at the divorce rate in Mexico, and it was 15%. Let me see. I researched this stuff because my parents divorced. I didn't like it. That happened when I was 3. Right here. I remember looking at this before asking Sarah to marry me. Mexico, there we go. 17%. I was like, all right. And yeah, whenever I went down to visit her family, all her parents were married. All her aunts and uncles were married when they would come to the parties. Everyone was married. I'm like, oh, okay. But her behavior was starting to go down. September 2018. And then we got married. She was actually pretty good that day. Pretty good behavior. So we got married December 26, 2018. So I'll put this at like Jan 1, 2018. So we got married. I had friends from university. Everything was fine. Jan 1. This will be 2019. Also, another thing. It started back in September. I did, so September she came, and I think after a day or two, she said she was not on birth control anymore. I was like, oh, we did not even talk about that. I don't think we had banged since she had come back. But I was like, oh, we didn't even talk about, to make sure we're both on the same page, blah, blah, blah. So that kind of irked me. Well, not too much, maybe 0.2 out of 10. But, when she came, September 18th when she came back, my desire to bang her, went way down. Originally I was thinking maybe I was afraid of getting her pregnant, but I wasn't afraid before. But, now I was afraid since I was married of getting her pregnant, having to pay child support. But what I'm thinking was, I think just like my natural body was noticing her increase in masculinity, and what I believe is that was turning me off. It's like before I'd ask her to marry me, I definitely always wanted to bang, and it was easy. We both wanted to, but after I asked her to marry me, for the whole time of the marriage, she wanted to bang more than I did. I never once wanted to bang her, at a higher frequency than she wanted to bang me. So I'm thinking my body just was reacting to her increase in masculinity, which maybe is just noticing the increase in masculinity. But I also know when you're with a masculine woman, it increases your stress. And stress is cortisol. And cortisol, this is Spanish, steroid. And so there's people that are stressed have higher cortisol levels. Do we have any English here? I guess not. And cortisol is 1 over testosterone. So when cortisol goes up, testosterone goes down. So I think either my body detected naturally her masculinity and lowered my desire to bang her. Maybe by lowering my T, or maybe not. Just because my body would be like, you really want to go bang a dude? That girl's being masculine, she's acting like a man. You really want to bang a dude? Or the second option is, let's look at this. Cortisol and stress. Yes, the primary stress hormone. And then if we look at testosterone, it's inverse testosterone. Cortisol level spike. Body response to testosterone is it's either my body noticed she's becoming more masculine and wasn't wanting to bang as much because dude, you don't want to go bang a man, or Sarah's more masculinity was slowly increasing my cortisol, which is slowly decreasing my testosterone, not wanting me to bang as much. So that's interesting. And again, this curve also shows man's happiness in the marriage / relationship, and the percent femininity and percent agreeableness of my wife. So she was perfect up until we moved in together after asking her to marry me. And it was all downhill exactly like this graph. All downhill. And it was funny. Yes, I think the day we got married was fine. I don't remember her being cold mom. Probably because I get married now, she become a U.S. citizen. And forgot what I was going to type in to check out. But yeah, so it's December 26, 2018. It's the day we got married. And yeah, she just kept getting, worse and worse. All right, so we got married December 26, 2018. And a few things before that. Yeah, maybe right around December. She started putting more rules on me. Kind of don't tell me, shut the fuck up anymore, because I'm your wife. And I would say I kind of half serious, half joking with her before that. And she'd say, oh, it's disrespectful to me because I'm your wife. And to me, I was I'm just focused on right now. I'm just focused on following my dreams. I don't really care about anything. So I was like, all right, cool, that's fine. So one mistake I made was I was assuming male and female brains are the same. It's if a man had told me, yeah, don't do that, and I didn't really care about it, I wouldn't ask him oh, why don't you want me to do that? I'd be or let's say they didn't like something. I wouldn't be oh, explain to me why you don't like that. If they don't like it, they don't like it. I don't need an explanation for why they don't like it. So I assume this was just not consciously, just kind of oh, well, if she says she doesn't like it, well, I'm going to tell her to write out 8 reasons why she doesn't like it and present it to me, and then I'll, make a decision on if I keep doing it or not. So I was assuming when she was saying she didn't like it, she was saying it as if a man was saying he didn't like something. So again, I wouldn't be telling him oh yeah, explain to me 8 reasons why you don't like this. Just he doesn't like it, all right? You don't need to explain anything to me. But see, when women say don't do something or they don't like something, everything they ask for, everything they request, everything women say is a sperm strength test. So again, when she was saying that stuff, it was actually a sperm strength test for me. I did not choose the right one. Actually, To be honest, I did. And I'll tell you why. By choosing the wrong thing, she chooses you as weak sperm, which just, all it does is it speeds up this graph, doing the wrong things. Like, let's say the less masculine things. Speeds up this graph, which is good. You get divorced year 3 instead of year 11. And guess what? In year 3, you may have no kids, so there's no child support, no child support litigation, no child custody fights, no child custody litigation. So you get less assets, lower income, so less fighting over 50-50 division of assets, less, your salary's lower, so less paying in alimony to her. You've been married less time, so less overall length of alimony. Also, less than 10 years is no lifetime alimony, but more than 10 years length of marriage in California is lifetime alimony. And so I always advise men, do the most feminine, least masculine things in your marriage possible if you're not going to file for divorce. Because if you are, then it doesn't matter. Do whatever you want to do. Just make sure to file for a divorce to stop the marriage clock from ticking, from continuing to increase. And yeah, if you do the least masculine things, that'll definitely accelerate this curve. Yeah, you'll be divorced way faster instead of, imagine being divorced year 27. Ugh. How much assets you have to lose, And you can't stop your wife from divorcing you. She's going to divorce you anyways. Look at this graph. She's going to divorce you anyways. Guaranteed already banging a few other dudes. So just divorce now. It's too emotional painful for you. All right, I was there. I went through it. A divorce, but still keep the relationship going. Just say, hey, it's too stressful for me to have this take up in my relationship. Just going to sign these papers, but we'll continue the relationship as normal. Still live here. Nothing's going to change. I'll still pay for everything as normal. That's what I did. And it's great because they don't feel like they're losing access to your resources, so they don't request as much in the divorce. All right, so is that thing. Yeah, she did put rules in me. I did acquiesce to the rules, mostly because, I didn't really care. I just want to focus on my dreams. I don't need to fight, in the house. I'm at war outside all day. So that's the first thing. The second thing, which is interesting, was for the Christmas gift, December 25th. It was Christmas. We got married the day after. So one of the times we went shopping, she's like, we're going to get you clothes for Christmas. I was like, what? I already got clothes. She's like, oh, more new, different clothes. And me, I'm fine to run any type of experiment. So I'm like, all right, cool, let's do it. Let's see what stuff we find, what stuff, again, I was like, I already got clothes, but she wants to buy me clothes. I was like, all right, I should run the experiment and see what happens. But she should bring me clothes she thought were cool, and I would approve or deny them. I realize now it's like her trying to dress me up as like a monkey to look good on her Instagram profile, or socially acceptable to her friends on her Instagram profile. So I did the weak sperm thing by acquiescing to her rules. I did the weak sperm thing by letting her buy clothes on my behalf when I didn't want them. I didn't want clothes, but we actually did find some cool stuff. But I was following her lead, which was a weak sperm thing to do. But again, I still didn't have any energy to argue. I'm focusing on writing. I got tons of things in my brains. I got put down on paper. I don't have time to energy argue at the house. What a waste of time. All right, so those were two things I wanted to share. It happened around, December 2018. So now we're going to January. She was I don't know, one day she's trying to stay up late discussing stuff, whatever I told her, yeah, we don't ever want to go to sleep angry at each other, which, now that I look at the meats equation, when she tries to stay up discussing things, it's her trying to extract maximum meat from you, and if you allow that, then she feels you are weak sperm, which actually is fine. It's fine to do these bad things when you're in a marriage, because it simply accelerates when you get divorced. And getting divorced in year 3 is far better than year 7. It's definitely far better than year 11. It's definitely far better than year 22. Definitely far better than year 37. Definitely far better than year 42. Get divorced as fast as possible. AFAP. As fast as possible. Because look, this graph is going to happen anyways. You're just going to be with someone that's behaving worse and worse every single day. Divorce her here. Well, what I do now is one smidgen of bad behavior of something they don't like. I don't like something they do. Blocked and deleted instantly. 1 out of like 1,000 will still, hit me up from a friend's number, from a friend's Instagram. All right, I let those back into my life. Why? Because their behavior comes right back up to 100% perfect. Because they know that my behavior shows I know this graph, which means I got strong sperm, and they come back like, I need some of that God sperm. All right, so yes, and I was testing to talk to her about stuff, talk through things, because all my relationships before I just ignore when women brought concerns to me, and those relationships ended, which isn't bad. It means they felt I was super strong sperm, so they only extracted minimum meat from me. So relationships going long is terrible. You don't want to, no, because long relationships only follow this graph. Why would you want this when you could just have, STRs with women in honeymoon phase and just kick them out once they do one act of bad behavior? And just have perpetually 10 out of 10 perfectly behaved women. So that's all I do now. All right, another thing, it was like 2 weeks after we got married. Sarah's behavior was probably, I don't know, let's say like here where, I'm trying to connect the lines. Maybe even a little bit lower. I looked at that graph that I showed you. Mexico, divorce rate, 17%. I looked at this again, and I remember Sarah saying something earlier in our relationship, saying something, oh yeah, her aunt and uncle were married, but they had, unhappy relationship or something. So after we got married, wife's behavior kept, slowly deteriorating, and I went back to look at this 17% divorce rate. And you know what I realized? Or what I was thinking at the time was, I think I read the data wrong. And it's just 2 weeks after we got married. So it was like right at the early January, I was like, man, I think I read this data wrong. Because my parents got divorced when I was younger, didn't want divorce to happen again. I was like, man, I think I read this Mexico 15% data wrong. And you, the viewer, you might be thinking, how could you read that wrong? It's right there. I thought that 17% divorce rate means that the male and female husband and wife would work it out and continue to solve the problems and continue onward at a higher probability than a United States woman would. But since after I married Sarah, her behavior kept getting slowly worse, for those 2 weeks. So it's 2 weeks after I married her, I revisited this picture. There's a different one where it said 15% divorce rate in Mexico. I was like, oh my God, I read the data wrong. I made a mistake. 17% doesn't mean they figure it out. 17% means the woman thinks she can behave however she wants and the man will not leave. That's what the 17% means. And I was like, yo, I think I made a mistake. Just because of how Sarah's behavior kept getting worse. I was wondering, like, oh, maybe her behavior, maybe it's just like pre-marriage, I don't know, jitters or something. Maybe her behavior will, improve and come back up to 10 out of 10 after the marriage. I don't think I thought that consciously, but maybe unconsciously I was like, oh, I hope that happens. Let's see. I'm not going to make big decisions on my life because she's been behaved perfect for 3 years and then less than perfect for like 2 months. I'm not going to bail out that fast. But no, after we got married, she slipped from like here down to like here, in the 2 weeks after. And so I was like, yo, I think I read this data wrong. I think I interpreted this data incorrectly. I think I made a mistake. Because 17% doesn't mean they'll figure it out. 17% means the woman will behave however she wants and the man will not leave. And I'm like, oh my God. But you know what? I'm still writing. I was reselling electronics on Amazon. And at that point, I had $100,000 of Christmas light inventory. And I didn't put the price low enough to sell through for Christmas. So I had like 100K of inventory, Google Trends. It was my first time selling like seasonal products. So like the first week of January, I typed in Christmas lights. Christmas lights. And like I have been selling, I've always sold electronics, but let's do Christmas lights. Christmas lights. So I looked at this like the first week of January. I had like 100K of inventory that I didn't sell through because I didn't. I was focused on getting married, doing this prenup stuff. Let's look at the last 2004 to present. Like that. Let's go to the 5 years. So it was the first week of January when I was like looking at this. And Christmas like demand is at 6% of its peak. So I had to like pull all the inventory back from Amazon. Most of it. Hey, look at this. Picking up right now. So like I had 100,000 inventory I'm stuck with till the next year. And Sarah's behavior is decreasing every day. Plus I'm trying to finish this writing that I'm backed up on. And also like, since we're living at home, I was getting, spent time talking with my parents. I was getting super marketing blast from them, like every week, marketing me to buy a car. Infrequently marketing me to join a corporation and stop building a business. Marketing me to, what was the other one? Get a mortgage for a house. Invest in real estate. Is that it? Car. Oh, get a car, get a mortgage, join a corporation, invest in real estate. Yeah. And I was getting like the get a car like once a week marketing. So just like my brain was at like 400% capacity, so 300% over capacity. I had so much going on. I couldn't even think straight. So, all right, continuing on. January 1st, we also started my wife's immigration stuff. Getting all the papers to naturalize her as a U.S. citizen. Getting her started on the path because she's married me, a U.S. citizen. And then, like, I think it was in mid-Jan, like, I told my parents, like, hey, yeah, me and Sarah, we're also going to, like, go live in Colombia, test out living in Colombia, Mexico, Japan for a little bit. In my, in the future. Both my parents said, no, like, no, you're not going to do that, or no, don't do that, something like that. But they both said no. It's the first time both of my parents had told me not to follow my dreams. So, like, they're marketing me all this stuff to, like, get me enslaved. Car, mortgage, join a corporation, stop doing my business stuff, or at least do it on the side instead. Get stuck with an illiquid asset like a car or house. Fixed debt payment like a mortgage. Mortgage just, all that allows is you to not have an opinion. That's all mortgage is. So they're marketing all this stuff, and then they're overtly telling me not to follow my dreams when I say, hey, I'm going to go live in Colombia, Mexico, Japan. Me and Sarah are going to try out those places. And I think like right before my birthday, like, so we're doing the immigration stuff with Sarah. I just realized, like, dude, I can't live here with my parents anymore. So let's update this. So this was September to November. So this is living together, NYC. And so I told my parents like a week before we left. I talked to Sarah about it. I was like, I just can't have the, it's basically because, I started telling Sarah, yeah, we're going to stay here, live with my parents for 3 years, save up, get some property, I'm going to keep my writing stuff, we'll get you a job around here. And we did have to pick where we're going to live because Sarah to get our green card was going to take between like 6 to 12 months, depending on the city we were in. I think Albany might have been like 14 months at that time. So when we sent in her immigration stuff, we were stuck in that city for at least like 12 months until she got her green card and she could begin working. And living together in NYC. And we left like the Monday after the Super Bowl. Whatever that was, maybe February 5th, 2019. And it stunk because my parents marketed me all these products to enslave myself. And I'm just like, you're supposed to protect me. Like, why are you injecting brain poison into me to enslave myself? And just the tough thing was like they're programmed to keep injecting that brain poison. Mortgage, slavery, work for a corporation, extra slavery, car, not as much slavery, but it's used to like the first. It's just used as a a habit breaker, same as like Amazon offering like free shipping for the first order, just to break your habit to do the first thing to enslave yourself. So get the car, enslave yourself a little bit, but breaks your habit and like get you acclimated to doing things to enslave yourself. Then get the house, join the corporation, and be a complete slave. And just like my parents marketing it to me, it was relentless. It was like me standing, in the ocean in hip deep water, and it's just wave crashing over me, wave crashing over me, wave crashing over me, wave crashing over me. And like I don't have the brain juice to defend against all these attacks. Living together, parents, and so I basically told them, what did I tell them? I told them, dude, I cried the entire time telling them. I told them like, look, me and Sarah were out, 60%, because it's too much control and influence coming from you guys. 30%, so we can go to a better city, get Sarah her green card faster. 10%, because Sarah, we're in the basement, nice finished basement, but Sarah will sometimes hear us talking about, or she'll hear her name when we're up here, and she'll, be uncomfortable about it, whatever. But the biggest thing was, my parents were just injecting me with brain poison, like marketing me to enslave myself. Like, what? Why? It's because they don't see it as enslaving themselves. They see it as normal. Same as the black slaves for 200 years. They didn't see themselves as slaves. They saw them as normal life for a black person. Get up, we gotta work every day. Sometimes we get whipped if we don't, do good. Then we go to sleep. So it's just a normal life to us. We don't see it as slavery. And one of the things I do is I do not tell people what to say. I let everyone, be themselves to the 100 trillionth power. And what I do is, I got limited time. I have to choose who I'm going to spend my limited time with. And I'm going to choose to spend it with those who do not, inject brain poison into me to slaughter my dreams. Those who do not market me to enslave myself. It's also because I trusted them so much. Like, I knew I was going to convert on that marketing. I just knew. Because they're also telling me to invest in real estate stuff, and then, after a few weeks of hearing that, I was like, yeah, that's smart. I was telling Sarah, hey, we're going to live here for 3 years. We're going to, get 3 properties, and then we'll move out, and we'll live off the income, the rental income from these properties. So, like, I already caved to that marketing, and I did cave to getting a car. Like, 2 weeks before we decided to leave, and I told my parents. I'd finally caved, like, after hearing my parents market me to get a car for, like, once a week for 12 weeks straight, or whatever. All of November, all of December, all of January, yeah. So I caved twice to their marketing. So I was definitely going to cave to the not follow my dreams marketing. I was definitely going to cave to the get a mortgage marketing. I was definitely going to cave to join the corporation marketing. And, like, I lose all my greatness. I would have been Monstarred from Space Jam, when the Monstars take the basketball players' superpowers. So yeah, when we decided to leave, go to Raleigh, it was super painful telling my parents that, because I had to acknowledge, like, I had to overtly acknowledge that, like, hey, I can't be around you guys because you're you. You're programmed to inject me with, self-enslaving information. And, to be honest, the only problem with that is I trust you guys so much that I'll probably convert on it. Because you guys have always been so great to me. So it stinks. So, like, all the trust I built up with them, was used to inject me in self-enslaving marketing. So I had to leave. Like, I would have been trapped and ensnared if I didn't leave. So yeah, it felt like breaking up with my parents because I had to overtly say, I didn't overtly say it to them, but I was like, look, you guys, too much control and influence. You guys are putting it into my brain. And, again, I don't tell people what to say. But, you know, since that's who you guys are, I really can't be around y'all. So yeah, I was basically telling them, like, hey, I can't be around you guys because you're you. Which stinks, but, hey. It's their choice to, you know, to choose what information to inject into my brain. And it's my choice to, you know, who I want to be around, who I want to allow to inject information into my brain. And that's it. So yeah, we moved out. I think I told my parents like a week before, because that's like right when we decided. And it was maybe end of January. It was wild because we'd submitted the immigration papers, and like for some reason the dude hadn't submitted, like working on them after like a week or 8 days or something. So it seemed like the universe had that lawyer hold off, so he didn't start the process. So, you know, I could escape and get somewhere where my dreams would be safe and wouldn't be, and you know, I wouldn't be injected with brain poison. So I actually do see that the universe had the lawyer hold off and not start processing everything. Because remember, once we started the process, we're going to stay in that city until she got her green card, which would have been like 6 to 12 months, 6 to 14 months, you know, somewhere in there. So went to Raleigh. She got her green card in like 3 months, I think. But yeah, February 5th, 2019. Actually, we won't say LT parents. So living together, Albany. Living together. Let me get an NYC. Trip. That was to China. Alright, so now we're caught up. Yeah, so we moved to Raleigh, lived there for a year. Our behavior kept sliding down. Kept going down. Like I think maybe March or April. She was like, you know, be fake angry at me about something. Like, I paid all her, you know, I wanted to give her a great life because she was great to me. Paid for everything. I told her, you know, do whatever you want. I'm gonna work on my, you know, business during the day. You can work, you cannot work. She want to make YouTube videos? Like, cool. Make YouTube videos. We'll set you up a nice desk, good studio. Yep. Get a good apartment, good light in Raleigh. So you can, you know, film, you know, make whatever you want. You know, I'll be working following my dreams, so follow yours. And like, it was like March or April where, you know, fake angry about something, like things that don't matter. She would just get fake angry about it and then like, you know, give me the cold shoulder. I don't think it was super bad like in the later years. So I don't think in Raleigh the cold shoulder was as bad as in the later years. But I still notice there's like never any 10 out of 10 good times anymore. Which makes sense because all male-female relationships follow this graph. So we're out of the 10 out of 10 phase, which makes sense that there'd be no 10 out of 10 times anymore. I always thought it was so strange. So I was like, we're the same people. But remember, I drive this down here. When she moves along this curve, her vantage point of you changes. So her reference point of how she feels about you changes. This is where it comes from. This is why you both are the same people, but she's reacting, you know, differently. Probably the same with me and my parents. They've mostly always been marketing the self-enslavement stuff to me. But the one thing I did change is finally both parents overtly told me not to follow my dreams. Like, oh no, don't go live in Mexico, don't go live in Colombia, don't go live in Japan. So I think that was a big thing. But also, I think the universe activated something in me to be infinitely protective over my dreams where, hey, if you're coming to slaughter them, you know, it'll cause you a lot more pain by me leaving. You know, and I'll deal with that as long as my dreams are kept alive. Yeah, whatever pain it is, that's fine, I'm out. So, yeah, life kept sliding down this. Oh, and what I was going to say is March and April. So, yeah, we moved to Raleigh, North Carolina, which I have an aunt that lives down there and cousins. Yeah, like 30 minutes away from Raleigh. So it's also good because there's a like a green card wait time by city thing that you can check online for federal government. And Raleigh was good. It was like 6 months wait time. So I was like, heck yeah. And it's lower cost of living. And my cousin's aunt were down there. It's like, let's test out some southern living. So in like March or April, she would like stop making me breakfast. And I wouldn't yell at her every day to make breakfast. She just did it automatically. And she started to stop making me breakfast to like get back at me for something. You know, whatever fake thing she made up in her mind, which really is just her, you know, just sliding down this. Look, my wife was angry about the same thing your wife is angry about. They're angry that you don't know this graph. Either one, you don't know it, therefore you are choosing to be weak sperm because you're choosing not to find truth. Or two, you do know about this graph, but you're choosing to be weak sperm and not choosing to base your life off truth. It's all wives are mad at the same thing. They'll never tell you because they have to hide this. Because if men know this graph, no man would invest any resources into any woman. They'll just do what I do, use women for sex and ghost them. And women have always needed resources for men to survive. So that's why they hide this graph so much. So like all these fake angry, like your wife is doing, all this fake stuff, it's fake angry. It's just to hide this graph. I mean, they're actually really angry you don't know this graph. Same with my wife. They want you to know this graph. Why? I saw this in Fresh and Fit. Go look. I don't know if there's a title for it. Myron was going on a strong speech saying a woman's value is the man that she can attract. And by you not knowing this graph, or you know it and you're not basing your life on it being true, is you are a man that has chosen to have weak sperm, which means your wife has attracted a man that is weak sperm, or at least has chosen to have weak sperm. Therefore, your wife is a low value wife. Now, is that actually why they get mad? Because it makes them look low value? Actually, maybe. Could be. But like, look, whatever, you know, my thing with my wife, she always get mad about my clothes. Mad. You know, whatever. And she was just hiding up that she's mad about this graph, that I don't know this graph. Look, your wife wants you to know this graph. She wants you to base your life off this graph. Because what will you do if you base your life off this graph? You'll use women for sex and you'll ghost them. Okay, you're not basing your life off this graph. How's your wife behavior towards you? Trash. Me, I base my life off this graph. I use women for sex and I ghost them. How's women's behavior towards me? 10 out of 10 perfect. So I've decreased my women drama, women bad behavior in my life by 99.99% by basing my life on this graph. Why? Because women want to be used for sex and ghosted. You give women what they want to be used for sex and ghosted. They give you men what we want, which is what? Easy coochie, no drama. You're still married. You're giving your wife what she doesn't want. She doesn't want a relationship. She doesn't want to be married. She doesn't. 90% of divorces are initiated by women. Why? Because women don't want to be married. They want to have a marriage. They don't want to be married. Why? Because if you're married, she has to overtly, two things, overtly show to all her friends that she attracted a man with weak sperm. And two, she has to treat you bad over time to hope you leave. Because if you don't leave, she has to leave you. And women hate leaving men. And you say, how's that true? When women leave 90% of the time, they hate leaving men because it's overt. It's women overtly saying that this graph is true. Every time a woman leaves a man, it's their behavior overtly saying this graph is true. That male-female relationships are programmed down. And they hate doing that because if all men knew it, no man would invest any resources into any woman after banging them. And all women would go extinct. So it's programmed in women's brains to hide this. This is why women will women will not leave until they've treated like trash a minimum of 3 years. So 3 years to like 27 years of treating you terribly, they'll leave somewhere in there. Why? Because that first 3 years, that's your get out of jail free. And if you leave, they'll give you basically whatever you want in the divorce. Not always guaranteed. But as the longer you wait, the lower chance you have of her giving you the stuff. They want you to leave. One, because it prevents them from having to overtly, explicitly leave you, which is explicitly showing this graph is true. Two, they want to be able to tell their friends you left, because that means you are strong sperm, because you found this graph and based your life off of it, which means you based your life off truth, which means you're a man who has strong sperm. Women brag to other women about attracting men that are strong sperm. Think of all these broads where they're like, I slept with an NFL player, but she's still single, can't get married. It's because they're just bragging to their friends, like, I attracted a man with strong sperm. That's it. Give the women what they want, and the women will give you what you want. What the women actually want, which comes from, what I did up to now, 8,000 hours of R&D investing into it, and I'm giving this to you guys, probably 100 hours of you R&D investing into it. Give women what they want, and they'll give you what you want, and not what women say they want, because women are biologically programmed to lie. I already did that derivation for y'all. Because remember, women's brains work on highest probability of survival to lowest probability of survival. Therefore, for any event, there is one truth and infinity minus one lies. And if both saying the truth and saying any of the infinity minus one lies is equal probability of survival, survival chance, then 99.99% of the choices out there that get the same survival chance of saying the truth are lies. So just off math, they're going to tell a lie, which is, so my wife telling me, stuff about the clothes. She's just lying to hide this. Your wife, your wife's got something. I don't know what it is. Probably not clothes. I've never heard that one before. Like with mine, she's got something. Maybe it's your hair. Maybe it's you leave the seat up. I don't know. Maybe it's how you don't pluck your nose hairs. No idea. She's got something, or she harps on you, and you're like, "What the? This makes no sense, dude." She's just hiding this graph. They're all programmed the same. They're all programmed the same. Same as men want to bang a lot of women. It's the same programming as women are programmed with this graph in their head, and they leave. But they do give you a chance to get out safely if you follow this graph and execute correctly. Alright, so she stopped making breakfast or whatever. I almost thought to tell her, hey, that's fine. Don't make me any food anymore. Basically, not giving her any leverage anymore to, I don't know, an attack vector against me by her taking it away if she feels like it. But I didn't tell her that because, dude, I don't have the energy to argue. It's like, I don't care. I just went and made my own food. And argue with her about it. I'd be like, hey, where's my food? Just made my own food. I don't have time to argue. I'm writing. Dude, I am so far behind. It's February. I'm writing. Alright, what's some other thing? Yeah, I realized I wasn't going to finish my writing. I was planning to finish it June 1st, 2019. I didn't do that. More and more kept coming to me to write about. In July, something wild happened. We were going to go to 4th of July fireworks, which, dude, I was so excited to show them my culture, 4th of July. I'll put that, we can put that here. And, we had bikes, so we're going to take the bikes. Actually, hold on. All right, actually, before July, or we're not going to do July 4th. This happened in June. So it's basically I decided, hey, I'm not going to finish my writing by June 1st. I hit June 1st, I didn't finish. So I was like, all right, I got to get into business mode. Let's get making the money again. And it was in June. I think when we got out a place to eat or to explore, I think I just instinctually just put on, clothing she liked. And I liked too. And I think it was most of the new stuff she bought me. I think mostly because I didn't feel like spend time to argue. I was trying to finish my writing by June 1st, finish it. That didn't happen. So I think it's because I had extra like brain juice to deal with other issues now. That we're going to go to a really nice food hall in Raleigh, North Carolina, right in the middle. And we're going to go get like, I don't know, lobster rolls or something. And I put on what I was comfortable wearing, which is like t-shirt, shorts, socks, slides. Let's see. Yeah, we lived right here. Where do we live? I think like somewhere around here. We lived at Gramercy. Yeah. Yeah, so we lived here, right in the middle of Raleigh. And there's a food court. Yeah, that's where we lived. Really nice. Dude, it was like $12.95 a month or something. $11.95 a month, I don't remember. But really nice. And because I was selling stuff online and doing crypto, we could live wherever. And they've, it's like a 5-10 minute walk to the food hall here. I haven't looked at this map in a while. NC State's right here. Or where is it? Yeah, NC State. So it's right next to NC State. Let me put food hall. So this is Raleigh was the first place I've ever heard of food hall. Yeah, I think it's Morgan Street Food Hall. Yeah, just like a 7-minute walk. So we're going to this food hall. And I think it was the first time like I said, I'm going to wear what I feel like wearing. Not really think about it too much. Yeah, just wear like, t-shirts, shorts, socks, slides. And she was like, didn't want to go with me because I was wearing those clothes. Again, it doesn't, those clothes don't matter. Oops. Those clothes don't matter. And she's actually mad. I'm not basing my life off this graph. Same with your wife. Whatever BS she's spewing and she's angry at you about, she's hiding the fact that she's angry. You're not basing your life on this graph. And like, we're gonna go, get some food. And she did not go. She's trying to get me to change my clothes to something she wanted me to wear. And I was like, really? You're not gonna go? She's like, no. I was shocked. I mean, we had literally just 6 months prior said like, whatever those wedding vows are. Sickness in the health, rich or poor. Again, in the previous 2 videos ago, I told you guys. Oh yeah, she lied about that. She lied about your wedding vows. However, I got that here. Right here. She lied when she said the wedding vows because it gives her a higher probability of survival. So that means it was right for her to do that from her point of view. And women can only see things from their point of view, so she did the right thing in her female brain. Alright, let's go back to this food hall. Yeah. I've never seen a food hall before. It's like kind of a mini warehouse and they transform it. It's like a food court at the mall. I don't want a picture of the food. Show me the, Show me the vibe. Raleigh rolls. I remember Raleigh rolls. I think it's located right here. Oh yeah, I've gotten these fries. They had what is that called? Truffle fries. Yeah, this is what we're going to get. We're going to get the lobster roll. So I went and got one. I went alone. She didn't want to go because she couldn't control what I wear. Again, it wasn't about what I wear. She was just directing her anger at that because she had to hide her anger, which actually was from this, that I was not basing my life off this graph. If you base your life off this graph, your women will behave 99.99% perfect or higher. And if you don't base your life off this graph, your women will go into negative, not even 100% bad behavior. It's like 120% bad behavior, 130% bad behavior. So I actually haven't looked at the picture of this food hall for a while. Coco Forte, those guys might be new. These guys, when was I there? 2019? I think these guys were just put in when I was there. Yes, I was going to get those lobster rolls. This is fun. I think they have a bar outside. Yeah, I got Raleigh rolls a few times. And it's just like a 7-minute walk. I mean, like, it was really nice, really close. Nice and airy. In Hermosillo, where Sarah was from, it's all desert, which is strange to me because I grew up in the Northeast, used to seeing green. So like, she always likes seeing the green of the Northeast. Yeah, so we're going to get lobster rolls. She didn't go. I literally had to go alone because she just refused to go. I'm like, what? How did I marry this person that's treating me so bad, and now is like doesn't want to, I don't know, go get some munchies with me? I mean, it was like, I don't know, 2 p.m. in the afternoon, or maybe we were going for lunch or something. Yeah, let's see how. Let's see, Morgan Street. Yeah, Morgan Street. From the Grammars. Okay, 12-minute walk. Yeah, so we're living right now in the middle of downtown. I think, yeah, I've read that Raleigh's, I was like, the city with the nicest people in the U.S. Yeah, everyone's super nice here. So that was June. And then July 4th happened, and the same thing happened. And we're getting ready to go out. It's maybe like 6 p.m. Maybe fireworks are at 9 or something, maybe 8. Going to the local park, whatever, local state park in Raleigh, wherever the fireworks are going to be. I don't know, maybe they were over here. We're going to ride our bikes there, so we have bikes to get around. And, I have my helmet on to ride the bike, my glasses, normal t-shirt, normal shorts, socks and slides. This time she went farther. We were in the bedroom getting ready to go, and she said, change your shirt. I was like, no. She said, change your shorts. She's like, and I said, no. She said, change your socks. And I said, no. And she said, change your sandals. And I said, no. And she's like, but we're going to take pictures. And like, I didn't change anything. I went into the bathroom and took a picture. I was like, this is the craziest thing that had ever happened in my life. Like, she went through each piece of clothing and was like, change that, change that, change that, change that. I was like, what the? This doesn't matter. And also, even before we got married, I would wear stuff like traveler khaki pants with like extra pockets on the side, zip up pockets, or like for my glasses, I would have the grandpa strap where it connects here. And she wouldn't like she would say she didn't like it, but we had no problems going anywhere. Even on her Instagram story, she'd like, record me and put like hearts on it, even if I was wearing clothes she didn't like. So I was like, and she rarely never said anything about it either before we got married. But after, she was trying to tell me to change each piece of clothing. She said, change your shirt. I said no. Change your shorts. I said no. Change your socks. I said no. Change your sandals. I said no. Literally, she went down every piece of clothing I was wearing to try to get me to change something. And again, it wasn't about the clothing. She was mad that I was not basing my life off this. And remember what I told you in that first hour 45 video? Women are slaves to their emotions, and the way the universe speaks to us is through our emotions. Therefore, women are slaves to what the universe is saying. Maybe I can write that here somewhere. Women equal slaves to their emotions. How did I spell that so wrong? Slaves to their emotions. Emotions equal the universe speaking to us. Alright, it's back. Therefore, women equal slaves to the universe speaking to them. AKA, all women only do exactly what the universe tells them to do /for you. This is actually really important. So, women are slaves to their emotions. Emotions are the universe speaking to us. Therefore, women are slaves to the universe speaking to them, aka All women only do exactly what the universe tells them to do to you or for you. So in my case, and this is why, you'll notice people say women will never take accountability. The women are correct. The women are correct to never take accountability. All the men that say that, and sometimes women that say that, the women should take accountability, all wrong. It's all wrong. Because women have no control over what they do. Women only ever do what the universe exactly tells them to do. They're like exactly one-to-one. If this hand up here is the universe and it's got strings on it, women are 1 to 100% always doing exactly what the strings are doing. Men can overcome their emotions and choose to do what they want, which will result in a lot of negative emotions. If you want to challenge this graph and challenge the universe that this isn't real, I guarantee you will feel the most negative emotions in your life, which again is the universe speaking to you, being like, don't challenge me, all-star. Now you can't sleep, can't eat, can't focus, can't get anything done, body's on fire, because you challenge this truth, therefore I will slaughter you. Notice how the worst emotions you felt in your life is being married to your wife. Because all emotions are the universe speaking to us. Therefore, the universe is making you feel the worst being married to your wife. And why is that? Because you're making the universe feel the worst by marrying your wife. You're supposed to be married to your dreams, like me. A man is supposed to have to conquer, not to be married to a woman. The universe wants you out conquering, getting distribution for truth, winning. So my wife arguing about the clothes, throwing all this BS up. She did nothing wrong. She just did exactly as the universe made her do. And why did the universe make her have that bad behavior? Because the universe wanted me to base my life on this graph. Same with you. The universe wants you to base your life on this graph. And what does this graph tell you? Only invest meats into women in the honeymoon phase. Only use women for sex and ghost them. And only marry your dreams, never a human woman. Notice how all those three things are the exact opposite that the society we grew up in has told us. They told us the exact opposite. And remember what I say up here. Either everything I tell you is a lie, or you've been lied to your entire life. Only one can be true. But notice even with everything I said there, you are unable to prove anything I just said incorrect. And also notice how no one else in the comments is able to prove even one thing I've said in any of my videos incorrect. So that was, so it's July 4th, June, and I remember July 4th. And we still went to the park. I think she did cold mode, like, ignore me for a little bit, maybe the bike ride there. So we can put that, I'll put this here, June 2019. And I think it was normal. I think it was normal at the park. By the way, I'm going to show you this. Look, the universe is going to keep beating you down through your wife until you base your life on this graph. I'm just going to tell you that right now. It's going to keep beating you down by having your wife behave badly towards you until you base your life on this graph. If you want to stop being beat down, base your life off this graph. What does this tell you? All right, she's just going to keep behaving worse and worse over time. I better get out now. Yes, good. That's what the universe wants you to do. That's why the universe is having your wife behave so bad right now. The universe wants you to leave. Leave. And why do you think it's the best chance for you to get most of your stuff? Because that's what, get most of your stuff in the divorce and keep most of your stuff. That's what the universe wants you to do. Just work with the universe and the universe will give you whatever you want. You want unlimited, perfectly behaved women? Good. Marry your dreams. Treat every woman according to this graph. You've got unlimited punani and 0 bad behavior from women, or approximately 0. And look, just, you're going to wait. The universe is just going to have your wife file anyways. And then because the universe saw you did not base your life off this graph, the universe is going to have your wife slaughter you in divorce and take all your stuff, take all your kids, brainwash your kids against you. You're going to pay a ton of child support, and pay a ton of alimony, and also maybe lifetime alimony, because you challenged the universe. Look, I did it once, all right? And I ain't never lost in my life. Technically, I still didn't lose, because I turned around and based my life off this truth. And since I based my life off this truth, what happened? The universe gave me everything I wanted in my divorce. All right, so just work with the universe and against the universe, yes. And look, I'm not going to tell you you've been lied to your entire life. I'm not going to tell you that. But I will tell you, there's only one option. Either everything I'm telling you here is a lie, or you've been lied to your entire life. So you got to choose. Have I been able to describe your behavior, your wife's behavior, perfectly when I've never met her? You know, it's either this is the truth, or, you know, I got lucky, and your wife, the dude who's watching right now, your wife is the only other wife whose behavior has exactly matched this curve. Those are the only two options. Either I'm right for every woman, or I'm right for just my woman plus your woman of the dude who's watching this right now. Those are the only two options. But in both those options, I'm right. Alright. Look, I want y'all to win, but the information you've been told your whole life, it's got you to this point, or you've been watching my video, that tells me you ain't winning. I know you ain't winning, because if you were winning, you wouldn't be watching this video. So your wife's here, which all this is it's just the universe punching you through your wife, alright? I'll give you the answer. It's just the universe punching you through your wife, using your wife as the proxy, alright? But the universe will be fair. You know, you'll get 3 years of wife's bad behavior, of, you know, the universe punching you through your wife until your wife files divorce and leaves. After that, you know, the probability goes up that your wife will, that the universe will have your wife file divorce and slaughter you. So yeah, even after you can still file divorce and get out safely. But look, you got it. You're in a brain jail. I was in a brain jail just like you. Actually, not really. The first time I read the sentence, "Women are biologically programmed to leave men," I was like, "Oh, that's the truth." So it wasn't like I was rejecting truth. It's just that I couldn't find truth. Truth was prevented from finding me until I spent a lot of hours to find it. That was it was in June. That was in July, maybe June. So it was month 6 of me doing full-time women research. So you can also say this graph equals the universe punching you through your wife, something like that. Although it goes down, so that doesn't make sense. It could be 1 over the frequency of the universe punching you through your wife. So, as this goes down, the denominator decreases, which means the whole, 1 over the decreasing denominator makes a bigger number. 1 over 2 to 1 over 3. 0.5 to 0.33. So as the denominator gets bigger, the overall number gets smaller. Again, why are all these women into astrology? Because they know they're controlled by the universe. They know they can't break the connection. Men can, because we can do things in our emotions. I know your body's burning, but your brain, the information that's been put into your brain your entire life, here we go. The information that's either a lie, or maybe it is the truth and I'm lying to you. That information is overloading what your emotions are telling you. And your emotions are simply the universe speaking to you. So, Yeah, the universe is just gonna keep punching you through your wife. Eventually, have your wife take everything from you, take the kids, brainwash the kids to hate you, pay a ton of child support for kids that now hate you and don't even want to see you. 18 years, maybe 21 years, whatever it is now. Also, maybe lifetime alimony. The universe is telling you to file divorce, but since you're in a brain prison, maybe, unless everything I'm telling you is a lie, then you're overriding. You're using logic to override your emotion, and and what do you get for that? The universe will just keep having your wife do more and more and more bad behavior. You think of this as like one day per one thing per day. Your wife's doing one thing per day you don't like, then 5 things per day you don't like, then 17 things per day you don't like, then 22 things per day you don't like, then 28 things per day you don't like. So yeah, you can ignore reality, you can ignore this graph, but you can't ignore the consequences of ignoring this graph. So you can ignore that the universe is going to keep pummeling you through your wife, but you can't ignore the consequences of the universe continuing to pummel you through your wife. And look, man, the best chance the universe will give you to keep most of your stuff is you filing. That's how I kept all my stuff. Dude, on my divorce papers, my wife had in this case, me, the husband, pay lower earners, my wife's legal fees. She didn't check that box. She didn't even care. Why? Because the universe was speaking to me through her, and the universe made her not care to check that box. And I even asked my lawyer, like, yo, how much could she have taken from my bank account to pay her legal fees? My lawyer said, unlimited, as much as she needed. I'm like, what? And my wife did not check the box. She did not even want a lawyer. I didn't tell her to get one. I did not tell her to not get one. But everything the wife does is exactly as the universe makes her do. So why the universe? Because, again, women are slaves to their emotions. And emotions is the universe speaking to us. So why the universe not have my wife not slaughter me and give me whatever I wanted? Because I found out this graph. This is all the universe wanted me to do. Find out this graph, live my life based on this graph. That's it. And no, I had to drive this. No one else in the universe has this graph. So that's probably like the universe is like, all right, you figured it out. And now, hopefully he gets it to more humans. And look, what was my reward for basing my life on this graph? Got out of the divorce easy, everything I wanted. Wife did not check the box to, have me pay all her legal bills. She didn't even get a lawyer. Dude, the prenup we had, I forgot to put this in the other video, but I was thinking about it. Prenup also had a clause in the event of divorce, me, husband, would pay $5,000 toward her legal bills in the event of divorce. So even if she didn't check that box for California of me paying all her legal bills, our prenup said I'd pay $5,000 for her legal bills. She didn't even go for a lawyer. Why? Why did she not go for a lawyer, even though she had 2 ways to make me pay for her lawyer? Because women are slaves to their emotions, and emotions is the universe speaking to us. Therefore, all women only do exactly what the universe tells them to do to me or for me, or to do to you or for you. So the universe made her, no, not check that box. No, we're not going to slaughter him in this divorce. He figured out this graph. He based his life off this graph, exactly as the universe wanted me to do. The universe gave me whatever I wanted. That's it. All right, back to the timeline. All right, I was going to move on into August, but I remember something that I'd forgotten about. So I think this was in maybe March or April 2019. My wife asked, I don't know if she asked or told me, like, about going on a trip to Europe with her friends in like September, October. And I was like, yeah, cool. That'll be fun. And then she invited me along to come with her as well. I was like, oh, heck yeah. Yeah, I'll be going. And what was interesting was, originally she was planning to go with 2 single friends, but once I accepted to go, she switched it up to go with 2 different. They're actually Nayeli and Alan, the gay dude that I lived with them for like 2 weeks in New York City in August 2017. It was interesting. She was originally going to go with 2 single friends, but then once I I'm thinking there's some part of her that hoped that I wouldn't accept going to Europe with her, and you know, and I felt kind of like, I don't know, what's the word? Like I kind of gotten hustled when she told me who we were going with, or who she was going with. But then when I accepted, she switched it to, oh, we're going to go with these two other people instead. But her single friends still met up with us there in October 2019. All right, so we just finished July, August. But actually, big thing happened also in spring 2019 is I bought a ton of Christmas lights to sell from Twinkly, the brand Twinkly, for Christmas season, like in the spring. And Trump put on the lights were 8%, and Trump put on like a 25% tariff, so the tariff turned out to be 33%. And I'd spent like all my cash to pay for the lights. So I didn't have enough money for the tariff. No, I did not know at the time is the tariff does not act like a toll booth, like where you pay it exactly on the day that comes in. You actually a month to pay it, or maybe even longer. I think it's a month. It's like the following month on the 17th or something like that. Or it has to be like at least 30 days, and then the 17th of the month after the 30 days hits, something like that. So my goods were in China. They were manufacturing them in China. So we're down low on the cash. And I was buying, it's called Glorious Gaming, lightweight gaming PC mice. So they're like honeycomb, lightweight, rainbow LEDs. I was buying those to resell, I think starting in July 2019. And then in August, I actually had my wife, I told her hey, money's tied up. I need you to pay the rent. I think she really only paid like half of our, so let's say our total expenses for that month were like $2,000, rent plus utilities plus, I don't know, groceries or food or whatever. And she paid like $1,000, maybe $1,200. I paid the other $800. And dude, that whole month of August, she was super cold mode. I mean, she never said it, but it's probably because she had to pay like a little bit towards the rent when I'd been paying, our full expenses like $2,000 a month since we got there in February, March, April, May. Oh, and also, I totally forgot. I'm remembering this now. We went on our honeymoon. I don't know, maybe March 2019. Disney, 11 days, or maybe like 10 days in Disney, then like one day near the beach somewhere, like at an Airbnb outside of Disney. But the total cost for that was like $5,500 or $6,000. So it's like I paid all of our expenses for last February, March, April, May, June. What's that? 5 months, plus $6,000 extra for our honeymoon. I paid it all, and dude, it was awesome going to Disney. I remember I did the math. It was like total $550 per day. Yes, I think maybe we went for 10 days, and maybe the 11th day was at like some Airbnb close to the ocean. It was like $6,000 total. And so paid all expenses for 5 months. We're at an awesome place down in North Carolina. She got a place to record her videos because she likes to do YouTube stuff or make content or whatever she wanted to do. And, I'll just keep working on my business, and paid the extra $6,000 for the honeymoon. And when I told her hey, yeah, a ton of my money's tied up in product inventory right now in China. I can't import it because Trump raised the tariffs, so I don't have enough money to pay for the tariffs until I sell through some more product. So I started buying other things to resell. And she was miffed about paying $1,000 to help out with some of our expenses in August. And again, she wasn't really miffed about that. Remember, get rid of that. All married women, all women in relationships, the only thing they're actually mad about is you, the man, don't know this graph. I mean, she attracted a man who has either one, unable to find truth, or two, has found truth but does not base his life off truth, because the man is not unable to understand that what he found is truth. In both cases, the man is choosing to have weak sperm, and women, the thing they hate most is men who choose to have weak sperm, because it's a choice, and women are like, why are you choosing to have weak sperm when you could choose to have strong sperm? Retard. And I don't want to, aka, I don't want to reproduce with retard sperm. Which makes sense, because that's, birth defects, low probability of her DNA surviving, living on. So it all makes sense. But she went into Dementor mode. That's what I'll call it. cold mode / Dementor mode, where it's like gives me one word answers to things. Just like sucks the happiness out of any room she's in. Which again, it's women are slaves to their emotions. Women are she was only doing exactly what the universe tells her to do to me. Again, the universe prompts the women to do these things so that you, the man, can find truth and base your life off truth. The universe wants you to base your life off truth. I mean, that's it. Because the universe wants you to be happy. That's it. That's why the universe, when you base your life off of lies, the universe slaughters you. You feel bad emotions. When you base your life off truth, the universe rewards you with happy emotions. And like no friction, no difficult, not a difficult life. But I remember she went, this is August. She paid like, half the expenses for the month. I found a way to like $750, wired it in so we could pay. I don't remember if her or I paid for September or October. Well, first of all, I was, I was definitely miffed. I was like, I thought to myself, I paid all expenses for 5 months so we could live here, have a great life, and an extra $6,000 for the honeymoon. And you're gonna like be stingy to pay $1,000. And yeah, she got her green card, I think, in April. So literally just February, March, April, end of April, I think. So just 3 months when we think like 4 to 6 months in Raleigh. So she had started to work. She started to work ASAP. She tried one job. She didn't like it. She didn't like the people. She left. She tried just a second job. Didn't like it. Didn't like the people. She left. So let's say like, 3 weeks at each job to figure out she didn't like it. She finally like the third place. At that point, it had been like a month and a half. So it's full of May. Let's say she started working full time in like June or mid-June. At the place she like really liked. Is literally the 3 places she tried were like 3 restaurants, 2-minute walk from the Gramercy, our apartment, because we're living in downtown Raleigh. And the place she ended up that she liked working was it's like a beer garden, Irish food place, Irish pub, literally right across the street from Gramercy. Actually, I'll pull it up. So Gramercy's here. Hibernian. That's where she worked. Which I didn't care. It's like I told her like, hey, I'll take care of all our expenses. Or I don't know if I said that explicitly to her. I just kind of just like the arrangement we organically entered into. It's like, yeah, you can do whatever you want. You can work, save the money, or just stay home. Make your video content. Make your YouTube channel. Can make about food. Whatever you want. I think we'd also started open up her account on WAG for her to be a dog sitter as well. So we were taking care of dogs here as well. $20 a day for a dog, $25 a day. Sometimes she'd just walk them. Sometimes we'd keep them in our apartment, like watch them for the whole day. And the parent would come pick it up, dog up at night. Yeah, so she worked at La Santa. I think she didn't like the people there. Sullivan's, I think she didn't like the people there. I think she also tested a restaurant. I don't know if it was plates. This plate's a high scale one. Maybe one of these being like a dishwasher. And she said, dude, that was too much for her. Carrying around all the dishes. I was like, all right, don't do the things that are too hard. Just do something you enjoy. We did go to dinner here at Plates once. It was really nice, upscale. And look, it's like a 2-minute walk from where we were living. So Plates was nice. I think we went there Valentine's Day. Yeah, so it was high price, upscale. But yeah, like I had not understood that this graph had started. So I feel I was still viewing her in the 10 out of 10 because I was spending my time writing, building online business, selling stuff. So I think I was still viewing her in the honeymoon phase. Like basically, not enough negative goodwill had built up to me yet. And also, I didn't know this graph existed till my brain had to derive it. So I think I was still viewing her to like start treating me like 10 out of 10 or like 9.9 out of 10. But at this point, this graph had been started for nearly a year now. But again, I didn't know this graph existed. I didn't know. I was thinking, maybe her behavior will just improve. We're just going over a speed bump. Like I was thinking the first 3 months when her behavior started going downhill, September, October, November of 2018, which would have been here when we moved in together, living together in New York City. So it's August, and like, so we had planned for, So we did the honeymoon, and then like, we had some discussions where it's like, damn, my money's locked up till I sell these Christmas lights. So we had discussions in August, like budgeting stuff. I was like, yeah, it's looking tight on the budget for us to still go on this trip, because we're gonna go in October to see her friends, and we still have to pay rent here, in Raleigh for September and October. And I think we'd also planned to go see like, what do we plan to do? To see her parents or her family like the first, I don't know, like September 5th through the 14th, and then go hang out at the camp with my parents the 14th through the 18th in New York, and then go like the last week of September to Europe for like 2 weeks. And like we'd already bought these tickets and stuff, and like we had discussions like, maybe also in July about the budget stuff, because we're still gonna have to pay rent in Raleigh, even though we're gonna be gone another 2 months traveling. I told her no, don't cancel on your friends, because like her friends have been wanting to go on a trip with her. The second group of friends, Nayela and Alan, for a while, and they had never been able to plan something. I was like, look, we'll make it work. We'll find our way to make it work. We're just like, work a lot, we'll do it. I'll do my business stuff here, try and get these Christmas lights in, keep selling these mice. Book more dogs on WAG. I'll take care of the dogs. Book more dogs on WAG. The dog care, dog sitting service. I'll be here all day. I'll take care of the dogs on your behalf for your profile. So yeah, we'd have like 2 or 3 dogs a day, I think, throughout the month of August. So that's like an extra $75 a day for the weekdays, and that'll help us pay for stuff. Because again, my money was tied up in these Christmas lights, which I had to delay bringing into the U.S. because Trump raised the tariffs from 8% to 25%. All of a sudden, I'd spend like all the money on the Christmas lights, and I didn't plan for this unforeseen tripling or quadrupling of tariffs bringing in. So in August, things were still looking tight, but I was taking care of the dogs under a WAG profile. She was working. I was still doing all my stuff to sell the gaming mice, and things were looking tight. And I was like, and I asked her one night, mid-August. I think it was sometime mid-August, and I was like, "Oh, hey, what would you do if we didn't have the money for both of us to go on this trip?" And she instantly said, "Oh, I would go without you." And I didn't react angrily, but in my head I was like, "What? I just paid for, I paid for us to live here for 5 months in Raleigh, like great apartment. Paid for a nice, $6,000 honeymoon, which I had a lot of fun in. And also, she'd always dreamed of going to. She'd been to Disneyland in LA. She'd always dreamed of going to Disney World in Florida. And I've been to Disney World in Florida growing up with my family. And it was always super fun. So I was like excited to go with her and like give her that experience, first time Disney World. And I was thinking like what? I didn't say this to her. Again, I allow people to be who they are to the 100 trillionth power, and like I'll be around the people that do things that I like. Although in this case it was hard this is the most difficult with the woman I promised to spend the rest of my life with. Because before I'd asked her, she'd always done everything everything she did was like perfectly fit with what I wanted someone to do, without having to tell her what to do. So it was like we meshed perfectly. But now after that, my strategy of letting someone be 100 trillion who they are, and I choose who to be around or not be around, was that strategy is being strained because I promised to be with this person for their life, and now they're doing things I don't like, which is normally means I'd have to leave. But I promised to be with this person the rest of my life, so how could I leave? So yeah, I think it was mid-August where I paid for us to move down to Raleigh, so all those expenses, flight tickets, moving our stuff, and that was so February, March, April, May, June, then half this expenses for July because she did pitch in for, or no, February, March, April, May, June, July, and then half of August. So I basically paid, at that point I paid like 90% of our expenses, and plus $6,000 more for the honeymoon. And I just asked her, like, hey, what would you do if we could not both go on this trip? And I've also been like working double hard to try to sell more of the gaming mice, take care of more dogs under her profile so she could get paid more, put more money into our expenses. And she, without hesitating, she said, oh, I would go alone. I'm like, what? I'm doing all this great stuff for you and for us. And like things get a little bit hard, and I need your help a little bit, and we're just going this trip alone. When I paid, I paid the $6,000 extra for us to have the honeymoon together. And so she said that, and I was kind of like, well, then, if we can't make it work with the budget, then, I feel like you should still go. I still want you to, you promise your friends. I don't feel like you should break the promise to them. And then she was kind of like, well, no, I still want you to come along too. But like the fact that she said, oh, I would still go alone if we didn't have the money for both of us to go, I was like, what the heck? And I think I was talking to her about it a little bit more. I don't remember if this is the same day in mid-August or like maybe later on in the week in mid-August. But I went out to talk to her, like, I sort of, maybe to clarify, I was like, would you really actually go alone on this trip without me if we couldn't afford it for both of us to go? And I remember she's sitting at her desk, and she looked up at me, and she screamed. She yelled. It was the first time we never had fights yelling and screaming. And she screamed out at me. She looked at me, and she said, I'm not your property. I'm like, what? I'm not talking about anything like that. Like, I'm just trying to figure out, your logic behind your thinking. I mean, I didn't say that out loud to her, but she screamed that out at me. And like, we'd never had any screaming match or fighting, or like, any screaming match like that before. And I just turned around, and the apartment was a one bedroom, so I just turned around and went to our bedroom, sat in the bed, and like looked at the ground, looked at my feet, and I was like, what is going on? I was thinking to myself, what's going on? Like, this makes no sense. Like, every day that I'd known her before this, before we moved in after getting married, she's been 10 out of 10 perfect. But what the heck's going on? Again, I didn't know this graph existed at the time. I didn't know this is the path that all male-female relationships follow. Shortened if the woman's younger and has higher SMV, elongated, spread out more. If the woman has lower SMV, aka is older, so this is like lower SMV, or is when women are younger and they have higher SMV, more options. The graph looks like this. This is the graph when women are older and have lower SMV. The graph's like this. It's just elongated. You reach the same path eventually. And again, since you're going to reach the same path eventually, because the universe has programmed, male-female relationships do always end. And if you want to learn about your grandma and grandpa, I got some other video, 2 of my other videos that talk about grandma and grandpa. If you're going to say, oh, grandma and grandpa stay together forever, go learn about your grandma and grandpa in my other videos. That'll give you the answers. But this is elongated when the woman's older and has fewer, lower SMV, fewer options, but the result's still the same. So she screamed that out. I was like, I'd never said anything like that to her. Like, you're my property, you can't go. Never talked anything like that to her. It's like, again, I was still seeing her in the 10 out of 10 treating me phase, even though that wasn't the real data. Because I think I was also still in the super love phase. Probably blinded by the Disney. Again, Disney, Hollywood, they all work to hide this. Disney, Hollywood media, they all work to hide this graph. Why? Because they want the marriage clock to take longer, so you get slaughtered for more of your assets. You pay out higher alimony because your salary's higher when you get divorced later. Higher probability to have kids, so then you're paying 18 years of child support. If you get divorced at year 7, you got 2 kids, you're paying 18 years of child support times 2, 36 years total of child support. And you have 2 children taken from you, so it like steals your soul, your motivation, and then they're brainwashed against you by the mom, so like stabs you, hurts you even more. Or you could just get divorced in year 3, have low salary, low assets, no kids, and you avoid all that garbage. So again, that's why I'm big on men doing the more feminine things in marriage. Just get it over with faster, and you pay out a lot less when it ends compared to, oh yeah, we're gonna keep this going. All right, yeah, you want to challenge the universe? This graph, this is just the universe in graph form. So if you want to challenge this graph, you're going to challenge the universe. And hey, you better know something that none of the other 100 billion humans have known if you want to challenge the universe. Because every human, 100% of males, so 50 billion humans that have existed in the universe, have failed at challenging this graph. Even me. I've never lost in my life. I could not defeat this graph. So I'm not saying you can't do it, but I'm saying you better know something that none of the other 50 billion males have known. And even me, number one god of the universe, only one with all the answers in the universe to women, I could not defeat this graph. So again, I'm not going to say don't go for it. I love doing things that are impossible. That's what I do. But I'm saying you better know something that all the other 50 billion males that challenge this graph and could not defeat it, you better know. You're going to need to know something that none of us have known. So yeah, this graph is, all it says is the universe in graph form. You could say the universe's will in graph form. And what's the universe's will? It's simply truth. So this is truth in graph form. So if you want to challenge truth, you want to challenge the universe's will, you want to challenge the universe, you want to bet your life and your assets and your alimony and your child's future on ice, not freezing below 32 Fahrenheit or 0 Celsius, then hey, you better know something that none of the other males have known. So that outburst from her is wild. And again, there's just this graph unfolding before my eyes. I didn't know this graph existed at the time. Because again, Hollywood, Disney, media, they all exist to brain trap men with incorrect information. Well, with information, and again, I'll go up here. You need to decide if everything I'm telling you is a lie, or you've been lied to your entire life by Disney, the media, Hollywood, the newspapers, everyone around you. And look, only one of these can be true. Either everything I'm telling you right now is a lie, or you've been lied to your entire life. But again, notice you're not able to prove anything in my video is incorrect. And notice how no one in the comments, anywhere, Instagram, YouTube, whatever, is able to prove anything I said in any of my videos incorrect. Alright, so that's August. So I put like a pretty sour taste in my mouth. I was like, this woman who'd been always great to me has turned into like a soulless demon dementor. And like, I'm still being great to her. I'm not arguing with her. I'm not fighting with her. Although you could say, that July 4th when she went through each piece of clothing to tell me, no, blah, blah, blah. I mean, I wasn't really arguing. I was just like, no, I'm not going to do it. Let's go. I ain't changing. Let's go. So that was August. And then we did go on the trip to see her family. I don't know, maybe like September 5th to September 15th or something in Mexico. Pay for those flights there. I think she also said she would pay for the trip for us. It's like, she just told me to keep track of it, and she'd pay for the, or maybe I paid for the airplane tickets there and round trip there and back to Spain, but she would pay for the other stuff. We did something like that. Because I remember after, it was in, well, I'll get back to that later, but it was more bad stuff after. So we went to her family like September 5th to, November 15th, something like, or September 15th, then back, hang out with my parents in the camper in a campground that they had set up for maybe September 15th, I don't know, maybe September 25th, till we got our flight from JFK to, I don't know, Europe, London, somewhere. And actually, what we did was Mexico, early September. Then we didn't come back directly to Raleigh. I paid for our tickets to go to Dallas, Texas instead for like 2 days, because those glorious gaming mice people, I saw in their emails they had an office there. So I went and met up with them unannounced because I wanted to resell their product and like be able to buy a ton in bulk, because they kept canceling my orders retail through their website. They're selling their mice for like 40, 50 or 60. I was selling on Amazon for like 120. So I was like, I wanted to just be able to buy a bunch in bulk. They had like a two 2 limit per order, 2-unit limit per order on their website, and they would keep canceling mine. So I'd make different emails, and I could get some orders through, and they would eventually cancel mine. And so, yeah, like September 15th or something, which didn't come back directly to Raleigh. We actually went to Dallas to, we stayed like a night or two to explore Dallas a little bit, but mostly it was so I could meet the glorious gaming mice people. I did meet with them. We didn't strike a deal, so I did not become like an official distributor for them, so I kind of stopped buying in bulk or buying from them to resell after that because my Christmas lights did finally come in. And then the flight from, maybe September 15th from Dallas back to Raleigh, because then I think we had our tickets maybe the next day from Raleigh to Albany to go hang out with my parents at their camp. We're in 2 different seats, and Sarah had like a panic attack. She just felt like she had a panic attack. She told me, she like signaled to me, and we went in the back of the plane. I was holding her with one arm, and she asked for a Diet Coke for, I don't know, some quick energy or whatever. So she had a panic attack. So we weren't, when we got back to Raleigh, she didn't know what it was. We went to a few doctors, a few of the medical facilities like near us, and I think 3 different doctors. The doctors couldn't figure out what happened, didn't know what was going on, and 3 different doctors. And one of the main hospitals in Raleigh, like, they wheeled her away, or like they took her in without me, and they did a ton of, MRI. I think they did a ton of unnecessary tests and billed us like $5,500 for it. Like, we got the bill in the mail like after, probably coming back from the Europe trip. And I was like, how old was I at this time? 23. I was like, so they called her name in. So right now we're talking about September 2019, in between all these trips. So docs told me not to go in with her, but I think they did that because so they could just run more tests and run the bill up. And they couldn't find out what was going on. And then we did go up to Albany, and Sarah was really scared on the plane because I think her brain had associated with her feeling unsafe when she had that panic attack with flying on an airplane. So we went to one doc in Albany when we were up with visiting my parents, and they diagnosed her with anxiety and depression or something. So she started getting pills for that, I think, in Albany. And now that I'm older, dude, the anxiety and antidepressant medicine, it's all poison. Or I definitely know she got the anxiety ones. I definitely know she eventually also got antidepressant meds. And I don't know if she got the antidepressant ones at that date, but I definitely know she got diagnosed with the anxiety and got the anxiety meds on that date in mid-September. So it was mid-September. She got those meds. I think she also asked the doc for more strong stuff because she seems like she's getting scared on the airplanes when she always loved to travel before. So being scared on airplanes it's gonna be hard for her because she likes, we both like to travel. And she was given prescribed Xanax to go on airplanes. So it's a high powered narcotic. And so she's taking the anxiety meds, I think, every day in the morning. And then flights to Xanax, so my parents, nothing more eventful. Just, have to wait in those hospital bills in the mail when we get back from the trip. So we went on the trip, I don't know, 3 days in London, 2 days in Poland, 3 days, 2 or 3 days in France, a few days in Spain. My wife planned it all, which is, I told her, and in July, actually, she's starting to get fake angry that I wasn't planning the trip. And I'm like, dude, I'm building this business. I'm making sure we get the money, to go. I'm going to take care of more of your dogs when you're working. I think this was July 2019. Before, in August, that's when she told me, oh yeah, I'd still go without you if we didn't have the money to go. It was in July. She was like, trying to get into my brain for me not to go. She's like, oh, you're not planning the trip with me, so that means you don't want to go. I'm like, what, dude? Like, I'm spending my time, expertise on these other things. You know how to plan trips, and like, you're proposing this trip, so hey, you do that while I make more money. And so I think she's trying to, brainwash me into not wanting to go, because she didn't want me to go, and so she could, I don't know, have more freedom with her friends or her single friends. Because her single friends did go. We met up with them like half the days. So it was like 3 days in each. Definitely moving too fast traveling for me. So she definitely packed the schedule too fast. Just 2 or 3 days for a city, then the next one. That's too fast for me. So we went on the trip. We went with like her two main friends I knew the most, Nayeli and Alan, the gay dude. That's who I lived with them in New York City when I came back from my around the world trip after almost getting killed in Johannesburg. But her single friends are still on the trip, kind of like different legs. We met up half the time. Oh, we also met up with them in Oktoberfest in Germany. Yeah, so we did like, I don't know, 2 or 3 days London, 2 or 3 days Germany, whatever the capital is. 2 or 3 days France, 2 or 3 days Spain, something like that. And then we came back home. And I remember in Germany, I given her like a budget of, I don't know, 200 euros for 5 days. I don't remember what it was, or maybe 3 days. And she spent it all in like 1 day. She was asking for more, and I wasn't giving her more. I was like, no, you spent the budget that we had allocated. And she was like getting angry at me that she went over the budget. Like, again, all females' behavior, all it is she's just going through this graph. I mean, that's all it is. So this is where your wife's illogical behavior is coming from. She's just going through this graph. She'll just, let that clock keep ticking until she gets the lifetime alimony in 10 years. She'll file for a divorce and slaughter you. Or you can just follow this graph and be like, oh, this thing's going off the cliff anyway. I should file divorce now, which is what I did. And the universe wants you to do that. That's why I got basically all my stuff. On the trip, I like worked half the time because my lights finally came in. Dude, also I got like a IRS thing that I didn't declare 100,000 of income, so they're charging me 50,000 more of taxes. And I'm like, dude, I'm like barely out of money. I didn't tell Sarah about that. But I'm like arguing with the IRS, trying to deal with this, talking to my accountants, and trying to still work selling these Christmas lights while I'm on vacation. I did screw up on my taxes. I decreased revenue by 100,000. So like my net was the same. Just the IRS wanted me to increase revenue by 100,000 and increase expenses by 100,000. So I paid the correct amount. But also like the IRS charging me 50,000. Dude, it was like 47,000 on 100,000 of income I forgot to declare. When I actually did declare it, it's just my net answer was correct. Just my revenue expenses to get there was incorrect. So like, all right, so I had to refile, but like they were charging me the tax rate totally wrong. Like my tax rate should have been like 24%, but they're charging me like a 43% tax rate plus some penalties. So like everything's been screwed up. But yeah, we during our trip, I was working half the day because this Christmas lights finally came in, so I'm talking with the 3PL when to ship it out. And remember, I've got the 100,000 of lights from the year prior that I'm dumping, definitely cheaper than market price, a little bit cheaper, but I just want to recoup this money because I don't want to be in this stressful position again. So I'm probably selling like 150 grand of lights. Well, maybe that's 200,000 in sales or 250,000 in sales in revenue. So October, I think we came back like mid-October. Maybe it was 2 or 3 weeks in Europe. I don't really remember. And then Sarah had to get back to start working because I did keep track of like our expenses, and I didn't spend too much. I didn't want to spend too much on the trip because Sarah had agreed to pay it back. I kind of just did the minimum. And like the rest of October, so now we're in October 2019. She was like super cold mode, super Dementor mode. And this was when the first time she brought up the D word about divorce. And what'd she say? It's something like, she's talking about going to marriage therapy, marriage counseling. And I told her like, yo, I'm not doing that. I'm not letting other people into my brain. I don't do that. She's like, I don't remember what she said, but it's something like, oh, well, we're hurtling towards divorce She didn't say that exactly, but it was something like that. And she brought up I remember bringing up the D word, divorce. She brought that up. I got right out of the room. I'm like, yo, I ain't even touching that word. I don't want to speak nothing into existence. I'm just gonna go sit in the living room. But now looking back on it, so she was super. After we had a fun vacation, she went back to the cold mode, dementor mode. One word answer to me. Annoyingness. When it's like, dude, I liked her energy, I liked her personality when we were, 10 out of 10. And now she's like a living husk of herself with no soul. Like her soul's been sucked out of her, like a dementor sucked it out. And she's just like, any room she enters is like, the happiness is sucked out. Like the warmth is just cold, whatever. And she's just like, one word answers to me, not really engaging, and I'm having normal, I don't know, fun conversation with her or whatever. So that was October. She brought up the D word. And I was like, no, we're not going to get divorced. Because I was thinking back to articles that I'd read, a few years, maybe a year or two prior, where it's like, millennials, whatever, this current generation never ever works on their relationships. It's like, okay. This is before I knew we'd been lied to our entire life, which you got to decide. You got to make that decision if you've been told the truth or lied to your entire life. Me, with the data that I already know, I've been lied to my entire life. But I took that, I took what that article was saying. And again, it's Hollywood, Disney, the media, the news corporations, that programs everyone, that lies to us, and then also everyone around us is programmed with that same stuff, so everyone around us lies to us as well, with the same lies. I remember the headline, like, millennials don't work on their relationships anymore, that's why so many are failing, or something like that. And I was like, that actually matches with my data where, my 10 to 13 women I was with before my wife, just all short-term relationships, I never worked on those relationships, and they all failed really fast. So I was like, okay, since this person I'm married to, why not put the effort in to try to make the relationship work this time? And, following this graph, no, that is the worst thing you could do. Because women are just black holes. They'll take the maximum from you and then leave. So I was actually doing the correct thing with the first 10 to 13 women. Put in no effort to make the relationship work. Because they're going to leave anyways, so why invest even more? You're just going to lose it. You're going to get zero ROI because male-female relationships are programmed to end. Therefore, investing anything into a woman is a guaranteed zero ROI because the relationship's guaranteed programmed to end. Therefore, you get zero ROI on whatever you invest into women. And don't bring the BS about grandma and grandpa. Go check my 2 other videos where I talk about the real truth behind your grandma and your grandpa, even if they have stayed together forever, 50, 75 years. So if you want the real truth about your grandma and grandpa, go check those other 2 videos. It's probably like the 2 videos before this, or maybe, it's not the video before this. It's the 2 videos after. So the one before this will be like, I think it'll be my life after my California divorce. Check the 2 videos previous to that one. I believe I talked about grandma and grandpa in both of those videos. All right, so that's October. She started talking about divorce. So before we move forward, a conclusion that I think happened was, I think she got the panic attack in, mid-September 2019. And I think it's because either maybe she had talked to her mom or her family that she knew she was going to divorce me. Like, they never told me any of this. So and I'm going to guess it's maybe 25% she talked to them, like, hey, I'm going to divorce him. But I think most likely it was 75%, where I think the panic attack came from her, like, hitting an inflection point in this cliff. Maybe it was here. She hit that at September 15th. And so she knew this curve was being activated. Or, maybe it was here. But I feel like she had the panic attack because this curve, some activation point was hit where this curve was activated, and she's like, oh no, here we go again. But now she's in a new country. So basically she knew she was going to leave me. She was in a new country, like with people that didn't speak her language. Although she was like 8 out of 10 fluent in English, maybe 9 out of 10 fluent in English. 8 out of 10. But like none of her family's here. So aka the fate of this relationship had been sealed. AKA this relationship was going to end. and therefore she's going to have to survive without a man and without her close social network, her family. So I actually think her panic attack she had on the plane was, her advanced chemical system putting her here with no men and no network to help her. And let's say, it's snow, deep snow here. Like, she's a woman, she can't go out and get food. She'll freeze to death, and she can't hunt like a man anyway. So it's like her advanced chemical system was making her feel guaranteed death. So I think that's what she was feeling on the airplane in mid-September, was like the activation of this curve. And she'd been behaving bad before then, so I'm guessing maybe this point, or maybe the drop-off becomes more dramatic, and now it's overt that, okay, she knows this relationship's going to end. Because women all feel this, all women lose interest in their men for all their relationships, just all the time growing up. So they know this curve is, the default curve for all male-female romantic relationships. So my hypothesis is her body actually realized, oh, this curve was activated. This is going downward to break up, pretty soon here. Or maybe it was masked. Or her emotions feeling that this curve was real was masked up here, potentially. And it was revealed to her, she's like, oh, here we go again. So I think that's where her panic attack came from on the airplane. Was actually, the realization that, oh, this relationship's going to end. Therefore, she's going to be in a new country with no new man and no social network, aka certain death, if she was here in the summer, in this hut, alone, no men, no women during the summer, or, it's snowed in. Now, women get basically all their attention via Instagram. So she did an IG with 1,500 followers maybe. So yeah, there's always men she could give the box to if she needed to get resources from a man, guys from her work as well. So it's not super dire situation, but probably 85% dire, because she's got to convince the man give her box to a man enough times to get resources from the man. And also, if the man gives her resources, she feels he's weak sperm, so she gives him less box over time if he gives her more resources over time. That's the Mead's equation right here. So that's my hypothesis. I'm pretty sure that's what happened, was just she finally got smacked with a pan in the forehead, and she's taking the anti-anxiety meds because anxiety is what fear of uncertainty about the future. That's all it is. AKA, how's she going to live once this relationship ends? Because her body had already told her, oh, this thing's going to end. AKA, okay, this curve is now applying to your current relationship, which all women know. Just maybe the honeymoon phase, maybe it makes them drugged to forget this curve, or makes them feel good because they're extracting maximum meat and sperm from a man. But yeah, all women know this curve. But maybe her body was finally producing the chemicals that this curve was real, in mid-September when she had that panic attack on the flight. All right, so that was that. And that's why I think it was easy for her to bring up divorce in October after the trip, because she was taking the anti-anxiety meds. So it numbs her emotions and basically makes you feel numb. It doesn't make you feel happy. And she may have been also taking the antidepressants. I'm not sure. So it's it makes you feel numb to what your body would normally produce. And remember, the emotion we feel is the universe speaking to us. So these anti-anxiety, anti-depression meds, all they do is they prevent the universe speaking to us. That's why they're evil. And so what this does is it makes it easier for women to leave because they don't feel the fear of leaving. It makes it easier for women to divorce. That's all that anti-anxiety and anti-anxiety, anti-depression meds, all they do is they, one, make it easier for women to leave, which is what society wants them to do, because society laws funnel money from the high earner, the man, to the women. Women are 80% of consumer spending. So the corporations that buy the laws get more revenue to buy more laws to siphon more money from more men to women. And then they also, work with the pharmacy corporations to make it easier and cheaper for, they work with the pharmacy corporation and the insurance corporations to make it cheaper and easier for more women to be prescribed more meds, by also giving more kickbacks to doctors to prescribe the anti-anxiety and antidepressant meds. All right, computer died, but I was actually able to restart this and remake this nicer. So we just finished, I just finished talking about October 2019, with the antidepressants, anti-anxiety meds, and a few things I forgot. So when we're talking about the prenup stuff, we're talking about it in Brooklyn. Remember, we got married here, December 26, 2018. We're talking about the prenup stuff in Brooklyn, like, I think it had to have been October, because we moved November 1st back to Albany, New York, parents' house. Talking about the prenup stuff in October, and Sarah was like, hey, we shouldn't talk about our relationships up with anyone else, and I agreed with her. I was like, okay, fine. Again, I'm fine with running any experiment, but thinking back now, it's bad because I'm allowing the woman to lead. But actually, it's fine because that accelerates the the graph that I've been showing you guys. It just accelerates it happening. What we got? Right here. So all it's doing is, when you do the non-masculine thing, all it's doing is accelerating this curve. Kind of like same as if the woman had high SMV, you're just accelerating this. So if the woman has high SMV and you're accelerating it, that's double good because you get the knowledge that this graph exists and all male-female relationships follow this graph faster, which allows you to build a life based on truth faster, aka earlier on in your aging process, aka you have a better, happier life if you get this graph. And data this graph is all male-female relationships follow this graph. It's better if you get it faster, if you get that data faster. So so this must have been August 2018, talking to Sarah about the prenup. Remember, I first told her about it in March 2018, but I didn't plan to ask her to marry me, but then I did ask her to marry me, the end of June 2018, just over the phone. So we're talking about the prenup stuff in October 2018. This was down in Brooklyn, and she had she had said, hey, we shouldn't have talked about our relationship stuff with anyone else. I was like, okay, that's fine. That makes sense. I was allowing her to lead because I thought she would bring up logical things. So I was wrong on my part because I assumed men and women's brains were the same when they aren't. And literally, so the day after I agreed with this, she went out and talked to her female friend that was also living in Brooklyn at the time about, they're from the same city, but it was like a different friend. It wasn't Nayeli or Alan or anyone else that I had known. And she came back the next day. She's like, yeah, I hung out with my friend all day today. I was like, okay, that's cool. I'm just going to be writing all day. And she said, my female friend said that you should pay for all of the prenup legal fees since you're the one that wants it. I'm like, well, okay, yeah, that's actually fine. I got enough money to pay for it since I know you're not working. And then I was like, but wait, you just said yesterday, we both agreed yesterday that we weren't going to talk to other people about our relationship stuff. And she, I don't remember what she said. I don't remember where the conversation went after that, but she got me to agree to pay for more prenup stuff without her giving up anything. It's her moving the goalposts again, which again, all it is just this. Oh, another thing. I haven't typed this in yet, but this equals 1 over resources the woman requires from you to stay with you. So as this decreases, that means the denominator decrease. Maybe I will bring that in here. Well, what I'm trying to say is amount of meat required to still be with you. 1 over amount of meat required to stay with you. So up here, here I'll just type it like this. Alright, so this graph is also 1 over amount of meat for her to stay with you. Amount of meat you have to give. For her to stay with you. So we can see, since this is 1 over, basically this term here is the denominator. So this line here is the denominator. So when it's 10 out of 10, that means this denominator is the maximum, the largest number it'll be, which means 1 over a large number is a small number. So when she's at 10 out of 10 attraction, she requires a small amount of meat from you to be with you. But you can see as this goes along over time, this decreases, which means this term 1 over, it's basically 1 over this graph, increases over time. And so basically it's just like the inverse of this graph. So the amount of meat you must give her for her to stay with you is actually more like, follow my mouse here. So it's kind of like this graph, but reflected. Where's the shape? Can I move this? No. Okay. Like reflected over this midline here. So I'll just draw here. A quick sketch. So the meat for the woman required to stay with you is actually like 0 on here. When she's 10 out of 10 honeymoon phase, then like that. So it's so you can see the meat requirement goes up drastically over time for her to stay with you. And so it's literally an inverse of this graph. Yeah, maybe I'll draw that up later, maybe not. So, alright, so so it's October 2018. Literally the day before she had proposed, hey, let's not talk about people outside of our relationship, but alright. I was like, alright, fine. That's that makes sense. And then the next day she goes, talk to her friend about it, and then she gets me to agree to pay for her divorce lawyer. And again, my brain's scrambling with other stuff, trying to build a new universe, trying to write. Like, I don't have time to think about arguing with someone in my house. I just don't. I don't have the brain juice allocated for that. And so it's like the day after we agreed to it, and she proposed it, and then she goes and breaks what we agreed to. Which again, all it is a woman following this curve. So that's fine. And then also December 2018 is like early December. My mom pulled me aside and she said, make sure to get your prenup. Women sometimes change. Which I was already going to get my prenup, but my mom's saying, make sure you get your prenup. Women can sometimes change. Mom was actually covertly telling me about this graph. That this graph, all women know this graph. So my mom knew this graph, and she'd been divorced, so she knows this graph. She knows male-female relationships are programmed to end, but she has to hide it from any dude she wants to extract meat, money, energy, attention, time from. Because any man that knows this graph will give a woman 0 meat. Because it doesn't make, I'd rather, since if I invested meat into a woman, the male-female relationships are programmed to end. Therefore, any meat invested into a woman is a guaranteed 0 ROI on that investment of meat into that woman. So I would rather just invest that meat into my dreams or business or something and get a guaranteed non-0 ROI. Yeah, so I was already planning to get the prenup. And my mom did pull me aside to say, let's go up to the bathroom. She's sitting in the kitchen. She said, yeah, make sure to get your prenup because women can sometimes change. So yeah, she was covertly telling me about this graph because all women know this graph is true. I think Sarah heard it maybe through the vents or something. She was mad. I was talking to my mom about the prenup because I guess my mom was covertly telling me about this graph, which I didn't know at the time, which means it would restrict Sarah's access to extracting meat from me. I was having the prenup. And also, when I got married to Sarah, I thought there was 0% chance we were going to divorce because everything was perfect here in the honeymoon phase. I didn't know this graph existed. I thought maybe we were going through like a lull speed bump and we'd get back to 10 out of 10 after some period of time. But all right, now, I just got finished October 2019, went through North Carolina, got back from the trip. She started talking about divorce for the first time, just one instance of it. I said, oh no, I'm going to keep fighting for us, blah, blah, blah. And then the antidepressant and anti-anxiety meds. All right, so November, didn't really do anything. Nothing noteworthy. December, we didn't go see either Mexico or New York for Christmas. It definitely felt weird not seeing anyone on Christmas. But the reason I didn't want to go to New York was when we went up there September 9th, 2019. I remember we went to UPS but to pick up some mail. I think it had like a remote mailbox there. I was getting the mail, and my mom had seen this big, photo portrait cutout for people at their, that should do like birthday parties, and you hold it up and you're like the face inside the big empty picture frame, and it had Colton like age 3, and so that was for some other kid with my name, which not many people have my name, for 3-year-old for his birthday party. And it was at the UPS store. Maybe they printed it for him or something and cut it out. I'm not sure. My mom handed it to me, and I was like going through the mail, so I was holding it, and she was taking pictures of it, of me with it. And I was like, wait, I don't want to be doing this. And so I put it down, and I kept looking at my mail, and my mom said, "It doesn't matter what you want, I want it." And in that moment, I realized the corporations were speaking to me through my mom, like perfectly, exactly at that point. Because I realized that sentence, "It doesn't matter what you want, I want it," is what the corporation told my mom's boss to say, to beat down my mom into submission if she didn't want to allow herself to be controlled by the boss or the corporation. So is the corporation injecting that sentence into my mom's boss, and then injecting that sentence into my mom, and now my mom is injecting that sentence into me to try to get me to submit into compliance and for me to be controlled by third party / external forces. And I was like, oh my God, it's literally corporation speaking directly to me through my mom, trying to poison my brain and allow myself to be enslaved, or like at least submit on one action to be enslaved, which will build a habit to allow me to program me to submit and be enslaved, by me doing future actions. And I was terrified. I was like, oh my God. But it was clear as day to me. So I was like, my brain can't handle this. I'm creating a universe, selling the Christmas lights, I'm doing my writing. Sarah's behaviors, caving every day. I literally don't have the extra brain power to then defend against, corporations trying to brainwash me through my parents. And so, I've got a ton of trust with them. So it's like the super highest conversion rate of the corporation marketing would be them speaking to me through my parents, which is actually what they were doing. And I just decided I can't go back for Christmas. I cannot, if I go back, my brain's probably going to cave to corporation marketing to me through my parents, get me on the mortgage, get me enslaved at a corporation, get me enslaved with a car, loan payment, house payment, and then I can't have an opinion, I can't write, I can't have a viewpoint. So, yeah, I didn't go back for Christmas for the first time because, I'm just too much trying to inject my brain with, programming, enslavement, self-enslavement programming. And yeah, I talked to her about it, is it still at September? And I told her yeah, you're doing too much marketing / advertising. And she's like, what are you talking about? That some mothers talk to their sons. And I'm like, oh, all right, again, fine. I'm not going to tell people what to say, but I also, just internally I was thinking, well, I got to choose who I got to spend my time with, so I can't deal with that, hammering on my brain, that self-enslavement marketing, so I just can't go home for Christmas, because I can't guarantee my brain can defend against it. So I got to keep my brain safe, my dreams safe, myself safe. So yeah, we didn't go home for Christmas. We didn't go back to New York for Christmas for my parents, and also we didn't go see Sarah's parents in Mexico for Christmas. Nothing eventful. I don't think. I sold through all my Christmas lights. I just got threats from another seller that's in there, the brand owner. They're going to get me kicked off. I was selling on Amazon, so I was stressing about that because I'd prepared for 10 months, finally sell these lights, and get back into cash. I was like, heck yeah. So let's put this at January 1, 2020, and I had a vision of the universe having me throw a written album launch party in the Hollywood Hills above LA. So told Sarah we're going to go to LA, to live for our next city, because we had planned to do a new city every month or a new city every year, just to test out living, test out new places. This is around this time, maybe it's December 2020. We'd I told her, hey, yeah, let's go to LA. That's where I want to have my written album launch party. I was, gonna get back into the writing because I've finished on the Christmas lights, got all the money, I can do other stuff. And I also told Sarah, but before we actually change cities, let's make a budget so that you and I are good to go, and we don't have any, budget issues like we had this year. So yeah, me and Sarah had I basically had her do it, and I checked it over, assisted her with making a budget. And basically, before we went to LA, we agreed, hey, I'm gonna pay $15,000 plus our health insurance for the year, which is maybe like $6,000. So I was gonna pay $21,000 towards our like yearly expense. I said, Sarah, you pay you do $1,000 a month, 12,000, and that'll be good. And she agreed with it. She said that was good for LA, and also she's earning like, I don't know, $7, $8, $9 per hour in the minimum wage at the North Carolina restaurants. But in LA, the minimum wage is $15 now. So I was like, hey, and going to LA, it'll be you have to work a lot less for $1,000, to pay for towards our expenses for the month, and because the minimum wage is a lot higher there. So she was excited. And yeah, she agreed to it. I was like, all right, then go to LA since we've decided and we've agreed that we won't have any budget issues like we did this year. So I made sure we got ahead of it. So January 1st, we actually our lease. So yeah, nothing else really exciting. I went back to the writing January and February. I actually told my parents I had thrown my phone in a box, and I'm not talking to anyone for February, so I can focus writing. And I actually like that so much, I kept my phone in a box for basically most of the year, most of 2020. So I realized, wow, nobody's injecting self-enslavement marketing into me. I'm not having to fight it off and defend it and spend all this brain energy to defend myself against external third parties, that's external forces, which allows me to focus on my writing a lot better. So I really enjoyed that. All right, at least right now in North Carolina, March 9th. And so we flew to LA, I think March 9th. And what we do is we'll have a list of apartments before we get there, but we don't really start looking until, we'll book an Airbnb for like a week, and then we really start looking at visiting the apartments. And so that was March 9th, 2020 was when our lease was up in our North Carolina. And maybe we left the night before, maybe March 8th. But we'll say it's March 9th, 2020. Oops. And if you know, the pandemic hit March 12th. So we'll say March 9, 2020. March 9, 2020. So when there was this slight rumblings, or actually pretty loud rumblings, but then like March 12th, everything hit. That's when the NBA shut down. Like everything shut down March 12th. So now I can fill this in. Let's go here. We lived in Raleigh, North Carolina, and we explored. We explored Raleigh a lot. Went on, not outside the city. We explored inside the city a lot, going to a lot of different places, different parks. It was the first time we had the Lime scooters, and dude, back then it was just like 10 cents per minute. Now I think they're way more expensive, like 30 cents a minute. But we would Lime scooter all around because it was better than riding the bike. Also one more thing before we move on to LA. Live together, Raleigh. One more thing before we move on is actually after the Euro trip. So after the Euro trip, Sarah's friend Nayeli stayed with us in Raleigh for about a month. She just worked, earned money, living together in Raleigh. And it was fun. I always like spending time with her. And one of the times, yes, this was then October, October 2019. I think we got back like mid-October, so then maybe Nayeli stayed with us till mid-December, something like that. Maybe even a month and a half, I'm not sure. And yeah, she just worked and we hung out. And we'd also go out to eat and explore Raleigh as well. And one of the times, like, planning to go somewhere, and I was wearing Sarah's pink slides around the house because, I don't know, maybe I didn't know where mine were or whatever. And we were going to go, I don't know, probably to the food hall, that Raleigh food hall I showed you guys. Morgan Street food hall right here. And we were planning to go, and like we had planned to go, and we were ready to go. So I was getting up to go and, sit on the bed. Yes, me and Sarah slept in the bedroom. Sarah's friend Nayeli slept out on the, we had a couch that folded down, so she would sleep on that. Nice couch from Amazon. I still love this food hall. I never grew up with a food hall, so It was funny to see. It's like a mini warehouse they turned into this. We plan to go get food. We're going to get food, and Ivra's just wearing like normal clothes. I'm normally in my shorts, socks, and t-shirt, and I had Sarah's pink slides on, with like pink fuzzy on it. And I was walking out of the bedroom to walking to the front door to so we could leave and go get food. I think we're going to this food hall, and Sarah was like, "You're not wearing those," or she said something where I was like, "Oh yeah, I'm just gonna wear them. I mean, it doesn't matter. I'm the same person no matter whether the slides I wear are green, purple, pink, black, yellow. Like, this doesn't matter." And Sarah's like, I don't remember exactly what she said actually, but it's like something like, "No, you're not wearing those," or maybe Sarah said, "Oh, I'm not gonna go then." Something like that. Actually, I don't think she said she wasn't gonna go. I think she told me, to take them off. You're not gonna wear those. So again, another thing of her trying to control, whatever I wear. And one of the big things I told her is not to let people control my expression. I told her that in like September or October before we got married. I think one of the big things I told her, my deal breakers, were like, "Hey, I'm not gonna be a bank. I'm not going to let other people control my expression, how I express myself." And third one, I don't remember. So it seems like she was honing in on express myself, and she was trying to like give me a break and tear down on it, because clothing is expression. And so we're getting ready to go here. Yeah, so I think this was like October, November 2019, when we're still in Raleigh. And she's like, "No, you're not wearing those. Change into something else." For the slides I was wearing. I was like, "All right, look, I'm not going to go. You guys can go have fun." And I went back and sat on the bed. And Nayeli was like, "No, come on. And she was like, "Sarah, just let him wear them. Like, it doesn't matter." I don't think she said it doesn't matter. She was like, "Sarah, just let him wear them and let's go." And I think I did end up going with them because I liked hanging out with them. I liked going to explore, trying new food places. But again, it was another thing of Sarah trying to control my expression, control the clothes that I wear, when I don't, I care about who people are, not, what clothing or brands or whatever they're wearing, like just dumb things that don't matter. But again, it wasn't the clothing. It was just a woman has to latch onto something to hide the fact that the woman knows this graph, and she has to make us think about something that diverts your attention, that she's acting out this graph, and that she knows this graph is true. AKA, she is extracting resources from you, basically, sneakily, because if you knew this graph, you wouldn't give her any meat, money, energy, attention, time. So she has to sneakily extract meat from you by hiding this graph and drawing your attention away from it with other things. All right, so yeah, then Nayeli left. Not after like a big fight, just like she had planned to go home after 4 or 6 weeks or whatever. Alright, so we lived together in Raleigh, then moved to LA. LA's huge, way bigger than I didn't really research how big it was, but when we were going to research places to live, we'd stay in the Airbnb and go out for like the whole day, house hunting, apartment hunting, and we'd rent the scooters, the Lime scooters, to ride around, get to where we're going faster, and to enjoy the ride. And we did get an apartment, I don't know, May 12th, May 15th. Normally takes about a week. And we had to sleep on the apartment floor for 2 days, because then we ordered the mattress to come in. So we slept on our clothes, pulled our clothes out of our suitcase, tried to make a mattress out of them, slept on there. So that was LA. We lived at 33 Rockaway Ave, kind of like an old brick building. But it was in Koreatown. I'd researched, looked on Reddit, 33 Rockaway Ave, Los Angeles. Oh, Los Angeles. Huh. Maybe Rockaway Ave, Los Angeles. Huh. Do I have the street wrong? I don't know why it's not popping up. But I'd never lived in LA. I didn't know any of the places. But I researched it and read hey, where's safe zones? Now that I live there, DTLA is safe. Compton, not safe. East LA, not too safe. But Koreatown's safe. So we lived on Rockaway. And it's funny, Gala Getza, that just popped up. That's, I don't know. I saw it was a Mexican restaurant. I researched it. And I researched Gala Getza, and I realized it's a holiday in Oaxaca, where I'm at right now. So there's this Mexican paste that got me. Put Oaxaca on the map for me. So oh, James M. Wood. That's where we lived. Why did I think of Rockaway? Rockaway Ave. Oh no, Rockaway was where we lived in Brooklyn. 33 Rockaway. That's where we lived fall 2017 when I came back from my around the world trip, almost getting killed in Joburg. That's where we lived for 2.5 months. 33 Rockaway Ave. Yeah, this is where we lived in Brooklyn. Right at the end of the J. The J ends right here. So we're the second last stop at the J. I think people have said this like super black population, which yeah, I guess so now thinking back on it. But I didn't really think too much of it when I was there. Wasn't that? I think it was one of these down here. Yeah, it was one of these. So it was like first floor, second floor, third floor, the common area, kitchen and patio up here. Yeah, so Rockaway. Oh, maybe it was 54 Rockaway. Yeah, something like that. How do I get back to the map? Yeah, so we lived there. Yeah, it was James M. Wood in Koreatown. Maybe it was 33 James M. Wood. James M. Wood Boulevard. So we went from Brooklyn to Albany to Raleigh, North Carolina to James M. Wood. Yeah, somewhere around here. Yeah, so we're in Koreatown. I think we actually lived. So Galagetsu was there. So James M. Wood. And this Wilshire is like the main. Wilshire also goes down to DTLA. And I think it goes all the way to Santa Monica. Something like that. So we lived here on James M. Wood. And the way we move is we pack all our stuff up in boxes and we just ship it with UPS to a UPS location here. And we call them up before. Like, hey, how much is it for you guys to receive box? And we probably ship like 5 boxes or 6 boxes, maximum of 50 pounds. Because after you get over the 50 pounds, you get a surcharge, like extra $35 per box or something. So we call up the UPSs around here, ship our stuff in. They hold it for like a week. And that gives it'd take us like a week to find our apartment, next apartment. Then once we found our apartment, then we go with like an Uber to bring our boxes back here, back to the new apartment. So yeah, we shipped it to some UPS here in Koreatown. And let's see where we lived. We lived on James M. Wood. I think like somewhere around here. Let's see. Oh, it was right at this building. Yep, this was the building. What number was this? 3106, yep. And we lived, I think up here. Actually, I think it was this one. Top floor had a ground AC unit. AC unit on the ground, so maybe that was the exhaust. Had a gate code. Some people would come in and steal packages. But no, it's really safe here. It's Koreatown, a lot of Korean people. And it was really nice. We traded our bikes for electric scooters because we actually liked the Lime scooters. So I think maybe we sold the bikes in Raleigh because we definitely didn't ship the bikes out here. Maybe we sold the bikes. Yeah, we sold the bikes right before we left Raleigh. We sold a bunch of furniture, the bed, the couch. Then we just pack up our stuff in 5 or 6, large boxes. Ship it via UPS here. They'd be pretty beat up. So we would put like our expensive stuff in our carry-on plus backpack plus checked luggage. So like that's where we put the expensive things to get it here. And yeah, it's a great place to live. Is a studio, so smaller. Still like $11.95 a month, I think. Same as in North Carolina. So definitely smaller. Definitely no amenities. No. The other one had a pool. We didn't even use the pool in Raleigh. We did use the billiards, the pool table in the community room. But Koreatown, yeah, this was good. We were just like 2 or 3 blocks from grocery stores, Korean barbecue, restaurant, grocery store. Yeah, so it's easy to get around. and you see, yeah, we were at John's. So we're just like 2 or 3 blocks from John's. And it'd actually stink carrying the bags of groceries back, so we would put the bags on the scooters, on the scooter handles. And Wilshire, or James M. Wood, were 1, 2, just 3 blocks away from Wilshire. I think that's Wilshire, yeah. Wilshire's the main boulevard for all of Koreatown. So if you go in Wilshire, you can see it's like really busy. So we're just 3 blocks from this main, the main thoroughfare of Koreatown. Alright, so that was... Alright, so... Yeah, and I went back to writing, because again... Oh, actually I think... Alright, so yeah, what do we do after we move to LA? Alright, that'll be the next part. Alright, so yeah, 2020 in LA. So what happened here? Pandemic hit. I started working on, making a Shopify store, upload my products. Well, yeah, basically start a Shopify store, upload the Twinkly Christmas Lights products there really to get ready for Q4. And this was like March, April. And I was going to a WeWork downtown LA, because I had like membership that came with one of my American Express Platinum cards, I think, like for business owners, like a free yearly membership. So I was using that, and then that shut down. So I would stay at the apartment building. There wasn't any like amenities or community rooms or anything. I would like go up. What did I do? I think I bought a desk and I found a chair, something like that, and I put it in the fire escape stairway, the indoor one, not the outdoor one on the side of the building, but like they had like a top landing, a flat zone. So the stairs went up to a flat zone, then the outside door to get onto the roof. So I put a desk and chair up there, and I worked there when WeWork shut down from the pandemic. And then I remember I went on a jog like early May, like to get back in to exercising, just like through Koreatown, blah blah blah, and came back in the next morning. My foot, it was like the underside of my foot was hurting so bad, and like the pain got worse and worse over that first week, and I literally couldn't walk. I couldn't walk normal. Like the only way I could put weight on it is putting weight on the this is the floor, just putting weight on the heel of my right foot. And it was so strange because I didn't roll my ankle on anything. I didn't do anything different. I like went jogging for an hour. But since I literally went from 0 to 100, no exercise in years, but I was still just like 155, 160 pounds. Wasn't overweight at all. Probably the same as right now. I guess my body wasn't ready, and I think let's see, tendons, bottom of foot. I think I actually went to like a tendon doctor or a foot doctor, because dude, I never had an injury like this. It lasted for a month, and it was like in the arch of the foot, so it wasn't in the back here. I think the doc basically just said like let it rest. Runner's guide. And I normally don't like running. I usually lift weights. Yeah, I think maybe I had plantar fasciitis, heel pain. Actually, it might have been this, because yeah, the pain was like in the arch of the foot, a little bit towards the back. So I may have had plantar fasciitis. Let me see. And so literally, I didn't go to WeWork anymore. I think it was closed for that month, May. Fasciitis, May 2020. Yeah, I think I had this. Thick band connects the heel bone and the toes. Bottom of the foot, yeah. I don't think I had the stabbing pain near the heel. It's more like the arch of the foot. Dude, it was so wild, because like I didn't do anything to my foot when I was jogging. Like I didn't roll an ankle, I didn't step into like a pothole or anything. So maybe it wasn't this, because my pain was more like here in the middle. That shows pain in the middle. Yeah, so I don't know what it was. It seems like just from going, where's my English options? Anytime all results. Okay, whatever. So it was May 2020, and basically, I just stayed at the apartment. I let Sarah do whatever she was doing, making her videos, researching stuff, whatever. Plantar fasciitis, yeah. And I would just, you know, literally the staircase is right outside our door, so I would just go up the staircase and have my, my own desk there. Eventually, someone jacked my desk and my chair because I would always leave it up there, and it was hidden pretty good because nobody ever went up there. But eventually, it did get jacked. And that whole May, I didn't do any writing, but what I did was Google Shopping released, where they were making it free. It used to be like, I don't know, 10% commission or 15%, or I think it was you could only have access to Google Shopping if you were paying for ads. But once they made it free, they made it free like, it was like that April 2020. So May, I was getting on it. It's like, cool. Got my, the Twinkly products there on Amazon. I'll also put them on my own website. I'll also put them on Google Shopping, getting ready for Q4. So that was, May 2020. And then I went back and started writing, I think it was June 2020. Started writing again. So that's March, April, May, June. So I went back and started writing again. And I think this was in June. Yeah, I think it was in June where, I was looking at our budget. I was like, all right, I'll do the $15K for our living expenses plus $6K for our insurances. $21K. Sarah, you put $12K into the pot for this year for LA. That's the budget we agreed upon. And so what I did was in June I started telling Sarah, like, hey, you gotta get moving to find work. She was doing some stuff like teaching English. Yeah, she was teaching English to people in like Taiwan and China. And basically she'd have to wake up like 3 a.m. and we had a studio. So I would, I decided to start sleeping with earplugs. Sometimes I would still wake up really early, because I wanted her to be successful at what she wanted, at her dreams, what she wanted to do. And so sometimes I would be woken up by her like really early in the morning, because like 3 p.m., 3 a.m. here would be like 6 p.m. Taiwan time. 3 p.m. in LA was like 6 p.m. in China or 6 p.m. Taiwan time, so it's right when people got off of work, so they were paying for those English classes. And basically, when I started to get to like mid-June, I started writing again, but then I got to mid-June, and I was telling Sarah, like, hey, let's, I'll go with you, we'll go on Google Maps, we'll find out, restaurants, place you can work, place you can apply to work, because I just knew from Raleigh, what she did was, she went through, 4 places, or it was 1, 2, 3. Yeah, so she went through 3 places, or 4 places, and her 4th place was the one that she liked. And it was basically, 2 or 3 weeks each place. So it's like 2 months, to find the place that she liked. And 2 months, August or mid-August, or whenever it'd be, was when my like 15K plus 6K budget, I would have spent like what I budgeted for us to live in LA. And then it was Sarah's turn to take over, for her to put her 12K in for the year that we had agreed upon in January, or maybe in December 2019, before we decided to move to LA. So I was telling her, like, hey, let's start going looking for work for you around here. I'll come with you. We can brainstorm here. We'll look at Google Maps, get a list down of 10 to 20 restaurants, and it's all close. They'll all be on here on Wilshire. There's 3 blocks away. Right here, Wilshire. There's a ton of restaurants. Or we'll find something else you want to do. Like, well, this doesn't show that many, but there's actually more than. Oh, here we go. The oranges. So like, there are a lot of restaurants around here. Google Maps not showing them all, but I'll be like, yeah, we'll just find you something cool, something you enjoy, because she always liked cooking, making food. And I was like, and basically it was like I was baking in her 2 months to find something that she liked, so that by the time August comes around, when August 2020, when she, it's her turn to take over the budget for the rest of the year and put her $12,000 in that we had talked about and agreed upon, and she could keep the rest of the money, do whatever she wanted with it. I was like baking that in, so I was like, hey, let's get looking now so you can get started in a week or 2, and then I'm assuming she's going to go through 3 more places she doesn't like, and then the 4th one she'll stay with. So I was baking that in so that she'd all be good to go by like mid-August. She's at the place she likes, and like she's earning the money, and then she can pay for the budget that we had agreed upon before we came to LA. And like I think it was the first time, or maybe it was, I don't remember if it was the first time or like second or third time. I was like, hey, let's work on this together. Let's brainstorm this. Yeah, I'll go with you. Same as I did in Raleigh. Like I'll go with her to the restaurants and just like sit outside when she interviewed with them. I was like, yeah, we'll do the same thing. Let's brainstorm places for you to go to work. And she exploded at me. I still remember she was sitting down at the desk. Her chair was, so when she backed out of her chair, it hit the wall. So she kind of had the desk like facing into the room. And I remember, yeah, she exploded. She said, I'm not going to work if I don't want to. She said that directly to me. And that was my first time. And like we'd never had screaming matches or anything like that before. And this one wasn't a screaming match either, but it was my first time where I was like, this sounds like a child. Like, this sounds something that, like a child would say. I'm not going to work if I don't want to. And I'm like, what? Like, we'd agreed on the budget before coming here. Like, why is she now saying she's not going to work if she doesn't want to? And I think she, like, argued some more and was like, it's a pandemic, I can't find any work. And I was like, well, we haven't even gone anywhere. Like, we haven't gone to check out any jobs. Let's actually go to these places and see what they're actually saying. She's like, oh no, it's a pandemic, no one's hiring. And like, she hadn't proven to me that she'd gone, or hadn't told me that she'd gone anywhere to apply. And so like, that didn't work. She was all pissed, all mad. But again, look, women, when you're married or in a relationship with a woman, she's simply mad that, where is this? Yeah, I don't know where my sheet went. Okay, yeah, so women are in a relationship. The woman you're in a relationship with or married with, the only thing they're actually mad about is you don't know this graph. Okay, you're not basing your life decisions off this graph. If you base your life decisions off this graph, which I do now, your women will behave 99.99% perfect. Imagine if your wife behaved 99.99% perfect right now. So literally reduces female drama, female bad behavior by 99.99%. Another thing I think happened like 2 weeks after, maybe it was at the end of June 2020. So, let's put so June 2020, that was a big month. She even went, I'm trying to remember when this was. It was definitely, I'm pretty sure it was after she exploded at me saying, I'm not going to work if I don't want to. And I was like, what? We had agreed upon it. And we like had the Excel sheet of our, of our budget. And I actually had her make the budget because like I can make a budget. I know how to budget things, but I had her make it and me like go over it with her before we decided to move to LA. Because I wanted to make sure she could understand maybe she didn't understand money or something. I don't know. And so I had her do it, so she definitely understood what the heck was going on. And then 2 things happened after that in June 2020. I don't remember the order. One was, I think it happened like this. I think she had the explosion. Oh no, it's a pandemic. Nobody's hiring. And like the days after hearing that, I was thinking in my head, oh my God, that's the perfect excuse for someone who actually doesn't want to work and doesn't want to follow through on their promises. And I was like, oh, so annoying. And then the 2 other things that happened in June was, basically, I think it was something like, the next day or the next week. This is the first thing I'll tell you about. For some reason, I felt like it was the next day. It was really close to after she exploded. She came back and she said, oh yeah, I got a job. Like snarky to me. And I was just thinking, well, you lied about nobody hiring then. Or it's she might have had the job or been in the process of being hired when she exploded on me. I'm not really sure. She said she didn't like that I was like trying to plan it with her or pushing her too much. And I told her, well, look, in Raleigh it took you 2 months to find a place you liked, so I was simply baking that into the schedule. And then, yeah, it was like the next day after she exploded at me, saying, I'm not going to work if I don't want to, that she's like, oh yeah, I have a job now. And I think I went with her. We went on the scooters around to the restaurants on Wilshire for her to apply. But it was something where it was like really close after she exploded at me, saying I'll work if I want to, and then, oh, nobody's hiring her, it's a pandemic. She like said, oh yeah, I got a job. Like snarky to me. And then I think it was like a week or two after that, she told me, oh yeah, if I have to pay anything towards the budget, I'm going back to Mexico. And I'm just thinking, what is going on? Like, what? How is it? I was just thinking, how is everything going wrong? Like, how can a human be thinking like she's been thinking? Like, first screaming at me saying, I'll work if I want to. When we had like planned the budget, we moved across country because we had planned the budget, and she had done like 90% of the budget. I came into and this was back in like December 2019 or January 2020 when we were still in Raleigh. 3 months, still 2 months left in Raleigh, 2 full months. So she knew the budget. And then, yeah, it was like at the end of June, she's like, if I have to pay anything towards the budget, I'm going back to Mexico. And I was like, what the fuck? I don't know what was going on. Like, the only thing I could think of was to divorce her. And like, this whole time, remember back in October 2018, she hadn't been, like, she had brought up, hey, we're not going to talk about our relationship to any of our parents or anyone. Will just keep everything between us. I was like, okay, cool. So I hadn't been talking to anyone about this. But that time I had, the only thing I could think of was divorce. It's like, this woman's holding me hostage. No. But again, like, my brain was still like overclocked, because I don't know why her behavior, well, now I know this graph, but I didn't know why her behavior is going down. I'm trying to do my writing. I'm trying to, bring all these new ideas, create a new universe, bring all these new ideas to the humans. So my brain is totally overclocked. I don't have time to sit and argue or wonder about what a woman's doing. I'm just getting shredded. Dude, I don't have the brain capacity to deal with. I'm 100% brain capacity, but I'm actually at 400%, so I'm 300% overclocked. Bienvenido. And so I was so she said that. She was like, yeah, she was telling me if she has to pay anything towards the budget that we had agreed upon 6 months earlier to even move out to LA, that she was going to move back to Mexico. And I was like, the only thing I could think of was divorce. Then I called up Rich and told him everything that had been going on. And he just told me, yeah, pay for all your stuff. Just pay it for her. Just do it. Which I thought was wild because he had never before ever marketed me to acquiesce to anything a woman, a big request a woman had, or basically anything a woman would tell me to do. So, but since he was saying it, I was like, all right, yeah, that's fine. I actually had a big talk with Sarah about it. Dude, I recorded it. It was when she said, if I'm going back, if I have to pay anything towards the budget, I'm going back to Mexico. I went to my, she was talking, I went to my phone, just end of June, and I clicked record, I put the phone face down, because I was like, this is my first time I felt like this person's an enemy. I felt like my wife is an enemy. This is the first time I felt that. And so, again, we're going down this, slope here. So I had that recording. I deleted it, a week or two later. I didn't like having memories that my wife is an enemy on my phone. And so I called up Rich, told him everything that happened since we got married, because I had agreed with Sarah, hey, we won't talk about this with anyone. Obviously, probably she's been talking about it with everyone, even though I agreed. Because again, women are biologically programmed to lie, from right here. Which, I didn't know at the time, so I was getting destroyed. I think a few days or a week after her telling me that, I sat her down and I was like, hey, you know what, fine. I'll take it all over, I'll pay for everything. And it's just because I didn't have a foundation of truth. Like, I didn't know what was going on. Like, I was like, that's what it was like. It was like in the Iron Man movie when Hulk is smashing Iron Man. It might have been Iron Man 2. Let's see. Hulk, Iron Man, smashing top of tower. Hulk saves Iron Man? I don't know if this... Iron Man carries the nuke. Hulk saves Iron... No, it's when... Oh no! Was it Loki? Hulk... Well, I thought it was Iron Man. Maybe I'm gonna go look Google Images. Is it this? Hold on, maybe I'll pause this and go look. Oh yeah, I found it away. It was Loki. Dude, this was me in my marriage. And this is actually any man in a marriage. Well, this is basically every married man. It's Hulk smashing Loki. And it's because you don't... Yeah, I'll click on it in a little bit. It's because you don't have a platform of truth. This is the only platform of truth you need. And all this says is male-female relationships are programmed to end from the jump. No matter, independent of what you do, even if you do everything perfect, if you do everything wrong, every combination between 1% perfect, 99% wrong, any combo. Female behavior will get worse and worse every single day, every single month, every single year over year. And 90% chance, 90% probability the woman leaves you, and 10% probability you leave her. So, if you don't have this graph, which I did not at the time, this was me.
Llegó la hora de hacer realidad tus sueños de montaña, de comprometerte, de sentirte vivo, realmente vivo. Llegó la hora de vivir lo mejor. Llegó la hora de Whistler Black Gum. Planea tu viaje hoy mismo.
Hawkeye!
Matt, what are you doing? I got it.
Oh. Alright, so right here, this was me in my marriage. I'm Loki. My wife was Hulk. And see, women are able to, well, I'll play it in a little bit, but women are able to do this because women have a platform of truth that they operate from. Maybe it's probably the only truth they operate from, which is all women know this graph. So they know they're going to leave you anyways. So their only goal is to extract as maximum meat from you as possible. And so her way to get that was threatening to go back to Mexico. And so here we go. So it's probably happening to you, and it's happening to you because your wife knows this graph, so she knows she's going to leave you, and you don't know this graph, so you're staying there and getting muffed up by her. Yeah, dude. That was me, and that's probably what's happening to you right now. You don't know what's going on. You don't know why it's going on. Well, look, I've already been through it. I derived everything. I'm the only one in the universe with this graph. So this is all that's happening. And because I didn't know this, the longer, see, here's T. Remember I said in the first video about this? T is time. Also, T is time that the man does not know this. So as I increase the time that I don't know this graph, which by definition, if you're staying with a woman, as her behavior gets worse and worse, you definitely don't know this graph. What you're doing is over time, you are, from the wife's side, you're sliding down in sperm strength. The more time you spend with her while her behavior is getting worse. So that means via the meats equation, it requires an increase in meat extraction from you for her to stay with you. And so I caved, and that was a great cave. It led me to getting all this data. And I've never caved to a woman before in my life, but here I was. And it's only because I didn't know this graph. I didn't know, this is program 10 from the start. I should have kicked her out back here after first bout of bad behavior in September 2018. But I had done that with all the women prior. All my 10 to 13 women I'd been with prior to her. And what was that result? Just short-term relationships. I'm like, what's wrong with me? Why can't I have an LTR? So I decided to try something new. And trying something new just all that got me all this data. But the other things that got me was just worse and worse behavior by the wife over time. And then the relationship ending anyways. Because male-female relationships are program 10 from the jump. All women know this, therefore all women have backup men. That's why all women love social media, Facebook, Instagram, those like the big ones, YouTube. They love having those accounts because it allows them to have multiple backup men waiting in the wing at all times. All right, so that was June 2020. July 2020, more bad stuff. I remember she started hanging out with a woman from work. She worked at a place called Dave's Hot Chicken, which actually is really good. Dave's Hot. I really like their sandwiches. So she would actually bring home food a lot from Dave's. And she worked at this one, right on Wilshire. Sometime throughout these months, she'd work night shift. So if I got done working, she'd have food made, and I would bring her like her lunch or whatever, or her dinner. This was just like a 5-minute ride on the scooter. It might be like 8 p.m. when she was doing her, the night shift, and she was getting a break. So she worked at this Dave's. And you guys will know Dave's if you're in, Southern Cal. It's always super spicy. So I always went like the least spice one, or maybe mild. So Dave's had great stuff. I would always put the honey. Do they give you the honey packets? I put the honey on these sandwiches. So it's June. The same story. July kept getting worse. I remember. So she was hanging out with friends there called Irene. And Irene lived pretty close, just like 1 block from Dave's. So 2 blocks from us. So she would start hanging out with a woman, Irene. I remember one time, I think they went to the beach or something. Santa Monica, because it's easy on the bus. Or I think they drove Irene's car. And Irene was married with 2 kids. I thought she was like 28, like same as my wife's age. I think they went to the beach, and my wife came back, and she just laid in bed and started crying. And so this was July 2020. And so I laid in bed with her, wrapped my arm around her, consoled her. She's just saying, "Oh, I've realized so much." And I was like, I ain't got no idea what's going on. But again, she's just like sliding down that. She's like, "Oh, it's eventually going to end. I got to prepare myself." To herself. She's saying that to herself. She's just sad. She's like, "Oh, I can't talk about it now," or just let this bad feeling pass or something. So I was stressing out. And so what I did was, I think a few days later, I bought like really, I think I bought stuff to like have a charcuterie board. And I planned out us to have a picnic. I kept it secret at Santa Monica Beach. So we went and had a picnic right next, right at the bottom of the pier here, right in the front, on the sand. And she's just, again, over these months, she's getting colder and colder and colder, like more cold shoulder, more frequent cold shoulder. Again, it was just sliding down this graph. But again, I didn't know this graph at the time, so I didn't know what was going on. And eventually in later months I'd ask her, and she's like, "Oh, you got to be nicer to me." I'm like, "What? I've always been great to you." But again, she was just hiding that graph. hiding the fact that she knew that graph. Because remember, if all men know that graph, no men invest any resources into any woman. They just do what I do, use women for sex and ghost them. If all men know that all women are biologically programmed to leave them, then there's no point to invest anything in a woman because she's just going to leave. So whether you invest 0 or 100 million% of what you got, the result's the same. She's still leaving. So we had a picnic here. Yeah, again, like the warmth that I had with her up here. It was organic. It wasn't forced. It just kept going down. So we had see if there's any. All right, looks like we can get kind of close here. Yeah, we went at night. Basically, we sat like right up over it. Oh, nice. Looks like someone Google Maps this right at the. Yeah, we sat like, I don't know, probably where this dude in the blue bathing suit is. But I had a towel or a big blanket. And actually, it's funny, we got on the bus. I didn't tell where we were going, but we got on the bus. Wilshire, we took the, I think the 33 or the 720 from Koreatown. It goes down Wilshire, and I think it goes, comes right here. Heck, we got on the bus. I didn't tell her where we were going. I was like, I got a surprise. And like instantly, like a minute within getting on the bus, she's like, "Are we going to the beach to have a picnic, or are we going to Santa Monica Pier?" I was like, "Wow, you got it right." She's like, "Yo, I had a feeling." And it was here. I think we're here for 2 hours talking. I guess maybe I was trying to figure some stuff out. But the big thing she told me is, where were we? Here, Santa Monica Pier. Big thing she told me when we were here is, I'm not attracted to you anymore. So she told me she was not attracted to me anymore. And you know what I said? I told her, that's fine. I still love myself. Which was true. But I did not realize attraction is the lever that controls everything with a woman. I didn't know that at the time. Yeah, and again, all throughout these months, she had always, ever since this graph started going down, she'd always wanted to bang me more than I wanted to bang her. And like sometimes, like during this time, I'd only need to bang like once a month. And she would complain like, "Oh, you don't want to have sex with me." And then, all right, I'd initiate like a few days later. So it wasn't like instant. And then after we bang, she'd be like, "Oh, you only want to have sex with me because I said something to you." So it's like, oh my God, can't win. Cannot win. But again, even that stuff, whatever the woman's saying, it's just to hide this graph. That's why a lot of times they'll seem illogical. Like, what? You're doing illogical things. No. It's completely logical based on this graph, and the women need to hide that this graph exists, and she has to hide that she knows this graph. Because that means basically she's stealing from you. All the resources she's extracting from you, she can only get because you don't know this graph. Because if you knew this graph, you'd be like, oh, she's going to leave anyways. I might as well invest 0 into her. Right? So that's why they keep it hidden. Because women have always relied on extracting resources from men to survive. And what men are also, because like, how can you get it? So yeah, because women didn't go get the food, they didn't get the water. But also, how do you extract resources from men? You can do it physically or, mentally/emotionally. Beat the dude over the head with a rock and take his stuff. Women are physically inferior, so they don't do that. So women have evolved to be expert mental and emotional warfare players, and using mental and emotional warfare to extract resources from men, aka hiding this graph, drawing attention away from this graph at any way possible, because this graph explains their bad behavior, but they point at something else. Like me, it was the clothes I was wearing. It'll probably be something like, I don't know, you wear your shoes in the house and you don't put them at the door when you come in, or you leave the toilet seat up, or whatever. So for our species, human race, to have survived so long, the women need to become great at mental and emotional warfare to extract resources from men, so strong at that, and men need to actually be weak to women's mental and emotional warfare at extracting resources from them. That's the only way to extract, for the men to transfer the resources to the women, and for the women to survive and live on. So that's why men have always been weak to women's mental and emotional warfare, because we're evolved to be weak to it. Same as women are evolved to be weak to a man's punch. Like, ain't no woman fighting a man and winning 99.99% of the time. Alright, so July, she was crying a few days ago, saying she had realized so much after talking with Irene. I think they went to the pier here to hang out for an afternoon. And, I came out to the pier, made the picnic. She said, I'm not attracted to you anymore. I was like, I don't care. I still love myself. Because, I don't know, maybe I thought it was another mental emotional warfare game she was playing. But actually, attraction is the lever that controls how good she behaves, how much she loves me, how much she respects me. How frequency we have, how frequently we have intimacy, my own happiness in the marriage, her percent femininity, and her percent agreeableness. I didn't know that at the time, but we wrapped up and we took the bus back. So it's July. August, I do remember something eventful happened in August, which was she started to try to have unprotected sex with me. I think early August, it was sometime during the summer of 2020. Sometimes she said something like, I think it was out of the blue. We weren't really talking about anything sexual. She was like, why don't you just, I was in the bed, she was in the kitchen, like at the sink. Like, there was not a direct line of vision. But she said something like, why don't you just take me into the kitchen and fuck me? Something like that. Like, just out of the blue. Or why don't you take me and fuck me? Something like that. And I don't even remember what we were talking about. And I think that was sometime in July or August. I don't remember exactly when, but I remember in August we were banging and she's trying to get on top. And she's like, let's try with no condom. And she's trying to take the condom off me. And I was like, no, I'm not doing that. And she's like, what, you don't trust me? And I kind of just pushed her to the side of the bed, and I got up and just took a shower and stopped banging her at that time. And I think she tried, the next time we banged in August, she tried to get me to take the condom off again. I'm like, what the my hypothesis was, since she was talking to Irene, and Irene had 2 kids at 28, and married with the husband, I'm pretty sure, my guess is she's telling Sarah to baby trap me and give me to pay child support, pay all our bills, since again all women know this relationship was going to end anyways. That's what I'm thinking was going on. And September was a big month. September 2020. So again, we're just getting worse and worse stuff every single, and our marriage was only 3 years, but all the wild stuff that happened. September 2020 was a big month. All right, so I'm going to tell you what happened in September 2020. Remember, she had always been, we'd have dates planned. Actually, I probably haven't told you about all of them. There were a lot more instances in North Carolina and LA where we'd have dates planned, and she would, since she couldn't control what I wore, she would, when we were about to leave, she would say, oh, I'm not going. So I would end up going on dates by myself because I wouldn't allow her to control what I wore. So she went to Goodwill to do some thrift shopping, and she bought me a so a few things happened in September. She bought me a what's it called? Indian man wedding. She bought me one of these things. A traditional wedding outfit is this. This thing has another name. Indian man in traditional wedding outfit. Yeah, from Goodwill thrift store. She bought me kurta. That's what it is. Indian kurta. Yeah, basically mine went down to my shins. These all look pretty short. Maybe long kurta. Long Indian kurta. Yeah, something like this, maybe a little bit longer. She bought me a blue one of these from Goodwill. Yeah, I think it's a little bit longer than that. Or maybe not. I'm trying to remember. A little bit below the knee. Yes, it seems like this is a little bit below the knee. So she bought me one of these. It was blue. And like we were talking about budgeting stuff, and previous to September 2020, like our budget for LA was like, what was it? I think it was, she'll pay, she'll set up, she'll pay for any dates, and I'll pay for like any airplane travel that we do. But in September, she proposed to flip it. So she proposed it first. And I was like, actually I agree. I think it feels weird that the woman's planning and paying for the dates. So I was like, yeah, sure. Sarah, hey, you pay for our flight tickets if we go anywhere. Yeah, I think it was one person wouldn't pay for the whole trip. It'd be the flight tickets there and back. The other person would pay for the dates. So I was doing the flight tickets for the trips because that's what we agreed upon. And then she had doing the dates, but she hadn't really been sent on many dates. So I think she proposed to flip it, or maybe I proposed to flip it. And one of us said, "Oh heck yeah, we'll flip it." And then she proposed to, she proposed to go on a date with my money. Again, extracting more meat, but that's how they're programmed. So I was actually looking for places for us to go, and I think we found this from an insider food, Facebook vid, Happy Ice, which has really cool Philadelphia soft serve, I think it's called. It's called ice water or something. So I got a few different flavors. It's like it's different than, it's not ice cream. It's not shaved ice. It's like kind of in the middle. And they have it's like this. They have a really nice oatmeal flavored ice cream that they put on top instead of whipped cream. They put it's oatmeal flavored. It's great. I went back after. I just only got a cup of the oatmeal flavored ice cream, which I was actually sick of by the end of that bowl. So it seems like it's better in moderation. But yeah, we plan to go to this Happy Ice place. I plan I think a few days in advance. That almost looks like Sarah. So I definitely know that's a Latina. Oh no, it's not a truck. It's they got their own building. Yeah, I think we got these big cups of the Happy Ice. So we plan to go here. Just something to do, and it was something like, I'm trying to remember. I think it was I think she told me like the day of. She's like, "Oh, you're not gonna wear that Indian kurta when we go, though." And I had already planned to wear it when we were going. Like, I'm trying to remember if I had it on first and then she told me no, or she said no and then I put it on. I think it was she already told me no. But or like she told me no. Hey, you're not wearing that if we go. But like, I had already planned to wear it. And again, I'd already told like a year and a half or 2 years prior that, yeah, I'm not going to let anyone compromise my expression. Although I did cave on it. Remember, I think, I did cave on that when it was like December 2018, right before we got married. And she's like, "Oh yeah, you can't say shut the fuck up to me anymore because I'm your wife now." So I already had caved on it. But now, like, with my clothing, I was like super, not wanting to cave. Because I was like, what's she going to make me cave on next? Like, it seems like she's just making me cave on stuff over and over and over again. It's like, and again, that is in the graph right here. When you cave to a woman, it's basically like negotiating with a woman. She just moves the goalpost farther away. So you'll literally just keep caving to infinity. Women are black holes. They'll literally suck infinity from you. And then once you're destroyed, they'll move on to the next host, exactly like a parasite. So again, I didn't know this graph at the time either. This is my first long-term relationship. So I can't believe all these things were so hidden. I was actually thinking, the reason I wanted a long-term relationship is I was thinking this honeymoon phase, perfect behavior of a woman, kept going in perpetuity forever. So I was like, heck yeah, everyone's having LTRs. They're getting perfect behavior from the women. I want that too. But because I never had an LTR, I didn't know this was the actual graph of an LTR. And the STR is actually all you should be doing with women. And you can make this honeymoon phase go longer by, just seeing women once a week, blah, blah. Never promising anything, never getting into a real relationship with them. Just using them to bang and then ghosting them. So it was like mid-September. We had planned to go to this place for a few days, Happy Ice, getting ready to go. And I got dressed and I put it on. I was like, this is what I planned to wear before, whether you said anything or not, this is what I was going to wear. And she said she wasn't going. And so I went alone. I went to Happy Ice alone. You know, I was kind of like, sure you don't want to go? I mean, dude, I'm the same person no matter what the clothes I wear. Again, I was trying to use logic. Women was, you know, she was simply acting out this curve. That's all she was doing. The clothing didn't matter. She was just looking for something to draw my attention away from this graph if I ever got wind of this graph. Remember, women are biologically programmed to lie, which we derived here. Because when they lie, it gives them a higher probability of survival because they can extract more resources from more men when they lie. So I remember I went to Happy Ice alone, and like she called me like 4 times. Like maybe once was like 10 minutes after I left the house. Then like once when I was on the bus like 30 minutes after leaving the house. Then once I was on, you know, at Happy Ice. Then once when I was coming back from Happy Ice. Probably to see if I was going with anyone else, I'm guessing. But yeah, I went alone. When I was on the bus coming back, I had a lady comment that me wearing that kurta. She's like, oh, that's cool. And I don't wear my pants underneath. So you can see all these Indian kurta. Indian kurta. You know, men wear pants underneath. No. Kept a nice open air, that open air flow. Indian kurta. So you see here, men wear pants. No. It was, yeah, mine was longer. Probably below the knees. Yeah, mine was like this one. Yeah, this is what mine was like. So like, heck no, I'm wearing no pants. I'm gonna get some airflow in this bad boy. So I went to the Happy Ice, I got it, came back, I didn't buy anything. What I did do though was the bus dropped me off like kind of Melrose Ave is actually a famous Ave for like clothing in LA. So it's on Melrose Ave. Pink's Hot Dogs, this is another famous place I think I went to, but I think the line was too long and I left. A lot of celebrities go here. But when I was walking here, this was September 2020, I saw the little what do I call it? What's this zone called? West Hollywood, maybe? So West Hollywood food delivery robots. They had like little minion food delivery robots. The autonomous. Yeah, these guys. I think it was this one. You know, they got the eyeballs on them. Yeah, it was these guys. Autonomous going on the sidewalk. And I recorded them on my phone to show Sarah when I got back. And I also recorded me like getting out of the way but sticking my foot in front of it to see what it would do. And it ran over my toes. And, oh, no, I think it hit my toe and it backed up and said, oh, excuse me. So I showed Sarah some videos of that when I got back, you know, trying to like act like I didn't really care what happened or just put it behind us. And I think the next day or 2 days after, we were talking about the clothing stuff again or why she didn't come out. And I was like, look, I'm the same dude no matter if I wear what you like or don't. And like for me, when we go out to a restaurant, I literally never told Sarah what to wear. I don't care because like she's the same person whether she wears whatever. And so I told her like, hey, to me, when we go out, to me it matters, you know, just 100% who the person is and 0% what the person wears. And I was like, I asked her like, what's your ratio? And hers was like 70% what we look like, 30% who we are. And actually, I feel she was lying. I think hers was the exact opposite. Mine, it matters 100% of, you know, what we look like. 0% matters 100% what I looked like. 0% who I was. So I think she lied, saying it was 70-30. But I think another thing was, yeah, this is September. She's like, you know, whenever we had discussed things before, you know, I'd always felt like she was in the offensive mode, like in attack mode. And when we had discussed, like we never had a disagreement match, no pots flying, nothing like that. But when we had discussed things before, to me it always felt like she was in attack mode, and like I was just neutral, laid back, relaxed, like trying to solve the issue. It just seemed like she was always in attack mode, and like I was kind of like have to swat away her attacks. But this time, mid-September 2020, was the first time I decided to go on the offensive. And what I said to her was, you know, I don't plan dates and I don't invite you out on dates because I don't want to fight over my clothing. I said something like that, or like, I don't plan dates with you because you try to control what I wear, and I don't like that. And what she did was, dude, it was like she got, think of it, she got shot here with like a Barrett 50 cal, like a massive sniper rifle. Her head flew back. She like, head flew back, opened her eyes. She was like in total shock that she had to take accountability for something, or like she couldn't get something because she couldn't get a lot of dates. We wouldn't go out on a lot of dates because of her bad behavior, trying to fight me of what I would wear. I don't remember what she said about that, but again, she's trying to evade accountability, which actually she is correct because all women only do exactly what the universe tells them to do, to me or for me. So, to be honest, her avoiding accountability was correct because she was just doing what the universe was forcing her to do. Because again, women are slaves to their emotions, and emotions is the universe speaking to us. This is why women are all about the astrology signs. Aries, Cancer, Pisces. They check to see if there's compatibility with their sign and a boy's sign. Because they know they're slaves to the universe. They know they're slaves to whatever the universe tells them to do. Whereas men, we aren't. We can use logic to override our emotions. Sometimes good, sometimes bad. Like staying in your bad marriage right now. Well, the universe is just going to keep decreasing your wife's good behavior and increasing the heat on you till you leave, or your wife loses all respect to you, she leaves, and she takes everything from you. So yeah, so September 25th. This is the first time I went on the offensive in an argument against her. Before she'd bring up something, I'd be like, cool, let's figure it out. Which was the wrong thing to do because I was assuming male and female brains are the same, and she was bringing her issues to me from a logical perspective, but she wasn't. It was a fake hide this graph perspective to draw my attention away from this graph. And I think it was like a day or two after that, I asked her like, hey, are you going to support me with the clothes I'm going to wear? aka just me being me. And she's like, no, I'm not going to support you. So I'm like, what the fuck? I'm trying to bring these new ideas to the humans. How can I bring the new ideas to the humans if I'm afraid to wear the clothes I'm comfortable wearing and express myself with clothing? How can I express myself with written ideas if I'm afraid to do the clothing? So it's like, I got to preserve my speech with my clothing to preserve my speech with my brain and speech with my writing and my new ideas. There was another thing in August 2020. Oh, the other thing in August 2020 was because in June I said, oh, I'll pay for, fine, I'll pay for all the expenses, whatever, because she was threatening to go back to Mexico, and I didn't know what the heck was going on. And so since I didn't know what was going on, I couldn't make like a confident decision to tell her to kick rocks and get out. And really the only thing I was missing was this graph. That's all you're missing. The only reason you're with your wife is because, well, you didn't know this graph, but now you do. The second reason is you're not basing your actions of your life off this graph when you should be. But in August 2020, because I had decided in June 2020, I caved to her demands. I said, all right, I'll take care of all the bills. I stopped writing. I just had been back writing for like 2 or 3 weeks at that point. And I decided, all right, I'd ordered Christmas lights, in like March or April. They're on the boat over here. I said, all right, let's get my store and set up and optimize everything for Q4 selling these Christmas lights. So I went back to building a business, making money, end of June 2020. And in August, she she just asked me, hey, how's that writing going? And I'm like, dude, I had to stop writing because you said you weren't going to pay anything. I got to, create this, got to earn this money, build this business now. And she like smirked. She like walked away and she was like smirking. And I was like, and she knew I've been trying to finish this writing since September 2018. And she was smirking that like my dreams were being crushed, dreams were being slaughtered. And like, I'm thinking like, man, this is the person I married. She'd always been perfect before. And now she's like happy that my dreams are being slaughtered and they're being like pushed farther and farther away from me. I mean, I didn't do anything when she did that in August 2020. But I was just thinking like, man, how evil. Like, there's so much evil coming from this person. What's going on? And again, it was just this graph. The universe was having her do all these things because the universe wanted me to get rid of her. the universe wants you to get rid of your wife, and I know she's somewhere on this graph because you married her, which means you told her you don't know this graph exists, which means you've chosen to be weak sperm. Women hate men with weak sperm, so your wife is somewhere on this, graph right here. And, you could choose to win like me and escape, or choose to get slaughtered and, pay lifetime alimony, lose most of your stuff, pay your wife's legal fees, be left with nothing, and be a loser the rest of your life. And we only got one shot, so you gotta decide what you want. So as August says September, she then also asked if she could, she brought up the idea of her going on a girls' trip with her friends. I think she found another girl in LA that was friends with. She asked me if she could go. But, I was thinking back to August 2019, before that Euro trip, 1 month before the Euro trip, where I asked her, like, if we don't have the budget for both of us to go, would you still go? And she's like, yeah, I'd still go without you. And then the outburst, like, a few days later, her screaming at me, I'm not your property. So I was like, okay, she was, asking for permission in, I don't know, as a process. If I told her no, she was going to go anyway and, like, complain to everyone it's controlling. If I told her yeah, she'd be like, oh, well, he said I could go. And her mom actually, I think she told her mom she's going on this girls' trip, and her mom, like, called us up. She's like, no, you should not let her go on that girls' trip. And, I just, from my point of view, Sarah had already told me she's going to do whatever she wants, no matter what I say. So I'm not going to give her, I'm not going to give her a position to make me look dumb by me telling her no, and then she goes anyways, and then I just got to eat it. So I just be like, all right, go, have fun. She went with, so she has a girls' trip plans to, like, drive to the Grand Canyon, I think, drive to Arizona with her and 2 other friends in LA. I don't know, for a weekend, maybe Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Yeah, they drove all the way to the Grand Canyon. I think it's up here in the northern part. Somewhere up here. Oh yeah, we stayed in contact the entire time. But before we went, alright, so this will be before we went to, alright, no, before she left to go to Grand Canyon on a girls' trip. Alright, I'll put that pause right here. Alright, so this is still September 2020, right before she's going on the Arizona trip with her friends. I set up a trip for her and I to go on before she went, and this was definitely me rewarding her bad behavior. But, like, I couldn't figure out what the heck was going wrong. I tried to talk to her about it. She wouldn't want to talk about it. Other times I tried to talk to her about what's going on, and she would tell me, oh, you're not being nice enough to me. Which actually seems reasonable because, well, halfway seemed reasonable. Halfway because, let me go back here. Because here, honeymoon phase, I'd always been is like the first woman I'd actually been, like, tried to be nice to, and, like, she'd been super nice to me. So I was like, and I got a long-term relationship out of it. So I was like, half that could be true, but the other half was I'd always been super nice to her. Like, even while she was going down, I was still 10 out of 10 nice to her. Although I wouldn't let her control what I would wear if we would go out on dates or whatever. So a lot of times she would cancel. But other than that, I'd always been super nice to her. And I was still being super nice to her, so that's why that was like 50-50. Half made sense, half didn't. So I planned a trip for us to go to, we went up here, Lebec, California. It's like 2.5 hours north of LA. Up in the farm, kind of hilly farmland. And we stayed here at one of these cabins. The alpaca. I think we stayed at the llama, which is, it's the alpaca. The llama's like the one behind it, but these are basically the same. Let's look at some of these photos. So it's a really cool, yeah, you're up in the hills on a llama, alpaca, goat farm. They got horses. And yeah, you're, oh, I can't click that. Alright, looks like I can only go to the right. Yeah, I mean, this is it. There's a little bathroom behind behind here. But was this like 100 square feet, just one room cabin, outdoor place. Yeah, you can make food sit right out here with the llamas. Got chicken coop. What's this? Oh, okay, it's the Bokasana. Yeah, I've never done that. They do have another building for that. So we stayed here for, I think we went up in like 11 p.m. or 11 a.m. or maybe afternoon, like maybe on Tuesday. Stayed all Wednesday, came back Thursday afternoon, something like that. So it was like 48 hours total. She brought up her drone. Yeah, here's the bathroom. Yeah, this is what the room looks like. And so this is basically the whole thing. And then there's a few more mini cabins on the farm. So we stayed up here and hung out. It was mid-September. And I remember it's actually really cool at night where there's no light pollution, so you could actually shoot a ton of the stars. It was really good out there. I remember 2 times we were banging for those days there. She was on top, and she was like, she started complaining that I wasn't looking into her eyes because I was closing my eyes. Then she started to cry. That was the first time. And then the second time, I think it was like the same thing. Well, that time she wasn't complaining. You're not looking into my eyes. But she started to cry again. So, both the times I just pushed her off a little bit, and I just got up and took a shower. And I didn't know what was going on. But again, everything that's happening is simply, going down this curve. Remember, her attraction is going down. So again, she was blaming me. Like she was saying, "Oh, you're not looking into my eyes," and then she started to cry from that. But really, she wasn't feeling any attraction toward me, and she was just feeling bad emotions from that. But again, women are slaves to their emotions. So everything she's doing is just because the universe is forcing her to do it. I don't know, we didn't fight about it. I just took a shower, and I went and hung out outside, asked her if she wanted to hang out with the animals with me. So that was September 2020. Then she went on a girls trip for the weekend or whatever, and yeah, we talked. We kept in contact, talked like every day, messaging like normal. And I think a week later, she'd always told me growing up she'd had dogs, with her family, but she never had like a dog of her own. So I actually, I decided to buy us a dog of her own. Because one of the things I was wondering was, man, maybe she is right with me not being nice to her. Like, she was so insistent that I was the one doing it wrong that it made me actually believe it. It's like her life depended on it. Of herself making me believe that I was the one doing the wrong in the relationship. And I was talking to Rich, and he said, yeah, the woman he was with was the same thing. He started questioning if he was doing stuff wrong because the woman was so insistent that he was doing stuff wrong. But no, now that I know now, in both cases, and in your case as well, so in all 3 of our cases, the reason why your wife is so insistent that you're the one wrong, you're the one wrong, you're the wrong, is because she has to divert attention away from this graph because, well, I don't think I've told you this yet, but the highest probability a woman is killed is once the man discovers this graph and he's been investing resources into a woman for nothing because she was going to leave anyways, and she hid the fact that she was going to leave from him, and she actively lied to him, saying, yeah, I'll love you forever, we'll be together forever, blah, blah, blah. And so, yeah, think about all throughout history, there's been no police, no courts. Literally, those have just existed in like the last 100 years. So, the highest probability a woman dies is once the man she's with, once the man that is committed to her figures out this graph, like you're figuring out right now, that your wife has known she was going to leave the entire time because it's been baked into her, and she's known with all the other men she's had relationships with that her feelings have left the relationship far earlier than the man's has. So she has to hide this Because once the man figures out, oh, the woman knew this graph and she was lying just to extract resources from you, then there's a high probability you just kill her. So it's literally survival on the front end to extract resources from men to survive, and survival on the back end. Hide this graph from men so that no man figures this out, because that's a high probability once the man does figure it out that the woman's killed, because the man realizes, oh, the woman just lied to him the entire time. So it's early October. She'd come back from a trip. I think she'd ask, she'd also been annoying at the house. Sometimes she'd ask what I was doing, and I would answer a question. I'm working on stuff, and then she'd ask another question what I was working on, and I would just tell her oh, I'll tell you later or something, because I'm focusing, and then she'd react and go into cold mode off that, trying to basically fake angry of something that shouldn't get angry about, but she would go into cold shoulder mode, her one-word answer mode. But again, she wasn't actually reacting to me in that moment. She's just reacting to this graph, decrease of retraction, decrease percent good behavior. So that was happening. So it was early October, maybe October 4th. I think she asked what I was doing. I was oh, I'm looking for a dog. And I was oh yeah, I'm going to get you a dog. So I went on, I don't know, I forgot what it was called. But it was a Ohio website where they have puppies, and I got her a Cavapoo. And eventually, I was just looking by myself. But eventually, I think I brought her in to look through the dogs. I forgot what it was called. It was Marvelous. It wasn't Marvelous Pups, but it was Ohio puppy website. It was Premier Pups. That's what it was. PremierPups.com. So I was looking at this website. Oh, what the? Did they get shut down? They had a bunch of really good reviews. Oh, I spelled it wrong. Yeah, so these guys had really great reviews. Definitely paying high price, but I was I want to do it right. I've never had a dog before, but we had cared for dogs in Raleigh, North Carolina. And I do think the prices were high because it was. Remember, it was still COVID, and I think people were getting a lot of COVID pets, COVID puppies. Cavapoo. Yeah, so I can see they're having a sale, so probably demand is lower now post-COVID. So, and Cavapoo is kind of a dog that we had seen a lot on Instagram. Yes, these guys are definitely a little cheaper. I think ours is the one I bought was $3,500, but then you get the starter kit or whatever. It comes with the cage, the food bowls, blankets, maybe a bed for the cage. Yes, maybe the dude was $3,000 plus. We did the airport delivery because we were in LA, so I flew from Ohio to LA. I think in the undercarriage of American Airlines. So maybe the dog was, maybe it was around this price. Yeah, maybe low 3,000s. Actually, I think the total ended up being 4,400. So I think it was the dog was 3,500, then maybe 500 for the, the airport delivery, and then maybe 400 for the starter kit. Or, it came with just everything you need to start having a life with a dog. Oh yeah, I can see this one. A little bit different facial structure, so that's probably why it's cheaper. Yeah, this is the Instagram Cavapoo dog that we had seen. And I remember she had always said she'd wanted a dog, or she'd had dogs in her family growing up, but she always wanted her own. You can also notice everything that I'm doing is I'm spending more time with her, which just we could also say this line equals level of sperm strength she views me as having. I'll probably rewrite that. But this graph, she sees me as 10 out of 10 sperm strength. Then over time, she sees me as having lower and lower sperm strength. And we know from our sperm or meats equation graph that as you go down in sperm strength, so the type of man you are is, these red dots here on the bottom. So maybe in the honeymoon phase, she felt that was like here, 10 out of 10. But then as you spend more time with the woman, aka as you increase meats, so basically as you're increasing meats, so as you increase meats, so basically, so meats is here. So as we increase meats, what does that mean? We're going backwards up this scale. So we're going up here. So yeah, this makes sense. So the honeymoon phase, when she's 10 out of 10, basically like you're the dude here, where she feels the meat she requires from you is like 0 or close to 0. Sperm strength is high. But remember, there's 2 ways to change your the meat she requires to you or your sperm strength. One is, let's fix it on sperm strength now. You can decrease your meats, or you can increase your sperm strength by getting stronger, getting more money, more network, become more masculine, or you can do both. So in my case, I was actually increasing meat, and I was decreasing sperm strength by staying with her longer. So in effect, I was double shooting myself in the foot by staying with her longer and investing more into her, paying for that trip to that llama farm, buying a dog for her, and she didn't ask for the trip to there. She didn't ask for the trip to, or she didn't ask for me to buy her the dog. I did it because, to be honest, I had no idea what to do, which actually makes sense. I mean, this equation still works because I didn't know this graph. Therefore, I'd either 1, chosen not to find it, or 2, found it and not accepted it as the truth. Both of them mean, either of those mean I would weak sperm. And via the meats equation, if a man has chosen to be weak sperm, that means just automatically he's going to be investing a lot of meat into women, which is exactly what I was doing to my wife. Spending more money for that trip, spending more money for the dog, because to be honest, I had no clue what to do. So I guess even, this equation just governs our male behavior, our subconscious male behavior is governed by this equation. I didn't know what to do, and I was I was trying to get back on my writing, but I had to build up the business, earn enough money for me to take off the time to not worry about the business and still be able to pay our bills and get back to the writing and have that free time to the writing. So I'm not even thinking about women's stuff. I'm just trying to hold things together and get back to my writing. And then once I finish my writing, then I would think about her behavior, and if we needed to divorce. Because remember, it was 2 weeks after we got married. I was remember I went to look at that 15% divorce rate of Mexico, and I was I think I made a mistake. I think 15% divorce rate means the woman feels she can do whatever she wants and I ain't gonna leave. But remember, I buried it because I was trying to finish this writing, and I just wanted to put all my focus onto this writing. But then Sarah broke the budget in LA, said, I'm going back to Mexico if you don't pay for everything. Or I think she said, I'm going to go back to Mexico if Sarah had to pay for stuff in the budget we had agreed to before we came to LA. That's why I always tell you guys, you asked about my prenup, and I'm look, if a woman doesn't feel the contract is real and valid, it ain't real and valid to her. And because I have experience with both. So yeah, I was doing, this. Remember, this equation covers all male actions and female dynamics, male-female sexual, intersexual dynamics. I didn't know what to do, so, therefore, since I didn't have the answers, I chose to be weak sperm. Therefore, obviously, my meat invest into a woman would increase. And it did, without me even knowing this meats equation. Dang, I could have got her a 1,500 puppy. Would have been 2,500 instead of 4,500. And yeah, the service from these guys was great. Any questions we had after? Because it was my first dog. But again, we had taken care of dogs with WAG. And yeah, I was pretty sure she had done WAG, or got to sign up for WAG in Raleigh, and had me do it so that I would be convinced to have us get a dog. And yeah, that definitely did help, because I'd never had dogs before, and I didn't really know what to expect, but it was fun for me taking care of the WAG dogs. It was fun, because they all had their different personalities. So yeah, these guys were good. And when they came to, it was I bought it October 4th, and I think I told her I bought it. Because I do think once she asked when I was looking through the website, and I told her, then she came over and we looked through her website together, and she liked one of the dogs. The dog's name was Fido, but then we renamed him as Dumpling. I bought him like October 4th, and it was like available October 14th or whatever, so he'd be coming in a week and a half. One of the other reasons I bought it was, she kept trying to control me. She kept trying to control me. And I was wondering, like, does she just need something to control? So, part of the reason for me getting the dog, maybe 25 to 50%, was just to run an experiment and being like, maybe she just needs something to control. And since I'm the closest thing, she's trying to control me. Maybe if I get a dog, she'll just control the dog, and she won't try to control me anymore. So it was like 25 to 50% also to run this experiment. You could say expensive experiment, but due to the data I got, priceless. Because I'm the only one in the universe with all the answers to women. So these guys were good. Yeah, when they came to LA, there's like 15 dogs. They take the crates from underneath. Each dog has its own crate. And you don't go to the normal baggage claim. I think you go to the special pickup counter where you'd go if you had lost luggage or your luggage bag didn't come out. And then they rolled the trolleys. Yeah, I think I had like 10 to 15 big cages. It was 10 to 15 was it cage? I don't think it was cages. I think it was so it wasn't cages where the dog cage. So it wasn't a cage where the outside where the wall. Yeah, so it was not this, but this is what they gave us in the starter kit, where the walls were open. It was in one of these, a dog carrier. And when the dog came out, I definitely think the dogs were scared on that airplane, because the dog pooped and peed all over his blanket in there. Yeah, it was in one of these. Maybe we kept this in the cage. I'm not sure. I don't remember. But I definitely know this cage was part of the starter kit that they had as an add-on upsell. And they gave blankets, toys, a bed that hooks onto these columns, so the bed's kind of elevated, pillows, blankets. So it all came in the starter kit. So yeah, these guys were great, and they had really good reviews. Really great service after they helped us any questions. Called us up, see if we needed any help. All right, so it was October. So we got, mid-October, we got the dog. Did that actually first or second night, the dog wouldn't sleep through the night. Sarah I think it was the second night, slept with the dog on the floor near the dog, near the little puppy dog. Because I think the dog has to be 10 weeks for it to, or maybe 14 weeks or something for it to be adopted, or given to new owners. So I think it was at that. I think October 14th was that date when it hit 10 weeks or whatever. And that actually first 2 days, I felt like a couple that just had a new kid, where definitely get less sleep at night because the dog's I don't think the dog was barking at night, and I don't remember the dog crying at night, but maybe it was, because I remember both of us didn't get really good sleeps. And those 2 days, I remember me actually being extra, short fuse. Normally I'm not short fuse at all, but I remember probably from the low sleep that October 14th, October 15th, I definitely remember the following days being short fuse. So it's probably what new couples feel like when they're have a kid. But I think when you have a kid, it lasts for a year or something, being the low sleep. So I do remember that. But then day 3 and after, there's no problems at night. So it was October. Anything more in October? She did focus on the dog a lot for the first week, and it definitely seemed like her bad behavior went away. But then right after, it went back to her normal, her normal following this graph bad behavior. So her bad behavior did go away for a week. Maybe we could say a little bit of plateau here, but then it continued on downwards. So I was like, all right, that that experiment. Well, I got data, which is great. If I didn't run the experiment, I never would have gotten any data, and I always would have wondered what if. And then 2 weeks later, we planned to go out for Halloween. What happened? I think she went with Irene and her kids. She had something, and she got fake angry about something and like canceled me going on Halloween. Or I think I think it was I didn't want to go on Halloween because I knew we'd have a fight about whatever clothes I wore or whatever costume I chose. So I do think she asked, like, I think she asked kind of like a fake asking, you know, kind of just to say she asked. So if I complained about it, not doing Halloween together, she'd be like, well, I asked you. So I do think she asked, but I just knew, like, oh, this is just going to turn into a fight because she can't control what I wear, and she'll find something to complain about, like maybe my sock color or whatever. And I'm like, I don't want to fight. I don't want to argue. I'll just stay here and work. So, no, I didn't go out to Halloween. I remember the day after they were, I think they're going to drive down to her and Irene, remember her friend from work. I think they were going to go down to Tijuana and get their hair colored, or maybe, you know, a little bit deeper in Southern California, maybe San Diego, and get their nails done or something. I don't remember. And they had asked me to drive them, and I said, cool, yeah, that'll be a fun road trip. And I remember, this is what I remember, Sarah, like, got fake angry about something. This is like November 1st, or maybe a few days before November 1st, and she canceled on me driving them down here. She's like, oh no, you can't drive us anymore. But to be honest, it was like, well, I get more time to work. But it was also like, Sarah would do that. She'd like use our agreements of things we wanted to do together as like a weapon against me to like cancel on me. I also saw her do it with her cousin a few times. Or I started doing it with her cousin once in Mexico. Her cousin, like, she grew up with and lived across the street from her. Her cousin would like, I don't know, said something or did something. I guess Sarah didn't like it, and she's like, I was there when this happened, and Sarah was like, oh, you can't come to LA anymore. And so Sarah would like use agreements we had as like a weapon against me. Well, again, it's all just following this graph, so I shouldn't logically look into it more than that. But it always baffled me because she'd never done that before, you know, before I asked her to marry me. She never, and like, who's excited to, you know, if you're spending time with someone, who's excited to use that agreement to spend time together as a weapon to like cancel on them? I thought it was so strange. But again, it was just following this graph. Another thing I forgot to mention was in Raleigh, living together in Raleigh, we'd like agreed to split the chores. Like maybe I did the bathroom or whatever, bathroom and trash, something like that. And she would do all the other stuff. And she would start arguments, and she would end them by saying, you need to take out the trash, or go take out the trash now, or something. Which is like logically correct. I definitely did need to do because it was full. But like, again, she would use things we agreed to like work together, have a good relationship as a weapon against me. I was like, I've never seen anyone do this in my life. I didn't know how to handle it. Just remember, in Raleigh, I was 23. LA, I'm 24. I was like, I just had never been around someone like using these weapons of mass destruction against another human. I was like I thought I was so unlucky. Like, dang, the first person I know that's doing this is the person I chose to spend the rest of my life with. And again, I'm trying to get back to my right. I'm trying to build this business up to pay for all expenses for like a year, ahead of time, so I can take the time off and just and do my writing. All right, so that was Raleigh, and now we're back to November 1st. Yeah, November 1st was actually when she canceled on, or maybe she canceled like October 30th, and maybe that's why I didn't feel like going with her to Halloween. So it's probably part because of close, and I think also maybe like October 30th she canceled me going with them to Southern California, which was kind of like, oh, okay, that's fine. I get more time to work. But I was also like, really? You're using something I agreed to help you with as like a weapon against me? Or something we agreed to do together as a weapon against me? Like go hang out in Southern, San Diego for the day and they get their nails done or hair done or whatever. Now, just go down and explore. So it's November 2020. And then, another fight like a few days later. I mean, well, these aren't fights. Like, we're not yelling, screaming, arguing. It's just like dumb things she wants to fight / quietly argue about. And then there's a few days later, I remember we had boxes of like inventory, or I had some leftover Christmas lights. And it's like, these would be paying our bills, so I would have them around the house, and she would like, I'd have the boxes around the apartment, but she would like put it up and put it into the closet or whatever because she didn't want to see it. And she did that in Raleigh too. She did not see the boxes with the inventory, even though I was paying all her bills. And I remember it was like a small box of the inventory. It was up on top of I think I had it like under the table, and she was coming to sweep under the table. And there's something like she directed me to put it on the top of the refrigerator. And I was like, look, it's a heavy box, like around 50 pounds. You know, I don't want to get hurt, hurt my back, lifting it up, put it on top of the refrigerator. So I just moved it to the place she had swept under the table so she could hit the other spot. But like the box was occupied. And again, she started another argument. I mean, these were never screaming matches at all. It's just like she would create friction. She'd create friction about that. And this is like November 3rd. And like she went into cold mode, one word answer mode, and I would just, ask her about her day or whatever, or show her something funny on my phone or computer. And I remember or maybe this happened November 4th. But I remember like I was excited for November 4th. For election day, I was excited because I was gonna have her go with me to vote. We're gonna go we're gonna go to it's a U.S. American tradition, like July 4th, going to vote on election day. And this was would have been her first time with me to go with me. So I was excited to have her go. I think we talked about her going, and she was cold mode that day. I think it was like 5 p.m. she did this, and we're going to vote at like 6 p.m. or something like that. I think she just started this friction at like 5 p.m. or maybe it was earlier, like 3 p.m. I don't really remember. But or maybe it was the day prior when she started this. To be honest, I don't know. And she was cold mode, like the cold shoulder, one word answers, like not interested in talking at all. And so I asked her hey, if you go voting with me, are you gonna be cold mode again? Are you gonna be cold mode? She's like, no, I'm gonna be a ghost. And I was like, all right, that's fine. I'd prefer to go alone, so you just stay here. I'll go vote alone. And so I did. I went alone, and it was actually peaceful. So I didn't have to deal with her being a dementor, sucking the happiness out of the room, or sucking the happiness out of whoever she was near. And also one other thing, I think it was October 2020, or maybe it was November after this. I'm not sure. She'd start another, another friction moment, create friction about something that doesn't matter. She did. She was creating friction about something that truly doesn't matter. Again, I mean, she's just following this curve. And it was I think it was October, because it was still I remember it's still warm out. And she did it right before the day when we're going to pick up her and pay for her contacts. So it'd be I don't know, $300 for the year, $400 for the year. And we'd go pick them up and pay for them at that time. I think she got them a week or 10 days prior, or got the prescription, and they came in. And she started behaving bad, acting up that day we're going to get them, or maybe the day before. And I remember thinking up to this point, I'd never punished her for her bad behavior once. I thought I don't have time to think of a punishment. That's like babysitting. I didn't know being married was going to be babysitting. And second, it was why would I want to cause her pain? I decided to marry her because I want to give her a great life the rest of her life. Why would I want to cause pain to someone that I promised to give a great life to? So up to this point, I never ever punished her for her bad behavior, ever. And I kind of been maybe indifferent to it. I've been indifferent, plus I'd reward her for her bad behavior by buying her things. So I definitely been doing it wrong. Well, I've been doing it according to the Meets equation. I chose to be weak sperm, chose not to find truth, chose not to base my life off truth, and it resulted, lowercase s, which means I got to be a capital M-E-A-T. So yeah, I was a capital M-E-A-T. I was a meathead. So I remember, she was acting up. It was mid-October 2020, or that's when we got the dogs. Maybe it was a week after that. Maybe the end of October 2020. In between all the other arguments, friction she's trying to do. And I remember thinking like I don't want to punish her. Like she gets the contacts so she can wear them in the videos. I think there's like her yearly renewal. I think we had first gotten them for her in Raleigh, so she could wear them in, when she made her videos and not wear glasses. And I remember just like, why would I want to punish her by taking these contacts away and like making it harder for her to do her videos? I don't want to do that. So we just went on to contacts like normal. And now what I realized is she was trying to start stuff for me to take things away from her so she could scream emotional or financial abuse and get an easy excuse for a divorce. So I know that now. Because all women need is one excuse. And they'll just blame it on you, blame it on you, blame it on you. All right, so that was October, November 2020, the election. And then something happened again. Maybe, I think the box thing, like, I didn't want to hurt my back, putting a heavy box on the refrigerator, and like, I have to pay medical bills for that, so I just slid it under the table. That may have actually been after election. That may have actually been mid-November, which led to me finally doing something. So maybe the cold mode, the friction she was doing for election day was triggered by something else. So I think the box thing may have been like the week after election, like mid-November. Because what happened was, it may have been the box thing, where like I just slid it, 3 feet under the table so she could sweep, and she got angry in cold mode that I didn't follow her directions. aka I didn't allow her to control me to pick the heavy box up, 50 to 60 pounds, and put it on top of the refrigerator because I didn't want to hurt my back. That may have been after the election day, actually, because I think what that triggered was, I looked back and I was like, dude, we just had bad behavior from her 2 years straight, September 2018 to now September, October, November 2020, and now I'm like, I got to test something different. I tried like ignoring it. I tried rewarding her, which really wasn't a strategy to like, hey, I'm going to reward her for this. It's kind of like, I have no idea what to do, so I'm just going to do something. And I finally got to step 3, which was, I gotta punish her. I gotta do something to try to, if you keep trying the same thing over and over and keep getting the same result, well, you're crazy, you're insane. So I did. What I did was, I took the, I canceled the internet, took the Wi-Fi router, and just, it was with Spectrum. They had a deal where you could just like bring your cable and your modem, bring it to the UPS. Don't even need a box, and then it's like UPS will scan the barcode and UPS will box it up and ship it back to Spectrum. So I just took the router, took the internet, and just shipped it back to Spectrum. Didn't tell her, didn't say anything. When she did try to argue about it, I just told her, it's because it's too expensive. She said, why didn't you talk to me? I could have paid for it, could have budgeted for it. So I was like, oh, okay. I was thinking, now she got money to spend. And that was like a big talk. We did like hour and a half talking about it. And then eventually I like caved and actually admitted it was because for her bad behavior. And then she like super freaked out even more. And then she started talking about divorce, which again, now I know now. Women are just looking for one thing they could divorce you, to blame you on, so that they can hide this graph, draw attention away from this graph. So, they tell all their family and friends, narcissistic, controlling, emotionally abusive, financially abusive, physically abusive, even though they love when men actually do all 5 of these things. They just need a good enough excuse to leave. So it's like, November 15th when I did that, and I was also talking to Rich, like, and they're like, oh, she would also cry during some of the times we would talk about things. And we're just like, oh no, those are crocodile tears. Those are fake. Don't even worry about those. And he's telling me I was talking to her too much. And he's like, no, just get up and walk out. And she tries to talk or argue with you. So, she started, mid-November, she started threatening divorce. And I think she tried to argue about something. I got up and walked out, and she was like really stressed. This is like my first time, because I'd always believed, and everyone had said communication was the key to a healthy relationship. So like we would discuss things. If they weren't good for like 30 minutes, hour and a half, which now I realize was just her extracting more meat when she extracts more meat from you, meat is this line. When she extracts more meat, that means by virtue, she feels your weaker sperm. So I realize communication is the worst thing in relationships, because that means you're giving the woman more meat, which means she default feels your weaker sperm, which accelerates her the activation of this curve. So no, never ever communicate. Never ever. Women turn into black holes. They'll just communicate with you for 30 minutes, an hour, 2 hours, 4 hours, 8 hours, and you'll never reach a resolution because her bad behaviors come from this graph. The only way to solve this graph is for you to leave. If you want to keep your stuff. If you want to get slaughtered, sure, let her leave. That's fine. Get stuck with your lifetime alimony payments because you reject truth. Get slaughtered by the universe. And I do feel I'm more on the universe's side, where men who reject truth should be slaughtered. So yeah, I feel like you should be enslaved because you chose to be weak. Like you had a chance to win, accept truth, base your life off truth. You said, no, I'm going to choose to lose instead. All right, pay your lifetime alimony, lose half your stuff. Actually, it's more like lose 2/3 or 3/4 of your stuff because you got to pay your legal bills plus her legal bills. So I think I'm on the side of the universe where I get excited when I see losers lose. I get excited when I see men who choose to lose badly and get slaughtered. Because if you had done the things the universe wanted you to do, the universe would not have allowed you to get slaughtered. So like, you challenged the universe, you got slaughtered, you got what you have earned. Same with me, I mean, I didn't know this graph was real, but I could have done this women research before I got married, but I didn't. I chose to lose. I got slaughtered all the way down this curve, but eventually I flipped it around. I was like, dude, everything I'm doing ain't working. Where's the answer here? Where's the answer? Found the answers, based my life off the answers, the truth, filed divorce, got everything I wanted. Universe was like, all right, this dude decided to win. I'll let him win. Same thing with you. As long as you continue to choose to lose, the universe will continue beating you down. And like, if you don't want to keep getting beat down by the universe, stop choosing to lose. I mean, the answer's right here. It's just gonna, you're gonna turn into Will Smith in 12 more years. You're gonna be somewhere on this curve. The wife keep beating you down, or she's taking everything from you. By then, taking your kids, you get 10% custody, 10% visitation time. What's that called? Monitored visitation or whatever. Paying the lifetime alimony, $2,000 a month to your wife for her lifetime. Keep getting destroyed. So I did implement these new things. Got from Rich were like, oh, her crocodile tears are, her crying is fake. Oh, I didn't know that. Okay, that's good to know. Second is, I was talking to her too much. You don't need to talk to women at all. Just get up and leave if they try to argue or talk about anything that you don't want to talk about. And yeah, she blocked me when I was trying to leave, when she was trying to argue with me. She stood in front of me, and I had to do a 360 juke out of the way to get out the door, because she was mad she couldn't extract more meat from me by sitting there to argue or discuss things with her. So it's mid-November. She kept with the divorce threats. It's the first time she started threatening divorce, which was interesting. So if we look at this, she really started acting up. Higher frequency September, October, November, which maybe it's because she went on the girls trip and she realized she still got it in the sexual marketplace. So I gave her more confidence to get ready to leave me. Also, it's probably because also a secondary reason was probably because I was investing more meat into her, which was further pushing down my sperm strength in her eyes. I was increasing my meat investment, which was, here's the meat line. So I was going up this meat line to a high amount of meat, which corresponds to a lowering of sperm strength. And I was also, just doing everything wrong according to this graph. But good in the case of getting divorced faster. Because you pay less alimony, less child support, because lower chance you have kids. You split less assets when you get divorced faster. So I was doing the wrong masculine things, but to correct get divorced faster things. So I was doing everything right, but for the wrong reasons. I mean, the most right thing would have been to not get married, but I would have missed out on getting all this data. Being the only one with all the answers to women in the universe, being the number one god of the universe, I would have missed out on all that. Which is, that's why the universe made sure her and I met, January 12th, 2016, because the universe knew all the steps I would take and knew I would figure this out eventually. And dude, I was feeling, this is, my emotions, I was just feeling, probably when she started threatening me with divorce, that's when my emotions started, it was me sitting there crying, but like my body started going on fire. This probably started happening November 2020, because like, I tried ignoring her bad behavior. I had rewarded it. I didn't sit there like, oh, a strategy I'm going to try is to reward her bad behavior. No, I just like kind of did it unconsciously, and now I'm trying to punish her bad behavior. But like, I'm getting bad results with all three of these. I ignore it. She just keeps doing it. I give in and reward her. She does it more. I punish her. Then I'm getting divorce threats. Punish her by taking the internet away. I'm getting divorce threats. The divorce threats are actually probably because I answered her and caved that I was removed the internet because I was punishing her. If I just kept saying, oh no, it's because it's too expensive, I probably would not have gotten the divorce threats. But the divorce threats are good because then you get divorced faster. Again, pay less alimony, less child support because less chance you have kids, and less asset split because less years on the marriage clock. So it's like mid-November to end of November, divorce threats, and like, she's, every few days she's, after I'm working all day, she's at, and this is, this is Q4 when I'm selling all my Christmas lights. It starts literally like October 1st is like when it starts the exponential slowly. Then November 1st is when the exponential really kicks off. So it's all happening. And I think women notice this. They know when the man's like distracted with things, because she would like always ramp up her bad behavior in Q4 every single year. It's right when I'm trying to focus on other things. What's interesting is it's when I'm increasing my achievement level, getting more resources, and like, so women naturally want to stop that because that allows you to replace them easier. So it does make sense why she was doing it at that time. Because if you increase your amount of resource I get, the business I build, it's easier for you to replace the women. So they just know it inherently. So that's why they come in and muff everything up when you're trying to focus the most. Yeah, dude, I started feeling the worst emotions in my life, most pain in my life, like mid-November and after. It's like body on fire every day, can't focus, can't eat, can't sleep. I've been thrown into divorce, and she's saying like, she's like gleefully asking, like smiling, asking me like, oh, how you feel that we're getting divorced? Like throughout, the last 2 weeks of November 2020. I was talking to Rich about all this. Eventually I was like, I'm just thinking of like leaving for a few weeks. And he's like, yeah, that's good. And I didn't even tell you to do it. It's because you came to that conclusion on your own. So I, so it was like last week in November, I told her like, hey, I love you. I want to spend the rest of my life with you, but this ain't working. I'm going away for a few weeks. And she didn't seem to care too much. She didn't like say, oh, I'll fix my behavior, I'll do good. No, she didn't try to stop me. She's like, no, please don't go. She did not go, please don't go. She didn't beg me to stay. And that was kind of sad. I was like, man, we both, probably spend the rest of our lives together and work through these things, and she's like not caring about me leaving. So obviously, like, I was definitely more into her at that point, even with all her bad behavior, than she was into me, even with all my great behavior and me being great to her. Yeah, she was like, every 3 days, she'd say something like, how do you feel about us getting divorced? She'd say with a smile, are you excited for us to get divorced? With a gleeful grin. I'm like, oh my God, so much evil. And like, I couldn't, well, again, this, my brain had been infected by Hollywood, Disney, the media. They hid all this from us. Hid this graph from us. I mean, so what Sarah was doing is just this graph. And again, women can't control this. Women are slaves to their emotions. Emotions is the universe speaking to us. So look, Sarah was just doing exactly what the universe was wanting her to do, which was, you can look at this at 1 over the amount of me, okay, equals 1 over amount of pain she is giving to you. So we can see this go down. So, which means if you do 1 over this graph, it's increasing the amount of pain she's given to me over time. And why does the universe have women do this? It's because the universe knows women are like, how do you say it, black holes for men. They'll take unlimited. There's nothing you can do to satisfy a woman. They'll take unlimited, you'll give unlimited, and then you're shriveled up, nothing left to give. Then she goes and parasites off the next man, black holes the next man. So that's why the universe doesn't want us to invest anything into women. Why? Because the universe wants us to marry our dreams. The universe never wants us to marry a human woman. The universe only wants us to use human women for sex and then ghost them. How do we know that? Because women are slaves to their emotions. Motion is the universe speaking to us. Therefore, women are slaves to the universe speaking to them, aka all women only do exactly what the universe tells them to do to you or for you. And when you only use women for sex and ghost them, you're perpetually in the honeymoon phase with them. Until they, eventually start behaving bad. Then you block them and delete them. 1 out of 1,000 will come back and they'll behave good for a much longer period of time. The other ones, they fall off. But the best behavior you'll get from a woman is using her for sex and ghosting her. But why does the woman behave perfect from that? It's because the universe tells her to behave perfect for that, because that's what the universe wants us to do to women. So the universe has her behave perfectly when you use her for sex and ghost her. The universe has the woman behave perfectly as a response to that, behave perfectly to you, not start any drama with you, not start any fights with you, not swear at you, not create friction with you. Why? To incentivize you to keep doing it. That's why. That's exactly why. And the universe prompts this into women to incentivize you not to do it, to not get married to a human woman. Why? Because you're a man, you're here to be married to your dreams. Why did all your problems in your life start, all your biggest problems, when you married a human woman? Because you challenged the universe. The universe is going to beat you down until you're slaughtered, or you accept truth and you change your strategy. And you got number one God of the universe here to give you the answers. I married my dreams. And this probably, those 10 different women in 1 month I banged in Lima, Peru. None of them asked about this ring. I had one, out of those 40 to 50 dates, one woman asked, she was 19. She asked about the ring. We didn't bang. But all those other women, 0 of the women I banged asked about this ring. But women are attracted to, pre-selection in men. So this probably gave me, I don't know exactly. Maybe it gave me a 20% boost in probability of banging the woman. Maybe it gave me a 50% boost. I'm not sure. I definitely know it gave me some non-zero boost, because women are attracted to pre-selection because women are retarded. They need to know someone else wants a man. 99.9% of the time they need to know some other women likes a man before they're like, okay, now he's acceptable for me to like him, because I'm retarded. I'm a woman. I have I'm incapable of independent thought. I'm just part of the hive mind. And maybe it's actually, the marriage ring is supposed to be for men who marry their dreams. So maybe that is what attracts women to men, is maybe this ring is really for just men who marry their dreams, and it's been distorted and taken over by society that's lied to you through Hollywood, Disney, and the media, to have this ring be for marrying a human woman. So maybe it's actually unnatural for it to be a human woman, and maybe the way women view it is actually the way the universe wants it to view it, is a wedding ring is a man who has married his dreams. But I'm the only one in the universe that's done this, which is so I'm the only one in the universe that's done it the correct way, or the correct meaning behind the marriage ring. But maybe the women interpreted it for men that are married to a human woman. They see the ring and they see that, oh, this man's married to his dreams. So maybe they interpret it that way. Maybe women aren't interpreting a marriage ring as being married to another human woman. Maybe they are interpreting it as a man's married to his dreams. But they would never say it, because that means less probability of extracting meat from a man if he's married to his dreams. But it's really the only way to get strong sperm is from a man who's married to his dreams. So yeah, I was feeling terrible emotions. Decided I'm going to just go away for a few weeks, see what happens. And I did. I went away to where the celebrities go, Palm Springs, but I didn't stay in Palm Springs. I went up here to Desert Hot Springs, stayed in an Airbnb. Actually, I'll pause this. Alright, so in December 2020, I think it's December 4th, I decided to leave, go move somewhere else, just to, run the experiment, see what happens. So I took the bus from LA to Palm Springs. Oops, Palm Springs. Dude, it was like $15 or $20 bus one way, so it was really cheap. Let's see, DTLA. Yeah, like 3-hour bus. One of these. No, these are all the trains. Never mind, they're not showing the bus. But yeah, basically I got here like, right in the middle of Palm Springs, like 1 a.m. I took a lift. Oops. And I went to. I like stayed at. Did I stay at like an RV in like someone's front yard that they'd rented out here in Desert Hot Springs. Dude, Desert Hot Springs is insane. I've never lived in a place so dry. I drank a gallon of water a day. When was this? This was December. So I don't. Maybe it got a little bit warm during the day. Yeah, maybe it got hot. Yeah, I think it got hot during the day. Definitely cold at night. But I would drink a gallon of water. My lips would still be all like parched and peeling, whatever that's called. So yeah, I lived here. During the first day here, Sarah called me like every 2 hours. Like just to, I don't know. I guess she was terrified. Make sure I would answer. Well, this is probably what she was terrified of was this graph right here. No, that's not the right one. This is the right one. Like I wasn't around for her to extract meat from. So she probably felt very, 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 very uncomfortable. So she was probably, somewhere down here in the bottom half, where I'm not there for her to extract meat from, and she hasn't given the coochie to another dude yet to like lock him down to get meats from him. So she's probably, here maybe 30% meats. Not totally at the bottom, but she was definitely really uncomfortable. So the first day, she called like every 2 hours just for like 15 minutes, and I'd always answer. Cause like the thing that I would done for the relationship was like make sure she had a foundation of trust that I was gonna keep the relationship going. And now that I know, like that's actually the worst thing to do. So like with all the women before Sarah, I did the correct thing by never giving them like the trust that the relationship would still be good, and I'd still fight for the relationship. And those relationships ended, up here still in the honeymoon phase. It was just like 1 to 3 months though, not long at all. And with Sarah, I was like, I'm going to try this new thing. I'm going to try to fight and keep the relationship, and also tell her, like, make sure that she knows, like, hey, I am going to fight and I'm going to put the effort in to make this work. But that's actually the worst thing you can do. Because no matter how much effort you put in or don't put in, all male-female romantic relationships follow this curve. So it was December, and I just, dude, that first day, being there, I couldn't focus, didn't know what the heck was going on. I don't know why Sarah's, dude, like, I'm the same person, she's the same person. I know what was going wrong. Like, I'm doing all the same stuff she had done when she was perfect to me. I'm doing all the same stuff, but she's like hating me, and then I'm getting threatened with divorce. I'm like, what? But again, the only thing that's happening is this. Remember this graph I derived for you guys? Where the man is, himself. And it starts out the women viewing him front face on, then a little bit to the side, kind of like this. So I look a little bit different. And then she's viewing me like this. Then she's over here viewing me like back of my head. And she's like, oh, he's changed. He's not the man I married. No, men stay the same. Women's reference point to viewing the man changes. This attraction is just a reference point to like the angle she's viewing you, the man, from. So if you're the man, if you're always facing, directly to the left here, obviously she's going to see 2 eyes, nose, and a mouth. Over here, maybe she sees 1 eye, a nose, and half a mouth. Over here, she maybe sees 1 eye and an ear. And over here, she just sees like half an ear, no eyes, no nose, no mouth. She's like, oh, he's changed. No, her reference point to how she feels about you has changed. And it all follows this curve. All right, so it's December. What else happened? I think, she definitely toned down the amount of calls the days after. I still couldn't focus. Like, dude, my body was on fire. I couldn't focus. I couldn't sleep. I couldn't eat. Like, I'd have like 3 mini tacos for the whole day. I'd walk, I'd walk out to the nearest like food court, whatever, outdoor food place. Like 3 mini tacos for the whole day. I could not eat. I could not focus. Dude, it's Q4. I'm selling my lights. Doing a lot of customer service stuff, but like, dude, my stomach is totally in knots, body's on fire. And it's really just because I didn't have these answers that I now have, that y'all are now getting. I remember talking to Rich. I was like, and, you know, I don't want to regret not giving it my all. I'm thinking of, you know, going back and apologizing. And he's like, all right, yeah, that's a good idea to try. Because with me, it's like, I want to try everything. And as long as I try everything, it doesn't work, I'm going to have no regrets. That's completely fine. But literally, never had a regret in my life. Still, to this day, never ever had a regret. Because to me, regret is infinite pain. And so I've always done everything to test everything, see if anything works, so that I have no regrets. So it was, so I went out like December 4th, and I think that was like a Tuesday, and I went back the following, or maybe it was a Wednesday, and I went back the following, let's go December 2020. I went back the following Monday, I believe, or maybe I went over the weekend. December 4th, no, it's a Friday. Maybe I went here, maybe I went December 2nd. And I think I went home, maybe this Saturday. You know, I bought a ticket back, or, you know, maybe this Friday, that, so maybe Friday, December 4th, I told Sarah, like, hey, you know, let's talk, let's figure this out. And she instantly was like, no, I'm not paying to go out to see you. You can pay for my bus. And I was thinking, like, it's like, why would the woman who promised to be with me forever not just pay the $18 bus fee to come out and see me and like talk this out and figure this out? Well, it's because she knew this is going to, you know, programmed to end. So she's like, retard, why don't you know it's programmed to end? Just remember, women are not able to see things from other people's point of view. So all women assume that all men know this graph is true, but like, no men do. I'm the only one in the universe that does. But all women, so it's all women that have existed and me, we're the only ones that know this graph is true. So when men don't act according to this graph, the women are like, how does this man not see this graph? And then if you don't see the graph, you don't act based on the graph being true. That is high meat. You know, she knows she can extract a large amount of meat from you because you're weak sperm. Well, you've chosen to be weak sperm. So I went back like 3 days. I think it was the Saturday I went back. So about December 6th, 4 days after. You know, talked to Rich to like get a plan of what the heck to do. And I don't know if I asked if I should get flowers or maybe he recommended I get flowers. So it's my first time ever in my life I've bought flowers. I'm going to apologize to a woman. But I was like, hey, you know, I've never done it before in my life. None of my relationships have worked out. You know, I've continued on to be perfect with women having perfect behavior. You know, I've seen it in the movies, so why not test it? So I did that. I had like a whole thing written out that I worked with Rich to think up. I was like, hey, I do this, 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 and this for you. What more do you want from me? So yeah, I did like go back to our apartment 4 days later. And I think I brought everything with me in case like things started to go good, I would just stay there. But I was also prepared to go back to Palm Springs, or where was I, Desert Hot Springs, if things did not go good. So I had like a whole thing. I sat her down, you know, went through my rehearsed thing. I was like, hey, I do XYZ pursuit, give you a great life, pay for everything, make sure you have time and space to do your videos, work, do whatever you want to do, have time with the dog, you know, give you freedom to do what you want when you want. What do you want from me? What do you need from me? And she said the default thing, which is, I need you to be nicer, which is, I was always super nice to her. So again, she was just hiding this graph. That's all she was doing. I don't remember the other stuff I said, but I think we got some food after. And I think after I brought the food back, she started asking about, oh, how do you feel about us divorcing? How does that make you feel? So she was like inserting divorce into my brain again. I was like, all right, this ain't going good. So I went back to the hot springs. It was like December 6th. And I remember, you know, so it's like another week I was in the hot springs. So I remember she was saying like something like either we go to marriage counseling or we get a divorce. So she gave me an ultimatum, another ultimatum. Same as like 6 months prior when she was like, hey, either you pay all our bills or I'm going back to Mexico. So she gave me a second ultimatum. And the marriage counseling thing, I was always no. And it's December 14th, and I was like, well, I'm not coming to marriage counseling just because I don't allow people to go into my brain. So I didn't want to do it. And that's why I told her October. Remember when we came back from Europe? We're in Raleigh, October 2019. When she brought up divorce the first time, I think she was bringing up marriage counseling as well. I was like, and I told her, like, no, I don't allow people into my brain. And so she brought it up again this time, December 2020. And I was like, well, all right, looks like it's over, because I'm not going to marriage counseling. I don't know why this isn't working. Like, I'm being nice to her like I've always been, and she's turned into like super evil devil. I don't know what's going on, but again, it's just following this. Her behavior is simply following that graph. So I bought a plane ticket. I was originally booked the Desert Hot Springs RV for like December 2nd to December 21st, but I left December 14th. And I think Sarah called me it's either the day before I left, or it's like the day that so I bought the ticket for December 14th to fly back to Albany, New York, my parents' house. And it was either that day before I left to go on the plane, or maybe it was when I was in New York. But Sarah called me up and I told her, yeah, I'm going back to New York. And she literally gasped. She went, well, she didn't gasp. She breathed in loudly. She was like, like, I'd always told her I'm never going to do marriage counseling. Then she gave me the ultimatum: marriage counseling or we divorce. So then I follow what I'd always said I was going to do: no marriage counseling. And she's shocked. She doesn't apologize or beg me to come back or whatever. And it was either that day when I was going to the airport, or when I was already back in New York, maybe December 15th. I don't remember when it was. And yeah, we keep talking. I called her mom like at December 15th. Like, told her mom and her dad like everything that was going on. And that's actually when I went from like 3 out of 10 in Spanish up to like 7 out of 10 in Spanish, was because I talked on the phone with her mom and her parents for like 7 or 8 hours straight. And like literally I broke through the 3 to 4 out of 10 barrier. I'd been fluent in Spanish for like years. I broke through that barrier talking to her parents for like 7, 8 hours. Because I'd talking to them and I'd have to like Google Translate to try to say like, how do I put these verbs in the past tense to say she did this, and then we did this, and I did this. And I just told them everything. And basically, like, one of the big things they said was I wasn't doing anything wrong. Like, the only thing I did to punish her was take away the Wi-Fi. And they're like, no, that doesn't matter. You haven't done anything wrong. So that was good that they were not gaslighting me. They also said, oh, you should go to marriage counseling. Something I told them I forgot to tell you guys. So when I went back December 6th, went back from Desert Hot Springs, I actually took a jet to LAX. It's like a mini plane from Palm Springs. It's only $70. Like 40-minute ride, so way faster than the bus. But when I went there, I gave her the thing, told her the thing that I'd rehearsed, gave her the flowers. And when I got the food, we got food, I stayed there a little bit longer. She told me, I don't love you anymore. And then after, that's when she was like talking about the divorce stuff that same day, December 6th. So I told that to her parents, like, yeah, Sarah's threatening me with divorce. She told me she didn't love me anymore. And Sarah's mom was on the phone, was like, oh, she told you that? And I was like, yeah. So her mom was really surprised. And I then, it's like in the middle of the call with her parents, I like asked her father, I was like, hey, what would you do if your wife, Sarah's mom, told you she didn't love you? How did I do it? I think I told them, yeah, Sarah told me she didn't love me anymore. So I asked her mom, with both the parents on speakerphone, I asked her mom, like, hey, have you ever said that to Sarah's father? And Sarah's mom was like, let out a terrified, no, like completely scared, terrified to even and have the thought enter her brain to say she didn't love Sarah's father. And then I asked Sarah's father, I was like, he really didn't say much. He was just there listening for like most of the hours, maybe like half the time. And then, I kept talking with mom like 3 or 4 hours after, mom only. Then I asked her dad, like, hey, if Sarah's mom's name is Muddy Bell, I was like, hey, if Muddy Bell told you she didn't love you, what would you do? And he's like, what? So I repeated the question again. I said, hey, if Muddy Bell told you she didn't love you, what would you do? And he said, oh, I would go to marriage counseling. And I felt that was a super lie on his part, because his mom, Muddy Bell, would not have reacted in such fear that I asked her that question. And also, he asked me to repeat the question, give him more time to think of a lie. So I definitely know he was super lying. I mean, I was pretty sure, like 80, 90%. So they would not have been going to marriage counseling. But yeah, that's what he said. Still talked to his, Sarah's mom for like 3 or 4 hours after, just trying to figure out like what the heck is going on. Like, who knows the answer? And like after I've exhausted everything, I was like, okay, maybe her parents got the answer. So that's when I talked to her parents about all this stuff. And her mom was trying to say like, cave to what Sarah wants, cave to what Sarah wants. I'm like, and I told, this is another thing from December 6th when I went back for the one day with Sarah. I told her I've done this for you, this for you. I've changed, because you asked me to, on, thing X, Y, and Z. What have you changed for me? And you know what she said? Nothing. That's literally what she said. She knew she had changed nothing for me when she'd asked me about changing a bunch. And then she, realized her answer was really bad. And she updated it to, well, I changed my country for you. And I was like, dude, you told me you've been planning to go to Canada since 2013 anyways. You planned to leave Mexico for the last 10 years anyways, 15 years. So that coming to my country, that's not a change you made for me. You made that for you, for more economic opportunity, like you said. So it's December 6th, and I'm just telling her parents everything like December 15th. And so I'm in New York at this time at my parents' house trying to figure out what the heck's going on. I can't get an answer that makes sense from anyone. No one. Nobody's telling me anything. And it's, what really stinks is, my mom knew this graph, but she didn't say anything about it to me. Same with your mom. Your mom knows this graph is true, but our mom's brain has been captured by Eddie Bernays, the corporations, the media corporations, to have our moms not tell us this graph. Why? To slaughter us with alimony laws, child support laws, and divorce laws. So right now, your mom knows, as you're going through this divorce, you're going through all this stuff, if you're telling your mom, or she, maybe she knows you're uncomfortable, she probably knows there's this crap going on. She will not tell you. Like her brain has been captured. And she's allowed her brain to be captured, but her brain has been captured to allow you to be slaughtered. Look, you gotta remember, either everything I tell you is a lie, or you've been lied to by everyone your entire life. Everyone. Corporations, Disney, Hollywood, schools, all your friends and family. They all either explicitly lied to you or implicitly lied to you by withholding the truth from you. All of them. They've all allowed their brains to be captured. I did not. I was like, no, you're not going to capture my brain. And you got to go to war and win to be able to have control of your own brain. So I want you to think about the stuff you're going right now. If you told your mom, she probably are. Your mom knows this graph. She's withholding this graph from you. Why? Because her brain's been captured by Eddie Bernays, Disney, Hollywood, the media, to not say the truth and not give you the truth. This is the key you're missing. This is all you're missing. All the pain you're going through is because everyone you trusted either lied to you explicitly or lied to you implicitly by withholding the truth from you when they know this is the truth. Everyone. Your entire life. Or everything I'm telling you right now is a lie. It's the only two options. Either everything I'm telling you right now is a lie, or literally your whole life has been a lie. And, I accepted my whole life was a lie. The universe said, cool, this dude is, based his life on truth. I'm going to let him get out of this divorce safely. No problems at all. Because remember, all women only do exactly what the universe tells them to do. To you or for you. So if you're in slaughter in your divorce right now, it's because you are angering the universe. You're challenging the universe. Which, okay, you want to challenge the universe, you better win. Like, you better win, or if you challenge the universe and you lose, you'll be slaughtered worse than you can even imagine. Lifetime alimony, lose all your assets, have your kids stolen from you, have your kids brainwashed to hate you, paying child support for kids that have been stolen from you and brainwashed to hate you. You'll never recover. Or you could work with the universe, be like, okay, universe, you're saying all the correct stuff. I see what you're saying. I ignored the truth that this graph was real and governs female behavior, all female behavior, and all male-female romantic relationships. And I'm going to accept the truth, and I'm going to start to win now. And the universe will let you win. That's all the universe wants you to do is do what is best for you. Which is what? The best thing for you is accepting truth, making truth the foundation of your life, making all your decisions based off of truth being foundation of your life. That's it. The universe will give you whatever you want. Do you have what you want right now? It's all that pain. Everyone around you lying to you, hiding the truth from you. Sarah's mom also knew this graph. She did not tell me this graph either. Sarah's aunts knew this graph. Every female, this is the foundational layer of female behavior. Because they, all throughout history, for millions of years, they've required to extract resources from men to survive. But the only men who they can extract resources from are men who don't know this graph exists, or they see it and they believe it's a lie. AKA, men who are weak sperm. Those are the men who choose to be weak sperm. Those are the men who women extract resources from to survive, which is exactly the meats equation. If a woman feels you're weak sperm, she extracts a large amount of meat from you. And look, everything's right here. And I'd spent thousands of hours to figure this out when everyone else in the universe failed, because no one has been great at winning as I am. All 100 billion humans. And so that's why I'm number one god of the universe. So yeah, think of, right now. Your wife knows this graph is true. Your wife's mom knows this graph is true. Your wife's sister knows this graph is true. All your aunts, all your wife's aunts. Every woman knows this graph is true, and what do? They hide it from you. Does that sound like people you want to be around? Those who withheld the truth from you when you're going through all this pain? All they had to do is say one sentence. They didn't have to say anything, they just had to show you this picture. Like, attraction, good behavior, love, respect, frequency, minute. Oh yeah. Actually, my whole relationship has followed this. Oh, this would have happened no matter what I did or what I didn't do. So my wife blaming me, it's actually not my fault. She's been lying this whole time. Oh, well, now I don't regret anything, and now I can just divorce her easy, because I know this graph, and I knew this was, this failing of the relationship was predetermined from the jump by the universe. And you might say, oh, why does the universe, why did the universe set that as the default setting for all male-female relationships to be programmed to end? Because right here, the universe wants you to marry your dreams, that's it. The universe doesn't want you to marry a human woman. No. Think of the worst times in your life. When did it happen? Married to a human woman. Duh. And why did that happen? Because the universe made her behave bad because you married her. Because the universe doesn't want you to marry her. You believed the lies your whole life. Well, you got to determine if they're lies or not. Right here. Again, either everything I'm telling you is a lie or you've been lied to your entire life. There's the only two options. And only one of them can be true. But even now, look at all the videos you've watched of mine. Still, even one thing you can't prove it incorrect. Not even one. And you're older than me. So you've had more time to find truth, and you still can't prove anything in any of my videos incorrect. Look at the comments. Not even the collective genius of every human that watches this video is able to surpass my own and prove anything I've said incorrect. It says December, talking to their parents. I filed divorce papers in New York. You know, I did file divorce papers. Talked to lawyers like, yeah, since you filed, don't go back to California. And also, you know, here in September, October, Sarah and I had planned to go to her parents for like a month, like for the month of January, because their grandma's having her 75th birthday or something in like mid-January. So we're kind of just gonna go hang out for a whole month. Because remember, I finished selling my Christmas lights like Q4, you know, by Christmas. So Sarah was actually leaving the country, like our tickets that we had bought December 30. So by this point, it was like December 20, and talking with the divorce lawyer, like, damn, well, he's like, yeah, well, you gotta serve her before she goes to Mexico because there's no guarantee she even comes back. And if she's in Mexico and you can't serve her, you know, we gotta attempt through some Mexican parties to serve her at her house in Mexico. But if that doesn't work, that could like slow down and screw up your divorce here in New York. But you can't go back to California because then like the jurisdiction of New York over this divorce like won't hold because you left. It's like, I'm trying to plan. I only got like, you know, it's like December, you know, 20th or 23rd right now. And I got like a week to 2 weeks to figure all this stuff out. And I don't even know what's going on. Like, I don't know what went wrong in my relationship. So I was like, I filed for the divorce. So I have the divorce papers ready to go. I even I made a document of like, hey, this is Sarah's work schedule. This is where she works. This is what she looks like. This is where she'll be, for my New York divorce lawyer to like contact process servers in California to get her served at her work. I made up that document. You know, I didn't know what to do. And Rich was telling me like, yeah, don't respond faster if she calls. It's like, call her back later or call her back the next day, and don't like beg for her back, blah blah blah. So I didn't know what to do. Her mom was saying like, I don't know, try going to the marriage counseling. I didn't know what to do. I always said, no, I'm never going to do that. I don't like people in my brain. And I was just so stumped, and it was like, the days were counting. December 20, December 21, December 22. I was like, what the like, you know, I don't have enough information to feel confident in any decision. This is the only time in my life where I've not known the answer. Like, my whole life, I've always known the answer to anything and everything I've needed. And now I'm like, dude, my body's still on fire. I can't eat. You know, I eat one small meal a day, losing weight. My normal weight's 155. You know, after this, I was, you know, 138 going through this. Total twig. I think, so even now, let's see. I think when I was going through this, so I've been going to the gym in like a year. I've been doing the boxing workouts up until like May of this year, but not really anything since. When I was going through this, I think I could almost put my hand around my bicep to like touch my thumb. So this is me normal, but when I was, what am I now, like 155, 157? But I think when I was going through this, I think my arm, I think my pinky finger could almost touch my thumb. I'm not taking any supplements. I haven't been to the gym in forever, 6 months or a year, maybe even a year and a half, because I stopped the weightlifting when I started boxing. Oh wait, never mind. I wasn't doing the boxing during. Yeah, so right now it's been a year and a half since I've lifted weights, and like 6 months since I've done the boxing workouts. There's my middle finger, there's my thumb. But I think when I was going through this, down at 138 pounds, going through all this divorce stuff, I'm pretty sure my thumb and middle finger could almost touch my arm. I think it was something like that. It was pretty close. So I lost a ton of weight. So days are ticking by. December 20, December 21, December 22. I don't know what to do. I'm counting down. I don't have enough information to make a good decision either way. I didn't know what to do. Had no confidence in any path. I'd already filed the divorce papers in New York. I didn't tell Sarah about it, so she didn't know. And it's like December 23rd, December 24th. Had Christmas, December 25th, December 26th. Like, oh, maybe she's going back to Mexico forever. I don't know if she's coming back. Like, and then I gotta serve her the divorce papers before she leaves. I don't know what to do. And I was just like so stuck. And I came up one day in the kitchen, and Rich was there, and I was like, man, I just like started crying and hugging him. Like I had no clue what the heck to do. Again, all I was missing was this. I thought I screwed everything up. I thought I like had the one, because we had the, the fairy tale story meet and like long distance thing. I thought I screwed up because Sarah was blaming me. It's my fault. Nothing I'm doing is working. I'm like, man, did I mess up my one chance at true love? So yeah, my brain was infected by Hollywood, Disney, media. So I just felt terrible. I mean, look, all I was missing was this graph. That's it. So yeah, and like, Rich asked me what I was gonna do, and I was like, I think I didn't even answer him. I just like stood there, and I had no answer. I had no clue what to do. Cause like, the whole time being married, I promised her, no, never doing marriage counseling, never ever. And I didn't have a reason. Well, I don't like people entering my brain, and it's like, I'm just like, why can't you just be nice to me like before, without having to have a third party babysit, tell her what to do? And I was in that kitchen, it was, I don't know, maybe December 26th. It's like, and I think Rich asked me what I was going to do, and I literally just stopped talking. I had no clue. And he's like, all right, it looks like you're going to marriage counseling. So I was literally like 50-50, and like him saying that like pushed me to like 50.1% to marriage counseling. It was like it was giving me permission to do it almost. So yeah, I knew the universe was speaking through Rich to me at that moment. The universe was telling me, yeah, go to marriage counseling. So he said, oh, looks like you're going to marriage counseling. And like, that tipped me over 50.1% marriage counseling, 49.9% go through this divorce with me being in New York. And I went down, and I ran downstairs. I bought my airplane ticket to go back, I think 2 days later, to California, December 29th. And I got in, and like, dude, the apartment was a mess. And Sarah had always been super clean. Growing up, she'd always been programmed to like sweep, wipe down with a wet cloth, clean everything before going to bed. And our place was always really clean. But this time going back, after I think I left December 4th, came back December 2nd, came back December 6th, and I hadn't been back since. So now it's December 29th, so it's been like 3 weeks later. It's totally messy. Like, her shoes were all over, her clothes were all over. And I'll show you an example of what I see in my brain with this. Alright, so this is a way to stir chemicals from my chemistry labs. And I'll show you this and I'll explain like what I think women are. So you've got a rotating magnet thing on the bottom, and when you put in the cup, you can see right here, it's actually like a long, like a horse pill, bigger than like pill normal humans take. Let's see, kind of like that big. That's metallic, so it reacts to the magnet and it spins when the magnet spins, and that's how you mix stuff without like needing to stick anything in there. Maybe you're pulling the stick out and it drips off everywhere. So to me, women without a man are like this. They're psycho. Like literally their advanced chemical system goes wild, and like they can't think, like everything's going insane without a man. And it was interesting, I came back, I was so dirty. It's like, she's never been dirty. But it's because she had no man with her. So like her advanced chemical system's going wild. Whereas if there was a man with her, it's kind of like her pill, her metal thing here, horse pill, and mine here, and we don't spin. We stay stationary, aka like non-psycho, and everything's clean and organized. So this is how I visualize women without a man, is actually with this visual. See if there's any better one. Magnetic stir. Yeah, it's just called a magnetic stir. Maybe I'll look at some pics. Images. Beaker solution. Stirrer magnet. Yeah, so you can see it's just like a large pill. There's metal. Or maybe it's a magnet. And then, a metal magnet underneath that rotates. So you don't have to insert anything to mix. Yeah, like that big pill. So I see that women without a man are like this, insane. But women with a man are like nice, orderly, organized, because women have to be with men. Women cannot be alone. Men can be alone and go out and hunt, weeks, just alone hunting deer or whatever. But if women are alone, they go psycho insane. So that's what she was doing. So I came back, I think opened one of the drawers, and she had I opened one of the drawers in the kitchen, and she had a birth control prescription. And I remember she had used birth control before we got married, but when we got married, she went completely off of it. And I actually took a picture. She had like the sheet of the pills in the drawer in the kitchen. So I took a pic. I don't remember. I think all of them were in it. I'm not sure though. So I took a picture of it. I sent it to her, and she was like, "Oh my God, you're home? What? How? When did you get home?" I was like, "Yeah, I just got in today." Oh, a little bit before this. So I'll explain some other things. Somewhere in here, November 2020, maybe like mid-November 2020, she was saying, "Oh no, I'm not going to see your family for Christmas. I'm going to stay here, go snowboarding with my friends." I'm thinking like, what? We're married. Why would you not come with me home for Christmas? See my parents for Christmas, because we're going to see my parents for Christmas, her parents for the month of January, for her grandma's. And I always love going to Mexico. So I'm like, heck yeah, more time in Mexico. And yeah, I think it was mid-November 2020. She's saying, oh, she's going to with her friends to the mountain. No, she's not going to come to New York with me, blah, blah, blah. And this is the first time I decided to test this, like super alphaing up. And I was like, I started yelling at her like, no, you're going to fucking come to New York with me. You're my wife. You're not staying with your fucking friends. Just yelling at her. Just to test, because nothing. I've been working since then. Trying to get her to come to New York and, for Christmas with our family that we had been planning. So she had canceled and decided to change her plans. I'm trying to remember. I think she may have kept her tickets and went to New York City for a few days, then came back to California. Or maybe she had planned to do that. And I was like, what? You're not going to come to New York? You're going to take the same ticket but not come to New York with me? I don't remember if she did go to New York, but I think she was saying that. Like, oh no, me and my friend were going to go to New York City and just hang around for a weekend and then come back. Maybe she just saying that to make me angry. But I tried to alpha up once, see what would happen. No positive outcome. And then so while I was in New York, I was checking our joint bank account, and she was buying stuff off Amazon. So this is just December 16th through the 28th. She was buying snow pants, jacket, boots on Amazon with our joint bank account to go to the mountain with her friends while I'm in New York, filing for divorce and wondering what the heck's going on. So yeah, and I don't want to take her off because it's I just want to be nice to her. Just literally I promise to spend the rest of my life with you. I want to give you a great life. I don't want to punish you. I don't want to cause you pain. So I think I yelled at her for that, but then I just left her on. And to be honest, it's actually a good idea to leave her on, because women are just looking for one excuse to label the end of the relationship on. Because remember, they have to hide this graph. So if I taken her off or restricted her, she would have claimed financial abuse. I would have been like, oh yeah, I ended the relationship because she was financially abusing me, because husband was financially abusing me. So I was right for kind of the wrong reasons to not kick her off. But also, the only money I put in the bank account was just $2,000 a month, joint bank account, just to pay all our expenses, nothing extra, which is smart by me, because any money put in was jointly owned by both people. Remember, we negotiated that in a prenup, and so I was like, well, that's fine. I'll just put the minimum in, and I just won't buy any assets with it, so then you can't take anything from me in the event of divorce. And even remember, when I got married, I thought divorce probability was 0. I literally just got the prenup because just culturally, seeing all the movies and news about men getting slaughtered, I was like, oh, I can just prevent this by just getting a prenup. Okay, I'll do that. Guarantee I don't get slaughtered and keep all my business stuff. All right, so that was some things from November to December. So I get back December, like 29th. She's still up at the mountain with her friends. Once I sent that picture, we just like, talk normally. She was at a bowling alley with her friends, like up in the mountains from skiing and snowboarding up there. And they had a bunch of other people. And she actually didn't bowl with the people. She just had to like hang out and sit down on the bench and talk with me on the phone instead. Probably because she was freaking out that I came home and found that birth control thing. I also found a pregnancy test in the bathroom garbage, and I asked her about it, and she said, "Oh, it's her friend's Irene's," which maybe was true. Probably not though. And I think she did I saw something somewhere. She did a yeast infection exam. So that probably tells me she was probably banging other dudes while I was in New York. Throwing that, or in New York plus in Desert Hot Springs. And I had another thing I wanted to say that was like mid-December, but I forgot about it. So she was probably, women have to throw that coochie around to get attention from men, to get possible men to extract meats from in the event I did leave her. So it's just a survival thing. No different than, I don't know, two men handshaking. Like women don't look at throwing the coochie around as anything. Just survival. Well, they look at it as good. Because remember down here, a higher probability of extracting more resources from more men, which is throwing the coochie around to more men, is right for women or good for women. So that's how female brains work. So yeah, December 2020. What else? Is there anything else? Yeah, she was still buying stuff even though she was behaving terribly bad. Birth control thing, pregnancy test thing. So she came back, maybe December 30, because I think we had tickets to go to Mexico December 31, I think. And all right, yeah, going down to Mexico. Well, actually, she came back from the mountain, December 30. I wanted to bang. She didn't, which makes sense because I came back to her, which means I was, sliding down the sperm strength scale. In case she requires more meat from me, she feels I'm weaker sperm, so she definitely doesn't want to bang. I caved to her demand in June about me paying all the bills. Caved to her demand again of marriage counseling or we get divorced. She didn't even want to do marriage counseling. Again, it was just to get an excuse to leave, to say, oh, my husband did X, therefore I left him, blame it on him, just to hide this graph. It's all, everything women do is to hide this graph. Because if all men knew this graph, no man would invest any resources into any woman, and all women would have died and perished long ago. Because women cannot acquire resources from themselves for all of human history until the last 70 years. And this is why all women you'll be in a relationship with, if you ask them about the previous relationships, they will always blame it on the man. Always. X was controlling, abusive, narcissistic, financially abusive, emotionally abusive, physically abusive. And remember, females' brains do not work on a spectrum of true and false. They work on a spectrum of lower probability of survival to higher probability of survival. So by her lying to you, which women don't even recognize lies because lies is a logical concept, all she sees is she's saying what gives her a higher probability of survival, aka a higher probability of extracting more resources from more men, aka you. Therefore it's right for women, therefore it's good for women, therefore that's what women do. So yeah, she didn't want to bang when I got back, which is because I was chosen to be the super weak sperm zone. And up to this point, I still had not researched anything about women. I'd talked to Rich about a lot of stuff. And nothing I was doing was working. I ignore her bad behavior, it gets worse. I reward her bad behavior, it gets worse. I punish her for her bad behavior, it gets worse. So I'm like, I don't know what to do. She's blaming me for everything, saying it's all my fault. And I don't have any reason to think it's not my fault. Because, if she changed, that means something changed. And if she's going to say, oh yeah, something did change just because X, you weren't being nice enough. And she's so strong, blaming on me, I was believing her. Which again was pushing me more towards the weak sperm zone. Because women, they just want you to know this graph and know this is true. You don't have to say it, they'll know it by your actions. That's why they love the men that use her for sex and ghost her like me. Because that is the actions of a man who knows this graph. Now, obviously, all the men that do it, they don't know this graph, but I do. So, like, the men that use women for sex and ghost them without knowing this graph, they're doing the correct thing for, like, the wrong reasons, or, like, they really don't have a reason why. But this graph is the reason why. And the women will behave perfect if you follow this graph and use them for sex and ghost them. Alright, so that brings us up to, like, December 31, 2020, which we can now say January 1, Jan 1, 2021. Alright, before I go into Jan 1, going to Mexico, I remembered some other things to share. So, remember March 2018, told Sarah about we got married, we're going to have a prenup. End of June 2018 is when I asked her. December 26, 2018 is when we got married. We had talked maybe earlier in 2018, or maybe, it was after March. We had talked, and we had already both agreed that we're going to have 5 kids, and Sarah was going to be a stay-at-home mom, not work. And we both agreed on that. So it wasn't me kind of like, and then I asked her to marry me, after. So it wasn't me like going into this willy-nilly, no plan. So that was the first thing. Second thing was when we were negotiating the prenup stuff, I think it was the day after she signed it. She signed it, I think, December 23rd. We got married December 26th. Maybe December 24th. She was still in the Dementor bad mood. And she said, all right, we're not going to have any kids then. Which, like, to me really, really hurt. But I just smiled then at her and said, that's great. We'll save a lot of money. So it seems like she was doing some mental, emotional warfare to get back at me for her needing to sign a prenup, even though she had agreed to it, March 2018 before I even asked her. So those are 2 things I remembered. Third thing, when I was talking to her mom here, December 2021, and it might have been here maybe in January, but her mom was basically like 2 things. Her mom was like, Sarah always hangs around the toxic people. Get her away from them. And I'm like, to myself, I was thinking a few things like, we just moved from Brooklyn to Albany to North Carolina to LA in the last few years. And like, yeah, Sarah, well, not in Albany, but Brooklyn, North Carolina, LA. Yeah, I think Sarah would find the toxic people. And it's like, she's an adult. I can't keep babysitting her of who she's going to hang around or who not. Also, the second thing is, if everywhere she goes, my wife is always finding the toxic people, like her mom says. Well, birds of a feather flock together. That means Sarah is a toxic person herself. But to be honest, no matter if a woman's a toxic woman, non-toxic woman, a virgin or a non-virgin, has a great relationship with her father, doesn't have a great relationship with her father, is independent, is not independent, feminist, not feminist, all women. This graph is programmed into all women. High body count, low body count, tattoos, no tattoos. So actually every man in the universe is wrong except for me when they say look for green flags and stay away from red flags. Because no matter what a woman does or has done in her life, this graph is her fundamental programming given to her by the universe for every romantic male-female relationship that she'll have in her life. And you might ask, well, that's totally different than what Disney and Hollywood and Netflix and media showed me about, like, living life together forever. And all right, again, either everything I tell you is a lie or you've been lied to your entire life. You got to choose which one, because only one of these can be true. But again, notice how you're unable to prove anything in my videos incorrect. So yeah, every woman have this program into them. To be honest, it's better to be with a, now there's probably, there's some spectrum here, toxic to non-toxic, feminist to not feminist, high body count to low body count. Obviously, there's a continuum here. And I actually believe you should marry the women with the worst traits, more feminist, higher body count, more masculine, more dominant, more independent. Why? Because if you do that, your graph will look like, bad relationship with her father. Your graph will look like this. Oh yeah, you'll be divorced in 3 years. You won't lose anything. You won't pay any alimony. Probably haven't had children with your net, so you won't lose your children. You won't pay any child support. So you will look like this. So it's actually better to marry the worst woman because you acquire the truth faster. Well, worse by like, I don't know, TradCon standards or whatever. Whereas if you follow the TradCon standards, virgin, great relationship with her father, great relationship with her family, non-feminist, dependent, not infected by college, no social media. That just means you'll get divorced at like 50, lose everything, never be able to retire. You'll work till the day you die, lifetime alimony. You lost all your 6 properties you bought during the marriage. You get divorced at year 32 versus year 3. So it's actually the worst option is, well, again, as I've been telling you, either I'm lying to you or Hollywood, Disney, the media, everyone around you, friends and family have been lying to you your entire life by telling you, and other YouTubers saying, "Oh, look for the green flags, stay away from the red flags." No, marry the red flags, man. Marry the red flags. You'll be divorced in 3 years. You got the rest of your life. You didn't lose anything in the divorce because you weren't able to acquire anything in 3 years, and you're still young. Now, if you follow everyone else, you'll be divorced at year 17, year 22, year 31, year 28 of marriage, year 31 of marriage, year 16 of marriage, and that's already past the 10-year mark of lifetime alimony in California. If you marry that green flag girl, no. Again, everyone's wrong in the universe except for me. But again, notice how everything I've just told you, you're actually not able to prove anything incorrect, and the collective genius of everyone on YouTube is also not able to prove anything I've said incorrect, because they would have commented it, and you would see, oh, I was wrong about this, but no one's able to, because you can't prove the truth wrong. Duh. Alright, so is that December 2021. I forgot one more thing. September 2021 we're going to the Happy Ice, and she bought me that Indian kurta, and she specifically told me not to wear it when I'd already pre-planned to wear it, because she just bought it for me like the week before. We were talking about it, and she's like, why won't you, like, basically she was referring to me wearing the clothes she wanted me to wear, aka her controlling the clothes I wear. She's like, why don't you just do it to make me happy? And that was the first time she'd ever said anything like that. So right now I'm talking about September 2020, mid-September 2020. And I was like, dude, you're responsible for your own happiness. No one else can give it to you. Which is actually the correct answer. And, I didn't even research anything. I had not researched anything about women at that point. All right, so December 29, 2020, I come back. I filed the divorce papers, but I never served her, so technically the New York divorce never didn't have enough to get rolling, enough steps completed. I think she came back from mountains with her friends December 30, and I think we went to Mexico December 31 or Jan 1 or something. So Irene's husband and Irene, I think, drove us down from LA to the Tijuana border, to Tijuana airport, and then we flew Tijuana airport to Mexico. Before we left, it was maybe December 31, I was packing my clothes, and I packed that Indian kurta. And I'll give you some Indian kurta long men. Mine was dark blue with some fancy designs, kind of like that. Dark blue. It wasn't one of these non-exciting ones. Yeah, so Indian kurta. Mine was longer than these. Yeah, something like this. Oh my god, it was this one. Yeah, because I had the brown. This is the one she bought for me. I don't know, from Goodwill or something. Because she knows I like to try. Yeah, dude, it was this one. Yeah, that seems about right. That's below the knees. Yeah, this is the one she got for me from Goodwill. Oh, actually, I think the lines I had in mine were white. These look like they're the same color, but yeah, it was this dark blue and brown. So I had this on the floor packing into the suitcase, and she said, "No, you're not wearing that." Remember, this is something she bought for me, and I like running experiments, testing out new things. So I'm like, heck yeah, I'm going to try this. I'm going to test drive this thing out. I've never even seen one of these. So I was bringing it to down to Mexico for New Year's. So yeah, we celebrated New Year's there, so it must have been going down December 30 or December 31. And I was like, so this is like December 30 at night or December 31 when we're packing. Must have been December 30. So yeah, I was laying all my clothes out to them, stuff them in my just carry-on suitcase. I usually don't bring checked bags. She told me, no, you're not bringing that. Which again, she bought it for me to wear. But again, I'm not going to use logic to deal with her complaint about the clothing, because it's just her pointing at something to blame, to draw attention away from this graph. But I decided to take the time to be like, all right, what do you feel I should bring or wear? Should I like khaki pants with a belt, normal shoes, and like a polo shirt, like an outfit like that on the ground? She's like, here, bring this. I was like, okay. And then I think I still put the Curta, I rolled it up, put it in the carry-on suitcase. And later that night, I think it was December 30, because I think we drove down to LA to Tijuana December 31. That night, she saw that I had packed the clothes she chose, which I wasn't going to wear them. Or maybe I didn't pack them and I only packed the Curta. But she saw the Curta in my suitcase, and she canceled me going to Mexico with her. Again, remember I told you she would take agreements that we agree on and cancel them to like hurt me and cause me pain? Like when we plan to go to the movies or something, or plan for whatever. Then she'd start some fake fight, and she'd cancel on me, so I'd end up going alone. Or I'd just kind of be demoralized and just stay home. That's probably half and half. Yeah, dude, she actually can't. So, oh, I forgot one thing. Yeah, let's say December 20, or maybe it's 23rd or 26th. I decide, all right, hey, Sarah said divorce or marriage counseling. I said, cool, marriage counseling. Her mom was pushing for it too, but again, her mom was hiding this graph from me. Same with every woman around me. So, well, that is quite disappointing, but that is the truth. But it's December 26th. I think her mom had known that Sarah was like complaining, oh, marriage counseling, or we divorce. And her mom was pushing for divorce counseling or marriage counseling. And so I just, December 26th, I decided, okay, I'll do marriage counseling. So I texted Sarah, and she didn't respond. And I texted her mom and was like, hey, yeah, I decided I'm going to do marriage counseling. I sent her a screenshot of me sending it to Sarah, and her mom was happy. And then Sarah didn't respond for like 24 hours. And I actually emailed her like 12 hours between to make sure she got it, which I think that was the first time I like double texted my wife ever after knowing her for like, I don't know, 5 years. Like double text her to make sure she got it. So I sent her a text and email. And dude, it was like 22 hours till she responded to me. So you can already tell she didn't want to go to the marriage counseling. She just wanted an out to be like, oh, I want to fix the marriage, to tell her friends and family, oh, I want to fix the marriage, but he didn't want to go to marriage counseling. So that's why the relationship ended. So again, she's just looking for an out, looking for an excuse to hide this graph right here. Hide the fact that she was male-female relationships are programmed to end from the jump, and she knew it. Which, all right, that's fine. That's how they're programmed. That's how the universe is programmed them, so that us men marry our dreams. All right, fine. That makes my life a lot easier. It's tough when you don't know this graph, because kind of like you're in a blender. You'd be low-key with the Hulk getting, you got no platform of truth, where your wife has all the answers, but you don't. So she's just toying with it. Mental emotion warfare. So that was, December 26th, before I came back. And so I could already tell she was not actually enthusiastic about going to marriage counseling. All right, so December, let's say 30 at night, we're packing up in the LA apartment to go drive down to Tijuana. It's just like a 3-hour drive straight down the coast. She cancels on me going. And her friend Irene is there. That's the one. They both work at Dave's Hot Chicken. Lives just like 2 blocks away. And I asked Irene, like, hey, Irene, do you think I should wear what I want or what Sarah tells me to wear? Just to turn up the heat and see what happens. Run another experiment. And I think Irene was at first like flabbergasted I asked her. But then she sided with Sarah and was like, I don't know if she like sided with Sarah, and she's like, yeah, I threw out all my husband's clothes that I didn't like. And a little bit later, I don't know if it was that same night. I think it was that same night before we left to go to Mexico. I asked Sarah, so are you going to throw my clothes that you don't like in the future as well, since this is what Irene's doing? And Sarah said, oh no, I would never do that. And then, so she canceled me going, but then the next morning, I just got my stuff and went with her anyways. So it's interesting. Women will use words, mental emotional warfare, but like, if you're a man, you can still do whatever you want. no matter what words she's saying. And she actually really didn't fight it, even though she had canceled on me the day before. So I want to go to Mexico, do the marriage counseling, see what happens. Also, Rich had told me that, like, anything you say in marriage counseling can be used against you. So even though marriage counseling in Mexico would not be optimal, because I was not, maybe I was like 6 or 7 fluent in Spanish at that time, but at least nothing I say would be able to be used against me. Or I could just say, oh, I translated Spanish wrong in my head or something, if it was ever used in divorce court. So we went down, I think it was the next day, it was New Year's night. Dude, I put on the kurta, because I like wearing things that are different. And dude, she started threatening me with divorce again. That December 31 at night. Again, I was still during this time feeling hot, feeling like uncertain, body's on fire, can't eat, can't sleep, still the same thing. She canceled on me, but I still went down. When we came out of the airport, I think it was December 31, like the afternoon, in Hermosillo. Her dad was surprised and like happy I was there, and like so it seemed like he didn't even expect me to be there. And yeah, so I put on the kurta because I wanted to wear it. That's it. I wanted to wear it. I like testing new things. I like trying things that are new and different, and I'm not gonna be afraid to be different. Like, that's not who I am. So she started me with divorce. I'm really stressed. I still don't know what's going on. Again, the only thing that's going on is this graph. I didn't know it at the time. And this graph you can't find anywhere else in the universe. I'm the only one in the universe that has it. And so we have, I think it's that day, New Year's, in the afternoon. I told Sarah, like, okay, we're going to have unprotected sex. Like, when we were in, like, the room in her parents' house. Because she had been asking me in, like, August. Or not asking me, she'd been trying to do it in August. So I was wondering, like, how would I test this and see if this fixes things? Because she wants it, and maybe that's why her behavior's going downhill. Because I'm not giving it to her. I don't know. But when I told her, she, like, decided to go to the grocery store, get soup with her mom. And I was kind of miffed about that. I was like, you've been wanting this for months, and now I give it to you and you run away, and whatever. So yeah, it's still December 31. I put on the kurta, went to the party, fun Mexican New Year's. Their whole family came over because Sarah's family's house was like the party house. And what actually happened was, later that night, we banged unprotected, our first time doing it, and it was, dude, I was wearing this, which she hated, and was threatening me with divorce over, and, like, there's a side slit on this, so there's, like, a front flap. It probably starts here, the pelvic region, and there's a back flap. So I was banging her doggy style unprotected with this flap up, still wearing this. And this is the coach who got pissed off about, and she's threatening me with divorce. I don't know what's going on. But then she's taking it raw from me. I guess, probably because she couldn't control me, therefore I was strong sperm, therefore she wanted my sperm. Which, I didn't have a strategy of, I'm going to do this to get her to want to bang unprotected. No. It's just like, I like wearing this. This is cool. This is unique. And that's why I do things that are cool and unique. So we were banging unprotected, and I was still wearing this. Just the front flap was up on top of her. Like, it's just a flap. I flipped up to bang her. Didn't bust inside, pulled out, jerked it off, busted on her lower back, and, like, wouldn't clean it off with toilet paper. But, like, I don't know, I guess she got jacked up, worked up, that she couldn't control me, and I kept wearing this. And she's like, oh, his sperm is so strong, I need to proceed to unprotected with no condom. But no, I did not bust inside. Although I've researched, and I'm pretty sure you can get women pregnant banging unprotected even without busting. So it was definitely a risk. But I needed to run the experiment. I needed to know, like, hey, maybe this is one thing I was missing, and then maybe her behavior will go back to 10 out of 10. I didn't know. I had no clue. And then, like, 5 days later, I saw some, tampon with blood in the bathroom. Actually, it was like 2 or 3 days later, I said, hey, you think we should get you a plan B? And she's like, no, that'll just make me uncomfortable in my stomach. And I'm thinking, dude, if you get pregnant, and if you keep it, or if you get an abortion, that's super, like, way more taxing on your body than taking a plan B. So it seems like she actually wanted to get pregnant. Well, Rich and Tom Likas both said, yeah, if a woman's not on birth control, she's trying to get pregnant, which she was not on birth control. So, yeah, she was definitely trying to get pregnant. But, yeah, I just wanted to try banging unprotected once, see if it would help. Hopefully not get her pregnant. And since she didn't want to take the Plan B, and I didn't ask her, I was kind of like, yeah, you think it'd be smart to do this? To take the Plan B? And she's like, no, it'll upset my stomach. And you can't really force her. Well, you could force her, but I didn't really go and force her. And then like a few days later, I saw the bloody period, which means her period. What does that mean? That means the new period cycle has started. It's like the new egg would be here in, I think, like 7 or 14 days. So I'm like, oh, phew, my sperm, if there's any in there, will definitely be dead by the time the next egg comes. So that was pretty lucky. But even though I didn't bust inside, I think pre-cum can have sperm in it. We started researching a bunch of marriage counselors. I was like, dude, if we're gonna do this, we gotta do it big. We went to like 3 or 4 different ones, a few different sessions. I was just trying to see like, what am I missing? What am I not seeing? Like, there's something I'm missing, because if I had it, I could make a confident decision to stay or to leave. Because I can't, that means there's something missing, but I don't know what it is. So it's like early, first week of January. Yeah, right after New Year's, we started researching all the marriage counselors down in Mexico in our city. It's called terapia de pareja, so pair therapy, so couples therapy. We went to like 3 or 4 different people. Some we paid, some were free with the church. So I talked with some preacher. He's making some church down there for like 6 hours, because he could actually speak English. Talking about all this stuff. He's like, oh yeah, you gotta wear what she wants you to wear, because her self-esteem's low, and she wants you to wear what she wants to wear so she can fit in the community, and so you gotta do it. And I asked about his relationship. He's like, oh yeah, we fought every day for the last 20 years. And I'm like, why would I listen to this retard? But again, I still took in all the info just to see, like, I was taking like the best stuff from everyone I'm talking to be like, what am I missing? What am I missing? What am I not seeing? What am I not seeing? What am I missing? What am I missing? So I did that. We're still early January 2021 here, like first week. Talking to a lot of, we did like, couples therapy with like 4 different people, and we chose like the one dude that we liked, we stayed with, and for like 3 or 4 sessions, like once a week. I was kind of annoyed. I was kind of like, let's do this every 2 days. Let's do this every day so we can talk to everything. Because Sarah wouldn't really talk to me. When I'd ask her about, hey, what's wrong, what's going on, she would either she'd literally just not respond, not want to talk to me about the issues, or like just say, you're not being nice enough to me, if I really pressed her. So I was like, dude, there's something more. What is the answer? I remember I've never been in a position where I couldn't find an answer ever in my life. So I'm like, once a week, we're planning to stay for like a month in Mexico, so that's 4 sessions with the one dude. We tried some other people, just like 1 session. I was telling them everything. I'm just, who's got the missing piece? Where is the missing piece? Where is the missing piece? And I didn't even know there was a missing piece. I didn't know there could be an answer. I didn't know, maybe there was no answer. But I was like, I gotta keep searching. Like, there's too much pain. I'm in so much pain. I can't eat, can't sleep, I can't focus. It's been going on like 2 months now. I need, I need more context. There's something I'm not seeing. There's something I'm not seeing. There's something I'm not seeing. So, it's all first week of January. Also, Sarah and I went to bang again, and I put a condom on, and she said no condom. And I was like, I'm not. She was like, all right, so the first time we banged unprotected, January 1st, I think it was like the next day or the day after, she's like, I don't know, we're laying on the couch watching a movie on the laptop. She said that was the best sex of my life. And she was trying to have unprotected sex right there on the couch, trying to pull it out, pull Senor Dudo out. And I was like, no. And she's trying to be all warm and being all warm and nice. So we went up to the room to bang, and then I was putting the condom on, and she said no condom, and I was like, no, I'm gonna put it on. And then she went from like super warm for like the last day or 2 because we banged unprotected, and then when I refused to allow her to control me, she went back to her normal, back to sliding down this like angry. So it's like her fake niceness went away. So I just jerked off on her chest, and no, we didn't bang. Yeah, that was like maybe January 7th or something, you know, sometime around there. So she was being like really nice, really nice, really nice, and then she didn't get what she wanted from me, unprotected banging, and then she went back to pissy off mood, down, you know, continuing down the slope. The other thing that happened was I had the YouTube app, and a video that I'd seen was like on YouTube. It was about toxic relationships, and it was like, oh, if one person starts to control what you wear, that's a controlling relationship and it's toxic. And so it was a woman speaking, and so I played that part to Sarah because that's what she'd always been trying to do, control what I wear. And I was like, do you agree with this or no? And she's like, oh, that's so stupid. And she got up and left. Or she's like, that's so stupid. And like, this is the first time I actually, well, I guess I'd yelled at her like November 2020 about, you're not effing going with your friends for Christmas, you're going with me. It's like the first time we were like arguing, and I yelled at her, and it was the only time I ever had. But I said, you know, I was sitting on the couch, showed the video, and she's like, oh, that's stupid, like with no logical reasoning, because again, everything Sarah's doing based off this graph, but I didn't know this graph at the time. And I was like, I told her, I'm the same fucking person no matter what the fuck I wear. And she like got up, she's like pissed, and she just like, I don't know, went up to her room or something. And she was mad because she's like, every woman wants you to understand this graph. That's why your wife's pissed at you, because you don't understand this. Well, it's not. Every woman wants you to base your actions of your life off this graph. To be honest, you don't even need this graph. If you're just have sex with women and ghost them, they'll be nice to you, because women respond positively to actions that men who know this graph would take. That's how the universe has programmed women. So even if you do it unknowingly, you know, you're right for the wrong reason, because you don't actually know this graph, you'll still get the best outcome of women, but eventually you're going to falter to the marketing by Disney, Hollywood, the media to get married, because you don't have a platform of truth being this. So you can be right for the wrong reason in the short term, but eventually you'll get married and get slaughtered because you don't know this graph. So there's one thing in early Jan. The other thing in early Jan was, you know, I'd never researched women's stuff on YouTube or the internet. I just talked to Rich about it. But on my YouTube app, on the side of, you know, or the recommended videos, I recommended a video from a channel called Entrepreneurs in Cars. And it was, you know, women, I forget the exact title, but it was, you know, something about female nature. And I watched it, I was like, huh, that's exactly what Sarah's doing, some of these things. So Rich Cooper was a guy, but I remember it was recommended randomly. I did not research it at all. I didn't even know you could research women's stuff, you know, on YouTube, women problem stuff, Entrepreneur in Cars. It was just one of these videos, and I watched it, I was like, wow. He said, you know, he said something in the video, or a few things that like matched Sarah's behavior, which is, you know, the same thing with you watching these videos I'm making. You're like, damn, he's right. I don't know him at all. He doesn't know my wife, but yeah, he's right about this, right about this, right about this, right about this. So I had the same experience with Entrepreneurs in Cars, and it was just a recommended video on the side. Probably because YouTube app had access to my microphone on my iPhone, and it probably heard about, I was talking about divorce, you know, hearing the words we were saying, and just surfaced that video. And they do that so you watch my videos and they can put more ads and charge, you know, advertisers more money. And so I saw one of these videos, I was like, wow, I didn't even think to research women's stuff on the internet or YouTube, but YouTube just brought it to me. Now, if you actually understand the universe, it was the universe bringing it to me via the YouTube app, YouTube algorithm. And it's just something. And then I checked out his channel, or maybe as the sidebar of that same video, that first video I watched, and I remember this, Entrepreneur Cars, SMV graph. I remember seeing the thumbnail for this, what is SMV in the wall? Because I remember, you know, when I was 16 to 18, got a ton of women in high school, and then I was like, I would talk to women once, and she would force me to take her number when I didn't even ask. But I noticed, like, when I went to university, I'd talk to women, and they wouldn't force me to take her number. I was like, huh. Something happened to me. It's because I don't play sports anymore, so my status is lower. The women don't know my hot girl history, so the hot women I've been with in the past, or something. But I'd never researched it at the time. But it always had been in the back of my head. And I saw this, And I watched this video and he showed the graph, and this is just, Tomasi's graph that I've showed you guys. And I was like, oh my god, this is what kind of something that's been in the back of my mind in university, but I never researched it. I didn't know what to type in to research it, so I kind of just forgot about it. So I watched this. Dude, and then all of January, all I did was I watched Entrepreneurs in Cars, and I think Corey Wayne, a bunch of Manosphere guys, Red Pill stuff. So 6 years ago, when did this divorce happen? 2 years? My divorce happened September 15th, 2021. So 2 years ago. So he made this video 4 years prior to me even seeing it. Based off of Tomasi's graphs. And so, dude, ever since I saw that first video from Entrepreneurs in Cars and then this second one, I just binged. Dude, it's literally 10, 12 hours a day. Entrepreneurs in Cars, watching every single video. I bought his book, Unplugged Alpha, probably based off of Rollo Tomasi's Rational Male. Any Manosphere, Red Pill guy, I just dove in. I was about Corey Wayne's book, How to Be a 3% Man. I kind of was tilting toward Corey Wayne stuff, which is more like be nice to women but still get what you want. Purple Pill. And I was just consuming. And going throughout January, we're still doing the, testing things from books I was reading, testing things from the videos. Not making any progress with Sarah, even when they were going to the marriage counselor. We saw my birthday down there, January 31st. I think we left like February 1st or 2nd. Her parents said we could stay as long as we wanted, but I want to get back. Let's see what else. I don't think, not too much more eventful in January 2021. Halfway through, I don't know, she's just more negative. Again, simply going down this curve with her behavior. And I started sleeping on the couch in the living room. I didn't even want to be around her. And then, went on vacation with a bunch of friends. Oh yeah, and Sarah was inviting her friends, inviting I read down, inviting other friends. And I'm like, dude, what are you doing? We're here trying to fix our relationship, fix our marriage. Really disrespectful. She didn't want to hear it. So it's she was inviting her friends, hanging out with her friends while I'm here trying to fix stuff, make this thing work. But again, it's because she knew this graph that it's programmed to end once the activation point is activated. So she knew. She's like, oh, this happened with all the men before. I'm out. Oh, I already know this thing's gonna end. I'm out. But I got to blame him to hide this graph. Anything else happened in January? Yeah, her and her friends and cousins are planning to go to Kino, like I showed you guys before, the beach, beach town, stay for a few days. I decided, it's not, I don't feel like going, too much negativity. Then Sarah's uncles were like, hey, give it a chance. We told her to invite you. And I was like, yeah, I knew it was inorganic, not Sarah wanting it, so I feel like I shouldn't do it. No, just try it out. I was like, okay. Yeah, so I went and had fun. Sarah was still Dementor mode, sucking the happiness out of any room she was in. Like a Dementor. What else? So it's January. Yeah, I'd sleep on the couch. I just didn't feel like being around her negativity. And again, she's just doing what the universe is forcing her to do. The universe wants you to leave your wife. That's it. Women are slaves to their emotions, universe speaking to us. Your wife's only doing exactly what the universe is forcing her to do. So you say, oh, why is the universe forcing her to behave worse over time? Because you're not supposed to marry a human woman. You're only supposed to marry, paint's rubbed off, your dreams. That's the only person a man's supposed to marry. And guess what? I married my dreams. My problems with women dropped 99.99%. Basically, I only have perfectly behaved women in my life. Because I'm doing what the universe wants me to do. So the universe rewards you with perfectly behaved women, whatever you want. I started January. Yeah, I think nothing real. Nothing else important happened in January. I celebrated her grandma's birthday. A few other things. We went to the dude, we went to like 4 sessions of marriage counseling, and it was just like $20 per session. I let Sarah speak first in that first session because she's the one has got a problem with something, and she won't even tell me. The only thing she'll tell me is be nicer to her. And so the first thing that she tells the marriage counselor that we stayed with the longest in Mexico was, "Oh yeah, we've had economic money problems." I'm thinking, what? I had her pay half our expenses for 1 month, and then she did have to pay like $2,500 back for the trip, because I think we paid for the trip out of the joint bank account, that Euro trip. So she spent like $3,500. I've spent, I don't know how much now, maybe $60,000. So like I spent, I put up 98% of the money. She's put up 2% of the money, and has been able to, hasn't had to pay any expenses for like the last, how long has it been? Well, the Euro trip was a few months prior, but I've paid 98% of our overall expenses. Or maybe 95. She's paid 5%. The first thing she bring up is economic money problems. That didn't make any sense to me, but that's why I allow people to talk, because I'll see what actually comes out of their mouth. And I was thinking, like, she's never even said that to me. She's never said it to me because we've never had economic money problems. Just like for 1 or 2 months when my product was stuck in China, and also I couldn't sell the Christmas lights I had from the year prior because it was August. It wasn't Christmas light time yet. So that was funky. The other thing was that therapist, that marriage counselor, told her that, oh yeah, you gotta let your husband wear whatever he wants. She didn't like to hear that. She didn't like to hear that she was wrong, that she should not be trying to control it. Another thing we tried to do was, so I tried to go get coffee and talk through this stuff. It's like, January 20th, 2021. And we talked for like an hour and a half, made no progress. And it was funny because like a few months prior, it seemed like the marriage was like 20% what I wanted. Sarah was like 80% what she wanted. Like a few months prior, I'd just been thinking of it. I think I told Rich, and when we did this coffee, like talk everything over and try and figure this stuff out, just the two of us. She was like, well, how about you wear what you want 20% of the time, and you wear what I want you to wear 80% of the time. And it was funny that the proportion she proposed is exactly what I felt my marriage was like 2 or 3 months prior. After talking an hour and a half, I was like, look, I'm gonna wear what I feel comfortable wearing. And again, it wasn't about the clothes. She just had to hide this graph, draw my attention away from it. Like your wife's doing the same thing. She's drawing your attention away from this graph. So no, nothing's your fault. This graph would have been happening whether you did everything perfect or did everything wrong, or did like 2% perfect, 98% wrong, or 95% perfect, 5% wrong. Every combination. This is how male-female relationships are programmed to end from the jump, and the universe has decided that. And if you're like, well, grandma and grandpa, okay, check out not the video prior to this, but the 2 videos prior to that one. That will explain the real answer behind your grandma and grandpa. Alright, so January 20th or something. I was hoping we could make some progress, but no. Because again, our attraction is programmed to go down independent of what I do. And therefore good behavior is programmed to go down independent of what I do. I was told her, like, look, I remember growing up, my mom would market me to not follow my dreams. I can't deal with that marketing. And like, can't deal with people telling me not to be myself. We made no progress. It was stalemate. Same result after talking an hour and a half. And again, all this is going on. My mom knows this graph, but she never said anything. Sarah's mom knows this graph. She didn't say anything. All Sarah's aunt know this graph. They didn't say anything. All the women in Sarah's family and in my family knew this graph. Everyone, withheld the truth from me. Let's see, that's January. I celebrated her grandma's birthday somewhere around that time, end of January. Celebrated my birthday. Anything else in January 2021? I was just working a lot. Well, actually, I stopped working because remember I was selling the Christmas lights. I went to, I was just watching the YouTube videos 12 hours a day from up to sleep. Sarah would ask me what I'd be watching. I wouldn't tell her. Either two things. I wouldn't tell her and she would get super pissed, go into cold mode. I'd tell her, like, oh, don't worry about it. Which I'd done previously in our relationship in the honeymoon phase, and she wouldn't push it and she wouldn't get angry. But now she was. Or I would show her and she'd be like, me looking for women tips, and she'd still be pissed after. It's like her behavior would drop when she knew I was looking for like women tips, how to make a relationship work, blah blah, like Corey Wayne videos. And it's because I was being weak sperm, not knowing, I was being weak sperm, not knowing the graph, not knowing this graph, or at least basing my choices on this graph not being true, and that's what really angers women. All right, so that's January, nothing else. February just kept getting worse. We went back to LA, everything kept getting worse. I think the first few days were fine. I tried to write her a nice note in the morning before she went to work or something. She liked that, but no permanent change in behavior from her. She wrote me one back too. And then we went out, I think it was Valentine's Day. It was like February 10th. We went out to the beach. Maybe it was Valentine's Day. And I wore like the black, so I wore black long underwear. Just on the bus out to the beach with some slides. Not the shirt, but the black underwear pants. Just test something new. Super pissed she couldn't control what I wore. Which normally would turn women on, but she's super pissed. Oh, I do have another thing in January. Like, went to record at a Maps. Why is this here? Went to record at like the main park because she liked to make YouTube videos. I was like, cool, I'll go with you. Went to record at a main park in Hermosillo with her video. I think she went with another friend who's also a YouTuber, and I went with them. Let's see if I can get a. No, it's not there. Where is it at? Maybe it's here. I actually have no idea. I know there's a big church there, so let's look at Catedral. Where? Oh, yeah, El Centenario, right here. So we went to like this. We're at this. We're actually standing right here in this. Oops. Yeah, we were standing like on this street, and she was trying to have me like be her coat rack, hold her backpack while she went and filmed. And I said no, and I just walked away, which women will respect. But when I was walking around this park, she was recording. I passed by her, she give me the stink eye and give me more cold mode. So I'm doing the things that make a man attracted to a woman, and she gets getting pissed. If I do the right thing, she's pissed. If I do the wrong thing, she's pissed. And I'm in like a blender. I'm in like a tornado hurricane. I don't know what the heck's going on. So alright, that was the thing in January. Then February, I went to Santa Monica. I think it was for like Valentine's Day. I don't really remember. And she sat we're sitting on the beach, and she sat 2 feet in front of me and 2 feet to the right, or diagonal, 3 feet from me, in front of me, and 3 feet to the right, with her back to me, and talked kind of a little bit. Again, my body's on fire, stressed out, don't know what's going on. And eventually I look at her phone for literally the first time to see what's going on. WhatsApp messages, nothing wild. She's talking to her cousin. She's saying oh, he has no friends, blah blah blah. I didn't really see more than that. Some other friends saying oh, he's not right for you. So obviously she's talking about our stuff with other people. I didn't check her Instagram DMs, maybe because I knew I'd be really sad if I did. I don't know, but I didn't even think to check them, and I didn't. And she eventually got her phone back. I'd hidden in the bathroom using it while she was asleep. And then she changed her password, so I couldn't check it anymore after that. But everything's just going, no matter what I do, right, wrong, left, right, upside down, just day after day, her behavior's going down, down, down. I can't stop it. I don't know what the heck's going on, and she's not saying, give me anything to work with. I'm just, don't know what the heck is going on. And then I think it's February 11th or 12th. She's like, hey, yeah, I'm gonna move in with another friend at the end of this month. And like, I don't know, I couldn't deal getting left like that. So I said, oh no, don't worry about it. I'll move out before then. Don't worry about it. So like, is that Super Bowl Sunday? When was that Super Bowl? We packed everything up Super Bowl 2021. I think it was that second week of February. No, Super Bowl 2020. Right? February 7th. That must... No. Is this Super Bowl? Is that February 2nd? Am I getting my years messed up here? February 2nd, 2020. I think it was this Super Bowl. Because, like, 22? Yeah, I'm not sure, but it was like we were watching the Super Bowl while we were packing my stuff up. Yeah. Do I have this timeline right? Yeah, November 2020, January 2021. Okay, so it was 2021 Super Bowl date. Alright, so it was February 7th and we were packing everything up. So I guess we went to the beach, I don't know, earlier that week. And we were like watching the Super Bowl when we were packing up. But dude, that was the worst day of my life. I never felt so much pain. Like this thing was ending. I thought I watched the Super Bowl in full. But I definitely didn't watch the Super Bowl. Oh, maybe this was the one. I thought I watched this one more in full. But, dude, maybe it's the Pro Bowl that was on. 2021 Pro Bowl date. Yeah, so basically, oh, it's canceled. Alright, yeah, so we were watching some football game. We basically packed everything up into my boxes, shipping boxes up to 50 pounds. I think we packed Saturday and Sunday. I think I told her I was going to leave on like Friday, whenever that was, when she informed me she's going to move out to a friend at the end of the month. And dude, I was just so sick. Like, it's the worst feeling I've ever felt. Like, how's this not working? How could I not get this to work? How? Well, now the answer is program 10 from the start. Dude, just stomach in so much pain, body's on fire for months, man. It's because everyone withheld the truth from me. Yeah, so we packed everything up, and like, she's helping me pack up. She doesn't care that I'm leaving. I'm like, what? How did this happen? How do we go from perfect honeymoon phase to this? Like, what? And I'd never done anything bad to her. The only thing I did was remove the internet. That's the only punishment I've ever given her. And like, she'd been acting terrible like 2 years before that first punishment I gave her. I was thinking, just like, I just want to give her a great life. She'd been great to me. Obviously in the honeymoon phase. And I was like, what? I felt so terrible. And yeah, it's terrible moving out because she's helping me. Like, my wife's helping me move out and leave, and she doesn't even care to stop me. And I'm like, what? But again, thank God I've derived this graph out of the infinite lies we've been told our entire life. Thank the universe. And we packed up, shipped my last, gave my last boxes to UPS, slapped the labels on them, sent them back to New York. And my stuff was gone. And I came back, and she was asking to like share one last dinner together. It's funny, my stomach's kind of feeling a little bit warm right now. I can feel the emotions flaring up of what I felt on that night. She has to have one last dinner together, and we did we always loved ramen, so we got ramen. And she didn't try to keep me from going. I was in so much pain. You know, we had the dinner and she went through happy, through crying, through being mad at me. Like, she went through 4 stages of, you know, emotions in like an hour or 45 minutes. Yeah, so we were eating the dinner. I don't remember, you know, talking. I don't remember. This was the problem. We'd never had like a mega fight. And I was like, how did it come to, how could this just, how does it not work? I'd always been cool with whatever she did. Like, I'm following my dreams and I want to give you a great life. And I think that was the hardest part for me. I was like, we never fought. Never. And I was like, how could this not work if 2 people never fight? And yeah, you could say, oh, you know, she was mad at the clothing, but we never got into a screaming match about it. Never had anything serious happen. And I think that was the biggest thing for me was we never fight. How could this just not work? Like, how could it just not work when it worked fine before we got married? And it was like, I had my brain in a blender. Yeah, so I just had, you know, my backpack, my carry-on suitcase, check bag. Finished the dinner. It was like, you know, dinner's at like 6:30. It was dark out. We finished maybe by 8. It's so bad knowing the clock's counting down. The relationship's kind of is so bad. So I've never felt any pain like it. And it was just like, it wasn't working, but we never had big fights. I've been the same dude since we met. I felt so bad. I'm like, yeah, my stuff had moved out. She didn't stop me. I'm like, what? This is the person we both pledged our lives to. And like, we never fought. It just like, it didn't mesh when it meshed fine before. And I'm just like, what? And the only thing I kept thinking is, if something changed, then something changed, you know. If she changed, then something had to have changed. And she kept blaming everything on me, being like, oh, you were different before. Yeah, you were different before. You didn't wear these clothes before. I was kind of believing her, but then I checked her Instagram, and she had the highlights on her profile. Like when we went to China, I was wearing the, you know, my glasses, wearing the grandpa strap, and she would take the picture of me, post on her story, post on her highlights, put a heart on it. So like, I was like, no, that's not it. Because I worn stuff she didn't like before, and she still posted, you know, we never fought about it, never had any friction. And I was like, I just kept thinking, for something to have changed, something must have changed. But I couldn't figure out what that something was. And she kept lying to me and being evasive. And nobody would tell me the truth. And I spend, you know, every weekend researching. What's going on? What's the common denominator? What's going on? How do all the dots connect? And yeah, that it's just a terrible feeling, knowing you're going to move out at the end of the day. And you're not knowing why. You're not knowing why it's not working. So I've literally never felt so bad in my life. Like, even talking about it now, my stomach's like 5%. Like, it's feeling it. As I'm like seeing, seeing us eating dinner, seeing her face, and she's like crying, and she's still like blaming me. It's a dinner, and I'm like, dude, we've never had a fight. What? Like, anything that wasn't working, I'd be like, cool, let's work through it. The worst feeling was leaving the door, leaving out the apartment. She came out with me. It's like she was still being nice to me. Well, not like super nice, like 10 out of 10. Like, she's helping me leave. you know, thinking of us having a dinner together. Like, there was, like we didn't hate each other, but like, you know, on this graph here, you know, again, I just didn't know why. Like, why? You know, where's the answer? Where's the answer? Where's the answer? Yeah, so we, on my backpack, carry-on luggage, big checked baggage, so I could save on some UPS shipping fees. Sarah's crying. Like, she's crying, but she's not telling me to stay. And I'm like, what the? I don't get it. Like, I don't understand. What is the answer? I just, you know, my stomach just felt so bad. So here we go. I go in the elevator, go down. You know, called up an Uber, both waiting on the sidewalk for an Uber. My Uber pulls up and like, fuck man, this is it. You know, I'm out across the country for my family. I don't know what's going on. You know, I just felt so bad. Like stomach twisted. Never ever felt anything like it in my life. I'm actually going to draw a picture. So we're talking about February 2021. Yeah, I'm going to draw something. Dude, I never felt any pain anywhere near it in my life. Not even anywhere close. I didn't know the human body could produce so much pain. Alright, so here's a graph I'm going to show you. Oops. We're going to use these guys. Zzz. A little bit like that, a little bit like that, and a little bit like that. So, alright, this graph I'm going to show y'all is pain I felt in my life. And yeah, this is like amount of pain. Amount of pain. And then this would be 0 for ball. Amount of pain. My age. And here will be how old am I at this point? I was 21, so I just turned 26. January 31st. Alright. Because it was February when all this was happening. Basically, super pain at age, like, it says age 3 when my parents divorced. It's kind of like this when my parents divorced. Then for the rest of my life, it's like no pain. It's like 0 pain. And dude, let's say this is age, 26. Oops. I'm going through this divorce stuff without the answers. I think without the answers makes it maximum pain. And maybe Alright, the pain gone through divorce. Actually. Dude, it was literally like, it makes this look minuscule. Like off the charts 10,000x. And maybe I'll like remake this. Probably even higher than Microsoft Paint allows you to go. So I'll probably remake that later. But like, that was all right. So yeah, we're sitting on the sidewalk waiting for the Uber to come up. Just countdown to the end of the relationship. Awful. So bad. I don't know. It's like maybe slowly peeling off a Band-Aid versus ripping it off fast. I think it was just so bad that she was there helping me, sad, but she wasn't stopping me. And I'm like, what? And she's just like in tears on the sidewalk, but she's not stopping me from leaving. I'm like, what? Like, we promised to be together forever. What? And again, when she said those, when she said the wedding vows, it wasn't, truth and lie does not exist to women. She was only saying it because higher probability of survival, because there's higher probability of extracting more resources from more men. So I thought she was saying the wedding vows with a logical male brain, but I was wrong. She was saying that with her female brain. And, the Uber pulled up. I got in the Uber, to go stay at an Airbnb near the LAX airport to fly back home to New York the next day. Put my stuff in the trunk. I don't remember what we said, if we kissed at the end, or I think she said something like, I hope we can still be friends. And I was like, I said a Corey Wayne phrase. Well, I was like, well, we'll treat it like tennis. One hits the ball and we'll see if the other one hits it back. I said something like that. Because we'd always been like each other's number one other person best friend. And that's what made us so, like, we'd never fought, we never had any real issues, but it just wasn't working. Like, the cogs just weren't fitting. She's blaming it on me. I'm doing so much research. I'm like, what? So, and she wasn't stopping me from, she was crying, but she wasn't stopping me from leaving. She was helping me move out. And I'm like, what? Like she said she's going to move out by the end of the month anyways. So I was like, well, I might as well get out first. Yeah, shipped all my stuff back home to New York. Don't know what's going on. Take the Uber down close to LAX. Stay in Airbnb in LAX. Talking to the Uber driver, where it's like, yeah, we're getting divorced, but I don't really know why. I don't know why it's not working, and she's not telling me anything. She's not giving me the correct information, or I just don't know why. So I stayed like Airbnb somewhere down here by LAX. I was up here in Koreatown. She wasn't stopping me, but she was really sad, but she wasn't stopping me. I was like, what? I was like talking to Rich, and I don't know what's going on. I felt confident to leave, but when it actually came time to, I just like told Rich, I was like, well, it looks like our values just aren't compatible. Like, I don't know. And the real answer was, it was programmed in from the jump, and everyone withheld the truth from me. This graph has all the answers. Hollywood lied, Disney lied, the media lied, just to trap me and slaughter me via divorce laws with a woman. My mom, Sarah's mom, withheld this graph. Every woman I've met in my life withheld this graph. All my female relatives withheld this graph from me. All Sarah's female relatives withheld this graph from me. So I stayed in Airbnb. I hadn't bought an airplane ticket. Alright, so I'm at the Airbnb. It's at nighttime. And it's like, this might be like, I don't know, February, that must have been like February 8th then. If it was the night of the Super Bowl, it must have been February 7th. But I thought I watched the full Tom Brady Super Bowl, but maybe not. February 7th, 2021. Alright, so I'm at the Airbnb near the airport, doing a lot of pain, can't really think. Going to sleep. I think it was like 8 p.m. when I left the apartment with the remaining amount of my stuff. I went to bed. I think Sarah called me at like midnight, and she was. We had a a Google Assistant speaker, whatever it's called, and she called me and she was playing, she was playing Bible verses, and she called me crying, but like not asking me to come back home, not asking me for like, I don't remember what we talked about. Yeah, on that phone call, I have no idea what we talked about. But then we ended the phone call. She didn't ask me to come home or anything. Didn't beg me to come back. I still didn't have a plane to get back to New York. And then she sent me a message where it was, I don't know. She's like, "You're so handsome. I want you to find someone that supports you for you. Wearing the clothes that you wear." But again, it wasn't about the clothes. It was just this graph. I hope you find someone that supports you for you. Oh no, she sent me that message, and then she called, because I don't know, maybe my notifications were off or something, so I didn't see the message. And then she called, and then she's like, "Hey, look at the message I sent you." Yeah, she's like, "You're so handsome. You'll find someone that loves you for you." Something like that. And at the end, the last sentence of the message was, "I love you." I don't know if she said "I love you," but it was, "See you in another life." And what that was from, remember back the first day we met, when she got in the taxi, San Francisco, to go back to her aunt's house in like Oakland, pack up, head back to Mexico. That's what I said to her. That was the last thing I said to her, and she got in was, "See you in another life." So like she called, and I read it on the phone call. I don't really know what we talked about, but I remember she didn't ask me to come back. I remember she had Bible verses playing in the speaker in the background, and I hung up, went to sleep. I think I just slept from like, I don't know, midnight to 6 a.m. or 2 a.m. to 8 a.m. or something. Remember I stayed up to buy a domain name because like technically, our ending of date of marriage was like the day prior. So I bought a domain name at like after the timer, after midnight. So it'd be technically the next day, and it'd be technically non-marital property. Newenlightenment.com. The next morning, I had my stuff. I had to check out at 11. I still didn't have an airplane ticket. I was kind of just gonna wait until the afternoon. If I didn't hear from her, I guess I didn't have any other path, but I was going to buy a plane ticket and head back to New York. I remember she called me like 9 a.m. I didn't see it. I didn't answer. I think I was getting ready, or maybe out getting food. So I called her back at 9:30. She didn't answer. Then she called me back at like 10. Again, I don't remember what we talked about, but I had this video on YouTube that I was watching. I think it was from Corey Wayne, something about masculine woman being masculine. So I said that to her. I was like, I don't know if I told her to watch on the phone. Maybe I did. But I was like, this is what you got to work on. And I don't know if she proposed first or I proposed first, but I was like, how about you, come down here to where I'm staying. It may have been me, it may have not. And she pulled the same BS as when I was in Desert Hot Springs. She said, "Oh, are you going to pay for it?" And I was like, "Fine. Like, it's $10. Fine. Let's just figure this out. Pay it with the, the joint card. Let's just figure this out." I kind of just... And she didn't come instantly. She came like 4 hours later because she had other stuff to do. But again, I was doing weak sperm stuff, so she wasn't really too hot to trot. And then she came. I think I was in the parking lot of the Airbnb for like most of the afternoon because the checkout was at 11. And we came and talked in the parking lot, or like the driveway. I don't really remember what I said or what we talked about. It was kind of just like, let's go back to the apartment and try and figure this out, something like that. And she agreed. So yeah, I went back to the apartment, even though I shipped all my stuff to New York. So the clothes the only stuff I had was in my suitcase. What happened the rest of February? I'm not sure. I think she went to Mexico. I think things still kept going bad, and then she went to Mexico for like the second half of February. Then I I think she had planned to go to Mexico, and then she actually went to see her family. I think she brought the dog there because I think she was planning to move off to another friend. Remember, she previously said that in early February. That's why I moved out. She was moving to another friend at the end of February. I think her behavior still kept getting worse because, I remember she was starting to say, just file the divorce papers, towards the end of February, the day before. I think it was right when Kanye and Kim Kardashian got divorced. Sarah was talking about. Let's see, Kanye, Kim, divorce. It's like that same. It was like one day prior. February, because it's like that same day or like the next day where I read. Yeah, it was February 19th. Okay. Yeah, so I remember Sarah was telling me to just go file the day prior to that. So it was that February 2021. Yeah, so it was Wednesday, she was telling me. And when I moved out, it was the 8th. And then I came back. Well, no, I moved out on the 7th at night. Came back on the 8th at night because it looked like she wanted to try again. And then 8 days later, she's like, dude, just file the divorce papers. So I remember it was either the same day or the following day, Kanye and Kim were getting divorced. So it was literally a week after I decided to come back and work on this. She was just saying, just file the papers, we'll get a divorce. And I think she went to Mexico maybe the 19th, because I remember, she left and I didn't really say anything. Kind of just ignored her leaving, packing up her stuff to go to Mexico. I think she brought the dog with her. But when she was in Mexico, I decided to send she was actually mad. I think it was when she got to Mexico. I didn't text her safe flight or anything. I texted her wow, you made me some great food. It was with lots of love. Thanks. Loved it. And she's like, why are you being nice to me? We're getting a divorce. And I didn't know what to say. I worked with Rich and we created a big, a super sap text for me to send to her. I love our time together. You're the fluff to my Nutella. That was an inside joke we had because she had always loved Nutella, but she never had fluff. So when she came to the U.S. to Brooklyn, I was like, yo, try this fluff out. And we had peanut butter fluff sandwiches. I always liked showing her stuff that she'd never had before. And I was like, yeah, let's try to get this going again. Some other big timelines that were coming up was March 31st, our lease was up. And also April 31st, she had to apply for a non-conditional green card. So since we got married and she got the green card in April 2019, because it was less than 3 years of marriage when she got it, it was conditional, which means she needed to apply for removing the conditional restrictions and turn it into a 10-year green card 2 years in the future, which was going to be April 2021, when all this stuff is going down. And I have to be a signatory to that, saying yes, we're still married. So it's these two dates were sticking in my mind. I was also thinking I don't want these dates to pressure me to leave too early before I'm actually ready. So she came back from Mexico, I guess, deciding to work on things more. Her mom or her parents probably told you yo, just get to that, April 2021 date, get them to sign those conditional green card papers. And one thing, all right, so something doing the prenup. It's December 2018. That's when we were doing the prenup. My mom was she's getting you a citizenship. Just make sure she gets the prenup. Make sure you get the prenup. And when we were negotiating the prenup, I was to Sarah, I was why why are you trying to get all this stuff? You're getting a U.S. citizenship out of this anyways. Like, why do you need more? And I don't remember her reaction. Maybe she was shocked or whatever. But here in November 2020, when she first started threatening me with divorce, she like organically said, like out of the blue, she's like, "And you don't think I married you just for the green card, right? Right? And I was like, all right, you didn't. So she said that like organically, without even me bringing it up. So obviously was some real intent there. I just came back in March. I don't remember much of March. It was kind of, I think it was at the end of February, I was telling the old landlord, like, yeah, we're not renewing here, but maybe Sarah's going to stay here. I'm not sure, but I'm leaving. So it's all up in the air. And again, I didn't want these deadlines to force me to leave before, and like where I would have regret and not be able to, redo anything. So Sarah came back maybe, first week of March from Mexico. I don't remember anything other eventful for March, except we decided to stay together. We looked for another apartment. Sarah said she wanted more light to record, and also I was like, well, let's run another experiment to see what happens with her behavior. Again, her behavior, and same with your wife's behavior. All women's behavior in a relationship always follows this curve. So it was March. Yeah, I think it was early March. We looked for a lot. Sarah always liked to look on the websites to find the apartments. And we were paying $11.95 at the current one, that brick building one I showed you guys. And then we went and looked at what was it called? Oh, I forgot what the apartment after was called. No, this map's wrong. But oh no, this map is right. La Plaza, this is what it's called. La Plaza. Right, that we really liked. I think it was they're doing a special, because COVID special is $1,700 a month. So increasing my meat, as time goes on. The longer you stay with a woman, the weaker sperm she feels that you have. Therefore, you have to increase. Therefore, there's a corresponding increase in meat a woman requires from you to stay with you. But if you know all this data, that's dumb, because male-female relationships are programmed to end from the jump. Therefore, any meat invested into a woman is a zero ROI activity, aka a loss of investment. Therefore, you should never invest any meat into a woman after using her for sex, because it's a black hole. You get nothing out of it. So, rent payment was going from $1,200 to $1,700 just for the rent, which, it was, I think it was a lot of free months, maybe 3 free months or something, because they really need to get people in, because a lot of people left. Plazzaville Apartments, ride and share. But this was a really nice place. Had a ton of amenities. I wish it would load. But I was like, that doesn't look that good. Oh, here we go, La Plaza Village Apartments. Let's look at some of these pics. But I think we secured in on this place early March for a March 31 move-in. No photo. Okay, whatever. This is the outdoor pool, outdoor zone, indoor gym. It's a lot of upgraded amenities. Increased, here's a community room. Increased meat extraction from me. Yeah, had nice indoor in-room laundry and everything. Really, really nice place. So it's, everything's following these curves I'm showing you guys. Increased, level of sperm strength she views me as having. AKA, there's a corresponding increase in meat required by the woman over time to stay with you. Because the more she acts like this, the more her behavior goes down. She's wondering, why don't you see this graph yet? Why don't you see this graph yet? Why don't you see this graph yet? You're choosing that weak sperm. You're choosing that weak sperm. You're choosing that weak sperm. And then, so it was March. Nothing more happened. Then we moved apartments. Took us 3 days. Pack everything up. Got a U-Haul van. Moved it over in 3 or 4 trips. I think we sold a few things. So we're in La Plaza April. And then I went to Mexico get some of Sarah's stuff. Because maybe she was working or something. I went in April. And just me. And one of Sarah's friends there definitely wanted to bang, showing it covertly, like sneakily, but not overtly. But the one thing I remember is her mom showed me a text exchange with her and Sarah. And Sarah, I think it was like the day we had agreed to get the new apartment, or we signed for it, or maybe the day we moved in. Sarah texted her mom, "Oh, I love him again." So because I increased my meat, she felt, more love for me just for that day. Woman's love doesn't last. And so, yeah, nothing more. I think I went for like a week and a half or 2 weeks to Mexico. Stayed at their family, Sarah's family's house. Sarah stayed in L.A. Maybe because it didn't make sense to pay for 2 tickets or something. I think she had brought the dog, and I think I went back and got the dog and brought him up. And then, yeah, Sarah's still hanging out with her friend Irene. We'd also do like, we do, even starting back here, we do like Uber Eats, Grubhub. Was it Grubhub? No, we'd like go pick up the food and deliver it on our electric scooters. I would do it after work for fun with her, let her keep all the money, because I just like riding around. And she would also do it with Irene's car, which I think Irene's husband was paying for. Some other thing I didn't say. When we were in Mexico, like near the end of January, Sarah's friend Irene tried to commit suicide because she was cheating on Preston, her husband, with some other dude at Dave's Hot Chicken, and that dude at Dave's Hot Chicken like broke up with her, and I said he didn't want to see her anymore. So she tried to take a bunch of pills to kill herself. I just knew like women try to they're a hive mind, like they all think the same. So like half was telling her, stay away from Irene, half because I don't want Sarah getting that idea, and then the other second half was I was thinking maybe Irene was marketing Sarah to leave me at the time, but no, that's not true. This is ingrained into all women. It's actually, when you think about it, a lot of people say keep the woman away from the toxic friends. No, there's friends when they tell her, her friends are telling her to leave you, but her friends are simply doing exactly what the universe is telling her friends to do. So the universe is telling her friends to tell her to leave you, because the universe doesn't want you married to a human woman. It wants you married to your dreams as a man. Which it's easy now to know the answer, but to go through this fog and figure everything out was tough. Some other things, again, also since January 1st, 2021, I'm not doing any business stuff during the day. I'm researching women all January, February, March. Now we're up to April. I'm still researching women videos every day. Entrepreneurs in Cars, Corey Wayne, Rollo Tomasi blogs, Rollo Tomasi videos, Rational Mail. I never read the Rational Mail book though. I read Corey Wayne's book. I read Entrepreneurs in Cars book. A bunch of other Better Bachelor, Red Pill Men's Health. Just trying to get as much like 360 data, 360 degrees around the issue as possible and see where the dots connect. Some other guys like trying to make your relationship work. A guy called Jeffrey Setiawan, Asian dude on YouTube. Watch his videos. Who else? This is the springtime. This is kind of like my second burst after I got through a bunch of the original guys. Second burst of content creators I was looking through and reading and watching. Fresh and Fit, Cobra Kate, Kevin Samuels. So it's like the second burst of guys I went through. Just trying to see what am I missing? What am I missing? What am I missing? Reading a ton. Reddit, pickup artist forums, red pill forums, marriage forums. Read. What am I missing? What am I missing? What am I missing? And it was like, so it was April and May. I got to like May 17th. And I was like, I was about to close my final tabs. Dude, I would have like hundreds of tabs open. And I was finally about to close the last ones where I was like, hey, I feel like I've researched everything. I didn't find anything that was like a 0 to 1 amazing thing. But I figured, I think I got most of it, if not all of it. And I went and typed in, I still remember this, I went to type in, my last few tabs researching women where I was kind of like, well, it looks like there ain't nothing out there. I typed in soft next. Because I remembered Rich Cooper, Entrepreneurs in Cars, had made a video about this, so I Googled soft next. And I was looking for his video. I was looking for, Entrepreneurs in Cars video. And actually there's a blog post, blackdragoncalebjones.com, right here. This was higher up. And these 2 videos are also Black Dragon Caleb Jones. His videos weren't there at the time. But it was like the second thing on the list was Q&A's regarding soft niceties. So I went to his blog, and I read only his blog for like May, June, and halfway through July. Like only his stuff, and plus the comment section. I must have read like 100 to 150 of his blog posts. He doesn't have the comments here. Maybe he took it out. But I read all his stuff. And I was about to be done in like mid-May, but I kept going to like mid-July. And I'd read all Caleb Jones stuff, Black Dragon. And he had a lot of stuff that no one else had. And the most important thing I read was, I think it was early July. This was the most amazing thing. So it was like, I had almost been like, all right, I've read everything, all the Reddit posts, everything, all the Red Pill posts. It was like July. Actually, before I go into that, July 2020. I also read a post where a man was like, yeah, the wife lost attraction to me because, I didn't have a big friend group. I stopped my hobbies. I stopped going to the gym. I stopped dressing good, blah, blah, blah. Oops, that's wrong. And so what I decided in like maybe March was I started learning how to type, going to the gym, back to the gym every day. Actually, gyms were closed, so I bought a exercise band where you could attach handles on them. And I'd do workouts at the park, as much as I could. And I went and Bumble BFF to find people to hang out with. Get the friend group up. And July 2021. And so I was doing that to be more attractive to my wife, because it seemed like this attraction thing was a big thing. So I'm going to say, we'll put a line here. So from March to March was live together, Koreatown, LA, and I'd be like here. Live together, Koreatown, LA. So yeah, when we decided to try to make this relationship work another time, starting in March, I read a Reddit post as a 4. Actually, I had main post and 3 follow-ups. And the dude said, yeah, Jim got more attractive, then things improved. Now, since I know this graph is true, they eventually got divorced anyways. He didn't say it. But maybe he just slowed this a little bit. And so I got in the gym, was hanging out with more people, increasing my skills, learning typing, just trying to self-improve. And I'd worked out from age 14 to 19 or 14 to 20, super religiously, football, baseball for high school. And so I had the muscle memory, so I got jacked in, it was 90 days. I was back to being super jacked. March, April, May, end of May, beginning of June. And so yeah, we're in June 2021 here. And I remember Irene, Sarah's friend, came to visit us at the apartment at the pool, and she looked at me when I took my shirt off. She was like, "Oh my God," because I was 138 in January, but then I was back to my normal gym weight of 170. So it's 140 to 170. I put on 30 pounds of muscle. So it's you look super different with 30 more pounds of muscle. So yeah, basically I was hanging out with more people, Bumble BFF. I found one dude, Mexican Tony, that I hung out with the most. We'd go play tennis, go play basketball once a week, once every 2 weeks. Just something to do. And alright, so that was here, early 2021. What else? So in July 2021, yeah, so Black Dragon stuff, wherever that went. Was that here? Oh, here it is. So yeah, I read Black Dragon stuff from, it was mid-May to mid-July. It's all I did. All I did from January 7th to mid-July was wake up, research women, research women, research women, research women. YouTube, Reddit, blogs, Twitter, anything I could find, anything to watch, anything I could listen to. And I was starting to build a good framework, but I didn't have the answer yet. Two things. So I found two things from Black Dragon's blog. Dude, I must have read like 100 to 150 of his posts. And I found him by typing in soft next, just because I had previously watched the video from Entrepreneurs in Cars, and I was just typing this in to see the video for Entrepreneurs in Cars again, just watch that same video again. But then I found this dude, FML 2.0, Black Dragon, Caleb Jones, and I read all his stuff. Woke up, read his stuff. Woke up, read his stuff. Woke up, read his stuff, went to sleep. It's like all I did. And I think he started YouTube around this time, and I just kept research. And in mid-July, and maybe in June, but definitely in mid-July, two things happened. Maybe one happened in June, one happened in July. Let's see. Alpha male 2.0. Women are biologically programmed to leave men. He had a blog post where this was one sentence. Maybe this. And I keep maybe in this blog post. I don't remember the exact one, but he had that sentence. Women are biologically programmed to leave men. And I read that sentence and I said, that's the answer. That is what I've been missing. My initial assumption was incorrect. Same as yours. Both of our initial assumptions are incorrect. We're assuming when we marry a woman, she is not biologically programmed to leave us. And we do it implicitly, not like explicitly, where it's like choice A or choice B. Woman is biologically programmed to leave you. It's like if you go to get married and you got to answer a questionnaire, and it's just choice A or choice B. Is your woman programmed to leave you, or is your woman not biologically programmed to leave you? So that'd be explicitly choosing the wrong one, but we implicitly chose the wrong one. That's what they're biological. Can't change it. Laws can't change it. Being alpha doesn't. Women will leave you, period. Men react to this reality in one of three ways. It may have been this blog. I don't remember. And let's see, biologically. Okay, I guess this is what, and maybe it's a different blog, but like this is the main idea. And I read that sentence and I was like, I didn't blindly believe him. And also, before I go on to more about the sentence, the second thing was I was reading through the comment section here. Looks like he's removed his comment section. There's a section that is comment. It seems like those comments aren't here anymore. But there's a comment, a random name I had never seen before. But the comment said, attraction is a prompt, not a response. I was like, wow, that's true too. And they were right, because when I derive everything, attraction is the lever, the sense the universe speaks to us through our emotions we feel. And women are slaves to their emotions, so women do exactly what the universe tells them to do. Attraction is the lever that the universe pulls on in women to have them do things. Go with a man, not go with a man. So like think about it, my wife, your wife, the universe pulled that lever to have her be 10 out of 10 attracted to you, and then release the lever slowly to have her behave worse and worse over time, because the women we married, we were supposed to marry them simply to figure out this curve is real. That's why the universe brought those women to us, to figure out this curve is real. And if you don't figure it out, this curve is real in your first marriage, the universe will keep bringing you women that are 10 out of 10 attracted to you, and will thus destroy you until you find out this curve is real. And then the universe brings you women that are 10 out of 10 attracted to you that do not destroy you, because you've learned from using this, realize this graph, and you've learned to simply use women for sex and ghost them. And that's your reward for figuring out this truth. And so the universe is playing these levers with women. So two things from Black Dragon, aka Caleb Jones. Where is that? Aka Alpha Male 2.0. We had those two key critical things I've never seen from anyone else. And the comments are gone now, but I definitely remember that comment was there. And maybe the universe only put that comment there for me to see. Maybe literally every other human that's read this blog. I mean, the comment section was here before, but maybe all the other comments were there for everyone else, and maybe the universe meant me to see that comment on that day at that specific time, and like the comment was planned to vanish, the day after. So I read the sentence, and I asked myself, is that correct? I was like, well, I know women initiate, like, on average 90% of all divorces. And I thought to myself, all this female behavior is based off, like, evolution, reproducing with the fittest man, best resources, best, clan, best tribe. And I was like, what does evolution want? Does the evolution want the human race to last longer, or more time or less time? Obviously, evolution wants every species to live longer. So I said, okay, for a species to live longer, is it a higher chance for a species to live longer if the species has more genetic diversity or less genetic diversity? And the answer is obviously more genetic diversity, because that's more possibilities to prevent, survival through future unknown illnesses. So we had step one, evolution wants species to live longer. Step two, evolution wants more genetic diversity, because that gives a higher probability of species to live longer. Step three, how do we get more genetic diversity? How does evolution get more genetic diversity in the humans? Is it by everyone getting married and being monogamous for their whole life? Or is it by serial monogamy, or like women reproducing with multiple different men throughout their lifetime? And it's by women reproducing with multiple different men throughout their lifetime. So it's like, okay, we got that. So it's step three. And then step four is, okay, so to get women to reproduce with multiple different men about her throughout her lifetime, which is ingrained in women, that means all male-female relationships are programmed to end. And if they're programmed to end, who leaves first? Well, if we go back to our hut 10,000 years ago, if the man leaves first, the woman has no resources, therefore the woman dies. Therefore, there's been a stopgap in place where women leave first, because that allows them to throw the coochie around, get a new D they can extract resources from, and not die. And what's that stopgap in place? It's the immense pain men feel during divorce. Men suicide at 9x the rate of divorced men, suicide 9x the rate of divorced women. Because men carry the burden of 90% of the pain of the ending of a relationship. And the universe, does that. Like the evolution has programmed that pain to erupt in us, to have us stay and continue giving resources to the woman for her to find a new D, to then go on the new D, extract resources from the new D, and then leave you the old D. So you don't, so she always is extracting resources from some man. This is why all the pain you're feeling is the evolutionary programming to basically kill you. You feel so much pain so you don't leave before the woman has a new D to extract resources from. And we know that this pain is good at keeping men. Why? Because women, on average, found 90% of all divorces. Therefore, on average, men will stay. So when women will leave 90% of the time, so that stopgap worked. That immense pain that made the man feel so in pain that he didn't want to leave, that worked. And 10% of the time, the man overcomes it and leaves. But 90% of the time, the woman's, on your D, extracting resources from you, throwing the coochie around to new men, trying to extract new resources from those new men. And this is why I tell you in all my videos, men who file first, women treat you a lot better, because she knows intuitively, oh my God, that man just overcame all that infinite emotional pain that evolution pounded into him, makes his body on fire, make him feel like he's dying, and he's still left. That is a man with strong sperm. And then they're much nicer to you in divorce, much higher chance they give you whatever you want. So, yeah, dude, the two big keys I got were from Black Dragon's blogs here. And yeah, he had a ton of stuff no one else in the universe had. I think he said he got this from some other dude. So maybe I'm the third in line to get this. Got it from Black Dragon, but Black Dragon got this from another dude. Another thing I thought of, we had Dumpling, the dog, the Cavapoo. I was bringing him down the stairs to bring him on a walk. So once I'd done the derivation in my head, like, oh, this okay, this is correct. I was walking down the stairwell of La Plaza. Actually, I'll show y'all exactly where it was. So La Plaza actually has two buildings, but I was over here. We're on the 4th floor. Actually, I'll show you where we lived. I went too far. We lived 4th floor, I think, here. 1, 2, 3. Maybe we were at this one. Or maybe it might have been the top one. I'm not sure. Because I remember we had the views of the homeless right here. And sometimes they'd wake us, if we slept with the door open because it was nice and cool, they'd wake us up in the morning like yelling about something. So I'm going to show you. Yeah, so we were up here. We had our bikes out up there on the stairwell. I can't even see it. The stairwell I came down was, like right in here. So there's a door down here. Not that door, but some other hidden door. And I came outside here to walk Dumpling to go to the bathroom. And I was going down the stairwell, and I was like, huh, women are biologically programmed to leave men. That is correct. And then I thought, why would I ever invest anything to a woman since she's biologically programmed to leave me? That's a guaranteed 0 ROI, when I could just invest in my dreams and get a guaranteed positive ROI. And that's where, my logic of never invest anything in a woman after sex, just use it for sex, ghost her, and just invest into your dreams. Because your dreams is the only woman that is not biologically programmed to leave you. And I've already done a video deriving how every other woman in your life is biologically programmed to leave you. Parents older than you, grandparents, programmed to die 30, 60, 90 years before you, aunts, programmed to die 30 years before you, sisters, programmed to give away their wholes to men in exchange for resources, programmed to leave you, daughters, programmed to give their wholes to men in exchange for resources, programmed to leave you. So the only woman in the universe that is not programmed to leave you, or biologically programmed to not leave you, is your dreams. And that's like the best so that's the only asset that it makes sense to invest into, because you're getting a guaranteed positive ROI. It's the only asset you get guaranteed positive ROI is investing into your dreams, which, I married my dreams. So it was mid-July, and even at this point, I still was not ready to divorce her, even with all the bad behavior, all the stuff that she'd been doing. Mid-July was when I finally made the decision to divorce her. And here's why. It's because she did some other BS, for a day, and I spent 2 days researching on Reddit. Why'd she do that? Why'd she do that? Why'd she do that? Because I actually did not know this graph at that time. Even now, in mid-July. I was like, why'd she do that? Why'd she do that? Why'd she do that? And what I realized was, every one day spending with Sarah was putting me 2 days or more away from my dreams, finishing my writing, because I was spending double the time researching why she was doing this stuff, trying to figure out the reason why. And so it was like, the werewolf eyes, where when the moon comes out, the light gets super enlarged or whatever, and the man goes into a wolf. That was like me, because it was like Sarah was coming to slaughter my dreams. And I'm fine with anything anyone does except for 2 things. Anyone tries to slaughter my self-esteem or slaughter my dreams. So even with all her bad behavior, I didn't want to leave, just because it was so painful. That, that stopgap I was telling you guys about, that is giving women time to find a new D, throw that coochie around to a new D for a few months to, lock in resources from that man, and then monkey branch to that new man. I still feel, definitely the pain was a lot less. Probably the pain had decreased by this point since I'd done a bunch of research. I've been researching full time January 7th, 2021, to now it's July 7th, 2021. So that's February, March, April, May, June, July. So that's 6 full months. So I definitely decreased the pain, I think, because, I'm not getting threatened with divorce. Yeah, once I got jacked in the gym, she did not threaten me with divorce one time after that, which is interesting. Women only attack if they sense weakness. Dumb broads. Literally, they don't fight with honor at all. They won't attack unless you're weak. So yeah, they don't fight with any honor, but they're women. So yeah, even with all the stuff I knew, when I read these Black Dragons in early July, I finally was like, oh my god. I found the 2 keys, but I still didn't have this graph derived yet. I was getting closer to filing on her. Didn't really have a plan, but I was negotiating to buy Kettle Shell, a business, and I was like, I didn't want to buy it while we were still married because that would make it community property, or it could make it community property, even though I had my business entities before. And I would just buy it with a business entity. I didn't even want the chance of it being. So it was kind of like me realizing my dreams were, every day I was spending with Sarah, my dreams were getting 2 more days away. And it was like kind of like werewolf eye activation. And also the fact that I was finally closing on the Kettle Shell business, which I'd been trying to buy since like January 2019, right when I got married. And it's been like, January 2019. So it's been 2 years plus 2 years plus half a year. It's been like 2.5 years I've been trying to buy this thing. And so been negotiating, finally got, the agreement. We agreed on everything. I was like, hey, I gotta take a vacation. It's early August 2021. It's like, hey, I gotta take a vacation. I also went to North Carolina mid-July. Talked with my parents a lot about this stuff. Trying to figure out what to do. I still wasn't, in mid-July, I wasn't full on about divorcing her. But once that business negotiation, we all agreed to it, and we had the contract to sign, I was like, oh, wait, I gotta go on vacation for a week. And what I did was I took a vacation from negotiating, and I researched divorce lawyers for like the whole week, interviewed, and initiated the divorce. Or no, technically no. I told Sarah on like August 3rd, I was like, hey, stake up in our relationship is really stressing me out, because the laws in the U.S., they can come take my businesses at any time if the state government's in our relationship. This is the talk portion, if you've watched some of my other videos. And I told her, hey, you're still going to live here, nothing's going to change without a relationship, but I'm going to file these divorce papers or I'm going to file these papers, we'll sign these papers, just so I can de-stress and not be so stressed. So if you watch my other videos, that was the talk portion, where you talk to the wife about what you're going to do, and only if you're 100% sure you're going to go through with it, because women can smell fear. So it was August 3rd, sometime around then. And the first thing she said was, you're going to screw up my immigration stuff. So we can tell what she cared about. Second thing she said was, are you gay? Shame, insult, guilt, need to be right. Kevin Samuels, sign language from Sarah. And by the way, throughout this time, she's still being cold mode with me. Cold mode. So that was the divorce thing. I signed on with the divorce lawyer the day after. Technically, the date of separation it's basically like the date you first think in your head, all right, I'm going to get divorced. But I just put the date of separation as, I think the day I hired the divorce lawyer. And to be honest, if I didn't have that business thing going on, I probably would have taken 2 or 3 more weeks to research the divorce process in California. So signing buy this other assets of this other business, Kettle Shell. I was basically bought everything except the business entity. Then I would actually it just accelerated my divorce by like 2 or 3 weeks, so half a month. But we've been married she'd been on her bad behavior for September 2018, and now it's August 2021, basically 36 months. So it sped me up half a month out of 36 months. So what's that? I don't know, 0.5% or something. I don't know, 1%. Let me check. 0.5 out of 36. 1.4%. It sped me up. So I probably would have researched divorce a little bit more. California divorce process, educate myself a little bit more. But that same week that I started researching, I think I researched it for a whole week when I told the guy I'm going on vacation, so I can't sign these documents yet. Yeah, I went on a vacation from negotiating and doing the business stuff to get this divorce stuff going. And so that's the date of separation. So basically anything after that date, it is community or separate property. No more community property acquired during that date. No more increase no more marriage clock ticking for alimony purposes after that date. What else? We went through I think we signed the documents for the business, like maybe August 20th, something like that. So to iron out a few other things. So remember, I'm always doing a lot of stuff in parallel. Sarah's mom called me that like August 3rd when I told Sarah, hey, I'm going to file these papers. And asking what's going on. I told her the same exact thing. Basically, yeah, the divorce, yeah, the laws in the U.S. are terrible. Yeah, it stinks I got to do this. Yeah, it stinks. But also it's really smart me doing it this way because it bifurcates the ending of the relationship with the legal divorce process. If you do them together, it's so painful. I tried to do that, was trying to go through that moving out February 2021. Dude, it was too painful. So I bifurcated it. So you get the divorce process done, and then you can stay or leave with no consequences after. And like, hey, maybe her behavior improves after. I don't know. I was thinking, hey, let's run this experiment. Because I was looking back, because like, man, she had 10 out of 10 behavior before we got married. Then every day after we got married, it's been down. So what changed? Well, we got married, aka we brought the state government into our relationship, and I was thinking, maybe she feels too much power that she can't handle with having the state government, so that's what's making her go crazy, making her go wild. With bad behavior. It's my hypothesis. If you watch some of my other videos, it's like, what if we get the state government out of the relationship? Will her behavior then go back to the normal like it was in the honeymoon phase? Answer: no, it does not. It continues down this path, whether you're married legally or not. But it was like, one, I wanted to test it, and two, it made it so much emotionally easier to get divorced doing it my way, like 95% less pain. And since she's still going to live with you and you're not changing anything, she feels less desire to take your stuff. Because she's still going to have access to your meat, to your resources, or at least she feels it. So she doesn't have any desire to slaughter you in the divorce court. Plus, since you're filing, she feels your strong sperm. She requires even less meat from you because you're filed for strong sperm. If you wait for a woman to file, she feels you're a weak sperm. She slaughters you a lot more, a lot worse. All right, so that was August. Yeah, talked to her mom, asked me what was going on. I told her the same thing I told Sarah. It's like, yeah, it stinks that... I was like, yeah, it stinks the laws are so bad. I wish it was different, but I gotta do this so I'm not so stressed out. But, Sarah's still gonna live with me, not kicking her out, nothing's gonna change in our relationship, everything will be fine. And her mom was trying to say, like, oh no, that's not a real marriage. And I asked her, like, all right, tell me if this is a real marriage, where the parties are legally married with the state government in the relationship, and the man does not protect, nor provide, nor provision for the woman. Or option two, there's no legal contract, the state government is not in the marriage, but the man does protect, provide, and provision for the woman. And I don't remember her answer, but obviously the real marriage is when the man does these things independent of whether they're married legally, contractually, or not. And I don't remember her answer, but it's probably some gobbledygook. But yeah, I think a big thing is to not talk too much. You gotta have a tight mouthpiece. I do feel you should talk to the parents, because if you don't, they're only going to expect the worst. But when you talk to them, you have to have a tight mouthpiece. Like one of the things I almost slipped up on saying, because she said, oh, but you guys have a prenup. What I didn't say, but was like almost came out of my mouth, was like, yeah, well, those can be challenged. Because that maybe would have put into her mind, oh, maybe the prenup's not real. Or maybe the prenup's not as solid as we originally thought. Sarah, if you do get divorced, let's challenge this. So I do definitely remember, it was like on the tip of my tongue about to come out when she's like, but you guys have a prenup. And it was on the tip of my tongue about to come out, but I said, yeah, but the laws, they're just, the laws are screwed up, but hey, that's the U.S., that's the way the U.S. does it. Yeah, Mexico's different, it's different. Yeah, it stinks in the U.S., yeah, I gotta do this, it stinks. Because a prenup can be challenged in divorce court. And if the spouse is the lower owner, she can take your money, pay her legal fees to have you pay for her to challenge your prenup you guys signed. Probably like $20,000 in legal fees for that. Because then you're paying her lawyer to fight against your lawyer. And what they're going to do, they're just going to rack up the bills. What else? So that was early August. Yeah, kept negotiating with the cattle shell guys, bought the business. Another thing that happened in June 2021 was Sarah's younger sister broke up with her boyfriend, was really sad. And it was funny because I was testing, I guess it was June 2021. I wanted to test if Sarah like inherently knew women leave men. This was before I read Black Dragon's blog about it. But like I found out about the 90%, women file on average 90% of all divorces. I found out that stat in like January 2021. And it actually was like, oh my God. Because during the marriage, I actually, I was wondering, I felt guilty. And I was wondering if the prenup had screwed anything up. Because Sarah was like really pissed and really sad and really like dark place when she signed the prenup. Remember, this was December 2018, right before we got married. So I was actually kind of guilty. I was wondering, man, did us getting the prenup screw everything up? But it was like, no, her behavior started when she moved into September. But I was always coming back in my mind like, man, was the stuff Sarah was saying was correct and I ruined everything with the prenup? But once I found out in January 2021 that on average women file for a divorce 90% of the time, I was like, oh, I was actually really smart for getting a prenup. I didn't even know this stat at the time. So I wanted to know if Sarah inherently knew this stat. So when I found out her younger sister broke up with her boyfriend, I was really, really sad. I said to Sarah, oh, why would your sister be sad? She probably left him, right? And Sarah was like, yeah. But that's what she's feeling. So that told me Sarah already inherently knew women are biologically programmed to leave men. And it shows by, on average, women filing for divorce 90% of the time. So that was a testing I did in June. And also, she was saying, yeah, Sarah, her sister's sad. Can she come, like, do school with us, do her online school with us in the fall? And I was like, heck yeah. Dude, her sister always had super fun energy. Good, like, fun, exciting, adventurous energy. So I was like, heck yeah. So actually another thing her mom asked in August 2021, Sarah's mom and Sarah's sister's mom, same person. And Sarah has a brother and then, like, an adopted cousin turned into a brother. No, not adopted, but, like, cousin turned into a brother because the parents couldn't take care of him. In August, yeah, like August 3rd when Sarah's mom called me and talked about the divorce paper stuff, which I don't think I ever said divorce at all in the talking to Sarah or her mom. Maybe I did, maybe I didn't. I kind of just called them papers. Just gotta sign these papers, get the stick on out of a relationship, which they could tell what they are. Yeah, her mom asked August 3rd, 2023, or whenever we talked, like, yeah, you still want Sarah's sister to come up? I was like, yeah, if she wants. And her mom's like, well, do you want her to come up? And at first I was like, yeah, if her sister wants. And her mom asked again. I was like, yeah, it'd be really fun having her here. Because she always had good, fun energy. So yeah, anything in August? No, just finishing signing those agreements. Getting like the asset, So I was also working with my divorce lawyers at the time. So I was August 2021. Dude, it was tough working with the divorce lawyers. It's like they'd send me an email. I'd have to take like, look at this. I'd have to like energize for like 3 days to, I'd have to like charge up for like 3 days to even open the email. And then I'd open the email and I'd read it. And then I'd have to charge up for like another 3 days. Charge up for like another 3 days to respond to the email. So it'd take like, and then I'd respond. Dude, it was emotionally and mentally extremely tough. I didn't expect it. Because like I'm cleaving the relationship. Some other things. Yeah, so I was working with the divorce lawyer. It's taking me like 1 week each response, filling out the forms. We hadn't officially filed for a divorce yet, but we like started the process, doing all the forms, getting all my assets, crypto, bank accounts, credit cards, bank statements, credit card statements. We didn't have any real estate, no car. Oh, she had a car. Getting all my stuff together, fill out the forms. And I'm super busy. Also trying to finalize, signing the agreement for Kettle Shell. And another thing, so a few other things. June 2021 was I just started going out doing cold approach to women. Like Sarah's behavior kept getting worse. June 2021. Again, following this, and I was, jacked. Actually, I'll pause this here and I'll come back, do another video. All right, before we get to September 2021, there's some things I forgot. So December 2019, December 2018. Yeah, hold on, let me update that. So December 2018, so it's like here, right when before we're getting married, negotiating the prenup, and Sarah said, okay, we're not having kids. Dude, this was like, I think it might have been the day we signed it. Came back, staying in our room. She's like, okay, we're not going to have any kids then. And all the prenup said was, my stuff is mine and her stuff is hers. Like nothing nothing insane. But I remember this, dude, and we had talked and we had agreed on 5 kids before we got married. And now she's totally flipping everything, and it's like, I don't even know, 2 or 3 days before the wedding, and I'm like, what the heck? I'm like, whatever, maybe this is just a phase. Maybe it'll go away. But what was actually happening was, let's see if I can bring this in here. It's actually the Meets equation, since I was showing weak sperm down here by marrying her, aka not basing my life off of this graph being true. Hold on. This graph being true. So if you don't base your life off this graph being true, women feel you have strong or weak sperm, which means she needed a lot more meat to stay with me and reproduce with me. But the prenup prevented her from getting that meat. So it was like, it's kind of like a low meat, weak sperm situation, which actually is like down here. You know, she's probably somewhere down at this level. So she's feeling really, 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 really uncomfortable. And that's probably why she said she didn't want to reproduce. But although women's actions are different from what they say, she definitely was trying to bang a lot. So maybe we can ignore her saying, okay, we're not going to have any kids. I mean, so maybe her saying that doesn't actually matter because maybe her actions, we're still trying to get pregnant. But all right, that's the first point. December 2018. And yeah, so that was literally like a few days before we got married. And Sarah canceling marriage counseling in Mexico. Okay, this was in January 2021. Yeah, remember when we were going to marriage counseling? Found a bunch of people in Mexico. Went to like 2 or 3 different people. She started canceling. Dude, it was like week 3 of us going. And she started canceling our appointments with people. And I'm like, what the heck? She's the one who said we go to marriage counseling or we get divorced. And now we're just 3 weeks in and she's canceling. She's like, oh, I'm not going. Cancel. I'm not going. Cancel. And if I didn't like do something she wanted, cancel the marriage counseling. I'm like, what the? Okay. Admire my muscles. Okay, so this is interesting. Remember, I started working out in maybe mid-February, maybe March, beginning of March 2021. So I was super jacked, April, May, June, into June. And she would rub my biceps, rub my arms. I was back to being super jacked. And it seems like her decay of behavior stopped. It didn't get better, but it definitely turned flat for a little bit. Just like a week or 2. Nothing insane. And then, so I guess in my graph, maybe there's a little bit of flatness here for 2 weeks, but then it just continuing down and down. All right, yeah, June 2021. Yeah, I said I started doing cold approach. Basically, just one. I always had women check me out, but I'd never had a plan to go up and cold approach. And I was like, hey, since things aren't looking good with Sarah, I'm gonna go try to get over this fear and make sure I know how to cold approach. I'm not afraid of it. 2, see if I can line up some replacement women here. And all women all have replacement men via social media because women know that this graph is true, aka male-female relationships are programmed to end from the jump, which means women lie in their wedding vows. So yeah, me doing this is all fair game. So I would go to USC a lot. I just hop on the bus from DTLA down to USC. It's 30 minute bus ride. We also had 2 bikes and really nice bikes. Oh, they were e-bikes, electric bikes, really nice. $650 each. I like the e-bikes. And her seat was too tall for her, so I'd say, oh, I'm gonna go to a bike shop to try and have them cut down the seat, blah blah blah. And I would just say that over and over. And I would just go to USC a lot. And I would test some other places. Did I ever go to other universities? Yeah, I think I would test a few. I would go a few days a week, get numbers. I think I got 100 numbers. I must have approached 200, 250 women. And then that resulted in 0 dates. That'd be January 1 or January 2, 2022. Yeah. Says June 2021. You know, go 1 or 2 days a week. You know, looking fresh, jacked. Go approach a bunch of women for a bunch of hours to get over my fear and see what data we get. All right, North Carolina. This was mid-July 2021. Remember we went there, my brother and my parents, because my brother lives there, for like a week or two. So I wasn't really talking to my parents. She like went out with, because we used to live in Raleigh. We lived in Raleigh for a year, right here. That was 2019. She met up with one of her friends, one of her woman friends, for dinner. And I think I dropped her off, drove like 40 minutes back to Chapel Hill, my brother's place. She stayed, I don't know, did dinner at some restaurant. And then I don't know, an hour or two, 2.5 hours. And then I drove 40 minutes to go pick her up. And on the drive back, she said, we're driving on the highway. She's like, you know, I don't need you, right? I'm like, what? She said, you know, I don't need you. And I'm like, do you tell that to your parents? And like, that made her brain melt. She's like, but she's going around saying she didn't need me after picking up from her friends. And like, I think we're in Raleigh for like a week. And we go explore places. Sarah wanted to record some stuff, so I record for her, take pictures of her. And then we're driving through downtown Raleigh one day, you know, around where we used to live. And I told her, like, hey, these are the things I've been working on in the relationship the last 6 months. You know, here's all the stuff I've researched, all the stuff I've learned. And then I asked her, you know, what have you been working on for the relationship? And she said, nothing. And I was like, well, do you want to work on something? She's like, no. So, me learning all her bad behavior, this graph started coming into view. Second, her, you know, me spending every day I spent with her put me 2 days away from my dreams was like point number 2, or maybe we call it strike 2. And then this strike 3, dude, this was the strike 3. She was complaining about, you know, she'd always said, oh, be nicer to me. I'm like, what do you want? She's like, be nicer to me. I'm like, how am I being bad to you? And she couldn't give any examples. This was like, you know, November 2020 to January 2021, when she's threatening to divorce, saying, oh, we gotta go to marriage counseling. And so it's been 6 months since then. I'm researching all this women's stuff. And then, you know, mid-July, so it's literally been a full 6 months, she said, oh, no, I haven't been working on anything for the relationship, and no, I don't want to work on anything. So I was like, strike 3, I was like, all right, it's definitely time for me to divorce this woman. And I remember watching a Rollo Tomasi video after this, where he's like, oh yeah, women never work on relationships. Just men work on relationships, women don't. And again, it's because women know this graph. They know once this point of no return is passed, you know, this activation point of this curve going downward, that, you know, they need to find a new D, because they know male-female relationships are programmed to end. And so that was a big thing. Another thing that was happening in the spring was I would watch Corey Wayne videos, like on my phone, and she would ask me what I watched. I wouldn't tell her. And then she'd like, I don't know, some of the time she'd go and like look at what I was watching. And when she saw I was looking for like women tip videos or women advice videos, her behavior would like drop dramatically, like starting then, start arguments more frequently. So that was really interesting. All right, so that was, you know, kind of filling in this timeline here. And now let's do September 2021. So it's interesting what this is. I think the end of August. We're sitting out of our friend Irene's house because she lived in like the same apartment complex as us, a different building. But Sarah came up all nice and sweet. You know, must have been like, you know, August 26th or something, because her mom and sister would come like the next day, maybe August 27th, or maybe it was September 1st or September 2nd. Well, that was, and Sarah's like, can we please not argue when my mom's here? And I'm like, well, she came in like all sweet and like trying to be sweet and nice, saying that. And I'm like, dude, you're the only one who argues. You try to argue and I just get up and leave. Like, why are you asking me not to argue? Ask yourself. She says something like, oh, I think you have autism. Yes, you know, some more shame, insult, guilt sign language, like Kevin Samuels said. Then her parents came up, or her mom and sister came up. Her sister do her, what do we call it, vacay in school, which actually is pretty fun. That's pretty cool, going to a new country for like your semester, do school online during the day, explore the city, the country, outside of school hours. And let's see. Yeah, so they came and stayed with us. And day 2 or 3, Sarah was starting problem. Oh, these are 2 things I remember. That first night, we went to walk the dog around. And so it was me, Sarah, her mom, her sister, were walk around DTLA, or near our apartment with the dogs with our dog like we normally do. And Sarah did something I'd never ever seen before. Sarah would walk like half speed, and the dog would walk at normal speed, kind of like pulling on Sarah. And we had a small dog. It was a Cavapoo, so 16, 18 pounds, fully grown. Which is good, perfect airplane size. I got to be like less than 20 or less than 25, one of those. And I remember this whole walk, like an hour and a half. The first day, her mom and sister's here, walking around at night. Sarah's walking half speed, and the dog's walking like normal speed that Sarah and I have always walked the dog at. And tugging on Sarah to go. And Sarah was getting mad and yelling at the dog, slow down, something like that. And I'm like, that is so strange. Sarah has never ever done that. And what I was thinking was, Sarah was taking out her desire to control me on the dog, because she couldn't try to control me when her parents and sisters were here, because they would see, she's doing the bad stuff. She's doing the bad behavior. So instead she was taking out on the dog, but she was walking half the speed to just to initiate a problem with the dog, so she could get fake angry and do fake scolding for no reason. And I even noticed at that time, I was like, man, she must be doing that because she can't try to exert control on me, because her mom and sister are here and she has to hide that. So that's the first thing. And then we kind of explore the city with them. I think they're staying a week, or maybe just a weekend. The mom was just a weekend. Maybe she should go back to work on a Monday. I don't really remember, but it's day 2 or 3. We're in a big park. Oh, a park I really like, next to our apartment. It's called Los Angeles Historic Park. Los Angeles Historic. It's like a 15-minute walk from our apartment. Yeah, here our apartment's 3 blocks away. Yeah, go there. How do we get there? Los Angeles. Alright, let's go to maps. Los Angeles Historic State Park. So this is only so it's right there. Our apartment was right here, DTLA. Somewhere here. I think it was these 2 streets. Yeah, because Sarah would work at that Starbucks. Yeah, La Plaza. So we were just 15, 20-minute walk away from this park. And yeah, it's just the second day her parents were here. And we're just out exploring the park. And I remember we parked. I had to pay for parking. And dude, it took me 20 minutes to pay. I wouldn't take my credit card. And I'm trying to... Oops. And basically, it took 20 minutes to pay. Sarah, her sister, her mom, went and walked around the park, and I was just gonna, go up and, meet up with them, find them. And basically they went up onto this structure. So it took me 20 minutes to pay. And they went up onto this bridge structure, which is a really great place for photos, because the city's in the background. Alright. Yeah, kind of like this. And basically, this is the bridge overlooking the park. And you get a really good photo of DTLA, photo of the big buildings in the background. And dude, it took me 15, 20 minutes to pay. They were walking around. They went up here to take photos of the city in the background. And so I finally paid after they had left me there. I mean, I thought here's the bridge. And this was actually where I was walking. The park's really big. I didn't know where they were. So I went to go find them. They were taking the photos up here, and it was like right when I was here, Sarah saw that I was coming, and so she ended taking the photos and started to walk down. And I'm like, why would you not want to take photos with me? Well, obviously because she was planning to leave, but and so we went up, and her mom told her, yeah, take photos of Colton in it, take photos, and obviously those are not the ones she posted. And like I walked around the park, and Sarah would walk behind me with her sister, and Sarah's mom was walking with me, and Sarah's mom was like, Sarah, get up here, walk with your husband, come on. And Sarah's like, no, I'm not gonna do it. So we actually got back to the car. The parking lot was, I think, like down here. Yeah, I think this was the parking lot, somewhere down here. Yeah, I think it was this zone. So we get back to the car, and I was like, I gave Sarah the keys. I was like, hey, you're being disrespectful. Here, you can drive. I'm heading back to the apartment. So that's what I did. I just walked back. Actually, there's a girl skateboarding here, Vietnamese girl. I told her to teach me how to skateboard, and then I got her number, but we never met up. But then, like, I walked farther down, and Sarah had parked the car, probably because her mom told her to, because again, I was walking back to the apartment. So I was like, all right, hey, I want you to come with us. I mean, obviously her mom was telling her to do that, so I was like, no, I'm heading back to the apartment. And then Sarah went back to her car, and her mom and her sister went, I don't know, shopping. Some of the stores down here in DTLA. And I just stayed at the apartment and worked all day. And, I don't want to be, I don't want to be around someone that's treating me not good. And then I think her mom left, I don't know, a day or two later. I think she just stayed for a weekend. But her sister stayed. I was doing the school stuff. It was actually really good because we'd go explore. Sometimes Sarah would come, sometimes not. And I didn't really care because basically, like, hanging out with her sister going to explore was like an escape from Sarah's, cold shoulder, cold mode, one-word answers, no interest in talking to me. So I liked it because there's an escape from a badly behaved woman. And I could just go spend time with a nice, pleasant woman. And so, me and Sarah's sister, we had two bikes. So, two e-bikes. We'd take the bikes. We'd go explore. Place that I like is Little Tokyo right near us. We'd go here, get ice cream. And sometimes Sarah would come and we'd get food. Sometimes just be me and Sarah's sister. And sometimes Sarah and her sister would go explore alone as well. But Little Tokyo, where is it? They have a really nice, let's see, I think it's right here. They have a really nice, so Little Tokyo is like, I don't know, just 1 or 2, 3 blocks down here. They have really nice shops, walking zone. Here, I'll bring you through it. So we'd ride our bikes here, park them. It's like outdoor Japanese plaza zone. They got an ice cream zone here, mini supermarket, bakery, Japanese bakery, Japanese ice cream, Japanese, sweet buns. So we go here. I really like this. And we'd also go grocery shopping every few days. And we'd alternate who made breakfast. One day me, one day Sarah, one day Sarah's sister. It's everything is fine, flowing good. Sarah would still be the cold mode or try to start arguments or blah, 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 blah. But I was glad I could have someone to go hang out with who was not bad energy or who just behaved like a normal human. And we'd go grocery shopping. Something interesting was in Mexico they don't have fresh strawberries, or it's either super rare or super expensive. So they always have frozen strawberries. So half the time we would go, me and Sarah's sister, we literally ride our bikes from here, La Plaza, down into where's the grocery store here? Down into Ralph's. It'd be a really nice 20-minute. Yeah, Ralph's. Really nice 20-minute bike ride there. And a nice September LA weather. Lock up our bikes, get like 4 or 5 bags of groceries. I take a lot of them. Her sister would take like 1 or 2 on the bike, and then we'd bike back. Sometimes I get her the strawberries. Sometimes no, I'll be like, no, you're gonna get sick of them if you get them every single time. They won't be special to you then. And yeah, Sarah's sister was great. Didn't create any problems. Just like easy going with the flow. And then yeah, it was like all September. Sarah probably did Stars and BS, but I don't really remember. And in July, I'd purchased 2 tickets to go to the Buccaneers-Rams game. When was that? I think it was Buccaneers-Rams 2020. I think it was September 26th. And I bought them in July because it's Tom Brady coming to LA. So I was like, heck yeah. And I just decided to go with her sister instead. So we woke up. I think Sarah just stayed at the apartment. I don't know if she had to work or not. But I just said, hey, we're going to explore. I didn't tell anyone what the final destination was. But we got on a bus, went to explore. It takes 2 hours to get to the SoFi Stadium in downtown LA. Or it's not downtown LA, it's over by Compton. It's in Inglewood. 2 hours, and we started walking towards the stadium, and Sarah's sister could see it coming into view, and she was super excited. She's like, no way, we're going to do an NFL game. And I already bought the tickets. I planned to go with Sarah, but Sarah's having bad behavior, so I was like, all right, I don't want to go with an unpleasant woman. I'll just simply go with a pleasant woman. Yeah, it was September 26th. Dude, we were in the highest top seats. The cheapest ones, it was $330 each or something. It was $660 total. This for Gronk, I think he broke his rib after a big hit. So that's that. And Sarah's sister was posting stories on her IG of being at the game. Because I think, dude, there are a lot of people there. LeBron James was there, showed him on the Jumbotron. I think Leonardo DiCaprio. I remember there's some, big people that probably there to see Tom Brady. And I remember Sarah's sister was posting, stories on her IG. And then she showed me Sarah's IG. And dude, Sarah had downloaded Sarah's sister's stories, and Sarah posted them on her own IG as if Sarah had gone to the game. When no, she didn't go because I didn't want to go with an unpleasant woman. So I thought that was so strange. Sarah was jacking her sister's IG stories, downloading them and uploading them as if they were her own, as if she's going to explore these places. I don't know. I never thought someone would try to do that. I thought it was interesting. I didn't care. I didn't start an argument over it, but I thought it was interesting. All right, so that's September, and then Sarah started, getting mad, threatening her sister to send her back to Mexico, and say, no, you gotta go back now. Probably because Sarah was mad. I had someone I was, enjoying time with, and Sarah wasn't getting, able to emotionally destroy me with the cold mode. Because I had an exit, I can now go, all right, I'll just go hang out with your sister, and we'll go explore LA. Because I like exploring, and I like being a tour guide for new people that come. Show them the city, show them the cool spots that I've already spent time going around a lot to find the best places. And yeah, it was Sarah was yelling at her sister, threatening her sister to send her back, and then setting up plans to send her sister back. And dude, her sister's in school just trying to get her classes done. And it's a cool present that she's here. Why are you being terrible to her? But yeah, Sarah's going wild on her own sister. Literally starting arguments. Dude, yelling at her sister till her sister's on the floor crying. And dude, I can't really do anything because cops are all set up to slaughter men. Or at least the laws the cops enforce are set up to slaughter men. So it was end of September. And then I remember one thing that when oops, is that gonna pop up? Oops. Alright, is this recording still? Alright, I remember one thing. I'm trying to bring out the timeline. When her sister came with the mom, basically I would, during the day when they're working or at school, I would just be in the community room of the apartment working on my stuff. doing the divorce papers, getting the cattle shelf stuff together. Still researching women's stuff like half the day now. I remember when our sister came, maybe it was early September or something, she's like, oh yeah, I know about the divorce stuff, they told me. And one of the things I thought was, I don't know. I thought I felt there's too much for a young person to know about. Like, it's like, you're young, you don't need to worry about this stuff. Who's telling you this stuff? Like, you don't need to worry about, like, these are adult things. Just do your school. And I mean, I wasn't mad at her, but I was like, who's giving her this info that could, like, stress her out a lot? Or, like, I don't know. To me, it felt like, I don't know, let the young people be young people. They don't need to be burdened with old people stuff. But maybe it's just, the female communication network. This is what women talk about. So maybe it is actually normal. But I didn't grow up with sisters, so I don't know. I think it's like early September, mid-September, when she told me that, yeah, I know the divorce stuff is going on. The divorce papers, yeah, they told me. But yeah, she said something, it wasn't exactly like this, but she's like, yeah, all our family's on your side. They know Sarah's being bad. And I'm like, I don't know if I buy that. I mean, this is like a tight-knit Mexican family. They live on like 2 blocks right next to each other, 20 people. I don't see how they could be on my side, because I haven't told them what's going on. Like, Sarah's probably the only one been telling them, like, I don't know, bad stuff I've been doing. Because again, women are biologically programmed to lie. So I don't know if her sister was telling the truth with that. I mean, maybe. To me, it feels like less than 50%, because I never said my side of the story. So how could they be on my side, knowing that Sarah's doing bad stuff? If Sarah's obviously not going to reveal she's doing bad stuff, and I haven't said anything about bad stuff Sarah's doing. So that's an interesting thing. So September, we go to October. Yeah, Sarah's like a scream match with her sister, threatened her to go out. That she has to go back to Mexico. I think this was like end of September, beginning of October. Somewhere around there. And I told her like, look, you're making a mistake. And she's like, being terrible to her sister, treating her terribly, basically like trying to emotionally kill her sister to cause me pain. I'm like, dude, the amount of evil I'm seeing is insane here. Like, this is your sister. You've lived with her your whole life. Why are you trying to kill her to hurt me? Or emotionally kill her? Yeah, like, Sarah's like screaming at her, yelling at her, and telling, no, you got to go back to Mexico. You can't stay here. Stuff like that. I think like, it was building up for a whole month. I think it exploded like early October, like maybe October, maybe end of September, maybe. Yeah, because we went to the NFL game September 26th. Might have been like October 2nd or 3rd. I don't really remember. But like, we went to a mall, Glendale Mall. See if like computer brain will get me there. Where's that? It's up here. Glendale Galleria. That's where we went. So went to a mall in like the morning to go explore this cool mall. See what's there, buy some munchies, got some food. They didn't try Five Guys, so I think we got a burger from Five Guys and maybe a burger from another place here. We ate at the food court. Sarah had to go to work, so me and Sarah's sister stayed in here, explored here more. Probably explored the rest of the stores. They had a cupcake vending machine here, so we went to that. I think it's right outside Cheesecake Factory. Yeah, it's right in this park here. This is the vending, yeah. So we went to this. It was like $5 a cupcake. We each got one, split it. And Sarah had left by this point. They got the vending machine here. And like went to work. So me and Sarah's sister stayed that, I don't know, like an extra, this cupcake ATM, like an extra hour or two. And then we came back. And like, Sarah was fine with us staying here because Sarah had to go to work. But then that night, dude, Sarah came back like super wild. She was yelling at us like, what food did you get? What food did you get? Dude, she came in, she went through the trash. She'd be like, what's this? What's this? What'd you guys buy? And I'm like, dude, that is the Five Guys hamburger bag that, like, you were there with us eating. You got the food with us. And I think that was the night where Sarah started, like, threatening her sister. She had to leave. I'm going to talk to mom and send you on a plane back to Mexico. Something like that. And her sister's on the ground crying. Because, dude, she's just trying to have a relaxing vacation relaxing schoolcation. Go to school during the day, explore LA in the afternoon and night, get the homework done, do the tests. And I'm like, I'm powerless since Sarah's on the lease as well, so I can't kick her out. And yeah, so there's a few days with that, and I was like, beginning of October, I was like, told Sarah, yeah, you're making a mistake, you're doing the wrong choices. So then Sarah simmered down, and it was fine with her sister staying. And then like a week or two later, what I wanted to do was I rented on Turo, I rented a Tesla Model Y, like the big SUV with the big glass top. I rented that, and I planned for us, all three of us to go, Sarah's sister, and me. And I think the day I reserved it, I told Sarah's sister, like, yo, this will be fun to do. And we're going to take in, like, I don't know, drive 3 hours west along the ocean. And I think it was something like either Sarah got angry when she found out or something like that. And I was like, okay, well, it's it's within 24 hours, so maybe you should to work that day, but like I didn't know. I was like, all right, it's 24 hours, I can cancel and change it. So, go ask your boss for the day off, that Sunday. And so I was like, no, I'm not going to ask the boss for the day off. So she's making a fuss about all this. And I think this was like earlier mid-October. Making a fuss. And like she won't cooperate so that she can go on this Tesla, and what is it? Tesla SUV. Like just starting problems, Okay, it's probably the Model X. I'm trying to do, it was this one. Do cool stuff. I want to test the like autopilot driving on the road. And I started making a big stink about this just for no reason. When I'm trying to do something cool that all of us can do and like test, this is a cool U.S. thing, having a Tesla, cool California thing. I'm trying to like show them cool California stuff, try new things, and Sarah like called her mom, argued with her mom. I didn't really hear the phone call, but Sarah like came back into the apartment with the phone, and Sarah's mom's like, okay, Sarah's in charge of what Sarah's sister's gonna do, and anytime you guys go to explore, you have to come. Sarah has to go, and if Sarah doesn't go, then Sarah's sister can't go. And Sarah went, huh? Sarah, and hung up the phone. So like Sarah was happy to cancel her and her sister going on this Tesla Model X road trip for a whole day. Up and west Pacific Coast Highway, PCH1. And like Sarah was excited to take that opportunity away from her sister. And like me and Sarah's sister both saw it. Like Sarah was like smiling and grinning, being like, huh, see? And hung up the phone. If I can't go, you can't go. And I'm just thinking like, now Sarah's going to make an excuse to not go places, to force her sister to not be able to go explore places in LA. And I'm like, what? Why am I seeing so much evil? So yeah, like going up to Malibu, like plan was like, I don't know, just literally just go here as far as you can for half the day, then turn around and go back. Like it was a cool U.S. American thing to do. Yeah, and I was talking with Sarah's sister after. I'm like, look, you can't go on this road trip. You're underage. You're under legal age. You're under 18. If you go with me, Sarah's just going to call the cops and I'm going to get destroyed. So, it stinks, but if Sarah's, can't go, doesn't want to go, you can't come with me either. So I actually went with a friend. I tell my friend, yeah, I booked this, can't go with, can't go as I normally planned. So you want to do a road trip with me? So yeah, we did a full day with this. So we drive here from DTLA, PCH1. I think we went to the Butterfly Reserve was where we stopped. I don't really remember where it is. Did we drive through here? I don't think we went to Oxnard. Ventura? I know we went to the... I know we ended at the Butterfly Preserve, and that's where we turned around. I think it's where all these butterflies migrate. Oh wait, did we? Oh, dude, I do think we went to Santa Barbara because we drove through UCSB. Yeah, okay. We actually did drive through Oxnard then. Yeah, we went here. This is like our ending. It's like, yeah, we went here. Butterfly Grove. So we drove all the way. Yeah, that's like where they all migrate to. This is like the halfway point, or this is the ending point. Then you turn around to their full day. Because I do remember we drove through UCSB. So I think that was like early October. So now Sarah's gonna like make up excuses to not go places, so that Sarah's sister can't go, and then she's gonna say, "Oh, well, Mom gave me the power to decide when my sister goes or not. So since I'm not going, she's not going." And I was talking to Sarah's sister, like, not with Sarah there. I'm like, "Dude, she's just gonna like make up excuses not to go, so you can't go places." And Sarah's sister's like, "I know, it sucks." All right, so it was October. I think that was early mid-October. I think I went, I don't know, maybe October 14th with that car ride. And then what I did is I bought tickets to USC volleyball game. So USC volleyball is like, this is USC, and volleyball is like, I don't know, USC volleyball. It's at the Gale Center, USC volleyball. And Sarah used to play volleyball. And Sarah's sister loves volleyball, plays it like competitively down in Mexico. Is this the Gale Center? Galen Center, that's what it is. So I think it was like mid-October, and I bought tickets for all three of us to go. Me, Sarah, Sarah's sister. And dude, it was like Sarah's sister told Sarah that I bought these tickets to go. And Sarah got super mad that, I don't know, she wasn't told or it was hidden from her. Just trying to be fake angry at something. And I'm like, dude, it was a surprise for you. I got your ticket too. And Sarah's like, creating problems. And this is still like all October 2021. While I'm, doing the stuff for Kettle Shell, still doing the divorce papers every day, still researching the women's stuff every day. And let's see. Yes, I think it was USC Oregon. I think that was for the end of women's volleyball. I think it was like October 24th or something. Women's volleyball 2021. So I bought those tickets, like 2 weeks in advance. Okay, so his tickets for November 12th. Yeah. And so maybe I bought them the end of October or something. And it was good. It was number 17, Oregon. Oh, no, that's 22nd. 2022. And basically, yeah, they both like volleyball. Sarah's sister plays competitively in Mexico. She wanted to do it in university, so I was like, dude, you could come play at USC. We'll go see, I'll take all y'all to see a game. And Sarah's sister starting up a fight, blah, blah, blah. Again, yelling at her sister. It's like the end of October, when like a month prior she's threatening her sister to go back to Mexico. Sarah went like super wild at the end of October. It was like, I think it was after I bought the tickets to take them to the, take both of them to the volleyball game. About 3 tickets. Sarah got super jacked up or something. She started screaming at me, screaming at her sister. And I went to leave. And Sarah blocked the one door, stood in front of it, like blocked it, arms out, hand on the handle, and she grabbed my bicep. And I don't remember what she said. Maybe it was like, "You're not leaving," something like that. And she was like yelling at her sister. Her sister's like in the corner crying. Like she's blocking the one exit, and like grabbing my bicep and saying something like, "Oh, you're not leaving," or something like that. And this is my first time. I was like, dude, yo, all the laws are against me in this situation. I'm really down bad right now. And that was like the 3rd time she'd been physical with me. Before that, I don't know, maybe like a month, maybe it was over the summer, like I tried to put my hand on her back as we were walking, or like guide her, on her upper back as we were walking. She like pushed me angrily. Like women's physical strength isn't anything. And then the second time was maybe in I don't remember, maybe August something. I planned to go to take her to Panera, which is from like where I used to live in New York in the Northeast, and they had a Panera in LA. So I was like, let's go. Like she went cold mode in the car, and I was like, she didn't want to talk, one word answers. So I was like, all right, hey, I'm gonna drop you off and I'm gonna go. She's like, well, this is my car, so park the car and you go alone. So I like parked the car and I accidentally like rubbed the rims on the sidewalk because I had to take a corner and then park it like right as I was taking the corner. And as I got out of the car, she like pushed me from the passenger side. Again, not as hard as she could, but like there's really no strength because it's a woman. So it was the 2 times she was physical with me. Then this is the 3rd time she was grabbing my bicep, blocking the door, and like going crazy on her sister, yelling at her, screaming at her. And I think this was the end of October. Might have been right at the end, October 31st. And I had a storage locker that was keeping like stuff from my inventory for kettle shelling. And she was yelling at her sister. I went to the bathroom. I took the most important stuff I had, wallet, passport, laptop, stuffed into my backpack, took that, dumped it into the storage locker, just, in case Sarah was going to start destroying my stuff. And I was thinking of like running away and not going back. But I was like, I got to see this divorce thing through with us living together. We got to figure out what to do with her sister. I can't leave him there going wild like this. And I think I came back like 4 or 5. I think I came back, took more stuff out. I don't know if Sarah was there. Her sister was somewhere. And I think it was like a few days after that in early November. I was asking her sister, what do you want to do? Sarah's sister's like, I want to go home, back to Mexico. And I was like, all right, yeah, that's a good choice. It's better than Sarah forcing you like basically gunpoint to go back. At least you're kind of making this decision on your own time. And yeah, I do think you should do that because it doesn't seem like Sarah's going to stop anytime soon. So I think Sarah's sister, she planned to be here to like mid-December whenever her high school semester ended. And then like go back to Mexico for Christmas and stay there and be with her friends like for the spring semester. So I think Sarah's sister went back in about like November 6th or something. So it was a week before we were going to go to this game. And I do remember before Sarah's sister left, one, she told me that Sarah's mom had told Sarah's sister, told her that, when I left, when we were at the park and told Sarah, when we got back to the car, told Sarah, hey, you're being really disrespectful. I'm, just going to go to the apartment. This was like beginning of September. When they went shopping, Sarah's mom was telling Sarah, like, Sarah's mom was telling Sarah's sister, Sarah's so selfish. She got a great life here with this apartment, all these amenities, and she's, blowing it up, being terrible. So Sarah's sister told me that like 2 months later, or sometime after that, maybe in October or November. I was like, oh wow, Sarah's mom's saying that Sarah's being bad, and she must be being really, really bad. And I'd never been in a bad relationship, so I didn't really have any reference point for. I'd never been in LTR. All my relationships were STR, short-term relationships. So I didn't really know, I had no reference point for, what should be good, what should not be good. I definitely was wondering, why is all this stuff happening? Why is all this stuff happening? Again, it's simply this curve being, coming true. Which this curve comes true as T increases. So as time goes by, it reveals this curve in your woman. Every man who's been in LTR with a woman, this is the curve. So the first thing Sarah's sister told me, and the second thing was Sarah's sister had recorded, down in Mexico, on her phone, Sarah's mom being on the phone with Sarah yelling at her mom, and her mom being stressed and crying, talking to Sarah. I don't really know what they were talking about, but it was like, yeah, Sarah yelling at her mom in Mexico through the phone, and Sarah's sister's there, probably like stressed, that her mom is dealing with this, with Sarah like making her mom cry. And so that, along with the divorce stuff, saying, oh yeah, I know the divorce, and yeah, everyone knows Sarah's not doing the right stuff. It was interesting that, like, and also a fourth thing, which was Sarah's sister told me that, oh yeah, Sarah's saying that Colton's manipulating you, and and all this stuff. And like, I told Sarah's sister a few times, like, look, you're not doing anything wrong. Sarah's going wild right now, so don't make her believe you're doing something wrong. Because she wasn't doing anything wrong. And basically when, Sarah's trying to convince her sister that I was mentally and emotionally manipulating her, the sister. When I wasn't. I was just talking to her normal. And Sarah's sister was like, no, it seems like Sarah's doing that. So that's like, the point is, those four things, it was like Sarah's sister was on my side for all four of those things. Which, I don't really care. Like, I can see if things are good or bad. But I thought it was strange that they grew up together. They were sisters. And, like, Sarah's sister was on my side and against Sarah for all this stuff. And, Sarah's being really bad to her sister. Yeah, making her, like, two separate times, like a month apart, threatening her to go back to Mexico, send her back. She can't be here. And eventually, I talked to her sister. I was like, all right, so what do you want to do? This is like beginning of November. All right, what do you want to do? She's like, yeah, I want to go back to Mexico. I was like, all right, yeah, that's a good choice. Do it on your own terms. Don't have to be here with any of this stuff. Kind of thinks that Sarah's getting what she wants, which is, I don't think I told Sarah's sister this, but I was like, man, it stinks. Sarah's getting what she wants, which is forcing her sister out. Basically, like, killing her sister emotionally or forcing her out so that I'm unhappy and I have to deal with Sarah's, like, bad behavior and be unhappy again. I was like, oh my God. And this is how women treat children during divorce. Which is why one of my greatest achievements is never getting a woman pregnant. Because this is what women do. They literally emotionally kill the child to cause you unhappiness. And Sarah's sister was kind of like the proxy child in this situation. So it's like, even without getting a woman pregnant, I was seeing like how much evil comes out of a woman during these situations when the curve is way down here. So it was even her own sister that she lived with like her whole life, like trying to emotionally kill her, has her crying on the floor. It's being terrible to her. I'd never seen anything like it. I'm like, oh my God, she's doing this to her own sister. She must, like, I mean, she's basically doing the same stuff to me, although I'm not sitting on the ground crying. But I'm like, dude, this is wild. So her sister was kind of like a proxy child, and Sarah was like emotionally killing the proxy child just to hurt me, so I had no escape from her, cold mode bad behavior anymore. So Sarah's sister had to go back to Mexico in the middle of her high school semester, which I felt was better than, I mean, we'd seen a lot of LA. She'd seen a lot of LA. And some other thing before she went back, maybe it was like the weekend before, I had planned for us all to go to Venice Beach for a day. Oops. Yeah, planned for us to go to Venice Beach for a day. And Sarah, like, just decided she didn't want to go. And what was it? It was like, I want to go on a Saturday. And Sarah didn't want to go, so she stayed home on the Saturday. So Sarah's sister couldn't go. Because remember, her mom had put the rule, oh no, Sarah can't go. Then her sister stunk. We really only went like 2 hours. When I planned to go the full day, I was to like rollerblading, roller skating, somewhere here, like rent. Because I think they both want to do roller skating. So I was going to take them both to, go here somewhere, Santa Monica Pier or Venice Beach Skate Park, somewhere there. And Sarah muffed that up too to prevent her sister from going. And so, all right, so her sister leaves November, like 5th or 6th, I think. Or maybe it was the end of October. I don't remember. And then I finally served Sarah the divorce papers. It might have been end of October, beginning of November. we did go to this game because we still had the tickets, November 12th, 2021. Somewhere here, I don't know why my mouse is not working. Because I know we signed the divorce papers November 15th. So I think maybe the week before this. So I think this week, the 5th to the 12th, we went to a Vietnamese place in Chinatown to eat food. And Sarah was like, I don't know the word for it, but she was like, "Oh, you're going to divorce me, huh? Where are the divorce papers?" While we're eating food that I'm buying for us to enjoy. She's like going on and on about the divorce. And again, I told her August 3rd. She hadn't been served yet because I had a lot of assets to write down, things to, maybe this is first week of November. I don't really remember. It was definitely after her sister left. Maybe her sister left October 30 or something. Because, I don't think her sister did Halloween here. Or maybe she did, I don't remember. But it was sometime around there. And I remember Sarah was like, I went to some Vietnamese food place here a few blocks away from the apartment. And Sarah was like, "So when are you going to divorce me, huh?" Or, something like that. And I'm like, what? Who's excited for this? What is going on? But again, simply this curve. She wanted out. I mean, this has been activated, the activation point. So relationship's fine until the activation point. The universal programming activation point then goes downhill from here. And all right, so that was September, October, November was basically all that. Sarah's sister had to go home, but she definitely saw a good amount of LA. We definitely made sure to go out and explore. All three of us, or the two of us. And Sarah's sister went home. It was either October 30 or maybe November 2nd, something like that. And Sarah's saying, "Oh, when are you going to divorce me? Where are the papers?" As we're eating food normally. I'm like, why are you bringing this stuff up now? She's like, I don't know, smug, excited to see it. And for some reason, maybe I served her early November. I thought it was the end of October. It still might have been. I'm not sure. Or maybe her sister went back October 20 or something. Yeah, I don't really remember. It was somewhere end of October or early November. And then, so let's just say, I don't know, November 1st, Sarah gets served with the divorce papers. Well, before that, 4 ways, 4 times, Sarah's sister was on my side, which I thought was strange. I thought women stick together, the sisterhood, but that was not my experience, at least in this situation. So I thought it was strange that Sarah's sister was on my side. I didn't really tell her what was going on. She just observed it, because again, she doesn't need to care. She's just here to, do the online school and have fun exploring. She doesn't need to deal with all this adult stuff. So I didn't tell her anything that was going on. She just observed what she saw from interacting with Sarah. Oh, another thing that Sarah's sister was confused about is maybe in mid-October or something, I texted Sarah and asked her, "Hey, let's go, walk and talk and figure this out." And Sarah's like, "No." She texted me back. Sarah's like, "No, I don't want to walk and talk and figure this out." And Sarah's sister told me after, she's like, "Sarah's complaining about all this stuff, but I saw that you texted her wanting to walk and talk and figure this stuff out." And Sarah said no. And I was like, yep, that is what she's doing. So I was like, the 5th thing, Sarah's sister was on my side. But again, it wasn't me trying to get her on my side. It was just Sarah's sister observing what the heck was going on. All right, I'm going to come back with a new vid, starting with Sarah getting served. All right, so now we're at serving my way for the divorce papers. So the first copy filed. I think the lawyer has to get all get the return receipt from the court or something saying that yes, it's been filed. And again, I was working on this stuff, researching the women's stuff, doing the kettle shell stuff, doing the legal stuff to convert everything to my ownership, my business, and this divorce paperwork stuff. When Sarah's sister was here, but I'd be doing the work while they were at work or doing the school stuff or whatever. I'd be in the community room in the apartment complex. So then I served Sarah. It was after her sister left, so it must have been really end of October or super beginning of November. Because maybe her sister left, I don't know, I don't remember exactly. Maybe October 20. I don't know. Maybe it was mid-October. I don't know. No, because it was after. It was after. I think it was after the Tesla ride, the Tesla road trip that I went with a friend instead. So we're talking about serving the wife. The lawyers, they said there's two options. One is to like serve her by email, have her like sign a form and send it back saying that she got it, or serve her directly with a third party, and the third party signs a form saying yes, we served the correct woman. I didn't like the one where it's gonna wait for her to sign something, because to me it's like you never want women to know they have something that you want, because they treat you terribly. Women with leverage are like the most badly behaved people that exist in the universe. Like they can't handle leverage or power at all. They like it makes their brain go insane. So if the women know they have something you want, they like their behavior drops so fast and they behave so badly. All right, so I decided to serve her with a third-party process server. I like kind of knew her work schedule, so I was guessing she'd be home on a Saturday, like 10, 11 a.m. So I had the process server come. He came to the door, knocked. I went over, opened it. Yes, said like, "Hey, is Sarah here?" And yeah, she was here. She was like around the corner at her desk. So I told her, "Hey, someone's here to see you." He says, "Hey, are you Sarah?" And then I think he hands her the papers, signs his own sheet that he's got to mail back to the court. And I think it cost like $130. My lawyer set it up because there's, process serving companies that exist in California. And so she got the papers. She was looking at them. I was pretty sure, I was 99% sure what they were. But she's looking at them. She had them in her hand, looking down. And I remember, like, when she got them, I was standing at the door as well. When she got them, the look on her face was like at the end of Harry Potter 2, Chamber of Secrets, when Dobby gets the sock from Mr. Malfoy that makes him free. Her like face lit up like that, getting the papers, even though she didn't exactly know what they were yet. But it was like, I let her do whatever she wanted. Like, I'm spending my time following my dreams. I don't have time to babysit a woman. You can work. You can not work. I'll take care of all the bills. You can, be a stay-at-home dog mom. You can make YouTube vids. You can draw. Chalk art on the sidewalks every day if you want. I don't care. But I'm gonna work on my stuff, and you do what you want to do. But yeah, her face lit up when she got the papers. She didn't exactly know what they were yet, because I didn't tell her they were coming. I didn't want her to try to evade them or anything. So we walk like 20 feet. She sits on the bed. I'm standing over her, and so I take the papers from her. I read it a little bit. I said, "Okay, yeah, these are the divorce papers." So I'm standing over her. I hand her back like the stack of papers. I said, "Okay, these are the divorce papers." And first thing she does, she looks at me, smiles, and first thing she says is, "I'm keeping your last name," like in a really nice, sweet, feminine voice. And I'm like, "Okay, whatever, I don't care." And I went over and started making like a breakfast or something. Or I just went like the kitchen. We were in a studio, so I just walked over to the kitchen zone. And I remember I had seen I don't know, I think I had seen it by this point, maybe not. A Rollo Tomasi vid where it's like, basically women only take the last names of men they respect or something like that. And so I was like, I think I had seen it before she did this, before I served her. So it's like, oh, okay, looks like I'm doing the right thing here. She's happy I'm doing this. So that's interesting. And the whole morning she was very warm with me. Like, she made an awesome breakfast, and we watched, like, I don't know, maybe The Office on Netflix on the computer during breakfast at the desk. Well, we hadn't done that in forever. She was, like, really warm, like, touching me, touching my, like, chest. Like, really, really warm with me. Even, like, kissing me on my neck. Like, the most warmth I've got from her in, like, I don't know. Definitely more than 6 months. Maybe a year or more. I'm not sure. One of the things I was thinking of is, since she went so wild that day where she grabbed my bicep, blocked the doorway. When was that? That was like early October, end of September. I don't remember which one. Maybe it was mid-October. I don't remember exactly. I thought when she would get these divorce papers, I was thinking she might like break my laptop or stab my eye out when I'm asleep or something. But no, that day she was super warm, super happy that she got the divorce papers, and she knew they were divorce papers. But that only lasted for like, I think she went back to her normal bad behavior in like a day and a half, normal cold mode behavior. Oh yeah, I do want to talk about an experiment I ran like think in June 2021. Basically, I want to test if me giving her my credit card and letting her go buy stuff, see what would happen. And basically, just to test, like, how can I get some femininity out of her? So it's the first time I did this. This is like June 2021. I let her take my credit card and go buy. I saw her go buy a bunch of makeup. I had never done this before with her. And what happened was, basically, if we say this is her amount of this Y is the amount of her femininity. So basically down here is like 0. It's like her masculinity. It was kind of like this. And then like a 36-hour decay back to normal. So her femininity went up, but it only lasted for like 36 days. So I gave her a credit card, told her, yeah, buy whatever makeup you want. She spent like $330. I'd never done this before. So I just had to run this test. And then I think a few days later I ran the test for saying, hey, growing up, they used to go to across the U.S. border in Nogales, Arizona, and go to I don't know, some of the stores across the border, like the low-cost stores. And her dad would give her $100, be like, hey, here's your budget to buy these clothes. And so what I did was, I think I went to some like thrift store, gave her $100, and I was like, all right, this is a few days after the makeup thing, or maybe a week after. And again, it was like this, again, like a day and, 36-hour decay. So that's the experiment I ran back in June, trying to see, like, how can I get some femininity out of her? That she used to be super feminine. She used to be super feminine back here, and I'm like testing this stuff, while we're somewhere here. Definitely in the lower part of the graph. And no, it did not produce any lasting results. But that was a test I wanted to run. Okay, so it was June 2021. I'll probably like clean this up and put it into the sheet. June 2021. All right, so now, she got served. She's super happy. But her behavior, it's like, I don't really remember. End of October, beginning of November. But I know she's going to Ecuador with her friend Irene, the one who like tried to kill herself 11 months prior in January, when he's cheating on her husband, the guys at work, blah blah blah. I know she's planning to go to Ecuador with that friend Irene in November 15th, like November 30th. So like I finally got through all the papers, the sheets, filled out all my stuff to serve her. It's like end of October, beginning of November. And then like the first, so maybe she served last week of October, beginning of November. And then like the first week of November, she's out of nowhere, she's threatening, I'm not going to sign the divorce papers. And her best thing to do would be to just ignore it and just like leave the apartment if she tries to keep arguing. But I said, it's going to screw up your immigration stuff if you don't do it. I mean, that's all I said. I didn't keep arguing after that. Again, it's trying to use logic on an emotional, a woman whose brain runs on emotion. So that's never going to be the correct thing. I mean, it didn't screw anything up for me. So, okay, it all worked out. But the best thing to do is just ignore them when they make any threats. So it was like first week in November. And I think I was trying to pull her along, like, for the next weekend or two. Like, hey, we got to figure this out. We got to sign these papers. And this was November 2021. So let's look here. I'm trying to like pull her. So I was like, hey, let's sign these papers. Or hey, let's go through this and read it and sign it and fill all this out. Because she's leaving. Maybe she's leaving this date, the 16th to the 30th. I think she left in the morning. And she kept pushing it off. So again, when a woman knows she has something you want, their behavior is terrible. In my case, hers actually wasn't that bad. Like it all worked out pretty smoothly for me. Even like the 12th and the 13th. So yeah, even trying to get her, like trying to pull her to get these things done. She didn't want to do it this weekend, the 6th and the 7th. She's working on stuff. She didn't want to do it. I think she said we're going to do it this weekend, 13th, 14th. We didn't do it the 13th, 14th. We literally did everything, like the last day, the 15th. There's a ton of things to, a ton of extra forms to sign and do all that. than I had originally thought. And so me and the lawyer were like working the entire day. And then the end of the 15th, this is like the last time to get her to sign up before she left. She left like 4 a.m. to go to her flight. Maybe it's a 7 or 8 a.m. flight on January 6th. Hold on, I gotta go back to November. Oh, there's the same. Yeah, so we did everything on the Monday. Like she basically got served, I don't know, maybe 2 weeks prior. And we did like everything through the like all the extra papers. All right, so I do everything literally that November 15th. Way more forms than I thought. Because remember, I didn't really have time to research the California divorce process because I sped it up by like 2 weeks to get started early. So I definitely researched lawyers to go with, but I didn't really understand how the process went. And again, I just presented the divorce settlement agreement. She threatened to not sign it, I think once or maybe twice. And I said, okay, screw up your immigration stuff. Would have been best for me to just ignore it, but it didn't hurt me in the end. So we did everything November 15th. Then we had to like find so we signed all the papers except the divorce settlement agreement. So I had to find it was like 6:30 or 7:30 p.m. at night. I had to find like a late night, what's it called? Notary. I was calling a bunch of people, looking on Google Maps, seeing who was open like 8 p.m. to 9 p.m. And we finally found a notary that was open. They said, yep, you pay their whatever X dollar fee. So we drove into downtown LA to the guy's office. He had an office in one of the buildings. Just driving to downtown LA, like you saw it on the map, close to where we live. And we parked, and I decided to read her the divorce settlement agreement. I guess for my own peace of mind, so she would never come back and be like, oh, I didn't know what I was signing. You tricked me. I actually read it to her when she was in the passenger seat. I do not recommend you do this because after I got done reading it to her and like all this stuff she was going to keep and I was going to keep, which she may have read it, in the 2 or 3 weeks that she'd been served, but I'm not sure. I didn't ask her, but I guess for my own conscience, I wanted to know that she knew what she was signing before she signed it. And at the end of doing this, she said, oh, we're literally parked at the notary. She said, oh, you're going to leave me on the streets. I want you to pay some of my rent. I was like, we'll talk about it later. And she kept going. And I kept saying, we'll talk about it later. We'll talk about it later. We'll talk about it later. And I don't know if she stopped or if I just opened the door and got out and she followed me in, but that was close. She could have just decided right then and there to not sign it and just been like, no, I'm not signing it. But we were literally right there. But she got out. She went up. She did sign it. So it looks like me saying, oh, we'll do it later, and ignoring her suggestions, ignoring what she wanted, made her feel like I was strong sperm, which made her quite a low meat amount from me. Because remember, the divorce settlement agreement said like I kept over $250,000 of my stuff. I pay her zero alimony, and I just pay her a one-time payment of $650 because we had $1,300 in a joint bank account with both of our names on it. So looks like I definitely did the correct thing by basically ignoring her request to put something in there that I'll pay her rent. And look, they'll acquiesce. And maybe it would have been better for me to just get up out of the car instantly and start walking in and 100% ignore her suggestions. But again, it worked out for me. And I kind of had a hypothesis of a way that could work. And it worked. It did work out perfectly to me. So we signed it. She went home. I think she was also packing all day as we were doing this, November 15th. We went to sleep. She woke up at like 4. Someone else is picking her up, bringing her to the airport. It's like 4 a.m. or 6 a.m. or something. And yeah, I said bye to her. I was still like groggy. And then she went on her trip. My brother came up. I think what I started to do, I don't know if I started to do this yet. I think I did more of the kettle shell stuff. Took in Sarah's car around LA. I was like, oh, I got a lot of stuff to catch up on, like going to visit cast aluminum suppliers, powder coat suppliers, driving all around all day. So this was like November 2021. So I think she left this day. So I think I had like a week free where I like went out to do the kettle shell stuff, find suppliers, vet suppliers, get test samples, pay for them, like the whole time. And then my brother came, I think maybe this Wednesday. So I had like a week free of working on this. My brother came for a few days for Thanksgiving. And yeah, we explored LA. He came from Raleigh. So we did Thanksgiving. He explored LA. and we drove around a lot. And it was he was surprised the insane traffic, dude. It's like half the day was like insane traffic as we were driving like across LA. So that was wild to him. And it's like 7 lanes on one side, 7 lanes on the other, fully backed up, fully slow. So it was wild. And then Sarah and I didn't really talk. Oh wait, hold on. Like I didn't feel like talking to her, just waiting to see what she would do. Because again, I was kind of in this probation phase of we'll see what November 20. You know, we'll see if her behavior improves after it's on the divorce papers. And then I would stay with her, and if not, then I could leave with no penalties because we've already signed the divorce papers. So this was, yeah, one day when we were exploring with my brother, maybe the 27th, maybe the 26th, maybe the 27th, we're at the beach and Sarah calls me, mad that, well, not mad at me, but she's in Ecuador, remember, for 2 weeks with her friend Irene. We really hadn't talked at all, hadn't texted, hadn't called. I don't care to talk to her, I just want to see what she would do or not do. And she called me, yeah, me and my brother are at Venice Beach at night, and she called me saying, her text, you know, she's in an Uber, she forgot her camera because she likes to go vlog and record for a YouTube channel. And she asked me, you know, if I could sign in on Amazon, buy her a new one. And I was like, look, you know, we use our mom's account, I didn't know the password. Or I think I needed a text code from my mom, but it was already way too late, we wouldn't have gotten it. And also I was like, well, Sarah, like, so I wasn't signed into Amazon on my phone. And also, I'm pretty sure Sarah was signed into Amazon on my phone, so I was like, Sarah, hey, you buy it. You know, I'm out with my brother, and I'm not even sure I can sign in right now. She got mad and just hung up the phone. And this was like a week after we'd signed the divorce papers, or maybe a week and a half. So at that point, I was like, all right. I was like, okay. Yeah, maybe it was November 26th. I was like, all right, this is over. Yeah, so it just took for me a week to realize, all right, her behavior is not going to change. It's not going to improve at all. It's still getting worse and worse. Because I did catch her once, like, yelling at her mom on the phone and then hanging up like that. And so, yeah, I think my brother left. I don't remember which day he left. November. But I know Sarah was coming back, like, afternoon November 30th. So maybe my brother left, like, the 28th. So we could go back to work the 29th, something like that. And then I packed up all my stuff and threw it into the storage locker. I had 28, 29, and 30. And then I went to pick up Sarah, and I think she'd emailed me, like, the day before the 29th to make sure to that when she was coming in for me to be there. So I drove, like, an hour with her car to be there, and all my stuff was already out of the apartment. I brought the dog, picked her up, yeah, November 30th, maybe it was like 4 p.m. And yeah, she's like cold mode with me, didn't really want to talk about her trip at all. And I was like, dude, I just drove like an hour and a half in LA traffic to come get you. Now I'm getting this bad behavior. 20, yeah, I think it was this 30. So we came in to the apartment. It looked the same. Like, I had taken my stuff, like, out of the closet. I'd left like 90% of the stuff there. Like the bed, the couch, the desk, her computer. I left all her stuff. I left all the kitchen stuff. All I took was, yeah, you know, my passport, wallet, laptop, monitor. I left all the chairs, all the tables, all the bed frame, blankets, pillows. The closet door was closed, but it was closed, but I had taken my clothes out. Dude, I did like full-time extraction of everything after my brother left. And maybe I did a little bit before he came. Maybe. I'm not exactly sure. But I definitely know it took a while, even though I had Sarah's car. So it was November 30th. She came home. She's still cold mode. I sat her down. I was like, I think first I asked her 3 questions. One was like, are women biologically programmed to leave men? It's like, yes, no, checkbox. She checked the no, which is a lie. All women know it. I think the other question was, I don't remember the other 2 questions. Maybe it's like, is your attraction for me 0 or something? But basically, we're talking. I was telling her, like, look, after she answered those 3 questions, I was like, look, I decided to end the relationship. You're too masculine, too argumentative, too combative. You know, here's how you can fix it. but I'm not going to be in a relationship with a man. And let's see. A big thing she said was, yeah, there's no attraction. I don't know if I asked her, but she's like, yeah, the attraction's 0. I was like, okay, that is the correct answer, because all women's behavior is based off their attraction. Right here. That's the first variable, or that's like the title of this main variable of this whole thing. So she was right when she said there was no attraction on her part towards me, which I didn't know attraction controlled her, was the lever that controlled her like this, perfect behavior or super negative bad behavior. And then she started like, she wouldn't really say much. Didn't say, oh, I want you to stay, I don't want you to leave. Not that much at all. Actually, not at all. Which again makes sense. Women know male-female relationships are programmed to end from the jump. So she knew this was inevitable. I did not. Hollywood hides it from us. Disney hides it from us. The media hides it from us. Everyone around us hides it from us. So I had to figure it out on my own. But now that I got it, you got it too. Yeah, she really wasn't saying much of substance. I don't think she asked me any questions. I just told her, like, hey, yeah, I'm in this relationship. I moved my stuff out already. And, I told her, like, hey, you're too masculine for me. Too argumentative, too combative. So I'm entering the relationship. Then maybe she started getting worked up a little bit about something. I was like, all right, hey, look, I'm going to go get some food. We'll come back, re-talk about this in an hour. So she went into the shower to take a shower, because she'd been traveling all day from Ecuador, I don't know, maybe to Houston, then maybe to LA, or maybe it was direct, I'm not sure. And she was bawling her eyes out. Dude, it was the loudest cries I've ever heard. Because it's a studio, she went into the bathroom, closed the door, bawling her eyes out. I decided to just, walk outside, go get some food down the street. I could even hear her through the main door of the apartment. Did the loudest cries I've ever heard. So yeah, I went out for food for like an hour and a half. Came back. She was curled up in a ball in the bed, no longer crying. And asked her like a few more questions. I don't remember what the questions were. It was maybe like, do you have any more to say? Anything else you want to say? No, she didn't have anything to say. And so I left with all my stuff. I think everything was in the storage locker by then, but I did have my bike downstairs in the bike zone from the apartment. And I left, and I have never seen her in person yet since then. So I left, had my bike. Yeah, at this point it was 7 p.m., 7:30 p.m. And I actually went to... All right. Actually, I'll end this here. I'll start the next video of me leaving on my bike. All right, before we get to me leaving on my bike, I was thinking about, doing all the stuff in the relationship. It's definitely super, super, super tough, because you think back, and actually perfect behavior those first 3 years. I was like, dude, this has got to be it. It's got to be the things all the Disney, Hollywood movies, Happily Ever After, showed me about. And I 100% thought it was. So like, I literally thought it was 0% chance of us getting divorced. And yeah, so to end it, not as painful. So November, December 1, 2021, that's when I did it. Was not as painful as a year prior. November, December 2020, when she was first threatening me with divorce. But it's still like super painful. Because remember, that was my first LTR. All the other women I've been with, just STR, short-term relationships. And it was wild, like, just from that. Like, I didn't even know women could behave bad. I thought they would just stay perfectly behaved forever. Like, I didn't even know it was the honeymoon phase. Just women always behave perfectly with me. That's because I didn't do any LTRs. But as I did my first LTR, then it goes down like this. So it's definitely super painful to end it. Because remember, this like, with the wedding vows, I'm saying, I'm going to stay with this woman forever, blah, blah, blah. So it's kind of like you're going against an oath you took for yourself. So definitely really painful, definitely really tough. And again, divorced men, suicide at 9x the rate of divorced women. So us men, we carry 90% of the pain of the ending of a relationship. So women don't feel anything. Yeah, they'll cry, they'll tears, but it's more for attention. They really don't feel much. Which, again, no. I mean, that fits in perfectly with our other stat. On average, women file 90% of all divorces. And men only file 10%. That's because it's 9x less painful for women to file for divorce or to end the relationship. All right, so that's, all right, so yeah, we're still talking December 1st, 2021 here. Let's go back. December, oh no, I think it was November 30th at night. Or maybe it was, this might have been on Wednesday. So maybe my brother went back on 28, so I had 28 and 29 and 30 to move everything out. Yeah, I think it was December 1st, actually, I picked her up. And I think about it. That's why I ended the relationship, yeah. So again, I basically gave, 2 weeks, to see if her behavior changed. And it's good because we had signed the divorce papers, so I can take as much time as I want and leave with no penalty because the divorce papers have already been signed. Actually, what I'll do is do this. Boom. I'll put a D here. Yeah, that looks good. This is a divorce date. I mean, I know it was November 15th. That was just the paperwork, but it's like the relationship, divorce. The official relationship ending. December 2021. Make this black. Pull this up. Alright, so yeah, super painful. She didn't beg me to stay. She didn't say anything like that. Didn't tell me to leave. She didn't say F you. She didn't say I hate you. Nothing like that. Just like normal talking. But again, look, women know this. So she probably knew this when she started behaving bad, September 2018. She knew this, the inevitable would happen. But hey, she's getting free meat, money, energy, attention, time from me. Meats. So, why not stay? If I'm paying all the bills. Alright, so that's D, divorce. So, me leaving on my bike. Yeah, I think it was December 1 at night. I only had it was like 8 p.m. I had t-shirt, shorts, maybe my backpack. I'm not really sure. And I go to the Airbnb I booked. It's a hotel in downtown LA called I forgot what it's called, but it's like $50 a night. Shared dorms. Yeah, I don't know the name. But I get there, and they say I need an ID to get in. But my wallet and stuff is in the storage locker that I moved everything to. So I couldn't check in. And I don't think they'll let me cancel either to get my money back. So it's 9 p.m. at night. Dude, I'm freezing. Dude, it's December in LA. That's still cold. It's upper 40s maybe lower 50s. And I'm just in a t-shirt and shorts and my backpack. Yeah, so I guess I kind of didn't plan good with my clothing. But dude, when you're in your first LTR and going through a divorce, you can't really think as clearly as I wanted to. So I had to go, I stayed in the lobby there. Looked another Airbnb, $120 a night. Okay, went there. Parked my bike. Outside, locked it up. Stayed there. Kind of slept okay. But she had been gone for 2 weeks, so I was kind of getting used to sleeping alone. Gone for 2 weeks on our Ecuador trip, November 16th to the December 1st. No, she messaged me, didn't call me. Because I'd finally formally ended it. So I slept there, woke up, then took my bike got jacked at night. Got stolen. I had a nice U-lock, it's a metal bar in a U shape with a straight line where you lock it. Someone sawed through it and stole my bike. I think later on, a week or two later, I submitted to my bank my bike got jacked, and I think they reimbursed it because they're theft protection for $1,000 of goods or something in 12 months, something like that. So it's kind of I resold it back at full value. Hey, pretty good. Woke up the next morning. I think maybe I went to my storage locker to get my ID just in case I needed it. Yeah, I think I had my ID and my passport in the storage locker, so I didn't lose it or Sarah didn't take it. Because we're coming up on heated times, and I didn't know what would happen. Then I took a bus to Tijuana, across the border, got an airplane, went and hung out with her family for quinceañera. This in my other video, my after my California divorce vid. And let's see. Before going, so I think between serving Sarah and me going down to Mexico, so it was like the month of November. They've been inviting, one of the uncles have been inviting me down to his daughter's quinceañera, over and over. I didn't respond because I was trying to figure out stuff with Sarah. And I think Sarah's sister was asking if I was coming down for the quinceañera, probably because, her parents were really asking to like really figure out what I was doing. And so I think December 1st that night when I was in the Airbnb, I told Sarah's sister, yeah, I'm coming down. And I think I told the uncle, yeah, I'll be there. When they hadn't heard from me, 'cause I was trying to make sure I did everything right, and things as I wanted to with Sarah. So I think I went to the storage locker, got my passport and license, then went to the bus that takes me from DTLA to the border, hopped on a plane. Oh yeah, this is what I want to say. Yeah, I think it was somewhere early November. Sarah's like, why would you go to the quinceañera? They don't want you there. And I'm like, what are you talking about? I got messages right here with them inviting me. So you're trying to do mental and emotional warfare to try and convince me not to go. Saying like, oh no, they don't actually want you there. But I was getting text messages I don't know. I probably got 3 from the uncle, over the last few weeks or a month or two. Saying hey, you gonna come to the quinceañera? So I was like, seems like they want me to come. So it's interesting that she was even lying about that. Just why spend the energy to think of something to lie like that? But that's what she was doing. So yeah, it went down. Family, actually, I think her dad came pick me up from the airport. Or no, I think her brother did. Julio picked me up from the airport. Came in at night. I think, December 2nd came in at night. Stayed with them till maybe December 12th. I was trying to do a cold approach down there. Some dude told me not to do it at an open food court outside. I was doing cold approach there. I was like, oh no, white boy, don't do that. You're gonna get beat. Mexican dudes won't want you taking their women. And then, I was staying at Sarah's family's house, and their whole family lives super close. I got literally on the 2 streets right next to each other, half on the same street, half on the second street. And that's where I always stayed when I went down, so it wasn't any different this time. I think the quinceañera was December 3rd, so I think it was the night after I arrived. I told Sarah she should come, and I was talking to her cousins down there, and they're asking me, "Oh, Sarah gonna come? Sarah gonna come?" I was like, "Well, I told her." She said she wanted to work instead, and I told her she should come because those companies don't care about her. So in the quinceañera, she actually did come. Came to the quinceañera, all night party, and I didn't talk to her. She wanted to talk to me, she could, but she never came over. So I just hung out with other people. She stayed at the home for 2-3 days, same as me, and I didn't really talk to her because she didn't want to talk to me. So that's fine. Actually, I can put something here. Let's see. December. Lived together, so we can say LT La Plaza LA. So she was there 3 days. Just hung out with the family like normal. Remember, one house has 8 people. The house across the street has the uncles and cousins. There's 5 over there. Grandma's street over, another uncle, cousin, house at 5, 1 street over. So everything was same and normal. Hung out, worked most of the days. We'll go explore the city with them. Played some baseball. I think I played some baseball. Or maybe that was the last time I was there. That January 2021. What else? And I cold approach women. That's how I got up. So I did get more than 100 numbers. So I was I guess not including Mexico, it was 100. Didn't really talk to her. She left after 3 days. Went back Oh, she came with her friend Irene. Yeah, that's what it was. Her and Irene came down, like last minute. Okay. When I actually looked, literally like yesterday, Irene got divorced too, like at the beginning of this year. So, both early 30 divorcees. I think the old. Yeah, and Irene was with Preston Moss and 2 kids. I think she still has the kids. I don't know. But yeah, Sarah said she was banging other dudes. It was like a year ago she told me that. Or a year prior to December 20. Yeah, when Irene tried to suicide herself in January 2021. So right now I'm telling you about December 2021. Actually, right now I'm telling you about today. Yeah, I'm pretty sure Irene got divorced. So it's like, I guess I divorced Sarah. Well, Sarah would have divorced me. I was already on that path. And then I think Irene got divorced as well. So I'm thinking the spinsters. So the early 30 spinsters. I think that's what they called them in the old days. Just the women that ride the CC. All right, so we're still in Mexico. Everyone's treating me like normal. Nothing's different. Except, yeah, the after party at the quinceañera. Was at the uncle's house across the street. We went to like a big banquet hall for the quinceañera. Then we went to after party at the uncle's house across the street. Nayeli, like Sarah's best friend that lived with us in Raleigh, and we went to Europe with, lived with us for like 6 weeks, I think, in Raleigh after the trip. She came in, she's like, first time I saw her, she's like, "You're an asshole," blah, 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 blah. And like, she didn't really talk to me after that. I mean, it wasn't yelling at me, but she just like wanted to give me the negative energy and then, I don't know, go spend the rest of the time with other people at the party. I'm like, what is Sarah telling these people? Because like, I treated her great. Oh, I also told Sarah December 1st, and I was ending it like, hey, you know, I'll pay for your rent for another month. She was like, oh, I thought you were going to pay till June. You're going to leave me out on the street. I ended up paying for 3 months because I actually felt if I paid for 3 months, it would actually negate any of her mental emotional warfare in the future. I'd be like, oh, I paid you for 3 months. If your life sucks now, not my fault. I give you a 90-day head start. All right, so now we're still December like 3rd, 2021, talking about the quinceañera. Yeah, Nayeli, who I was always super fun friends with. I mean, we didn't talk if we weren't together, we wouldn't, in person we wouldn't talk, but it was always fun hanging out with her. And yeah, this M means married, marriage date. The D means divorce, divorce date, official. Well, like relationship divorce date. It doesn't become official until like 6 months after you send the papers. Or no, it's 6 months after the other person's served. That's the earliest. Yeah, so at the after party, Nayeli was saying asshole to me. I'm like, what? What's Sarah telling these people? Or no. And then a second woman who was also friends with Sarah that I'd never heard about or seen before, like tried to start an argument with me. And when I left the party, like 4 a.m., just to walk across the street, go back to Sarah's family's house to go to sleep, she kicked me in the shins. And I'm like, what is Sarah telling these people to get done so against me when I've been great to her? Gave her all her stuff, gave her all the stuff in the apartment, and paying her rent. I said 1 month, but I ended up doing 3 months. Just so guarantee a victory for me. Guarantee I wouldn't fall victim to the mental emotional warfare later. And like she's telling all these people around me to hate her, all these people around her to hate me. I'm like, I've done nothing wrong. Like I've always been amazing to her. Like I promised to spend the rest of my life with her and be like super awesome to her. Why is she telling all these people that I'm terrible? And like, why is she programming these people to hate me? And it was interesting because then I had a flashback growing up. That's what my mom always said about my bio dad. It's how terrible he was. And now it's kind of making me have second thoughts. Like, I've been perfect to her. Like, why would I not be great to someone who I decided to spend the rest of my life with? She was always trying to start, arguments over nothing with me when everything was fine before we got married. But again, it's simply this curve. So, like, it's interesting that I saw she'd been, programming, brainwashing those around her with how terrible I am. And, like, I've read a ton of Reddit stories with all my research that all the men say the same thing, that the women always put the end of the relationship blame on the man, program everyone around them to hate the man, blah, blah, blah. And, all right, what else happened in Mexico? Okay, yeah, at the after party, Nayeli was telling me I was a-hole. The other woman who I'd never met, never heard of, but I guess she was friends with Sarah, trying to start an argument with me, and then I just like went outside to go dance. And then when I was leaving, she kicked me in the shins. But I was super crunk, so I didn't really care about it. It was 4 a.m. I was trying to go in, go to sleep. And then when I was there, I think I was there from like December 2nd to December 12th, maybe. Sarah's sister's telling me that. I don't know. I think I was telling her how my trip was coming down. And Sarah's sister was like, wait, Sarah's been telling everyone you kicked her out of the apartment. I'm like, what? And I showed Sarah's sister, like, yo, this is my Airbnb receipt that I left the apartment. And, like, I literally did not stay in the apartment December 1st. So, like, it seemed like that was one of the lies she was telling people. But, like, dude, I literally gave her everything in the apartment except for, my computer, my monitor. I literally left everything in the kitchen, the bathroom. That wasn't mine. The desk, the chair, the bed frame, the kitchen table, the chairs, the cups, the silverware, everything in the refrigerator. Literally, I just took like 5% of the stuff that was mine and just left her the other 95% so she could keep living there. And I'm still paying for it. And so it's like, it's interesting these lies that I'm finding her telling people about, because it's matching all these stories that I'm reading on Reddit where everyone's like, yeah, the woman programmed everyone that I was terrible, but like I was great to her. So it's interesting to see it in person, where I did not expect that. And then it's making me think like, dang, my mom did the same thing. Was that all a lie too? And the other thing, I think one of the nights, they said two dudes came to Sarah's family's house and said they were going to beat my ass. I don't know what, they couldn't show me a picture of them, so that was an interesting thing that happened. Maybe because I was talking to the girls during Cold Approach. Then another thing that happened was, I think I put this in the other video, but it was, maybe like December 8th or December 10th. I was just chilling in there. And yeah, everything was normal with them, with everyone. Nobody acted any different towards me. Sitting in their living room alone, like on the couch. Mom came in to talk to me. She's like, man, I never thought my daughter would get divorced. This is insane. And I was thinking back to Sarah's sister when she showed me the sound recording down in Mexico of Sarah yelling at her mom and like having her cry. And Sarah's sister was recording it. And also, I think I asked Sarah's sister, like, did Sarah argue with your parents a lot growing up? And Sarah's sister was like, yeah, she did. And so when her mom said, I never would have thought my daughter would have gotten divorced. I thought of those two things. I'm like, dude, she was even arguing with you. How could you not see she could get divorced in the future with that? But women are delusional, so that's fine. She said some other things like, I don't know, maybe. I remember I was finally able to say something that I couldn't say before. I don't know. Maybe she was talking about Sarah's behavior or something. And I was finally able to say, oh, well, yeah, I don't want to be married to someone like that. Because I would talk to her about Sarah's stuff before, just like, I'm guessing her mom would have an answer to it, to Sarah's bad behavior. That's why I would tell her about it. But I could never say, I think her mom would say, oh, that's just how Sarah is, blah, 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 something like that. And I could never say, oh, I don't want to be married to someone like that. Because then her mom would think like, oh, so you're going to divorce her? So like, I could never really say that until the divorce was finalized. And now I think she was saying something about, oh, that's just how Sarah is. I was like, oh, well, yeah, I don't want to be married to someone like that. And I finally could because the divorce had already been finalized and signed. And she like sat there in silence. And she was talking about some other stuff. I don't know, again, more about Sarah's behavior. And I was like, I pointed to the wall. I was like, look, all Sarah has to do is, I think her mom was asking like, oh, why don't you guys go to therapy? Why don't you guys go to therapy? I was like, yo, we tried it 11 months prior. Sarah was canceling it on me. And then Sarah did try to get me to go in, I think, like May 2021. But I was like, no, you lost your chance. I think in May 2021, because remember, January 2021 was when we were in Mexico going to the counseling, and then she canceled it, even though I agreed to go. In December 2020, she gave me the threat, like, okay, we're going to marriage counseling, get divorced. So then I caved and we went to marriage counseling. And then she started canceling the marriage counseling sessions. And then she tried to get me to ask about marriage counseling again in May. And I think what she's trying to do is get me to say stuff in English that could be used against me in divorce court. That's my guess. And so it's kind of like 2 chances for marriage counseling. And first one, I was like, all right, let's try it. And Sarah canceled it, muffed it up. And the second one, I said, no, you lost your chance. Last time we tried to do it, you canceled it. So I'm not playing that game anymore. So her mom was like, yeah, why don't you guys go counseling? Why don't you guys go to counseling? I was like, yeah, sure, she can go to counseling. Here's the 2 things she got to work on. Less masculine, less combative and argumentative. Let me know when she fixes those. And her mom sat there in silence for like 45 seconds. She's like, man, this man's good. Man, he knows how to play his mental and emotional warfare game. And then there's the most wild thing. Again, she's talking about the divorce, her daughter's behavior. I asked her, do you believe your daughter's a good wife? And her mom said yes. And I said, great. She will have no problem finding another great man like me to marry. And you want to know what her mom did? Her mom started to cry. Because she ran from her safe space of delusion and she ran smack into the wall of reality. Now, her mom crying was not tears rolling down her face. It was eyes glazed over, and they get bloodshot where the tears start to form. And like small amount of tears on the bottom of her, on the top of her bottom eyelid. But no tears did run down her face. There's like, she had to use her 13.8 billion years of evolution of mental and emotional manipulation that all women have to not have the tears run down her face. But dude, she literally sat there 150 seconds, like staring off into space. Eyes tearing up, tears on the tops of the bottom, saying nothing. Like, she got absolutely checkmated with my comment. Because I think a little bit earlier, she said, oh, Sarah said you were such a great man. And I don't believe it was Sarah saying that. I've never heard her say something like that. I think it was her mom saying that on Sarah's behalf. And dude, when I hit her with, do you believe your daughter's a good wife? And her mom said, oh yeah. And I said, oh, okay. Then she'll be able, what did I say? I think I said, okay, then it'll be very easy for her to get another great husband like me to marry, or another great man like me to marry. And she started to cry. Finally, she had to leave her land of delusion, and she had to run smack into the wall of reality. What else in Mexico? We went to, like, Sarah's little sister at a volleyball tournament, like a far away, like, mini city. That was fun. I liked having so I went with them. I had, like, a bunch of the street food on the street. That's what I love in Mexico. Nothing else amazing happened. Sarah was just there, like, December, 2nd or December 3rd to, like, December 6th, just 2 or 3 days. I didn't spend any time with her. She didn't come to spend time with me, so that's fine. She didn't want to spend time with me. Her mom was trying to, like, get me to talk to Sarah. I was like, no, if she wants to talk to me, she can come over and talk to me. But if she doesn't, then she doesn't want to. Anything else? I think that's it. I think all the other stuff after. Then I went back to LA, like, December 13th to maybe the 20th. I think I worked on business stuff. I don't really know. It's definitely hard to sleep alone. I should have been looking for apartments, but I didn't. Then I went home to New York December 20th, maybe to like December 29th. Then came back to LA and started apartment hunting. You'll see all that in the other video. Let's see what we can do here. The other video I already made, which is what I did after my California divorce, something like that. Alright, so I'll remake this graph later. Later, haters. I just put that there. That stinks. Okay, make this a little bit bigger. I'm going to bring this into our note sheet, so we're all getting a lot smarter. Alright, I'll put that like that. Like that. Put that over there. Alright, and now should be good to copy. Alright. Oh, I didn't do a print screen. Alright, so that is my marriage, my California divorce. I think I do still got a little bit to put at the end of this video. Alright, let's go here. Pull in my assets. It was so painful. That was the first time I ever ended a long-term relationship. I thought it would just work. Like, I was totally... Hollywood withheld the truth from me. Disney withheld the truth from me. Everyone around me withheld the truth from me. But I figured it out. As the number one God of the universe is destined to do. Okay, we can put our asset in there. So here we go. Got some good assets right here. Working with lawyer. Divorce lawyer, I should say. And then this is my marriage plus my California divorce. Okay, what else? Oh no, it still is on this sheet. Alright, here you go, here's the timeline. I timelined it all out for you. Boom. Bomba clap. Dude, insane. I still can't believe everyone conspired to keep this graph away from me. Literally, everyone in the universe conspired to keep this away from me. And I was the only one in the universe able to figure it out. But that's why you're here to learn from the number one God of the universe. Alright. Okay, I did that. My marriage plus my California divorce. You got that there? Alright, so we got our standard free game, free to help in your divorce situation right now. Yeah, so, alright, I'm done with this timeline. Moving on to section 3 here, some free game. Whenever your wife tries to argue with you or starts some BS, hang up the phone instantly. Yep, go and click that red button, and no, don't explain to her why you're hanging up. So this is, if you're doing, basically, this for during the divorce process, how you win. Do not respond to any more of her texts for like 24 hours. For like 24 hours. She tries to argue with you in person, so if y'all are still living together during this divorce process, simply get up and put your shoes on. So the reason I'm having you do this is how you can get what you want in your divorce, which could literally save you like, I don't know, lower end like $50,000 minimum. Simply get up, put your shoes on, and leave for an hour to walk around, drive around, go to the gym, go to the library, sit in the Walmart parking lot, and then see how much better behaved she is when you come back home. Now, doing that is not going to reverse this graph, but it'll give you, little short-term wins, and we want you to do the short-term wins so she signs the divorce settlement agreement that's good for you and bad for her, because women are retarded, so we can get them to sign stuff that's good for you and bad for her. Do not argue with her. Remove your attention from her. Correct. There's a new one I added. Do not blame her for anything. She's only doing exactly what the universe is forcing her to do. Remember, women equal slaves to their emotions, and emotions equals the universe speaking to us. I put that in this picture right here, right there. Okay, women only do exactly what the universe forces them to do. So your wife's being terrible because the universe is forcing her to do it. So do not blame her for anything. I did blame my wife once. Like, I think I just said you need to improve your behavior. She like flipped out. She's like, you need to improve your behavior. Like, blah, 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 blah. I mean, I wasn't yelling. I only yelled at her like once or maybe twice. Mostly just to test to see what would happen. Actually, once to test to see what happened. Second, because I was actually like pissed. That was when she was like dealing with the clothes again in Mexico, January 2021. I was like, I'm still the same effing person no matter what the F I wear. That's literally the only time like I was actually mad at her. Alright, so again, don't blame her for anything. She's only doing, as a woman, she's only doing exactly what the universe is forcing her to do, because women are slaves to their emotions, and emotions is the universe speaking to us. You blaming her for her bad behavior is showing that you as a man have chosen to not understand the universe. And the universe has programmed women to absolutely slaughter men who have chosen to not understand the universe. So you see the men, children stolen from them, paying, in California's case, lifetime alimony, losing half their pension, losing their retirement, losing their houses, getting kicked out of their house. Remember, in mine, in divorce cases, the woman's lawyer will have the woman file a false domestic violence report to get the man out of the house and to get like 80% minimum custody of the kids. Sarah didn't do that to me. She didn't file a fake divorce. She didn't even get a lawyer. She didn't check mark the box. Oh, have husband pay wife's legal fees, or basically have higher earner pay lower earner's legal fees. She verbally threatened, "Oh, I'm not going to sign the papers," like once or twice. I mean, I had it very easy. And dude, a lot of men I've seen like, "Oh, you had it. Your mom was your wife was cooperative. It was easy." Dude, she was getting physically violent with me literally just like 2 weeks prior, where I had to move my stuff out, or maybe it was like 3 or 4 weeks prior. Like November 15th is when we signed it, and then like it was mid-October when she went like insane. When she blocked the door and grabbed my bicep, she's like, "You can't leave." I'm like, "Oh, well, I'm kind of screwed here, because if I call the cops, I'm getting sent to jail." And so, yeah, so all you say, "Oh, yeah, your wife was agreeable, and yeah, you had it easy." Dude, she was getting physically violent with me, hiding the door, blocking the door so I couldn't leave, and I still got the outcome I got because my stuff works. Because I chose to understand the universe. That's all. It's all the woman you're with wants. She wants, well, it's all the universe wants, and the universe manifests what the universe wants with how your woman is behaving. If you're doing everything the universe wants, you have perfectly behaved women around you. If you're not doing what the universe wants you to do, you're having terribly behaved women around you. And then see how much better she behaves. Since you know this stuff works, since you test this stuff, you'll see better behavior from her in the short term. Then bring your credit card to me on IG so you can pay in full to keep most of your stuff in this divorce. And then here's a fun one that everyone's been waiting for. Yeah, video. Give most of your stuff in your divorce with me. I'm going to create this California God divorce doc. Click on the notdivorce.com link below, and plus enter your info. So I'm going to make this doc available. I'm probably going to put all my notes from all my previous videos. I'll call it the California God divorce doc, so you can actually come in and view these derivations on your own time. And you don't have to like pause the video and look at them on my time watching the video. And so yeah, I'm going to put a link for that. It's going to ask your phone and email. Anything else? I think that's it. And then you'll get access, and also video explaining my services coming in next few weeks. That will be linked below as well. And there's going to be a special till the end of this month, which is my birthday, January 31. That's going to be the last night of the special. But you'll see about that when I finally make the vid. Alright, so is there anything else about marriage and my California divorce? I had 0% thought I was going to get divorced, and then one might say, "Oh, why'd you get a prenup?" Honestly, mostly because of like Hollywood and the news, where it's just marketed if you're a successful man to get a prenup. And I guess like I accidentally got lucky that I did the exact correct thing, which was to get a prenup, because this graph is true. And if you act on this graph, that's the highest chance of you getting out of this divorce safely. Also with the prenup, we didn't use it in the divorce. Prenup's only used if we could not come to a divorce settlement agreement on our own, which we did. So, if we were arguing about stuff, then we would go to court, and the prenup would, if we both agree with the prenup, then it would be taken into account and the judge would decide. But at that point, Sarah could then challenge it and say, have husband, higher earner, pay wife, lower earner's legal fees to challenge the prenup we already signed. So we didn't even need the prenup. It's just there if the parties disagree at the end of the divorce. And since we agreed at the end of the divorce, when we signed the divorce settlement agreement, it was not needed. Okay. Yeah, this was very good. And yeah, that's everything.